A millennium ago, a cataclysmic transformation engulfed the blue star as calamity swept through and the void surged in, placing the very existence of the blue star in dire peril. The populace rose in defiance, valiantly defending their homeland and securing a fleeting respite at a grievous cost. Thus commenced the era of universal awakening. Xia Qi traversed through time and space, becoming a natural awakener on the day of awakening. Possessing innate dual pupils, the left eye replicates while the right eye amplifies. It could duplicate the A-level talent of Arcfire Fox and enhance it to the S-level talent of Thunder Command. The myriad thunders shall heed your command. It replicates the A-level talent of Mechanical Modification and augments it to the S-level talent of Mechanical Heart. Through the agony of flesh and blood, mechanical ascension arises as countless mechanical legions sweep across all in their path. It duplicates the ill-level talent of Sword Heart Clarity and amplifies it to the S-level talent of Sword Shattering Mountains and Rivers. A multitude of swords converges, cleaving open the celestial gates. While all the novice awakeners remain engaged in dungeons and leveling up, Xia Qi has already amassed over 100 top-tier talents, embarking on the path to divinity. Chapter 1. Innate Dual Pupils, Natural Awakening. A millennium ago, disaster besieged the blue star as countless void creatures surged forth, plunging the world into turmoil. Humanity exerted every ounce of strength to defend their homes, and after suffering immense losses, they barely secured a sliver of survival. Consequently, the blue star entered a new epoch, which people referred to as the era of universal awakening. At Jiangbei High School, Xia Qi stood in the schoolyard, gazing skyward. Above him, a steel behemoth resembling a whale traversed between the buildings. Further in the distance, countless colossal tentacles encircled the city's periphery. Above the dome, an array of indescribably bizarre creatures soared through the sky. The school remained unchanged, yet at that moment, it appeared inexplicably strange to Xia Qi. A torrent of chaotic thoughts flooded his mind. Xia Qi pressed his palms tightly against his head. After a while, he awakened to the realization that he had traversed into an era of universal awakening. Before he could fully comprehend this, a stream of blood tears flowed from his left eye, while his right eye throbbed as if it might burst. Awakening ability, innate dual pupils. Innate dual pupils, unique level 1. Left eye replication. You can replicate any talent of up to A level, with the replication level increasing alongside the talent level. Right eye amplification. You can amplify any talent of up to A level, limited to once per day. Is this a talent? After some time, Xia Qi regained his composure and beheld the panel visible only to awakeners. Innate dual pupils, left eye replication, right eye amplification. Remarkably, he had naturally awakened without undergoing the awakening ceremony. According to the memories in his mind, natural awakeners do not require an awakening ceremony to awaken directly. Such individuals are exceedingly rare, with only one among countless millions. Almost every natural awakener is a treasure of humanity, and Xia Qi is now one of them. Hey, Xia Qi, what are you dawdling for? Hurry over to the line. The awakening ceremony is about to commence. Upon hearing the call, Xia Qi lifted his gaze and noticed that the schoolyard had filled with numerous senior students, forming lines between classes. Today marked the annual awakening ceremony, where each senior student must participate before turning 18. Upon awakening, each individual becomes an awakener. The talent levels of awakeners range from the lowest F to the highest SSS. The caliber of one's talent determines future achievements and strength. Here it comes. Xia Qi jogged to his class 4 senior year, blending into the throng. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. I am so excited. Me too. If I could awaken a B-level talent, I'd be thrilled. Look at you, lacking ambition. If it were me, I would at least awaken an A-level talent. Otherwise, how could I justify 3 years of hard study? You think you can achieve an A-level? A-level talents are rarer than a needle in a haystack. I bet you'll be lucky to awaken a D-level talent. As soon as he entered the class line, Xia Qi could hear the fervent discussions among his classmates. For most students, the talents they could awaken range from E to B, suggesting a future of modest accomplishments. Upon reaching the A-grade talent, it marks a significant threshold. Despite the passage of a millennium and a burgeoning human population compared to 1,000 years ago, the proportion of individuals awakening abilities of A-grade or higher remains remarkably low. In light of this, it is evident that Xia Qi's innate talent possesses the capacity to replicate A-grade abilities, placing him in an extraordinary echelon among mankind. Moreover, the A-grade talent can be further amplified, signifying that its potential for enhancement is substantial. Xia Qi, what kind of talent do you believe you will awaken? Inquired the class beauty, Yin Qingwei, standing beside him with an inquisitive expression. I am uncertain. I shall leave it to fate, he replied. Xia Qi scratched the back of his head, aware that he could not reveal the secret of being a natural awakener. You, who worked so diligently, Why do you seem so disheartened at such a crucial moment? Although your family circumstances are not favorable, you must not surrender. Yun Qingyue encouraged him, her tiny fist raised in support. Xia Qi offered a faint smile, remaining silent. Though his family was impoverished and resources scarce, he was now a natural awakener, with wealth, fame, and status within his grasp in the future. The awakening array has been completed. We may commence the awakening ceremony. With the principal's command, the awakening officially began. Next, I call upon the students whose names I announced to step into the awakening array. Class 3, Zhao Cheng. As his name was called, a bespectacled youth apprehensively approached the awakening array. In the next moment, the array shimmered with light, and a beam descended from above, enveloping Zhao Cheng. Moments later, the awakening concluded. Awakened E-grade talent, strength. Upon witnessing the outcome, Zhao Cheng's complexion turned ashen. He had not anticipated awakening merely an E-grade talent. Such a talent would render him incapable of even passing a novice dungeon, let alone becoming a professional. Next, Chun Peng. Another student was beckoned forward, visibly anxious. The awakening array activated once more. The awakening concluded. Awakened C-grade talent, giant strength. Upon discovering he had awakened a C-grade talent, Chun Peng's face brightened with joy. With a C-grade talent, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I can essentially become a professional. Next, Qindong, Wang Er, Li Qing. As names continued to be called, within a mere quarter of an hour, they arrived at Class 4. Among the over 150 students from the first 3 classes, the majority awakened talents below C-grade, with only a scant few achieving C-grade or higher, and merely one possessing B-grade talent. Class 4, Su Yuancheng. When this name was announced, countless eyes turned towards him in unison. Su Yuancheng was a well-known scion of wealth at the school. Though not as illustrious as Yun Qingyue, he remained an object of admiration among peers. What grade of talent would such an individual awaken? Awakened A-grade talent. High voltage arc excellent. The principal rarely displayed a smile. An A-grade talent equated to the worth of hundreds of C-grade talents. Ha! Merely an A-grade. I thought I was an S-grade, Su Yuancheng scoffed as he descended from the awakening platform. Sparks of intense electric arcs erupted from his right hand, and the violent high voltage was instantaneously hurled toward a nearby empty space, creating a small crater the size of a disc. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding students were filled with trepidation. This was an A-grade talent. If it struck a person, it would surely create a gaping hole. Pleased with the effect, Su Yuancheng whistled as he returned to his class, casting a disdainful glance at Xia Qi. Kid, if you know what's good for you, keep your distance from Yun Qingyue. She is not someone you can aspire to, he warned, his expression suggesting he was prepared to confront Xia Qi. Xia Qi felt somewhat speechless. He had merely exchanged a few words with Yun Qingyue, and this fellow was already targeting him? Well, since he had awakened an A-grade talent, it would be a perfect opportunity to test the capabilities of his dual pupils. Copy, strong electric arc. With a flash of his dual pupils, a new talent was generated, and simultaneously, Xia Qi activated his daily amplification ability. Next, Xia Qi. After several classmates completed their awakenings, Xia Qi's name was called. He stepped into the awakening array. The array operated autonomously, and a beam of light descended from above, enveloping his form. In the next moment, a dazzling brilliance erupted forth, and the sky resonated with the sound of thunder. Chapter 2. Celestial Phenomena, the Emergence of S-Class Talent. A thunderous roar from the heavens, as the clear azure sky was suddenly enveloped by rolling clouds. A vast expanse of darkness descended upon the playground of the first high school, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. In the next heartbeat, a deafening clap of thunder echoed, and a bolt of lightning, as thick as a thumb, sliced through the air, reverberating in every ear. Principal Wang Changyuan trembled with excitement. This is an omen. A celestial phenomenon that only occurs when an S-class talent emerges. The might of S-class or above talents is so formidable that their appearance is invariably accompanied by such extraordinary signs. Awakening S-class talent, thunder control. The elation in Principal Wang Changyuan's heart was beyond measure. In his decades of running the school, the occurrences of S-class talents could be counted on one hand. Each manifestation of S-class talent invariably incited a wave of fervor, with countless students clamoring to enroll in the first high school. Regrettably, the rarity of S-class talents was immense. Even in Jiangbei, the number of students awakening S-class talents each year was exceedingly few. Thus, Wang Changyuan could hardly contain his excitement. Excellent, excellent. Xia Qi from Class 4 of the senior year, your talent is tremendously powerful. Your future is boundless. With 3 resounding praises, coupled with the principal's expression and tone, every student present felt an overwhelming surge of envy and jealousy. What extraordinary luck Xia Qi possessed to awaken an S-class talent. How utterly enviable. If only such an S-class talent were mine. My word, this is the first time I've witnessed an S-class talent. It's no wonder the principal's face is beaming like a blooming flower. In the front, Su Yuancheng was likely seething with rage. He had only recently awakened an A-class talent. And now an S-class talent emerged, one associated with the element of lightning. Xia Qi's awakening caused a stir among the students, their eyes shimmering with envy. Su Yuanqing from the same class felt a gnawing resentment. The might of thunder control far surpassed his high-voltage electric arc, damn it. He had just been the center of attention, and now it was snatched away by Xia Qi. At that moment, the class beauty, Yun Qingyue, approached, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. Xia Qi, congratulations. I knew you could do it. Awakening an S-class talent is truly impressive. Thank you. Xia Qi responded simply, his thoughts more immersed in the attributes of his talent panel. Thunder control, replication. Quality, S-class. Effect, you can manipulate lightning. The thunder of the 10 directions will heed your command. A simple yet profoundly powerful effect. To control lightning, wasn't that a talent reserved for deities? And this was merely an S-class talent. What if it were SS class, or even SSS class? Xia Qi realized then why those with S-class talents in this world had become paragons. Their strength and ferocity far surpassing ordinary talents. Next, Class 4, Yin Qingyue. As the fervor surrounding Xia Qi's S-class talent began to wane, Principal Wang, beaming with joy, continued the awakening ceremony. As Yun Qingyue, clad in a pristine white dress, stepped into the awakening array, all eyes turned to her. Look, the class beauty is about to awaken. Nonsense, she is not just the class beauty. She is the school beauty of the first high school. What talent will she awaken? I wonder. I'll let you in on a secret. Yun Qingyue comes from a remarkable family. Her father is an 80-level mage, one of the top 10 powerhouses in Jiangxing. And her mother is no less impressive, a 65-level wind archer, hailing from a prestigious lineage in Jiangxing. With such a background, Yun Qingyue was assuredly at least an A-class talent, with a high probability of being S-class. Her family certainly lacked for resources. At this point, the crowd couldn't help but feel a wave of envy. Such a family background could provide Yun Qingyue with a solid foundation. Moreover, with such excellent bloodlines, their offspring generally did not fall short and often surpassed expectations. In this world, the strong became stronger, while the weak found it nearly impossible to rise. It could only be said that there exists a disparity among individuals, and destinies are not comparable. Xia Qi, at this moment, shifted his gaze from the attributes panel. Curiously observing Yun Qingyue, he wondered what kind of talent she would acquire. If it were an A-class talent, he would certainly replicate it. From what he had observed thus far, his left eye's replication ability appeared to have no limits. As long as it was an A-class talent, regardless of quantity, he could replicate it. As the crowd held their breath in anticipation, Yun Qingyue stepped into the awakening array. The array began to whirl rapidly, countless dazzling lights enveloping her. In the next instant, a blinding radiance erupted, the air began to distort, and a scorching sun appeared in the sky, searing the skin of those below. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. When they opened them again, the blazing sun overhead had vanished. Another S-class talent. Heaven bless our first high school. Principal Wang Chengyuan's emotions at this moment transcended mere excitement. It felt as though ancestral spirits were smiling down upon him. For the first time in his decades as principal, two S-class talents emerged from the same school. Was this not a sign from the heavens? Awakening S-class talent, heart of fiery flames. Upon hearing the principal announce this news, all students were once again stirred. Damn it, this is infuriating. Another S-class talent. With such a background, I can accept the awakening of an S-class talent. Xia Qi's family isn't much different from ours, yet he also possesses an S-class talent. How frustrating. How can you even compare, Xia Qi? How can you stand on the same level as the school beauty? As Yun Qingyue awakened her S-class talent, she did not become the hot topic. Instead, Xia Qi found himself in the crosshairs of envy. Why should you, Xia Qi, be the S-class? The one everyone looks up to? Xia Qi, surrounded by his classmates from Class 4, could only let out a silent sigh. Who would have guessed that an A-class talent, amplified by his right eye, would transform into an S-class? It was beyond his expectations. As the students who had awakened their talents gradually departed, realizing there was no further need to linger and preferring to familiarize themselves with their newfound abilities, only Xia Qi remained on the playground. As time ticked by, he finally breathed a sigh of relief when the last student completed their awakening. His talent panel had replicated 9 talents, in addition to the S-class thunder control. 10 talents now loomed before him. Chapter 3, Frenzied Replication, A Million Bet. Bullet Speed. Quality, A-class. Effect, you gain a 2-fold time acceleration effect, lasting 10 seconds. Rapid Learning. Quality, A-class. Effect, your learning ability is significantly enhanced. Mastering any skill will be exponentially easier. Bone Magic Technique. Quality, A-class. Effect, you can transform bones into any shape, endowing them with formidable offensive capabilities. Flash. Quality, A-class. Effect, you can teleport short distances with a range of 50 meters. Heart of the Sword. Quality, A-class. Effect, master any swordsmanship to an extraordinary level, increasing sword damage. Mechanical Modification. Quality, A level. Effect, the items you create will gain mechanical modification capabilities. A total of 6 A-level talents have been replicated, leaving 3 B-level talents. They are Weaken, Good Fortune, and Windblade. Given that fewer than 2,000 students in the entire senior year have awakened, successfully replicating 6 A-level talents is quite commendable. The remaining 3 B-level talents were selectively replicated by Xia Qi. Weaken can slightly diminish an enemy's attributes, thereby indirectly enhancing your own power. Good Fortune is akin to a lucky attribute, capable of increasing the likelihood of fortunate events on rare occasions. Windblade is a wind-based ability that can summon a blade of wind to strike foes. After reviewing all the talents he had copied, Xia Qi could not help but take a deep breath. The ability to replicate talents is indeed extraordinary, as long as it is within Xia Qi's line of sight. He can effortlessly copy others' talents by activating the replication ability of his left eye, although he currently possesses only 6 A-level and 3 B-level talents. One must not forget that he also has the amplification ability of his right eye. Given sufficient time, all talents could be enhanced to S-level. Starting with 10 S-level talents is akin to having an incredibly fortuitous beginning. Upon returning to the classroom and settling back into his seat, the homeroom teacher entered with a radiant smile. Classmates, although the awakening ceremony has concluded, do not let your guard down. In a month, the college entrance examination will take place, and powerful figures from prestigious schools will come to recruit. You must continue to strive. The teacher added, remember, the strength of one's talent does not define everything. Even students with lower talents can find numerous opportunities through hard work. With that, the teacher cast a glance at Xia Qi and Yun Xinhua. Having 2 students with S-level talents in his class would undoubtedly lead to a pinnacle in his career. A star teacher? No, he is a legendary teacher. The teacher's words had a modicum of effect, as even those with lower talents exhibited a glimmer of hope in their eyes. After recording all the students' information, the teacher left with a cheerful demeanor. Shortly after, Principal Wang Changyuan entered and called Xia Qi aside. Xia Qi, these are resources the school has decided to grant you, and I hope you will make the most of them. With that, the principal produced a card from his pocket, and upon using his detection technique, Xia Qi discovered it contained 5 million. Thank you, Principal. 5 million is a substantial sum for someone from a modest background. Xia Qi accepted the card with gratitude. No need for such formality. When you venture outside, do not forget about our school. Principal Wang waved his hand and left with a smile. Xia Qi understood well the immense value an S-level talent student holds for a school as he watched the principal's retreating figure. Let us head to the novice dungeon. Since the school provides one free opportunity post-awakening, we should seize it. I almost forgot. Let's go together. Damn, I have an E-level talent. What can I do there? I feel like I won't stand a chance. Then there's no helping it. I have a C-level talent, and perhaps I might have a shot at becoming a professional. Who wants to team up with me? The details of the novice dungeon were well known to most. The monsters inside ranged between levels 1 and 8, and the danger was relatively low, with most being quite mild compared to the wilderness. Initially inclined to venture into the wild, Xia Qi reconsidered and decided to gauge the novice dungeon's difficulty first. Just then, Yun Xinhua approached, clad in a flowing white dress, her figure graceful, skin fair and rosy. And standing at 168 meters tall, she was undeniably beautiful, thus earning her the title of school belle among many students. Xia Qi, are you going to the novice dungeon? Yes, are you not going? Xia Qi's attitude was notably more amiable this time. Not solely due to her beauty, but because he intended to experiment with her once his replication ability had improved. What would happen if he replicated an S-level talent and then amplified it? Xia Qi was genuinely curious. I'm not going. I have arrangements at home. However, if you invite me, I could team up with you. At this, Yun Xingyue's face flushed crimson, her ears tinged with a soft pink. Xia Qi then recalled that unlike him, her family had ample resources and did not require participation in the school's novice dungeon. Then it's settled. You should follow your family's arrangements. I'll manage on my own. Teaming up was out of the question. If Yun Xingyue discovered he possessed 10 talents, he would surely be considered an anomaly. If this world had organizations that dissected individuals, he would be in grave danger. Decisively refusing, Xia Qi followed his classmates out of the classroom. Just as he reached the staircase, he was halted by Su Yuancheng. Xia Qi frowned slightly. Move aside. I need to go out. Standing at 178 meters, he towered over Su Yuancheng, who stood at just under 17 meters, forcing him to look up at Xia Qi. Don't think that just because you've awakened an S-level talent, you can flaunt it in front of me. Didn't I warn you on the playground? Yun Xingyue is not from your world. Keep your distance from her. Su Yuancheng said in an exceedingly arrogant tone. Get out of the way. With that, a surge of furious thunder enveloped Xia Qi, and sparks danced in his eyes, as if he were ready to strike at any moment. He felt no need to explain himself to Su Yuancheng. There was simply no necessity for it. Taking a sudden step back, Su Yuancheng stared at Xia Qi in horror, sensing that Xia Qi's talent far surpassed his own. As Xia Qi brushed past him, he recalled that the thunder ability was something he had pilfered from Su Yuancheng. Xia Qi, I want to challenge you. Suppressing his fear, Su Yuancheng shouted at Xia Qi's retreating figure. Knowing Xia Qi was disinclined to engage in conversation, Su Yuancheng continued, 1 million. If you win, I'll give you 1 million. Upon hearing this, Xia Qi turned back with keen interest. Speak up, what are the terms? Chapter 4. The School Bell's Favor. Entering the Dungeon. Of course. We will see who levels up faster. Are you daring enough? Seeing Xia Qi's interest, Su Yuancheng revealed a sly smile. All right, what are the victory conditions? Xia Qi nodded. Such a wager was almost too easy for him. Within 7 days, whoever reaches level 10 first wins. As soon as this was said, many students passing by began to take notice of the unfolding drama. Look, Su Yuancheng is going to compete with Xia Qi to level up. This is a huge scoop. A-level talent versus S-level talent. Reaching level 10 in 7 days? Damn, as a C-level talent, I can barely fathom it. Are duels between geniuses this intense? How can an A-level even dare to contend with an S-level? Has Su Yuancheng lost his mind? It's hard to say. The Su family is a well-known wealthy clan in Jiangbei, and Su Yuancheng must have some tricks up his sleeve. True. Those born with such privilege likely have countless hidden cards. At this rate, Xia Qi might just lose. For students with talents below A-level, reaching level 10 in 7 days was a daunting challenge, considering that the requirement for the upcoming college recruitment was merely level 12. At that moment, the homeroom teacher happened to walk by and overheard part of the conversation, his expression darkening instantly. Xia Qi, a prodigy endowed with an S-class talent, owes a considerable portion of his current status to his own efforts. Su Yuancheng's affluent parents have showered him with gifts over the past 3 years, rendering him beyond reproach. Now, the homeroom teacher finds himself in a dilemma. Both sides are equally dear to him, and he is at a loss as to whom to support. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. With 10 million at stake, it would be unreasonable for Xia Qi to refuse, he conceded. With the old teacher present to witness, Xia Qi proposed, if I reach level 10 before you, you owe me 10 million. Upon uttering this, Xia Qi turned his gaze towards the homeroom teacher. Ahem, Xia Qi, we are all classmates here. There is no need to foster discord. I believe students should assist one another, don't you think? The teacher replied smoothly, his eyes darting with calculation. Upon hearing this, Xia Qi's brow furrowed involuntarily as he cast a meaningful glance at the teacher, responding calmly, Old teacher, it was Su Yuancheng who challenged me to this bet. This does not constitute a conflict between classmates. Xia Qi, the teacher merely wishes for an atmosphere of camaraderie among students, the homeroom teacher said, his words dripping with diplomacy. Hey, old teacher, if you're going to witness, then witness. Why the hesitation? Does Su Yuancheng not have the means to participate? Su Yuancheng retorted, his face clouded with indignation. Su Yuancheng, you've misunderstood my intention, the teacher stammered, but Xia Qi interjected, regardless of your intention, old teacher. We simply need you to serve as a witness. If I lose, I will pay Xia Qi 10 million. If I win, Xia Qi must cease all contact with Yin Qinghua. Very well then. Under Su Yuancheng's unwavering gaze, the homeroom teacher reluctantly acquiesced. No way. I refuse to accept this. Yin Qinghua, the main subject, stepped forward, her delicate oval face adorned with a hint of anger. Why should I be a pawn in your wager? I do not consent. She shot a furious glance at Su Yuancheng after surreptitiously eyeing Xia Qi. Flustered, Su Yuancheng began to stammer an explanation, only to be halted by Xia Qi's intervention. Xia Qi approached Yin Qinghua step by step, his handsome visage looming closer, cornering her against the wall. His eyes sparkled with an arresting intensity. Such a visage, described as having sword-like brows and starry eyes, was indeed captivating. It was no wonder that the campus belle, Yin Qinghua, harbored feelings for Xia Qi. What are you doing, Xia Qi? Yin Qinghua stammered, her hands instinctively shielding her face as a crimson hue crept up her cheeks, igniting at her ears. Was this what they called being wall-slammed? The scene elicited excitement from the youthful onlookers, while the enamored girls felt parched. Su Yuancheng seethed with jealousy, wishing he could replace Xia Qi in that moment. Xia Qi leaned closer, inhaling the scent of shampoo wafting from Yin Qinghua's hair, and softly murmured, Trust me, I will not lose. At that moment, Yin Qinghua trembled, feeling the warmth of his breath, a delightful shiver coursing through her body. But, Xia Qi, she protested weakly. It's all right, I'm confident. Xia Qi stepped back, revealing a smile that felt like a breath of spring to the girl. In that instant, many of the observing female students erupted into squeals of delight, wishing to be in her place. As the campus belle, Yin Qinghua quickly regained her composure, clenching her small fists as she gazed at Xia Qi's handsome face. All right, I believe you want to lose. Xia Qi's words resonated. Like her, he too possessed an S-class talent, guaranteeing his victory. Her cheeks flushed with shyness as she turned and fled the scene. With the departure of the campus belle, the other spectators gradually dispersed. Xia Qi cast a fleeting glance at Su Yuancheng before joining his classmates, leaving Su Yuancheng standing there, utterly flustered. Was he the fool in this scenario? However, after Xia Qi left, a wicked smile crept onto Su Yuancheng's lips. Xia Qi, enjoy your fleeting triumph. Do you truly believe victory is assured for you? Quite the contrary, the one who shall prevail is me. As he watched Xia Qi's retreating figure heading towards the novice dungeon area, Su Yuancheng had already devised a plan in his mind. The school's novice dungeon was a place where even stray dogs would not venture. It was merely a child's play area. With his family's wealth, he had no need to waste time leveling up in such a trivial location. A mere request to his family would summon a professional team to take him to the wilderness for training. Level 10 in 7 days? Huh. In less than 3 days. I shall reach level 10, and then Yun Xinhua will surely favor me over Xia Qi. In this world, strength reigned supreme, and the weak were destined to merely survive. At the entrance of the novice dungeon, numerous newly awakened students gathered, forming small groups to enter the dungeon together. Although the experience gained from teamwork was less than that from solo monster hunting, the efficiency of group dynamics was considerably higher, especially for those with B-class talents. Many students invited Xia Qi to join them, but he declined, opting to enter the dungeon alone. The novice dungeon was enveloped in a landscape of lush forests and babbling brooks. The terrain was vast, yet devoid of monsters. The low monster density rendered this area quite safe, hence its designation as a novice dungeon, designed to allow students unaccustomed to combat to adapt beforehand. However, this also led to a dilemma. Finding monsters took considerably longer than defeating them. First, let us search for some monsters to practice. Xia Qi's body crackled with lightning, moving with the swiftness of a bolt as he scoured the forest for foes. The S-class talent of Thunder Mastery granted him dominion over lightning, significantly enhancing his speed. What incredible speed! He marveled at the formidable abilities bestowed by his talent. Should he activate bullet speed, his velocity would transcend human limits. In the blink of an eye, Xia Qi had sprinted more than 10 meters. Under the influence of the good fortune talent, he soon spotted his first monster, Thunderstrike. His eyes blazed with electric light as, at his command, a lightning bolt the width of a thumb surged toward the creature. Boom! Before the monster could react, the ferocious power of lightning obliterated its form, leaving behind wisps of smoke and the acrid scent of charred flesh. Successfully killed a level 1 Thunderbird, experience 10. The Thunderbird, armed with sharp beaks and claws, was instantly dispatched by the lightning strike. Xia Qi examined his experience points. They had increased by 1. This indicated that ascending from level 1 to level 2 required 1,000 experience points, meaning he would need to slay 100 Thunderbirds to level up. That doesn't seem too daunting. He resumed his sprint through the forest, hunting for more monsters. Successfully killed a level 1 Thunderbird, experience 10. Successfully killed a level 1 Thunderbird, experience 10. A series of notifications chimed as Xia Qi continued to locate and defeat Thunderbirds. In just a few minutes, his experience had surged by 10. The efficiency was astounding, truly befitting an S-class talent. Xia Qi initially planned to linger in the novice dungeon for 2 or 3 days until reaching level 10, but it appeared that such a duration was unnecessary. During this time, he not only utilized his Thunder Mastery talent, but also took the opportunity to experiment with other available talents. The B-class talent, Wind Blade, was of moderate strength. 3 wind blades could fell 1 Thunderbird, but it paled in comparison to the might of his lightning. B-level talent, Weaken. After the weakening, the Alloy Bird can be dispatched with merely 2 wind blades. It appears that this debilitation not only diminishes offensive capabilities, but also saps vitality. Xia Qi finds himself somewhat intrigued by the potential of the enhanced abilities following the weakening. A-level talent, Sword Heart Clarity. As he has yet to master any sword techniques or weaponry, this talent presently holds little utility. Nevertheless, Xia Qi has crafted a bone sword using the bone magic method, boasting moderate strength, slightly superior to that of normal human bones, and a commendable sharpness. Essentially, it also requires 2 strikes to slay an Alloy Bird. With the augmentation of sword techniques, its power would likely prove formidable. This talent bears a certain resemblance to a character from the Labour comics he perused before his transmigration, with Maru's abilities echoing the essence of the bone magic method. Should Xia Qi so desire, he can envelop himself in a layer of bone armor, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. He can also summon bone spikes to impale foes from the ground. Furthermore, he is able to transmute bones into various weapon forms for the purpose of vanquishing adversaries. The conjured bones may derive from either his own body or that of cadavers, exerting no adverse effect on his physical form, showcasing the talent's considerable versatility. An hour later, Xia Qi experienced his first upgrade. Name, Xia Qi. Class, None. Level, 20. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 20. Constitution, 20. Equipment, none. Talents, Innate Dual Pupils, LV1. S-level Thunder Mastery, A-level Rapid Learning, A-level Bullet Speed, A-level Sword Heart Clarity, A-level Bone Magic Method, A-level Blink, A-level Mechanical Modification, B-level Wind Blade, B-level Good Fortune, B-level Weaken. Active skills, Thunderstorm, Thunderstrike, level 1. Passive skills, none. Thunderstrike, thunder descends from all directions, annihilating all within a certain radius, covering an area of 100 meters. With the elevation in level, attributes have increased, and he has grasped a new skill, Thunderstrike. Unlike the S-level talent of Thunder Mastery, which comes with the initial skill of Thunderstorm, the other talents do not confer additional skills. This area-wide attack raises questions regarding the potency of Thunderstrike. Based on Xia Qi's acquired knowledge, it seems that an increase in level should also augment the strength of his skills. Having leveled up, the energy expended in prior encounters has been fully replenished. Utilizing talents and skills is intricately tied to his intelligence attribute during the early stages of leveling. He must take periodic rest breaks after combat unless he upgrades to restore his condition. Compared to his previous level, Xia Qi's attributes have now doubled. A single strike from Thunderstorm can eliminate level 1, level 2, or even level 3 monsters. All fall before the overwhelming might of Thunder, without exception. His talents and attributes are impressively potent. Even without employing skills, wielding a weapon imbued with thunder is effortlessly effective. Kill 1 level Alloy Bird, experience 10. Kill 2 level Fear Wolf, experience 20. Kill 3 level Stone Beetle, experience 30. Each encounter results in instantaneous kills. Wherever Xia Qi roams, he leaves a trail of swift annihilation, devoid of suspense. Faced with the S-level talent, these mere level 2 and 3 wild creatures lack even the capacity to resist, incinerated by the descending bolts of thunder, meeting their demise painlessly. No wonder this is labeled a novice dungeon. With a little time investment, even those with D-level talents can navigate it safely. Not to mention, Xia Qi possesses S-level talents along with 10 additional abilities, making the endeavor utterly effortless. It is no surprise that individuals like Yun Qingwei and Su Yuanqing do not bother with novice dungeons. There is indeed little necessity. Shaking his head, Xia Qi continued his search through the forest. Most of his time has been dedicated to locating monsters. In reality, the time spent engaging them has been regrettably brief. Moreover, the novice dungeon's map is rather expansive. Thus far, he has yet to encounter any group-dwelling monsters and has refrained from employing Thunderstrike for practice. Judging from the skill's description, such area of effect damage skills surely incur substantial costs, making their use unwarranted unless necessary. With haste, he utilized Bullet Speed as soon as it cooled down, recognizing that in the race for leveling up, conserving travel time is paramount. In just 1 hour, his experience points were nearly maxed out, leaving no time for rest. The rapid pace of leveling negated the need for breaks. A thunderous strike obliterated one creature after another, turning all to ash in his wake. At that moment, he stumbled upon a cluster of monsters nestled within the underbrush, level 2 Fear Wolves. Trembling in fear, they lay prostrate on the ground, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. From a distance, the resounding roars of thunder could be heard, having already terrified the Fear Wolves to the point of losing all will to resist. What pitifully fortunate beings! Xia Qi sighed, as the elemental forces of lightning surged chaotically towards him. Thunderstrike! With a forceful shout, he unleashed his newly learned skill. A blinding radiance erupted, with arcs of electricity dancing around Xia Qi, forming an intensely compact and high-pressure domain. The ions crackled endlessly, flowing like a surging river, continuously coalescing, splitting, and expanding. Boom! The heavens reverberated with a deafening roar. Centered around Xia Qi, the might of thunder instantaneously radiated outward, engulfing a 100-meter radius, transforming it into a hellscape of lightning. The pupils of several Fear Wolves dilated in terror, left with nothing but the blinding and searing spectacle of countless bolts of lightning as their final vision. Chapter 6, Thunderstrike, the Professional Team. Kill 2 level Fear Wolf, experience 20. Kill 2 level Fear Wolf, experience 20. Kill 2 level Fear Wolf, experience 20. In the face of the frenzied onslaught unleashed by Thunderstrike, the 7 or 8 Fear Wolves were left with no option but to be swiftly dispatched. Even in death, the bodies of the Fear Wolves were further ravaged by the lightning, leaving Xia Qi to poke at the charred remains with his bone sword, which shattered them into fragments of charcoal, a pungent odor wafting through the air. He had not anticipated the overwhelming potency of Thunderstrike. It felt akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Xia Qi surveyed his surroundings. The environment within 100 meters had suffered greatly under the thunder's onslaught. Trees were cleaved and ablaze, while the grassland had vanished, reduced to charred earth. It was a veritable desolation, devoid of life. Such formidable power left Xia Qi thoroughly satisfied. Though it came at a significant cost, he could distinctly feel that his energy reserves had been depleted by over half, allowing him to unleash Thunderstrike just once more. If he aimed to level up, he would refrain from utilizing Thunderstrike unless faced with a densely populated horde of monsters. Indeed, the S-level talent is formidable. All skills acquired are exceptionally powerful. This is merely S-level. If one were to ascend to SS level or SSS level talents, wreaking havoc on a grand scale would hardly be a challenge. Xia Qi pondered deeply, analyzing the situation. Although he had never encountered anyone above S level, the existence of such hierarchical divisions implies the presence of formidable individuals. Disregarding A level and below, the chasm between A level and above must be insurmountable. Otherwise, a couple of S-level talents would not be cherished as treasures by the principal. Such reasoning may be somewhat limited, yet Xia Qi believed his deductions to be largely accurate. A beam of light erupted from his being. Having dispatched the 7 or 8 level 2 Fear Wolves, he conveniently leveled up to level 3. All attributes increased by another 10 points, and the energy expended within his body was fully restored. Surrounded by the power of thunder, Xia Qi departed from the area, continuing his quest to slay monsters and gain experience. Defeated a level 3 stone beetle, experience 30. Defeated a level 4 river crab, experience 40. Defeated a level 5 horse mantis, experience 50. Upon encountering a level 5 monster, it was still a mere flick of lightning that could annihilate it in an instant. Thanks to Xia Qi's S-rank thunder control talent, the battle unfolded with remarkable ease, as the thunder struck precisely where Xia Qi directed it. At this pace, he would likely level up again within 1 or 2 hours. In contrast, for other students, reaching level 3 on the first day would be quite commendable, and progression would only slow from there. After all, for most, attaining level 8 or 9 within a week would be considered exceptional. Level 10 would fulfill the basic requirements for university admission. Unless one aspired to attend prestigious institutions, a minimum of level 12 would be required within a month. For top-tier universities, such as those classified under 211, a benchmark of level 15 or higher would be necessary. At the entrance of the dungeon, the principal and several senior class teachers were engaged in casual conversation, pondering how many levels this year's students might achieve on their first day. Level 3 was typical. Level 4 denoted an exemplary student, and level 5 represented the pinnacle of the school's prowess. Considering this, it seemed that only Xia Qi from class 4 would reach level 5 on the first day, as the previous record for S-rank talents was also level 5. The efficiency of an S-rank talent in solo play naturally justified a higher level compared to other students, except for Yun Qingyue and Su Yuanqing, who hailed from privileged backgrounds. The rest remained in the novice dungeon. Hey, class 4's homeroom teacher, I've heard that Xia Qi and Su Yuanqing made a bet. Who do you think will emerge victorious? One teacher inquired. Children's playful banter. Let's not take it too seriously, another replied. Principal Wang Changyuan listened to the teacher's idle chatter, contemplating the matter. Su Yuanqing came from a notable family, and if he were to enlist a professional team to assist him in leveling up, Xia Qi might not necessarily prevail. Once an awakener reached level 5, the speed of progression would significantly diminish. Moreover, Xia Qi was currently in the relatively safe novice dungeon, making his leveling efficiency inferior to that in the wild. In the outskirts of Jiangxing, 3 men clad in professional attire were fiercely battling wild monsters. While Su Yuanqing kept his distance, watching them with an air of boredom, a flash of white light signaled Su Yuanqing's level up. After all this time, only level 3? Are you guys even competent? If not, I'll have my father replace you with a new batch of professionals to help me level up. Upon leaving the school, Su Yuanqing promptly arranged for personnel to assist him in leveling up. Although the Su family did not possess formidable awakeners, their financial strength was only marginally less than that of Yun Qingyue's family. After 2 hours of cooperative play, Su Yuanqing reached level 3 but remained dissatisfied. He aspired to achieve level 10 in a single day, eager to humiliate Xia Qi. He wished to demonstrate to the school that S-rank talents were mere jesters. Young Master Su, why not join us in battling monsters? Your A-rank talent could enhance our efficiency, suggested a middle-aged man clad in silvery light armor, wearing a cheerful expression. He was the team leader, having reached level 30 before the age of 30. Although he possessed a B-rank talent, his dedication had earned the team a reputation rivaling that of some A-rank professional groups. Such accomplishments marked the pinnacle for B-rank talents, allowing him a voice among A-rank circles. Are you a horse mantis? I'm paying you for professional help, and you expect me to join you in combat? Su Yuanqing scoffed, dripping with disdain. If it weren't for your low fees, I would have had my father arrange for an A-rank team to assist me. The only female support in the group trembled with anger at Su Yuanqing's insult, ready to teach this oblivious rich heir a lesson. Stay calm. The team leader restrained her. Bowing apologetically to Su Yuanqing. Young master, please take a break. We will exert ourselves further. That's more like it, Su Yuanqing replied, propping his legs up on a relatively flat stone while engrossed in his phone. By the way, isn't your talent supposed to conjure supportive items? How about a juice for me? Just remember, I don't drink passion fruit. He called out to the support girl, whose ability, B rank, I have a cup of energy water, allowed her to create restorative beverages to swiftly replenish the team's energy. It was precisely because of her presence that their B-rank talent team could rival some A-rank teams. Unfortunately, my talent has daily usage limits and must be reserved for the team, she replied. I don't care. I'm thirsty. If you don't want money, you don't have to create anything, Su Yuanqing retorted, accustomed to his arrogant demeanor, as if his financial contribution obliged them to meet his demands. The support girl stomped her foot in frustration, casting a pleading glance at her team leader. After defeating a level 5 rampaging wolf, the team leader sighed in resignation. Just give it to him. He then resumed his vigorous combat against lower-level monsters, internally wrestling with his thoughts. If not for the need to provide for his family, he would never have accepted this 500,000 yuan leveling task. Chapter 7. Sweeping through, rapid leveling. Within the novice dungeon, Xia Qi's speed escalated. And with the passage of time, his mastery over his talent grew increasingly proficient. Initially, the power of thunder enveloped his entire being, and merely running consumed considerable energy. Gradually, Xia Qi discovered that he could utilize the thunder energy locally. For instance, Channeling it into his legs enhanced his speed while significantly reducing energy expenditure. When applied to his hands, the energy could amplify the power of his weapons through conduction. Mastering thunder, in essence, was an ability to manipulate energy, adjustable according to the user's needs. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that other element-based S-rank talents possessed similar capabilities. By concentrating the power of thunder solely on his legs, Xia Qi dashed forward, leaving a trail of sparks and lightning. Any monsters encountered along the way were obliterated by his ferocious lightning strikes. As the 4th hour approached, Xia Qi experienced his 3rd level up. Name, Xia Qi. Profession, none. Level, 400. Strength, 40. Agility, 40. Intelligence, 40. Constitution, 40. Equipment, none. Talent, innate dual pupils, LV1 unique. S-rank thunder control, A rank rapid learning, A rank bullet speed. A rank sword heart clarity, A rank magic bone technique, A rank blink, A rank mechanical modification, B rank wind blade, B rank good fortune. B rank weakening. Active skills, frenzied thunder, level 2. Thunder movement through the heavens, level 2. Passive skills, none. Thunder movement through the heavens. Thunder descends in all directions, annihilating all within a radius of 100 meters. After leveling up, his skill levels increased by 1. However, the S-rank talent skills remained unchanged, while other talents showed no immediate alteration. In just 4 hours, he had surged through 3 levels. Xia Qi's attributes grew increasingly formidable, and whether due to his innate talent or other factors, each upgrade consistently added 10 points to all attributes, leaving him without any discernible weaknesses. Regarding this matter, he could only inquire with others once he exited the dungeon. Having thoroughly swept through the entire forest region, Xia Qi officially entered the latter half of the dungeon. The initial phase was designed to familiarize the awakened with combat, while the latter half introduced a plethora of level 5 and level 6 monsters. The increasing number of creatures may spell disaster for other students, but for Xia Qi, it was an opportunity to seize. In the face of overwhelming power, whether they were level 5 or level 6, it was but a mere thunderous strike. Defeated level 5 horse monster, experience 50. Defeated level 6 frog, experience 60. For Xia Qi, the efficiency of vanquishing a level 1 monster was equivalent to that of a level 6 monster. Thus, the higher the level, the more densely populated the monsters, resulting in heightened efficiency in extermination. A single strike of thunderous fury could obliterate dozens of monsters within 100 meters in an instant. After ascending to level 4, the energy within Xia Qi could sustain 3 casts of thunderous fury. However, each casting necessitated a brief cooling period, akin to unleashing a special move. Observing the steadily rising experience points on his panel, Xia Qi calculated that, at the current rate, he was leveling up even faster than before. If he maintained this efficiency, he would reach the next level in under an hour. Spending 12 hours in the novice dungeon, achieving level 8 should pose no problem. The novice dungeon allowed only a 12-hour stay, after which it would be inaccessible, compelling the students to elevate their levels as much as possible within that time frame. However, due to innate limitations, most players could only reach level 3 on their first attempt, with level 4 being rare and level 5 standing as the highest recorded achievement. As the experience required began to escalate significantly from level 5 onwards, Xia Qi predicted that, given his current pace, reaching level 8 within 12 hours was indeed achievable. With just over 4 hours elapsed and more than 7 hours remaining, once he reached level 8, he would proceed to solo in the wilderness of Jiangqing. Confident he could attain level 10 by the next day, Xia Qi had meticulously planned his leveling route in his mind. At this rate, there was no way Su Yuansheng could surpass him. Defeated level 7 Azure Stone Statue, experience 70. As Xia Qi ventured deeper, level 7 monsters began to appear. And this time he did not annihilate them instantly. Creatures adorned with runes, like the Azure Stone Statue, seemed to possess a degree of resistance against thunderous damage. It took him 2 casts of thunderous fury to finally vanquish the Azure Stone Statue. Evidently, thunder magic was not infallible. While he excelled in controlling lightning, a singular attribute bore its weaknesses. Should he encounter formidable foes that counter his thunderous affinity, Xia Qi's innate talent might not unleash its full potential. Nevertheless, this was not a significant concern, as he could replicate talents of other elemental affinities given the opportunity. His greatest trump card was his dual eye capability. Thus he remained unconcerned about elemental weaknesses. Although he had expended an additional thunderous fury on the Azure Stone Statue, the overall efficiency had not diminished significantly. After approximately half an hour, as he approached 5 hours since entering the novice dungeon, Xia Qi glanced at his attribute panel. Level 4, 9,900. Another level up was imminent. He swiftly sought out a few level 7 monsters, and after dispatching them, a flash of light signaled his ascension once more. Compared to the previous level, this upgrade was markedly swifter, taking less than 40 minutes. The heightened density of monsters and the continuous enhancement of his attributes and skills ensured that his pace remained unchanged. This was the reason for his accelerated leveling. Analyzing the current situation, Xia Qi recognized that he had now reached the latter half of the novice dungeon. with level 6 and level 7 monsters prevalent all around. Further inlay the territory of level 8 monsters. There were no level 9 monsters in the novice dungeon, as this realm was specifically tailored for the awakened to acclimatize to real combat, starkly different from the wilderness. Within the novice dungeon, nearly all monsters were only half as powerful as their wild counterparts, or even weaker, comprising feeble and less aggressive creatures designed to safeguard the awakened's safety. Only the level 8 monsters bore strength comparable to those in the wild. Reaching their domain signified one was nearing the threshold of departing the novice dungeon. Thus, this phase served as a transitional stage, allowing novices to experience the terror of wild monsters in advance. Upon reaching level 5, his 4 primary attributes increased by 10 points, bringing his total attributes to 60. Xia Qi's prowess was further augmented. Defeated level 6 frog, experience 60. Defeated level 7 azure stone statue, experience 70. Without the need for rest, his energy replenished post-upgrade, and Xia Qi continued to hunt monsters, raining down thunder upon them, swiftly annihilating his foes. It seemed that his leveling speed had slowed. Now at level 5, Xia Qi could defeat a level 7 azure stone statue with a single cast of thunderous fury. However, as he continued his onslaught, he noticed a discrepancy. The pace of his leveling had significantly decreased. Originally, at level 4, defeating a level 7 azure stone statue granted him 0.2 experience points, meaning he needed to vanquish 500 to level up. Now, however, each defeat only yielded 0.1 experience points, necessitating the defeat of 1,000 azure stone statues, an increase of 100%, at a rate of 3 seconds per monster. He would require at least an hour. An hour was manageable. The concern lay in whether there were 1,000 azure stone statues in this vicinity. Surveying the surrounding monsters, Xia Qi noted their numbers, though he could not ascertain their exact quantity. Thus, he resolved not to overlook monsters of other levels. After a brief contemplation, he made his decision. With his current speed, casting thunder to vanquish foes consumed little stamina, so he would proceed with the slaughter. Who could say how many wild monsters had been programmed into the dungeon for the safety of the students? Adopting a principle of better safe than sorry, Xia Qi resolved to eliminate any monster he encountered, regardless of its level. With speed and self-targeting abilities, was victory not assured? For Xia Qi, the time spent searching for monsters far exceeded that spent in combat. However, as he reached level 5, his running speed had further improved, significantly reducing the time spent exploring the map, alleviating any concerns regarding time constraints. Progressing steadily, whenever he encountered areas with a high concentration of monsters, Xia Qi would pause to unleash thunderous fury, executing indiscriminate strikes within a 100-meter radius. Essentially, once his skill was activated, the area became barren of life. And even the underbrush that had previously appeared unremarkable was now thoroughly investigated by Xia Qi. Remarkably, he indeed discovered numerous overlooked creatures amidst the foliage. Whether they were birds or horse monsters, he swiftly dispatched them all. After more than an hour of relentless hunting and slaughter, Xia Qi's efforts culminated in the anticipated glow of leveling up, propelling him from level 5 to level 6. 6 hours had elapsed since entering the dungeon, and he still had half the time remaining. He likely stood alone in achieving level 6. Now, slightly over 6 hours since the novice dungeon's commencement. Most others were probably still laboring between levels 2 and 3. Even if Yun Qingyue, sharing the same S-rank talent, attempted to level up, she could not possibly match Xia Qi's speed. The Thunder Control talent excelled in speed and dealt substantial damage, resulting in efficiency far surpassing that of typical S-rank talents. Xia Qi was confident that his leveling speed eclipsed that of anyone else. In the wilderness of Jiangqing, in the fringe areas, any awakened passerby would witness a trail littered with the corpses of low-level monsters. Advancing 200 meters forward, 3 practitioners, each around level 30, were exhausted yet valiantly battling the monsters. 50 meters behind them, Su Yuancheng, while sipping on a refreshing drink, paused to mutter, "Hurry up, faster. 6 hours have passed, and I still haven't reached level 5. At this rate, I won't hit level 10 until the day after tomorrow." The only support girl in the team was infuriated. She drew her dagger and relentlessly attacked the low-level monsters, ranging from levels 5 to 7. Due to the disparity in levels, she was compelled to engage in combat to aid her teammates. Otherwise, their efficiency would plummet. However, even with the support girl joining the fray, after 6 consecutive hours of intense fighting, the teammates were beginning to feel overwhelmed. Slaying these low-level wild monsters yielded no rewards, and their stamina was steadily being depleted. They would not fear this if it were merely that. Taking a 10-minute break every 2 hours, combined with the replenishment of energy water from the support girl, they could easily grind for 3 days and nights. Yet, the issue arose when the captain suggested a break, only to be coldly rebuffed. According to the contract, if they delayed my level-up progress, Yuan-Ti earn a single cent of that 500,000. Those were Su Yuanqing's exact words. Even the usually good-natured captain could not tolerate this and confronted Su Yuanqing. Yet, Su Yuanqing was not one to be trifled with. He incessantly referenced his family background. For the Su family wielded considerable influence in this small city, Jiangqing. After much contemplation, the captain chose to endure, transforming into a relentless harvesting machine, burying himself in hard work. Even the support girl was dragged into the fray, hoping to swiftly elevate Su Yuanqing to level 10 and rid themselves of this pest. Hey, another drink. Remember to add ice, Su Yuanqing called out, shaking his empty cup and casually tossing it to the ground. It's gone. I have no energy left. The support girl plunged her dagger fiercely into a wild dog's neck, envisioning the creature as Su Yuanqing. No, I just saw you sneakily giving your captain energy water. How can you say you don't have any? Su Yuanqing leered at the support girl, making her skin crawl. Captain, what should we do? If I run out of this little energy I have left, you all certainly won't last. Feeling uneasy under Su Yuanqing's scrutinizing gaze, the support girl could only seek help from the captain. But did the captain have a solution? Absolutely not. His once silver armor had lost its luster, stained by the blood of the monsters, as he mechanically repeated the motions of slaying creatures. Just give it to him. Once we finish this job, we can leave Jiangxing and head to another city for tasks. The captain's voice was choked with emotion. It was too late for regrets now. If they did not fulfill the contractual obligations, the Practitioner Guild would surely not treat them kindly. After more than a decade of completing numerous tasks, this was the first time he encountered such a deceitful employer. Even the production team, Manhwaedit, conduct business this way. With these thoughts, the captain gritted his teeth, accepting his fate. In the novice dungeon, another hour passed, and after annihilating all the monsters in the level 6 to 7 zone, Xia Qi's level surged to 80% of level 6. In just a few more minutes, she would ascend to level 7. However, all monsters below level 8 had been eradicated, leaving none behind. Reluctantly, Xia Qi had no choice but to delve deeper into the territory of level 8 wild monsters. Upon entering the level 8 monster region, the landscape transformed once more. Initially, it was forested, then plains, and now she found herself in a desert area. Gazing out, she saw swirling sands, desolation all around. No way are there no monsters? Xia Qi squinted, sensing something amiss. Logically, if the zones for levels 6 and 7 were so densely populated, how could there be no monsters here? Could it be? They were hiding. As she searched and pondered, a thick bolt of crimson lightning shot toward her at an astonishing speed. Fortunately, Xia Qi was quick to react. Channeling the power of thunder, she burst into motion, leaping back just in time to evade the attack. It was then that she caught sight of the level 8 wild monster. It was a creature with a lizard's head and a human body, wielding 2 machetes, flanked by 2 smaller lizard monsters. Chapter 9, Runes of Speech, Breath of Thunder. This was the level 8 wild monster, accompanied by 2 minions. Xia Qi cast a basic skill to gain insight, a technique all awakeners possessed. Lizard Elder. Level 8. Typically conceals itself in the sand. Will enter attack mode if its territory is invaded. No wonder she hadn't spotted any monsters upon entering the desert. The Lizard Elder excelled at hiding and only launched attacks on those who trespassed into its domain. Truly, this was a novice dungeon. Xia Qi smiled, recognizing that the dungeon's designers had significantly weakened the monster's attributes to ensure the safety of the students. Although the level 8 monsters were as powerful as those in the wild, they were not the vicious killers one would expect. As long as the newly awakened students exercised caution, their safety could be assured. Even if they encountered the level 8 Lizard Elder, they could flee its territory to preserve their lives. Grr. Seeing the intruder lingering in its territory, the Lizard Elder brandished its twin blades and commanded its minions to charge at Xia Qi. Thunder come. With a mere thought, lightning struck down from the heavens, violently striking the Lizard Warrior. Despite the sandy terrain allowing the Lizard Warrior to move swiftly, it could not outrun the thunder. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the Lizard Warrior was reduced to cinders, utterly dead. The other Lizard Warrior hesitated for a moment, its amber eyes reflecting a flicker of fear, utterly astonished that this seemingly delicate foe could summon such formidable magic. Grr, grr. The Lizard Warrior chattered in its native tongue, glancing at the Lizard Elder, who affirmed the need to attack. Reluctantly, the Lizard Warrior led the charge, fearlessly rushing towards Xia Qi, while the Lizard Elder sprinted alongside, brandishing its blades. Although Xia Qi did not comprehend the lizard creature's language, she grasped the general intent. It was essentially asking whether they should engage. The Elder answered affirmatively, insisting on eliminating the intruder. Another thunderclap descended, and before the Lizard Warrior could close the distance, it met the same fate as its companion, its tongue lolling out as it lay twitching on the ground. Xia Qi shook her head, devoid of sympathy, knowing it was walking to its doom, yet still charging forth. She could only send it to meet its end. In that brief moment, the Lizard Elder had maneuvered around and swung its massive blade towards Xia Qi. Magic Bone Technique. Crack. The sharp blade did not strike its intended target, but rather collided with the skeletal armor that materialized around Xia Qi, embedding itself a good inch deep into the armor, illustrating the force and significant damage of the blow. Xia Qi staggered back 2 steps, not due to a lack of desire to evade, but from being caught off guard. She could only instinctively conjure a skeletal armor to absorb the impact. The A-level talent, Magic Bone Technique, allowed her to morph bones into any desired shape with but a thought. Of course, Xia Qi was not using her own bones, but rather those of the fallen lizard warrior beneath her. The defense was quite satisfactory. Now it was her turn to strike back. Realizing the situation, Xia Qi let out a sigh of relief. Level 8 monsters were indeed distinct from others, exhibiting an extraordinary level of strength. He had been somewhat careless. Thunderstrike. Enveloping his legs with the power of thunder, Xia Qi widened the distance and summoned a bolt of furious lightning directed at the lizard elder. The lizard elder felt an overwhelming sense of dread, its body twisting and dodging in an attempt to evade the terrifying power descending from the heavens. However, the 10 directions thunder he commanded obeyed his call, moving in accordance with his will, leaving the lizard elder with no chance of escape. Boom. As the brilliant lightning struck the lizard elder, it convulsed violently, nearly losing grip of the cleaver in its hand. A wisp of green smoke drifted by, carried away by the wind, revealing the monster's form once more. It was still alive. Xia Qi's gaze sharpened slightly, a hint of astonishment flickering within. It was worth noting that his strength, now at level 6, had undergone a tremendous transformation. He could obliterate even the level 7 stone monster, the Azure Stone statue, in a single strike, yet the lizard elder had withstood the onslaught with mere flesh. Runes of the divine, bestow upon me your power. Lizard tongue. Half of its body charred by the lightning, the lizard elder suddenly cried out to the heavens, as if invoking some divine aid. Before Xia Qi could unleash another bolt of thunder, the wounds on the lizard elder visibly healed at an astonishing rate, and it radiated waves of crimson light. It possessed a skill. Was this the strength of wild monsters? Very well, let us see how many thunder strikes you can endure. With the newfound power, the lizard elder appeared significantly more formidable, yet its speed had noticeably diminished. Seizing this opportunity, Xia Qi focused his thoughts and released the thunderous power without reservation. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. A total of 4 bolts of thunder, including the previous one, finally brought the lizard elder to its demise. The dual blades fell to the ground, and the lizard elder lay there, its amber eyes fixed intently on Xia Qi, unable to comprehend why this invader wielded powers reserved for the divine. Defeated level 8 lizard elder, experience 160. Defeated level 6 lizard warrior, experience 60. Defeated level 6 lizard warrior, experience 60. Glimpsing at the notifications, Xia Qi noted that the experience gained from the level 8 lizard elder was substantially greater than that of the level 7 Azure Stone statue, indicating the true value of experience in the wild. In total, this skirmish yielded 280 experience points, having utilized 6 bolts of furious thunder to vanquish the monsters. On average, each bolt provided merely over 40 points of experience. From a cost-performance perspective, defeating level 6 and 7 monsters was certainly more rewarding. However, the prerequisite was to encounter such monsters for Xia Qi to achieve that. Casting his gaze over the boundless desert, he spotted a distant oasis. Level 8 monsters should not be scarce. Surely, he wouldn't be unable to reach level 7, would he? With this question lingering in his mind, Xia Qi set forth once more, aiming for the oasis in the distance. In the desert, if there was a gathering place for monsters, the oasis would undoubtedly be the prime location. With a flash of lightning, Xia Qi regulated his breathing, sprinting at an even pace. Gradually, he discovered that by adjusting his breath, he could more intricately control the elemental energy of thunder within him, allowing it to flow in a cyclical manner throughout his body. This resulted in a state of low consumption and high endurance, which he aptly named Thunder Breath. Surrounded by crackling arcs of lightning, Xia Qi exhaled a plume of white mist, suddenly realizing how swiftly he was grasping and familiarizing himself with his innate abilities. Could it be? Rapid learning. An overlooked A-grade talent. Effect. Your learning ability is significantly enhanced. You will achieve twice the result with half the effort in learning anything. Learning, even in battle, was indeed a form of learning. Xia Qi experienced an epiphany, astonished by the unforeseen utility of rapid learning. Truly, every A-grade talent was not to be underestimated. Chapter 10, Desert Oasis, Clear the Monsters. With the enhancement of Thunder Breath, Xia Qi's speed became ghostly, swift as the wind, sparking like electricity. In less than 10 minutes, the oasis that had seemed distant was now within arm's reach. Along the way, he casually dispatched several lizard elders, progressing to level 6, 1000 experience. Dismissing Thunder Breath, he approached the oasis at a normal pace, continuing his monster-slaying spree until he reached the edge of the oasis. In the desert, the oasis was known as the Fountain of Life, and in reality, it was undoubtedly a monster's habitat. As expected, when Xia Qi raised his gaze, he was met with a throng of lizard men, the majority of whom were level 8 lizard elders. In this scene of powerful territorial beasts, a surprising tableau of coexistence unfolded before the oasis. Just by glancing around, Xia Qi estimated there were hundreds of monsters congregating. At last, he felt his efforts were not in vain. This place was a veritable training ground tailored for him. It seemed that even the designers of this dungeon had not anticipated that this deliberately constructed environment, intended to teach students the importance of survival, would inadvertently enable Xia Qi to flourish. Thunder roars through the heavens. With a determined stride, he charged into the throng of monsters, clad in his demonic bone armor. His eyes ablaze with lightning as he unleashed his ultimate skill. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, the air crackling with palpable tension. The lizard men, blissfully unaware and living in harmony, realized Xia Qi's presence too late. In the arid desert, due to the dry air, ionic conduction was accelerated, rendering the power of thunder a devastating weapon. Without needing to condense the energy, all surrounding lightning surged into Xia Qi's body at an astonishing speed. In that instant, he felt the extraordinary sensation of mastering the elemental energies of the universe. An endless torrent of lightning elemental power coalesced with terrifying velocity, colliding and amplifying. Zazup! High-frequency arcs of electricity began to vibrate around Xia Qi, erupting in a cacophony of crackles. The next moment, as the energy peaked, it expanded outward, enveloping a radius of 100 meters. Boom! The deafening sound transformed the vicinity into a veritable hell of thunder, descending upon the earth. In the blink of an eye, the lizard elders were met with calamity. They scarcely had time to invoke their runes or to unite against the intruder. Even the cleavers in their hands slipped from their grasp, obliterated amidst the torrential lightning, leaving behind nothing but charred corpses. What a thrill! Witnessing his experience surged dramatically. With countless notifications appearing, Xia Qi reveled in his first full exertion of thunder roars through the heavens. The sensation was intoxicating and addictive. Surveying the devastation around him, the ground littered with lifeless bodies, he noted that even the schools of fish in the oasis had been flipped upside down, floating belly up on the surface. In this single strike, hundreds of lizardmen perished, leaving the land in ruin. As for the survivors in other parts of the oasis, those lizardmen who had been chattering about their daily endeavors were now utterly petrified, gazing in disbelief at the scene unfolding where Xia Qi stood. If you remain motionless, then I shall take the initiative. With the rhythm of thunder breath coursing through him, Xia Qi charged towards another cluster of lizardmen. Outside the instance, the sun hung low in the sky, casting a blood-red hue across the horizon. Having entered the instance at 9 in the morning, it was now 5 in the afternoon. Marking 8 long hours, Wang Changyuan and several homeroom teachers sat patiently on their small stools, none daring to leave. When thirst struck, they sipped tea. When hunger beckoned, they summoned meals from the cafeteria. Such was the ritual on every awakening day, a day steeped in singular significance. The novice instance had been meticulously designed to ensure the safety of the students, yet perfection is an elusive ideal, and no one could guarantee that calamity would not befall them. Injuries were an inevitable part of battle. The monsters were devoid of empathy, offering no solace or healing in times of distress. Over the decades, fatalities had not been unheard of. The school administration, naturally, could not afford to be complacent. The teachers and principal must oversee the proceedings personally. Wang Changyuan reflected, after serving as principal for over a decade, his greatest dread was witnessing the loss of a student. However, there was no cause for alarm. The current generation of children was astute. Even those of lesser talent understood the importance of teamwork to level up, minimizing the risk of mishaps. With several hours remaining until the instance concluded, the homeroom teachers urged, "Principal, why not take a rest? We are here to oversee things." "Indeed. Principal, your wife awaits your return for dinner. You should head back," they insisted. Wang Changyuan waved his hand dismissively, rejecting their counsel. His gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the instance. He had another reason for his presence here. Xia Qi. This S-class talent hailing from humble beginnings. One wondered how many levels he could attain today. Level 5 was likely within reach, and if he could ascend to level 6. Wang Changyuan hoped to lend a hand in Xia Qi's wager with Su Yuanqing. The goodwill of an S-class talent could hold considerable weight for the school in the future. Suddenly, someone emerged from the instance. Wang Changyuan glanced at the time. Only 8 hours had passed, mere minutes beyond. It was improbable that anyone would exit so soon. Could there have been an unforeseen incident? The novice instance had functioned without fail for over a decade. Could it truly be malfunctioning? The homeroom teachers hurried to identify the individual and ascertain the situation. They caught sight of a figure through the instance's portal. The novice instance boasted 2 exits, one at its deepest point, where one could find the teleportation portal after traversing the desert, and the other, the entrance, which allowed for entry and exit. Teams lacking strength could retreat through the original entrance if they deemed their chances of leveling up bleak, thus avoiding potential disasters. Xia Qi emerged calmly from the teleportation portal. As the light dissipated, he found himself surrounded by the homeroom teachers. "Xia Qi from class 4, why are you out? What happened? It's only been 8 hours. You couldn't have faltered, could you?" They questioned incredulously. Surely, an S-class talent wouldn't struggle to navigate the novice instance unless faced with level 8 monsters. "Explain yourself." Xia Qi paused momentarily before responding. "Well, the monsters have all been defeated. What else was I to do? Defeated them all?" The teachers echoed in disbelief. At that moment, one teacher's eyes widened in terror. "Everyone, look at Xia Qi's level." All gazes turned toward him. "Xia Qi, level 7. Chapter 11. Let me see what's going on." Wang Changyuan pushed through the crowd, demanding to know the details. He was struck dumb, disbelief etched across his features. Xia Qi, how did you attain level 7? His voice was laced with astonishment. The highest record since the school's inception had been level 5, and here was Xia Qi, having reached level 7 in just over 8 hours. In 2/3 of the allotted time, he had completed the instance? Is it so strange? It seems the number of monsters in the novice instance is fixed. Otherwise, I feel I could have reached level 8, Xia Qi replied nonchalantly, causing gasps of astonishment among the gathered teachers. Incredible, Xia Qi, you truly defeated all the monsters and emerged victorious. One female teacher cradled her chin, still struggling to grasp the reality before her. Xia Qi, feeling a bead of cold sweat trickle down, said, if you don't believe me, you can check for yourselves. I have no further business here. The novice instance allowed for record verification, and Xia Qi had no desire to elaborate further. His words prompted the teachers to huddle before the instance, examining the records from Xia Qi's novice instance. Novice instance record, 12, 515, total monsters, 10, 580, remaining, 0. Over 10,000 monsters had been slain within 8 hours, a feat impossible to fabricate. This included monsters ranging from level 1 to level 8, with the latter category numbering as many as 2,000. The intent was to provide students with a taste of outdoor combat, while simultaneously warning them to act within their limits. The real wilderness could be far more unforgiving than the novice instance. The aim was to teach students to cherish life, collaborate effectively, and ensure their survival for a brighter future. Yet, no one had anticipated that the monsters within the novice instance could be vanquished entirely. Each entry into the novice instance reset the monsters. Never had anyone cleared the entire instance in under 12 hours, not even an S-class talent. After all, this was a novice instance, designed for beginners lacking skills, experience, and careers. The adjustment and acclimatization alone took considerable time, let alone clearing the entire instance. Yet, Xia Qi had achieved this, and in a mere 2/3 of the time. As Wang Changyuan absorbed the instance records, he fell into contemplative silence. Xia Qi's displayed prowess had far surpassed his expectations. The power of an S-class talent with a lightning affinity was indeed formidable. Indeed, lightning talents had been scarce in recent years. Previous strong contenders, even with A-class talents, had achieved considerable success. In comparison, Yin Xingwe's talent was not lacking. The disparity among S-class talents was not vast. While lightning talents had advantages in the early stages, the later phases remained uncertain. He pondered whether Xia Qi would maintain such dominance as his level increased. Upon hearing the homeroom teachers express their awe, Wang Changyuan snapped back to reality. Gazing at Xia Qi's retreating figure with a complex expression, the moment had come to make a decision. He resolved to assist Xia Qi in his wager with Su Yuanqing. What he once thought would be a timely aid had now transformed into a splendid opportunity. Swiftly, he followed Xia Qi's silhouette, calling out, Xia Qi, wait. Upon hearing the principal's voice, Xia Qi halted, turning to face Wang Changyuan. His eyes were clear, and his demeanor was composed. As their gazes met, Wang Changyuan could not help but marvel at Xia Qi's potential, a true dragon waiting to soar. Should Xia Qi accept this investment, it would undoubtedly elevate him to great heights, and even if he chose not to return to his alma mater, the school would reap immeasurable benefits from his name. Principal Wang? Noticing the principal approaching in silence, Xia Qi raised his hand, calling out. Once again returning from his moment of distraction, Wang Changyuan's face flushed crimson. He could not fathom why, but after locking eyes with Xia Qi, his thoughts inexplicably drifted far away. About your wager with Su Yuanqing, I heard from the head teacher of class 4. Are you confident? The principal inquired, his tone inviting a reflection. Xia Qi did not respond directly. Instead, he smiled and posed a question in return. Wang Changyuan surmised his intentions. Having just bestowed 5 million upon him that morning, and now with Xia Qi breaking the record for the novice dungeon, it seemed likely he was there to raise the stakes. I believe you are quite exceptional. In the 100 years of our school's history, during my tenure as principal spanning over a decade, I have never encountered a student as remarkable as you. Wang Changyuan clenched his fists and spoke candidly, neither adopting an air of superiority nor exaggerating the truth. Principal Wang, you certainly have an eye for talent. I am certain to win this wager. With unwavering confidence. Xia Qi was unperturbed by the prospect of being labeled arrogant, for he possessed the conviction to back it. Very well. Take this as a token of goodwill from your alma mater. Wang Changyuan gritted his teeth and produced a finely crafted wooden box from his pocket. Presenting it to Xia Qi. Open it and see. Upon receiving it, Xia Qi unveiled the contents, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. A talent-enhancing elixir. As the name suggests, it is specifically designed to augment the innate talents of awakeners, elevating their aptitude levels. This vial of elixir is valued at 1 million, yet remains elusive in the market. It is virtually unavailable, save for the black market where the price is another matter entirely. Indeed, this talent elixir represents 3 years' worth of allocation from the school, all contained herein. The box held 6 meticulously arranged vials of the elixir, implying that the allocation for 3 years amounted to merely 2 vials per year. Such a precious commodity, 6 vials at once, equated to a value exceeding 10 million. Wang Changyuan had indeed made a substantial wager. Xia Qi couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing the depth of this indebtedness. Very well, I shall accept it. Thank you. Principal Wang. Xia Qi closed the wooden box and tucked it away, for at present, he was in need of the awakening elixir. I shall refrain from further discourse. I see you are weary. It would be prudent to return and rest. By the way, if you venture into the wild tomorrow, I recommend the Twisted Jungle. With Xia Qi having accepted the investment, Wang Changyuan felt a surge of elation, having already given a significant gift. He felt at liberty to share a small piece of intelligence. Thank you. Xia Qi nodded, unleashing his breath of thunder and departing without further delay. As night fell, the clock struck 9. The 12-hour duration of the novice dungeon finally concluded, and all students who had entered were teleported out. After enduring a prolonged battle, the majority bore expressions of exhaustion, though many others radiated excitement. Combat is the only true measure of achievement. 3 years of theoretical knowledge had culminated in accomplishments and pride today. Quick, let us check the level rankings. I must have made the list. Much like the anxious anticipation of exam results, nearly all the students gathered around the information wall immediately after exiting the dungeon, eager to see the top 30 levels displayed, yearning for recognition. However, when their collective gaze fell upon the leaderboard, shock rendered them speechless, leaving them reeling. First place, Xia Qi, level 7. Chapter 12, when endurance reaches its limit. How can this be? Xia Qi has reached level 7? Is this the terrifying prowess of an S-rank talent? They questioned in disbelief. No, that can't be right. An S-rank talent shouldn't level up so swiftly, especially not in the novice dungeon. Yet the record before them was irrefutable. It could not be fabricated. The students, just moments ago filled with exhilaration from battle, now saw their spirits dampened by the leaderboard. They looked at their own levels of 3 and 4, then back at Xia Qi's level 7, and an overwhelming sense of inadequacy washed over them. Their astonishment was not less than that of their teachers, perhaps even more profound, having just emerged from a bloody and fierce novice dungeon in the wilderness of Jiangqing. In the peripheral area, after 12 hours of relentless combat, Su Yuanqing's brilliance flashed as he attained level 5. Finally, at level 5. Not too shabby, he exclaimed. With this progress, even if Xia Qi could keep pace, he would soon be left behind. Su Yuanqing was aware that the highest record for the novice dungeon was level 5, so his advancement was not lagging behind that of an S-rank talent. However, it would soon become difficult for Xia Qi to catch up, as he had professional players leading the charge, training round the clock. There was no way Xia Qi could match that pace. Behind Su Yuanqing, the butler gestured, and several maidens approached with exquisite food and fine wines. Young master, please eat something. You have stood for so long, it is exhausting just to watch. Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit hungry, Su Yuanqing replied, patting his stomach, which had just been filled 2 hours prior. Over the 12 hours, he had consumed 6 meals, after awakening his talent, while other aspects had not changed. His appetite had certainly increased. The family had dispatched a 5-star chef, using the finest cuts from nearby monsters, and the wine was a cherished vintage aged for decades. The lifestyle of the affluent is unimaginable to the average person. On the other side, the leveling team seized a rare moment of respite. Disregarding the corpses of monsters strewn about, settling down on the ground to rest, chewing on their dry rations, the support girl glared enviously at the lavishly indulgent Su Yuanqing. Captain, if he hadn't consumed all the energy water, I could have produced some for everyone to replenish our strength. Honestly, I am at my wit's end, remarked another weary professional in the group. I know, the middle-aged captain replied, crumbs clinging to his lips as he struggled to swallow his rations, patting his comrades who had shared in the toil. Once we secure our 500,000, each of you will receive 200,000, and I will take 10. Upon hearing this, the 2 teammates froze. No way, Captain, you have put in the most effort. Nearly half of the monsters were taken down by you. How can you take less? I cannot agree. The support girl angrily tossed her rations to the ground, adamant in her refusal. I also disagree. Let us split it evenly. Another professional chimed in. Very well, let us endure these 3 days, complete the mission, and I will treat you all to a feast. The captain, familiar with his team, ceased to insist and instead encouraged them with a smile. All right, it's a deal. I'm going to feast on you later. The support girl's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. The 3 exchanged smiles, a testament to their years of camaraderie. Hey, why are you all smiling so happily? Get back to work. I've only just reached level 5. Su Yuanqing's voice intrusively interrupted, inciting ire among the trio. It's only been 5 minutes. We agreed on a 10-minute break. The support girl fumed, clenching her fists in frustration, contemplating striking Su Yuanqing if not for his family status. That was earlier. I've changed my mind now. Su Yuanqing set down his knife and fork, dismissively signaling for the delicacies to be removed, nonchalantly fiddling with his phone. Unconcerned with the glares from the support girl. Get back to work. The captain stood up, pulling the support girl back, signaling her to refrain from acting impulsively, gripping his sword tightly as he turned to continue the hunt for monsters. Watching these professionals, who were willing to risk their lives for a mere few 100,000, Submissively following his whims, Su Yuanqing felt an unspoken thrill and satisfaction within. Wealth grants one the liberty to act as they please. What can those without money or connections do? Just as Su Yuanqing was lost in this delightful reverie, a phone call disrupted his thoughts. Hello, Brother Su, it's me. Jia, how's it going? Have you emerged from the novice dungeon? Yes, I'm out. Brother Su, what level are you now? Level 5. How about that? Impressive, right? Haha. Su Yuanqing's laughter echoed through the line. Few in Jiangxing could reach level 5 in just 12 hours. Congratulations, Brother Su. Congratulations. Jia, momentarily taken aback, quickly resumed his flattery, though it carried an awkward undertone. Su Yuanqing failed to notice that the subordinate who usually revered him had begun to lose some of that awe. By the way, how many levels has that poor kid Xia Qi reached? He must have barely hit level 5, right? Brother Su, I must warn you not to get upset. Speak freely. There's no way he could have reached level 6. Gradually, Su Yuanqing sensed something amiss. There was a tinge of fear in Jia's tone. What was he afraid of? It's true. Xia Qi has reached level 7, breaking the novice dungeon record. Su Yuanqing, who had been confident just moments before, suddenly plummeted into despair. Level 7? How could that be? With a loud crash, his phone fell to the ground. The shock overwhelming him. What did level 7 even signify? He was currently being power leveled by a team of 30-level professionals. Their 4-member group was already the most efficient. Even with 24 hours of grinding, he might only reach 6.5, certainly not 7. Xia Qi was still in the novice dungeon, not the wild. Yet he had somehow attained level 7. It's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask other classmates at the school. Everyone knows. Jia explained over the phone. But Su Yuanqing was no longer listening. In a fit of rage, he crushed his phone underfoot, his gaze fixed on a nearby team of professionals battling monsters. No matter what, Xia Qi could not level up faster than him. Yin Qingwei belonged to him, and only he was worthy of her. You all need to expedite your efforts. I must reach level 10 by tomorrow. You have 24 hours. If you fail to complete the task, don't even think about your payment. Su Yuanqing's words reverberated in the minds of the professional team, finally triggering a reaction akin to shaking a soda bottle for an hour. The captain's composure shattered. Not to mention that they were a B-level professional team. Even an A-level elite team could not elevate a novice to level 10 within 36 hours. Very well. The middle-aged captain abandoned the monsters before him and, in an explosive moment, appeared before Su Yuanqing, his massive fist already descending. Chapter 13. This punch comes from the captain's fury. This punch was powerful and relentless. It bore no finesse, only rage. Boom. In Su Yuanqing's vision, the fist, as large as a sandbag, expanded before him, growing larger and larger. In the next instant, his right cheek was struck with tremendous force. The impact twisted half of his face, and 4 teeth were dislodged under the pressure, sending him flying several meters through the air. Satisfaction. In his over a decade-long career as a professional, the middle-aged captain had never felt such relief. The pent-up emotions of an entire day erupted at that moment. He felt not a shred of regret, but rather an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Money can buy anything, can it? He was precisely targeting useless scum like you. At that moment, the captain felt a sense of transcendence. Money could wait. But this Su Yuanqing absolutely had to be punished. Observing Su Yuanqing, who was now clutching his face and wailing on the ground, the captain stepped forward, hoisting him up with one hand, his left fist coiling with renewed power. Ah, butler, stop him quickly. You've offended the Su family. My parents surely won't let you off the hook. I'll give you 500,000, just don't hit me. Su Yuanqing panicked, utterly frantic, struggling and pleading in vain. The captain's gaze was resolute, and at his imposing height of 6 feet, he lifted Su Yuanqing as if he were a frail bird. This punch was for the grievances of the support girl. This punch was for your thoughtless words. This punch was for your wastefulness. The terrifying force unleashed by a 30-level professional was well understood by the butler. He wished to intervene, but they were all awakened in life professions, lacking combat prowess. Any attempt would be futile. Just as he contemplated calling the Su family, a silent man from the professional team brandished a dagger, pressing it against the butler's throat. I advise you to mind your own business. Throw him away. The butler swallowed hard, abandoning his intent to call for help, helplessly watching as the young master endured the beating. 3 minutes passed, and over 100 punches were exchanged. Su Yuanqing's eyes bled profusely, his face swollen and unrecognizable. This punch was intended for you. When the final punch descended, the middle-aged captain could find no justification, carelessly discarding Su Yuanqing like refuse. Although he had beaten Su Yuanqing, he had not utilized any innate powers or skills, relying solely on raw physical strength. Su Yuanqing was absolutely not dead. The physical resilience of awakened individuals was already extraordinary. Such a level of assault would only require a few days of rest to recover. Just wait. The Su family will not let you get away with this. Su Yuanqing, sporting a face as swollen as a pig's, his teeth all but gone, still managed to utter threats. The support girl rushed forward, delivering a vicious kick to Su Yuanqing's face, taunting, "Who fears you? Get lost. Let us go." The captain beckoned to his teammates. The 3 exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the actions to follow. Jiangcheng, a place they would not return to. The professional guild would be informed, and they would pay a 50,000 breach of contract fee. The Su family could do nothing to them. The three departed in haste, knowing that lingering in Jiangcheng would surely invite the Su family's vengeance. Next, they would disperse, waiting for the storm to pass before reuniting. The captain had anticipated all of this from the moment he struck. The support girl and the silent man nodded in agreement, fully trusting their captain. This was the tacit understanding forged through years of trials and tribulations. After their departure, Su Yuanqing took a full 3 minutes to recover. Leaning against a massive stone with the butler's support, spitting out a mouthful of blood, he gazed at the retreating figures of the three with eyes filled with malice and hatred. He loathed this B-level talent professional team for daring to strike him. He loathed Xia Qi even more for surpassing him in levels, leaving him in the dust. Had Xia Qi known Su Yuanqing's thoughts, he would have charged forward to deliver a solid beating, marveling at this fellow's peculiar reasoning. Meanwhile, Xia Qi sprinted home, employing the breath of thunder, drawing the attention of numerous passers-by. Upon arriving home, Xia Qi felt invigorated, showing no signs of discomfort from the 10-kilometer run. Approximately 1% of his energy had been expended. At this rate, he could indeed traverse great distances in a single day. He could run directly from Jiangxing to the imperial capital at a remarkably swift pace. The furnishings within the home are exceedingly modest, merely a few wooden chairs, a wooden table. And upon entering the bedroom, one is greeted by a bed. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the surroundings as barren. This meager abode is the sole inheritance left to Xia Qi by his parents, a house in a remote suburb, and nothing more. As he steps into his bedroom, a family portrait stands out vividly upon the desk. In the photograph, a couple in their 30s is captured alongside a young boy, the man exuding an air of elegance and handsomeness, while the woman possesses an ethereal grace. The young boy is Xia Qi himself, and the couple are his parents. This photograph was taken 3 years prior, when Xia Qi was merely in his 3rd year of junior high. Since that time, he has not laid eyes upon his parents. The couple in the picture boast striking features, leading one to believe that Xia Qi has entirely inherited their good looks. In an instant, the sight of the photograph envelopes Xia Qi in warmth and familial affection, stirring a profound sense of longing. Even in this new body he has traversed into, the memory of his parents lingers indelibly. He recalls vividly 3 years ago when his father, with a grave expression, grasped his shoulders and said, "Xia Qi, your mother and I have an important matter to attend to, and we may be gone for a considerable time. But father, mother, what am I to do if you leave? What am I to do with this longing?" The young Xia Qi was already perceptive, yet he could not bear the thought of parting. Observing his son's sorrowful countenance, his father sighed. "Remember, if we do not contact you, you must strive to gain admission to the country's premier university, Shengjing University. There, you may find the answers you seek." Subsequently, his father left him with 100,000 yuan for living expenses and departed with his mother. That hurried farewell marked 3 years of separation. During this time, Xia Qi transformed from a bright and sunny boy into an aloof and handsome young man. The solitude of his environment has subtly altered his character. Shengjing University? Perhaps in a month, he could pay a visit. With a resolute spirit, Xia Qi decided that he would, in a month's time, gain admission to the fabled Shengjing University. Suddenly, a powerful pang of hunger jolted Xia Qi from his reverie. In the days following his awakening, his physical capabilities had surged dramatically, accompanied by an intensified sense of hunger. This was but a phase of human evolution. Once he adapted to this stage, relief would follow. Searching the house thoroughly, he found it desolate, devoid of even a morsel of decent food. In desperation, Xia Qi rummaged through his belongings, producing a wooden box. Talent potions. If this substance could enhance one's abilities, might it also satiate his hunger? Contemplating this, he extracted a vial from within and consumed it in one swift motion. Chapter 14. Talent Potion, The Vanishing Words. As the potion coursed through him, Xia Qi smacked his lips. A subtle sweetness lingered, with a surprisingly smooth texture and an unexpectedly delightful flavor. Ding. Awakening points 1. Ding. Awakening points 1. Ding. Awakening points 1. Hearing the notifications, Xia Qi promptly checked his status panel. Name, Xia Qi. Talent, Innate Dual Pupils LV1, 10-100. No other talents exhibited any alterations, save for the appearance of a progress bar next to Innate Dual Pupils. 1 vial of the talent potion ultimately provided Xia Qi with 10 awakening points, indicating that he would require 10 vials to level up. As for why other talents did not display a similar progress bar, it seemed that these abilities were inherently replicated through the dual pupil capability, rendering the talent potion ineffective on replicated talents. Feeling the warm vitality within him, Xia Qi glanced at the remaining 5 vials in the box and opened each one, consuming them in turn. Minutes later, feeling invigorated and satiated, Xia Qi confirmed a significant truth. The talent potion indeed possessed the ability to fill one's stomach. Gazing at the 6 empty vials in the trash, the awakening progress of his innate dual pupils had reached 60 points, signifying that he merely needed 4 more vials to naturally upgrade his talent. He pondered whether, upon upgrading, His dual pupils could replicate S-rank talents. Sitting at his desk, Xia Qi opened his phone to browse information. Following his awakening, the school would upload the details of novice awakeners, granting access to numerous applications relevant to awakeners. Awakener Forum app. This is a commonly utilized platform that every novice awakener frequents for information. It contains a plethora of resources regarding awakeners, including dungeon strategies, newcomer guidelines, and talent utilization, all accessible for learning and reference. He clicked on the dungeon strategy section. Xia Qi first searched for information on dungeons in the vicinity of Jiangqing, primarily seeking the dungeon known as the Twisted Jungle, as mentioned by Wang Changyuan. Dear Awakeners, this article succinctly describes the newcomer dungeon Twisted Jungle located in the eastern district of Jiangqing. Gathering this information is no small feat, so if you appreciate the content, please show your support with a like. Below, a captivating image of an anime-style beauty adorned the post, reclining on a bed and offering a sweet smile to the viewers, accentuated by her black stockings and alluring attire. Xia Qi quietly liked the post, continuing to scroll down. Twisted Jungle. Strategy level, 10 to 12. High-level talents may adjust, but the minimum level must not be lower than 8. Main monsters, level 10 Twisted Trance, level 11 Shadow Trance, level 12 Poisonous Trance, level 10 Deceptive Trance, with illustrations. As the name suggests, the core monsters of the Twisted Jungle are trance. For ordinary adventurer teams, it is advisable to include awakeners with fire and lightning talents, as these attributes exhibit a formidable advantage against trance, yielding visibly effective results. In the absence of elemental attribute awakeners, it is best to carry some fire or lightning attribute items, which significantly enhance the team's leveling efficiency, such as weapons infused with fire and lightning attributes or disposable items. Once all preparations are made, the journey of enjoyable leveling can commence. The entire article provided a detailed introduction, and after Xia Qi perused it, he found himself with a clearer understanding. The Twisted Jungle posed an average difficulty with a dense concentration of monsters, making it an excellent locale for those with lightning and fire talents to train. Given that his replicated talent was precisely the lightning attribute of thunder control, this dungeon was exceptionally suited for Xia Qi to tackle solo. Wang, the principal, had been considerate, saving him considerable effort. Xia Qi promptly rewarded the author 10 yuan, swearing that it was solely due to the quality of the content. With no connection to the alluring image, the Awakener forum was replete with posts, and newcomers often felt lost upon entry, occasionally stumbling upon one or two suitable threads, only to discover that the content was misleading. Beyond the information provided by Wang Changyuan, Xia Qi sought additional useful insights, but found it to be no simple task. Deciding to close the app, he opened another application, Taobao. This was a platform for trading among awakeners, where transactions could be made through monetary exchange, bartering, or task postings to acquire desired items. Talent potions. Naturally, Xia Qi was in search of talent potions capable of awakening abilities. Currently, he was just 40 awakening points shy of his next level. If he could procure the potions, he would surely elevate his dual pupil talent to LV2 within 3 days. Unfortunately, no matter how he adjusted his search terms, the results indicated that no such items were available for sale. Indeed, items like awakening potions were scarcely circulated in the market, existing as rare commodities with value, yet lacking availability. It seemed he would need to devise alternative strategies. Bored and disenchanted, Xia Qi tossed his phone aside and lay silently on his bed, staring blankly at the barren ceiling above. In the next moment, his eyes began to ache, and tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. What on earth was happening? Alarmed, Xia Qi reached to dry his tears when suddenly he froze. You must never allow anyone to discover the secret of your eyes. A line of ominous blood-red characters appeared before him on the ceiling, lingering for a brief 2 seconds before vanishing into thin air. A mere hallucination, perhaps? Xia Qi sprang upright, only to find the ceiling restored to its normal state, as if nothing had transpired. You must never allow anyone to discover the secret of your eyes. The words escaped his lips. He had seen them clearly, and they were undoubtedly not a figment of his imagination. He had lived alone in this house for 3 years. Was it possible that someone else had entered? Climbing out of bed, Xia Qi meticulously searched every corner of his small abode 3 times over, ultimately finding nothing amiss. This house contained only the remnants of his parents and traces of his solitary existence. There was no possibility of another's presence. Moreover, even if someone had intruded and inscribed those words on the ceiling, why would they resort to such theatrics instead of directly communicating with him? After much contemplation, Xia Qi resigned himself to lying back down, eyes vacant, once again gazing at the ceiling, intent on replicating his earlier actions. He stared for a solid half hour, tears eventually streaming down his face, but only as a consequence of the prolonged strain on his eyes. How peculiar, exceedingly peculiar. Analyzing that phrase, it seemed to serve as a warning to Xia Qi, devoid of any harmful intent. Was there some enigma at play? Or was it possible that only he could utter such words? Pondering these thoughts, Xia Qi ultimately reached a chilling conclusion, sending shivers down his spine. Chapter 15, Apologies. But I do not eat beef. In Jiang City, At the Yun residence, Yun Qingwei emerged from the dungeon with an exuberant expression. After a day of fierce battles, she had just reached level 6, a feat that would undoubtedly set a record at her school. I wonder what level Xia Qi is now. He must be level 5 by now. If he knew I had reached level 6, he would surely invite me to team up with him. Even if he were too shy to extend the offer, I would take the initiative to invite him, and he would not refuse. With confidence and anticipation sparkling in her beautiful eyes, Yun Qingwei reveled in the fact that her family was the only one in Jiang City capable of establishing an upgrade dungeon at home. Where? A voice called from behind her, belonging to Yun Yanghai. Father, look, I've reached level 6. Isn't that amazing? Yun Qingwei exclaimed excitedly as she approached her father. At that moment, she radiated innocence and charm, devoid of any airs of a school beauty. Yun Yanghai, shedding his imposing mage demeanor, affectionately tousled his daughter's hair. Indeed, my daughter is the best, he declared, pride swelling within him. I knew it. Yun Qingwei clenched her tiny fist in a victorious pose, overjoyed. The butler approached. Sir, miss, please proceed to the living room for some refreshments. Madam has prepared tea and snacks for you both. Nodding, Yun Yanghai led his daughter, following the butler. Seated in the grand hall, savoring her favorite cake, Yun Qingwei suddenly recalled something. Butler, the school's upgrade rankings should have been released by now. Please tell me, who is in first place, and what level are they? The tea Yun Yanghai was drinking caught in his throat, and he shot a startled glance at the butler. Miss, I forgot to ask. What are you waiting for? Hurry and inquire. Never mind, I'll just ask my classmates directly. Oh dear miss, wait. The butler covered his face, but it was too late to stop her. A minute later, Yun Qingwei, staring blankly at her phone, lowered it with a deflated expression. Xia Qi had somehow leveled up to 7 in the novice dungeon. I should be happy, yet this means I'll feel awkward inviting him to team up. It's all my fault. I'm so useless, even leveling up slower than Xia Qi. Seeing his daughter enveloped in self-reproach, Yun Yanghai set down his teacup and offered comfort. My dear, I've heard about Xia Qi. He shares the same S-class talent awakening as you. But don't take it too much to heart. You are the daughter of Yun Yanghai, and an S-class level is certainly not your endpoint. Every profession has its unique strengths. For instance, his lightning mastery talent may allow for rapid leveling at lower tiers, yet some talents flourish later on. In the grand scheme of things, momentary victories and defeats hold little significance. In essence, his words implied that in the future, Xia Qi would undoubtedly pale in comparison to Yun Qingwei. Yun Yanghai had the confidence to make such assertions. Yet, Yun Qingwei understood this all too well. Born with a silver spoon, she possessed a lineage and resources that were unparalleled in Jiang City, making her exceptionally remarkable, even in the capital. Unlike Xia Qi, who lacked wealth and influence, merely possessing a talent was far from sufficient. But little did Yun Yanghai realize that his daughter felt not remorse over being surpassed, but rather over her inability to find an excuse to team up with him. Understood, father. I will surely surpass Xia Qi and make him take notice of me. Yun Qingwei declared, her tiny fist clenched, her gaze resolute. Yun Yanghai sensed something was amiss, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Nevertheless, witnessing his daughter rekindle her fighting spirit filled him with satisfaction. This was the determination he expected from her. The following day, Yun Qingwei arrived at school early, anticipating that Xia Qi, having recently become a school sensation, would surely be present. However, after searching through class 4, she found no trace of him. Classmate, has Xia Qi come to school today? Xia Qi, I haven't seen him. A pockmarked boy, thrilled to be spoken to by the school beauty, deflated upon hearing her inquiry about Xia Qi. After Yun Qingwei left, he gazed at his pockmarked reflection in the tiles, lamenting his looks comparable to that of a handsome youth, wondering why the school beauty failed to appreciate him. After waiting at the school gate for what felt like ages, she still could not catch sight of Xia Qi. Hey, Yun Qingwei, why are you standing at the school gate? Principal Wang Changyuan asked with a smile. Principal Wang, has Xia Qi come today? Oh, he went to the Eastern District Wilderness to tackle some dungeons. Only then did Yun Qingwei realize that Xia Qi had ventured into the wild alone to level up for a bet, all for her sake. So Xia Qi truly wasn't he lying. He must be striving to get closer to me by leveling up relentlessly. I can't fall behind. I'll join him for some sweet dual queuing later. With a satisfied smile, Yun Qingwei clenched her tiny fist and left. Watching her depart, Principal Wang Changyuan scratched his head in confusion. Was it now fashionable for girls to pursue boys? Society was changing far too rapidly. At that very moment, Xia Qi, sporting dark circles under his eyes, arrived in the eastern district of Jiang City. The towering city walls loomed before him, separating the human habitation from the monster territories. Gazing up at the massive walls, he was reminded of a comic he had read in a past life titled Attack on Titan. Beyond the city walls lay the so-called Monster Zone, a realm inaccessible to those who had not awakened their talents. Compared to the school's novice dungeon, the creatures here represented the true measure of strength. Moreover, in this area, the experience gained from monsters in dungeons and the wilderness was significantly higher, and various materials could be obtained. With a stroke of luck, some monsters could even drop equipment and special items. Everything possesses a certain value. that which one cannot utilize personally can be placed in the trading market or listed on an app for monetary gain. Numerous shops line the streets flanking the city gate, offering an array of establishments, weapon shops, item stores, armor vendors, potion stalls, and more. These enterprises are typically owned by awakeners or factions with awakening backgrounds, and under official oversight, transactions are generally secure. However, aside from these, there exists a black market. As the name suggests, it specializes in illicit goods, engaging in transactions that are not protected by official powers. Xia Qi's mission, aside from seeking to level up in the dungeons outside the city, includes another objective, the black market exchange in the Eastern District. Here, one might find potions for awakening talent. As the bus came to a gradual halt, Xia Qi disembarked, blending into the throng. Having spent the previous night sleepless, devoted to pondering the mysterious blood letters on the ceiling, his remaining time was consumed by the search for the black market. After perusing the legitimate trading market, Xia Qi, donning a mask, ventured into a deserted alley, where a dilapidated tavern stood as the sole establishment. This was the entrance to the black market. "What would you like to drink, sir?" The proprietor, squinting as he observed the youthful figure before him, inquired. Xia Qi offered a slight smile. "I'm afraid I don't partake in beef." Chapter 16, Black Market Transactions. "Please, step inside." With the correct passphrase confirmed, the owner gestured invitingly. Xia Qi, maintaining an air of composure, entered. The tavern served merely as a facade. Descending underground revealed the true black market. This information had cost Xia Qi a significant sum, as entry without a familiar guide necessitated uttering the correct passphrase. Upon reaching the lower level, the expansive chamber, roughly the size of a football field, was adorned with a Western tavern aesthetic. Although it was daytime, numerous masked professionals were already seated at tables, indulging in drink. It is difficult for an ordinary person to fathom that the so-called black market is nestled beneath the official trading market's jurisdiction. "Hey there, you seem a bit unfamiliar. Is this your first visit?" A striking woman at the trading counter, with golden hair and crimson lips, resembled a ripe peach. "Would you care for a drink? Then I shall have a cocktail, with ice, please." Xia Qi slipped 500 yuan into a seemingly bottomless chasm, leaning casually against the trading counter and giving it a discreet squeeze. The texture was pleasing. Any excess could be considered a tip. The woman blushed slightly. Casting a sultry glance at Xia Qi, "Though you present yourself as quite mature, remember to conceal that aura of a novice you exude next time." The cinematic act had not fooled a woman with countless encounters, and Xia Qi found himself seen through. Nodding, he refrained from elaborating. It seemed this black market was not as straightforward as it appeared. The woman at the counter, seemingly ordinary, possessed eyes that could discern the depths of one's heart. Once the cocktail was prepared, Xia Qi slightly adjusted his mask and took a tentative sip. Compared to his previous life, it paled in comparison. Yet it was not entirely displeasing. "So, what can I assist you with?" "We have everything here." Reclining over the counter, she fully showcased her alluring figure. Having merely glimpsed Xia Qi's lips previously, she could ascertain that he was undoubtedly a handsome young man. And it appeared that being subjected to her charms was not a significant misfortune. "Do you have awakening potions?" Xia Qi inquired, lowering his voice to a hushed tone that only they could hear. "Such items are not inexpensive, and you've come to the right place." Upon hearing the term awakening potion, the woman was slightly taken aback, but not surprised. These potions were under strict official control, and only authorized entities could possess them. However, acquiring them on the black market was not insurmountable. The price, however, would likely be steep. While the woman exhibited some interest in Xia Qi, his attire suggested he was not of affluent means. Casually handing her a bank card, provided by Wang Changyuan, containing over 4 million, she remarked, "Oh, you seem to have quite a fortune, but with this amount, you can only procure one." The awakening potion was priced at 4 million each, non-negotiable. Confirming the balance on the card, the woman was somewhat surprised. Xia Qi was wealthier than she had presumed. The price of 4 million for a single potion was indeed exorbitant, 3 million more than the official rate. Considering the 10 million wagered with Su Yuanqing, Xia Qi realized he still needed over 1 million to buy 4 awakening potions. It appeared that while awakeners were indeed superior, the cost of such power was exorbitant. Xia Qi mused that had Wang Changyuan not gifted him 6 awakening potions, acquiring 10 on his own would have required a staggering 40 million. 40 million, an amount too formidable for most low-tier awakeners to even contemplate. A B-grade professional team might earn about 100,000 per mission, and that was the total for the entire group. Earning 10 million in a year was already an extraordinary feat. Accumulating 40 million would take years of relentless toil, without respite. It seemed he needed to devise a plan to earn some money. "I require 4 potions, but I am short on funds. Are there any suitable tasks I could undertake?" The black market not only facilitated the exchange of goods, but also offered numerous tasks for professionals to complete. "I see you are not yet a professional, merely an awakener. If your talent is below A grade, you will be unable to issue tasks." As she spoke, the woman produced a magical gem, used for detecting talent information, akin to materials used in awakening rituals. "Rest assured, we will maintain complete confidentiality regarding client information. After all, we adhere to the rules." Xia Qi nodded. He was not concerned about the potential for leaks. If client information could be easily divulged, the black market would hardly endure. To his knowledge, this black market had existed for over 200 years, predating the current official trading market in Jiang City. Placing his hand on the magical gem, a soft glow emanated, and the woman examined Xia Qi's information. Name, Xia Qi. Identity, citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Residency, Jiang City, Xizang Province, Dragon Kingdom. Talent, S. Level, 7. Though his level was merely 7, his talent was classified as S. It was no wonder that Xia Qi boldly sought to purchase 4 awakening potions. He was indeed no ordinary individual. The woman's expression transformed into one of surprise, which quickly reverted to calm as she handed Xia Qi a task list. Young man, my name is Lena. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to contact me. I can provide personal service. As she spoke, Lena handed him a business card. Fully aware of the potential terror an S-grade talent could wield, who wouldn't wish to befriend such a formidable figure? Perusing the task list, Xia Qi tucked the card into his pocket. Given his elevated level, he could not engage in tasks beyond his reach and could only select those suitable for his capabilities. Acquire Tree King seeds. Purchasing price of 1 seed is 100,000. Purchase the fur and teeth of the Fireboar King. Purchasing price of 40,000 per item. Acquire rare metallic ores from the wilderness caves. Purchasing price ranging from 10,000 to 50,000 based on quality. Acquire elemental herbs such as firegrass and icegrass. Purchasing price ranging from 5,000 to 10,000 based on quality. Blacksmiths, alchemists, and other craftsmen require vast quantities of materials for their trades. Thus, the majority of tasks in the market, including the black market, revolve around material collection. However, the demand in the black market diverges significantly from that of the ordinary marketplace. The tasks that Xia Qi encounters predominantly involve the acquisition of rare materials, with common materials being a rarity. For instance, the quest for the Tree King's seed must be completed in the Twisted Jungle dungeon. However, these seeds do not drop from regular trance. They only have a chance to drop from the boss, the Tree King, which is a rare occurrence. Thus, while the task appears to offer a high reward, its cost-effectiveness is rather low. Furthermore, the Fiery Hedgehog King resides in a level 15 dungeon, with a minimum entry requirement of level 10, making it inaccessible to Xia Qi at present. He has taken on the Tree King's seed and herbal quests. Please help me register them. Currently, Xia Qi intends to pursue these 2 tasks in hopes of amassing over 1 million. Should he fall short, he will consider alternative methods. By the way, what did you mean by door-to-door service? After confirming his tasks, Xia Qi fixed his gaze intently on the trader named Lena. Chapter 17, The Special Island. The term door-to-door service referred to Lena's offer to personally deliver trading items to Xia Qi's residence. Whenever there was a need for a transaction, she could be summoned at any time. However, Xia Qi had been so engrossed in the tasks that he only partially grasped her explanation. If you need to trade or post tasks but lack time to visit, just give me a call, and I will come to assist you with these matters. Lena nearly bit her crimson lips in surprise at Xia Qi's inquiry. Did this door-to-door service imply something else? It turns out that was the case. Xia Qi scratched his head, realizing he had misunderstood. It was reasonable to think that in this world, the term would not carry so much depth. Lena, with her extensive knowledge, suddenly comprehended something, observing Xia Qi's youthful and spirited demeanor, and she seemed to understand. Thus, she leaned closer to Xia Qi, whispering in a voice so soft it was barely audible, "Young man, if you require tea service, I have resources available." Upon saying this, Lena's cheeks flushed crimson as she rummaged through her belongings and produced another business card. Lowly Island. Xia Qi's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the card emblazoned with the image of a fantastical island, surprised that she truly understood. This was no ordinary island. Only those with S-class talents could access it. If you find this unsatisfactory, I have other islands as well. As she continued speaking, her voice grew increasingly quiet, to the point where Xia Qi could barely discern her words unless he listened attentively. That's enough. I'm not that kind of person. He placed the card into his pocket, waved his hand, and left the black market. His objectives had been met, and he did not wish to squander any more time there. Once Xia Qi departed, Lena gazed at his retreating figure, contemplating. In truth, I could have gone myself. Exiting the black market, he arrived at the city gates. Guards were stationed here, and all entries and exits required notification to the guards. This protocol ensured that in the event of any mishap in the wild, they could relay messages to family members. Xia Qi, Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, Level 7, S-Class Talent? The squad leader of the guards was somewhat taken aback. He recalled the awakening day at school was yesterday. How could this person already be at Level 7 so early today? The identity information checked out. However, I must advise you, the wilderness is not a school. You need to be cautious. If you encounter danger, it's not shameful to retreat if you cannot fight. Given Xia Qi's S-Class talent, the squad leader unusually offered this advice. Thank you, I understand. Seeing Xia Qi's resolute demeanor and the fact that he had already reported his information, the squad leader had no choice but to grant him passage, allowing him to leave alone. The monsters outside the city began at level 10, while Xia Qi was only at level 7, making it exceedingly perilous with a 3-level difference. Previously, Su Yuansheng could venture into the wild because his family had made connections and he was accompanied by a level 30 professional, ensuring safety. It was quite rare for someone like Xia Qi to venture out alone. I hope he does not encounter any misfortune, the squad leader mused. As he stepped beyond the city gates, a chilling wind swept towards him. Even the sky seemed to dim slightly. The air laden with a desolate atmosphere that made the hairs on the back of one's neck stand on end. Such an environment prompted reflections on how a mere wall separated two worlds. Besides the towering city walls, there was an outer layer of translucent ripples undulating, allowing passage for people while repelling monsters that approached. This was the work of an array master. Nearly every town had such protective formations, ensuring that more individuals could live securely. Quite intriguing. This world is anything but simple. Xia Qi gazed into the distance, unaffected by the surroundings. Conversely, a yearning blossomed within him, as if this very environment were where he truly belonged. Breath of thunder. Exhaling a plume of white mist, Xia Qi transformed into a streak of white light, racing towards the entrance of the twisted jungle dungeon, guided by the map. As he distanced himself from the city walls, the air grew increasingly oppressive, and he could faintly hear the distant roars of beasts. After approximately a minute of running, 3 to 4 kilometers from the city walls, Xia Qi located the entrance to the dungeon using the map. Although he had studied relevant wilderness knowledge at school, the sight of the dungeon entrance still left him in awe. A colossal whirlpool towering 10 meters high emerged among the trees, with an eerie blue light swirling slowly within it. From afar, it resembled the maw of a colossal beast. One could only wonder what vistas lay beyond the whirlpool. Compared to the novice dungeons at school, this was an entirely different realm. In that moment, Xia Qi felt insignificantly small. Near the entrance, the number of awakened individuals increased. A cursory glance revealed dozens of teams gathered. Xia Qi sensed a solemn and cautious aura emanating from each of them. These individuals had undoubtedly endured numerous battles. Thus, it appeared that his solitary journey rendered him somewhat of an outlier. His striking arrival caught the attention of several awakened ones. Such a flashy method of travel as the breath of thunder was clearly beyond the capabilities of most awakened individuals. Hey there, are you here alone? We are a trio team, all with B-class combat talents. Would you like to join us? Our team has an A-class talent leading us. Come along, young brother. Don't listen to them. We're better. Our captain can be fierce when needed and gentle when required. Our female captain is one of a kind. Would you care to join us for a delightful experience? Elemental talents are highly sought after. Upon Xia Qi's appearance, regardless of the talent level, teams were eager to recruit him, and numerous offers were extended. Unfortunately, Xia Qi was destined to venture alone, as solo play was undoubtedly the most rewarding approach. I apologize, but I plan to tackle this alone. He clasped his fists in refusal to the offers and approached the dungeon entrance, reaching out to touch the whirlpool. In an instant, he was engulfed by the vortex, disappearing from sight. Chapter 18. S-Class Talent. Instant Transmission. Upon entering the dungeon, Xia Qi was immediately struck by the countless towering trees that obscured the sky. Damp, shadowy, silent, and oppressive. No wonder it was called the Twisted Thicket. There were indeed an abundance of trees here. Xia Qi let out a sigh, simultaneously casting an insight spell. Distorted Trance. Level 10. Strength 50. Agility 50. Intelligence 50. Constitution 100. Skill Earth Spike. As the insight spell was cast, the once tranquil giant tree revealed a sinister visage, glaring at Xia Qi with predatory intent. This creature's attributes far exceeded those of monsters found in novice dungeons, particularly its high constitution, indicating remarkable resilience. Typically, a standard party of adventurers, devoid of elemental awakeners and comprised solely of melee-oriented classes, would find battling such a beast exceedingly arduous. Alas, it was Xia Qi who had come to face it, an S-class talent adept at wielding thunder, particularly effective against wood-type monsters. In this densely wooded area, a cursory glance suggested there were no fewer than 1,000 trance. The distorted trance, awakened from its slumber, transformed its robust branches into a gnarled wooden hand and swung down with a fierce whoosh. Instantaneous movement. With a sharp sound, Xia Qi vanished from his position, the trence's swift assault missing its mark and kicking up a cloud of dust. Instantaneous movement. Copy. Quality S-Class. Effect. You can instantaneously move within a radius of 200 meters, with slightly reduced energy consumption. This talent for instantaneous movement was derived from the A-class talent Blink, which had been refreshed after midnight the previous night. Considering the formidable attributes of the monsters in the twisted jungle, Xia Qi had prioritized enhancing his survival talent. Unsurprisingly, it had ascended to S-Class, making its effect significantly more powerful than Blink, while also considerably reducing energy expenditure. As long as Xia Qi wished, no one could touch him before his energy was depleted. Thunderous Fury. Following the trence's failed attack, Xia Qi wasted no time, raising his hand to unleash a bolt of thunder. A plume of blue smoke enveloped the trence's towering form, carving a visible crack into its bark. Had it not possessed a constitution of 100, Xia Qi estimated that this strike could have cleaved the treant in twain. Reeling from the grievous blow, the distorted treant writhed violently, slowly advancing towards Xia Qi, intent on delivering a punishing strike with its elongated limbs. Unfortunately for the creature, its movements were excruciatingly sluggish. After merely taking a couple of steps, another bolt of thunder descended. Boom! The ferocious power of lightning tore a massive gash in the treant, igniting its body in flames. After 4 strikes of thunder, the treant, charred and smoldering, let out a wail before collapsing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Killed a level 10 distorted treant. Experienced 300. Acquired a hardwood block. The effect of the lucky star was evident at this moment, as the first monster yielded crafting materials. Storing the materials in his awakener's space, a personal storage realm granted upon awakening, Xia Qi was fortunate to possess an S-class talent, which afforded him an initial cubic meter of storage, compared to the backpack-sized space of B-class talents. As his level increased, this storage capacity would expand further, proving quite convenient, as it meant he need not carry a backpack every time he ventured out to hunt. Essential supplies could be conveniently stashed within the storage space. After dispatching a distorted treant, Xia Qi had already begun to grasp the formidable strength of level 10 monsters, thanks to attribute advantages. It had taken merely 4 bolts of thunder to defeat this foe. Conversely, had he faced other monsters, he might have required 7 or 8 strikes. However, Xia Qi was only at level 7. As he ascended, the effects would undoubtedly change. With a thought, he surveyed the vast expanse of trees around him. The breath of thunder quietly churning within him, causing surges of fury to erupt. Killed a level 10 distorted treant. Experienced 300. Acquired a treant core. Killed a level 10 disguised treant. Experienced 310. Acquired hard tree bark. With the enhancement of the breath of thunder, the treant monsters posed little threat to Xia Qi. The moment he sensed danger, he would instantly employ his movement ability, denying the treants any opportunity to strike him. Under the dual enhancement of 2 S-class talents, what should have been a scenario where he was besieged by countless treants transformed into one, where Xia Qi himself surrounded the entire twisted jungle. What a thrill! The speed of his leveling was astonishing. As treants fell before the might of his lightning, Xia Qi felt a surge of excitement. If he continued at this pace, he would undoubtedly reach level 10 in no time, perhaps even ascend to level 12 by the day's end. Yet, beyond level 12, he could not predict. The experience required for leveling might change once more after reaching level 10. Commencing his advance from the edge of the twisted jungle, Xia Qi pushed deeper step by step. After only a few breaths, he witnessed towering trees crashing down, reduced to charred remnants. An hour later, a radiant glow enveloped him, signaling his rise to level 8. He had traversed 100 meters into the heart of the twisted jungle, where every treant had been vanquished. Such terrifying efficiency in leveling. Should any adventurer parties witness his unparalleled prowess in the wild, they would surely gasp in disbelief. With a mere thought, lightning struck wherever he directed it, as if it were an extension of his will. Such a leisurely and enjoyable method of leveling was beyond the wildest dreams of others. Upon leveling up, the energy that had been sapped from his body replenished, bolstering all of his attributes. Xia Qi felt no need for rest, and immediately embarked on a second round of monster hunting. Not a single creature could be overlooked, as everyone held the promise of experience. With excitement coursing through him, Xia Qi murmured, and the surging lightning continued to ripple through the forest. To test his suspicions, he conjured a set of bone armor around himself, and, in an instant, teleported into the midst of the treant horde, unleashing thunderstorm. Boom! The sky roared with thunder as the dim, shadowy forest was illuminated as brightly as day, surrounded by flickering lightning that fell like rain. After a single thunderstorm, within a 100-meter radius, all of the distorted trees suffered horrific rending, igniting in flames that rapidly spread outward. It appeared that a single thunderstorm could not entirely clear the monsters. Thus, another was in order. Channeling the breath of thunder, the lightning energy surged within him once more. After a brief cooldown, he released a second thunderstorm. As the furious lightning descended, the treants, already torn asunder, could no longer withstand the pressure, exploding into splinters that scattered in all directions. No more monsters remained. Xia Qi surveyed the barren ground within 100 meters. With just 2 thunderstorms, he had cleared the area of foes. Chapter 19, Frenzied Leveling. The power of thunderstorm was indeed formidable, yet it had consumed more than half of his energy reserves. Not only did casting skills deplete energy, but maintaining the bone armor also required significant expenditure. During the time Xia Qi unleashed his skills, the treants were far from idle. Countless earth spikes rained down upon him. Although he successfully defended against them, the energy drain multiplied exponentially. While this method allowed for rapid clearing of foes, it also meant that his energy would soon be exhausted, necessitating a pause for recovery. For now, he would rely on Thunder Fury, as it consumed slightly less energy. Taking a piece of bread from his storage space, Xia Qi's conjectures were validated. With the enhancement of skill levels, both the potency and consumption increased. The significance of intellect attributes became increasingly apparent. The energy within him was directly linked to his intellect. After finishing the bread, he ventured deeper into the expanse. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Qi had already advanced over 200 meters. At this juncture, the monsters he encountered were no longer limited to the level 10 trance. Level 11 shadow trance and level 12 venomous trance had begun to appear. However, upon reaching level 8, Xia Qi found these creatures to be easily dispatched. At most, he needed to unleash a few more bolts of lightning. With his innate talents and attributes in play, it was exceedingly difficult for the trance to land a blow on him unless he remained stationary and unleashed his ultimate ability. After more than an hour, Xia Qi successfully attained level 9. The time taken to reach this level was significantly longer than that required for level 8, primarily due to the substantial energy expenditure from his 2 thunderstorm strikes, necessitating a brief respite for energy recovery. Upon reaching level 9, his damage output surged, leaving no monster unscathed in his wake. By midday, his experience had reached 990 at level 9, placing him just a step away from level 10. At this moment, the twisted trance within a kilometer radius had all been vanquished, creating an artificial clearing. Upon reaching level 10, he would be able to learn some skills and undergo a class change, thereby no longer being considered a novice. As it stood, he could only utilize his innate skills, which were potent enough for his needs. Not all talents came with innate skills, a fact Xia Qi had already tested. He had yet to learn any skills from other B-level and A-level talents. Even the S-level ability of teleportation had failed to grant him new skills. It seemed that only elemental awakening talents possessed inherent skills from the outset, a crucial insight for future talent replication, as he might focus more on elemental awakeners. Nevertheless, even in the absence of skills, awakeners could learn skills every 10 levels. There were 3 methods to acquire skills: seeking guidance from a class mentor, learning through skill books, or achieving self-discovery. Although there were 3 pathways, the third option was exceedingly difficult to achieve, making the first 2, the mentorship or purchasing skill books, the more common choices. However, both seeking mentors and acquiring skill books required substantial financial investment. The drop rate for skill books was exceedingly low. Ordinary monsters rarely dropped them, and when they did, it was typically for mundane skills. Skill books could be purchased in the trading market, with basic skills under level 20 generally priced at around 100,000 coins. Mentorship was a viable option, costing only 50,000 for a single skill. However, acquiring skills demanded time. Those with strong learning abilities could grasp a skill in 3 to 5 days, while average learners might take a month. The choice lay between investing time or money. With Xia Qi firmly leaning towards purchasing skill books, it was evident he needed to earn more coins. In his contemplation, Xia Qi surveyed the materials in his space, elemental herbs, of which he had collected over a dozen along the way. All told, they might fetch him less than 50,000 coins, a mere drop in the bucket. This was fortunate, as his fortunate talent had allowed him to gather such a quantity. Otherwise, encountering even a dozen would have been a challenge. It was easy to comprehend the difficulties other practitioners faced when attempting to earn money. With a flick of his wrist, he dispatched several more trance, and the luminous aura of leveling up shone once again. He had finally reached level 10. Name: Xia Qi. Class: None. Level: 10. Strength: 100. Agility: 100. Intellect: 100. Constitution: 100. Equipment: None. Talent: Innate Dual Eyes LV1, S-level Thunder Control, S-level Teleportation. Active skills: Thunderstorm, LV3, Thunderstrike, LV3. Passive skills: None. Thunderstrike, 10 directions of thunder descend, obliterating all within a 100-meter radius. Gazing at the attribute panel following his ascent to level 10, all his attribute points remained stable, with each level up yielding an increase of 10 points across the board. Regarding attributes, Xia Qi had researched extensively the previous night. Different talent levels conferred varying attribute points upon leveling up. For instance, B-level talents granted 5 points per level, while A-level talents awarded 10 points. S-level talents typically bestow 20 points. Yet, Xia Qi clearly did not conform to the norm for S-level talents, as he received 40 points with each upgrade. After exhausting various sources without resolution, he attributed this anomaly to the uniqueness of his dual eyes. Being a natural awakener likely set him apart from others. Information on natural awakeners was scarce online, with little substantive material available to uncover the secrets of natural awakeners. He would likely need to wait until he entered university and sought clues in the library. Killed level 10 Twisted Trant, experience 300. Killed level 11 Shadow Trant, experience 380. Obtained a hardwood block. Returning his focus to the task at hand, Xia Qi resumed his monster-slaying endeavors. After reaching level 10, all his skills had ascended to LV3, further amplifying their power. Watching the notifications flood in like a torrent, his experience points surged rapidly. With the enhancement of his skills, Xia Qi once again experienced highly efficient monster hunting. Now, defeating a level 10 Twisted Trant required only 2 bolts of lightning to utterly obliterate it. His speed of extermination had evidently doubled, and he estimated that with further progress, he could achieve instant kills. Although efficiency had markedly improved, The experience required for leveling up had dramatically increased, nearly tripling in amount. The pace of advancement had become noticeably slower. Estimating the current rate, Xia Qi calculated that he would need to slay at least 5,000 trance to achieve the next level. This was a daunting prospect. Having spent 4 to 5 hours prior to this, and only managing to defeat fewer than 4,000 trance, the prospect of needing to kill an additional 5,000 was daunting indeed. While efficiency had doubled, allowing him to level up in just over 2 hours, Xia Qi sighed. His energy reserves were insufficient. Chapter 20, Treant Boss, Bountiful Harvest. Indeed, the energy within him could not sustain an all-out upgrade for more than 2 hours. He would need to rest intermittently to recuperate his energy. It remained uncertain whether he could reach level 11 by nightfall. Activating the Breath of Thunder, he endeavored to conserve energy as much as possible and plunged once more into the throng of trance. Tirelessly, he embarked on a furious rampage. And as the sun dipped low, casting a blood-red hue across the sky, Xia Qi found himself exhausted, seated on the clearing. He gulped down a mouthful of water and nibbled on some compressed rations before settling in for a brief rest. Despite his diligent efforts, he still required 25% more experience to level up, a considerable distance to cover. Regrettably, had he known during the awakening ceremony, he would have replicated 1 or 2 talents capable of restoring energy and stamina, struggling to swallow his food after more than 10 hours of intense combat. Xia Qi's endurance was beginning to wane. Gazing at the barren expanse before him, he had advanced a full 4 to 5 kilometers from the periphery. It could be asserted that he had eradicated 80% of the monsters within this dungeon. It was no wonder that many adventurers took years to reach level 30. Xia Qi had now come to understand that ascending in levels was evidently not a matter of mere days, especially considering that the requirements of prestigious academies only mandated achieving level 15 within a month, while ordinary universities accepted students at level 12. In less than 2 days, he had already neared level 11, rendering him a monstrous figure in the eyes of his peers. As he surveyed the remaining small patch of forest, he wondered if he could reach level 11 by eliminating all the remaining creatures. After approximately 20 minutes of rest, during which his stamina and energy were significantly replenished, Xia Qi wasted no time. With a swift invocation of Thunder Breath, he charged towards the remaining monsters. In less than 10 minutes, he had penetrated to the deepest part of the dungeon. At that moment, surrounded by hundreds of treants, a singular treant, significantly larger than its ordinary counterparts, caught Xia Qi's eye. Could it be sheer luck that he encountered a boss? To validate his suspicion, he decisively cast an insight spell. Treant King. Level 12. Strength 80. Agility 50. Intelligence 50. Constitution 180. Skills: Earth Spike, Entangle. The stark contrast confirmed that he had indeed encountered the Treant King. The appearance of the Treant King filled Xia Qi with excitement, instantly elevating his spirits. The probability of encountering a Treant King was relatively low. On average, one might only encounter it once in 10 dungeon runs. Moreover, the high value of the Treant King seed on the black market, priced at 100,000, was due to its rarity. Originally, Xia Qi had planned to run the Twisted Forest multiple times, but now it seemed that one run would suffice. Thunder arise. With a mere thought, a violent storm of lightning cascaded down as Xia Qi aimed to first clear the ordinary trance surrounding the Treant King. With a thunderous roar, the impending night was shattered by the crack of thunder, awakening the remaining trance in an instant. Countless earth spikes surged towards Xia Qi's position, but he leaped aside, evading them as bolts of lightning continued to rain down. Xia Qi would not afford these trance a moment to react. Within 3 minutes, he had dispatched all the ordinary trance, revealing the terrifying visage of the Treant King, which roared in fury at him. Suddenly, several tendrils crept silently towards Xia Qi's feet. Entangle. Before he could react, his left foot was ensnared. Summoning the demonic bone technique, a sharp bone sword materialized, and without hesitation, Xia Qi swiftly severed the tendrils. After several seconds, he finally broke free, only to find the Treant King had stealthily closed the gap. Fortuitously, his numerous talents had saved him, otherwise he would have surely fallen into its trap. During the entanglement, Xia Qi's first instinct was to use Blink to escape, but it had failed. The entangled state rendered him unable to teleport. Resigned, he resorted to using his sharp bone sword to cut through the tendrils. Observing the Treant King calmly, he noted that its attacks were somewhat difficult to detect due to the encroaching darkness. He decided to create some distance. This way, even if the Treant King attempted to strike, Xia Qi would have time to react. Exhaling a breath of mist, he increased the distance between them, retrieving a flashlight from his storage space to illuminate the area within a meter of him. Thunder arise. With a moment of safety secured, Xia Qi unleashed a torrent of lightning upon the Treant King. Alarmed, the Treant King realized that while its constitution was indeed formidable, it was no match for the onslaught of lightning. Under the ferocious elemental energy, even its 180 constitution proved insufficient, allowing it to endure no more than a few extra seconds compared to an ordinary Treant. As the relentless lightning strikes wreaked havoc, it met the same fate as the ordinary trance before it. With a terrifying and despairing roar, The Treant King's eyes lost their last glimmer of life, crumbling into a heap of charred wood. Successfully defeated level 12 Treant King, experience points 600. The Treant King was evidently superior to the ordinary Treants, providing a significantly greater amount of experience points. However, there remained a considerable distance to level 11. Acquired Treant King Seeds 8. What the? As the second notification chimed in, Xia Qi hurriedly checked his storage space, discovering 8 Treant King Seeds emanating a faint glow, quietly resting in a corner of his inventory. 800,000 was now within his grasp. Thrilled by this fortune, Xia Qi resolved to amplify his B-level talent, Good Fortune, tomorrow. Considering the elemental herbs he had collected throughout the day, he calculated that he had just enough to reach 900,000. A splendid haul. Although he had not yet achieved level 11, Xia Qi's spirits remained high. In addition to the 2 material tasks from the black market, his storage space was filled with a plethora of other materials. These materials, contributed by the ordinary Treants, were of low value, yet their abundance compensated for it. With several hundred sturdy wooden blocks, he possessed over 1,000. Coupled with other assorted materials, he had amassed around 100,000. Thus, his total earnings for the day had surpassed 1 million. This demonstrated that solo runs were indeed more comfortable. Satisfied, Xia Qi exited the Twisted Forest dungeon, his day's gains equating to the profits of several adventuring parties over the course of a week, if not half a month. As his level continued to rise, the materials from higher-tier monsters would yield even greater value, rendering daily earnings in the millions a feasible dream. Casting a glance around, he noticed that the dungeon was now devoid of people, for the night was not particularly kind to humans, who were easily susceptible to injury. Deciding to return to town first to secure the funds from the wager, just as Xia Qi prepared to activate Thunder Breath to return to Jiangqing. A whoosh pierced the night air nearby. Initially, he paid it no mind, but when an arrow hurtled toward him, his expression shifted. Chapter 21. I have a cup of energy water. With Thunder Breath in motion, Xia Qi deftly evaded the arrow, emerging unscathed. Friend, it's all in good fun. But an accidental injury would not be pleasant. His deep-set eyes turned towards the nearby thicket, from which emerged an archer, accompanied by a mage. His judgment was based solely on their attire. Elemental awakeners? Observing the faint electric arcs dancing around Xia Qi, the archer appeared slightly taken aback. Xia Qi's gaze flickered as he spoke languidly. Your arrow was aimed at me. Care to explain? Realizing the arrow on the ground, the archer quickly understood. My apologies. We were just hunting monsters, and it seems there was a misunderstanding. You're not hurt, are you? The archer wore an innocent expression, while the mage behind him remained silent, gripping his staff tightly. A misunderstanding? Xia Qi smiled faintly. To fire an arrow so precisely at his location and claim it was a misunderstanding was rather audacious. Though the archer had indeed shot many arrows that were not directed at him, Xia Qi could see the corpses of monsters through the foliage. If he were to accept this misunderstanding, he might not live to tell the tale in the future. In the wilderness, the most perilous threats are often not the monsters, but rather the fellow beings lurking in the shadows. The law of the jungle is the true essence of survival in the wild. Acts of murder and treasure theft are commonplace in any realm. Let this be a warning. Xia Qi exhaled a puff of white mist, his tone laced with an icy chill. Without knowledge of the archer and mage's capabilities, Xia Qi merely issued a verbal caution and refrained from engaging in conflict. The archer felt an illusion that Xia Qi was looking down upon him from a lofty height. The mage wore a sullen expression, appearing somewhat displeased with Xia Qi's demeanor. Although he lacked elemental affinity, he had acquired elemental skills after becoming a professional. Forget it. It was just a misunderstanding. Let us not stir up trouble, the archer conceded. Whispering to the mage. Xia Qi's agility was apparent. He did not resemble a novice. Despite lacking a professional badge, it was clear to the others that he was an awakened elementalist, and thus not worth the trouble. Persuaded by the archer, the mage also recognized this and ultimately lowered his staff, following the archer away. Observing the retreating duo, Xia Qi retracted his thunderous energy, deeming them fortunate. The arrows previously shot at him were not formidable. He had easily evaded them, estimating the archer's level to be no more than 20. As for the mage, Xia Qi's impression was similar. Both seemed to possess no higher than a B-grade talent. Should they decide to attack, Xia Qi would not hesitate to eliminate them. After all, he was no saint. If a skirmish were to ensue, a few bolts of furious lightning would surely overwhelm them. As the breath of thunder unfolded, Xia Qi noted that he was still some distance from the city gates. Lingering here was unwise, as the night had fully descended, rendering the area perilous. He sprinted swiftly, and after approximately 5 minutes, the illuminated city walls came into view. With less than a kilometer remaining to the city gates, sensing his energy nearing depletion, Xia Qi dispersed his lightning power. He needed only to exit the thicket to ensure his safety. Whoosh! In the tranquil environment, the sound of arrows slicing through the air was unmistakable. Before Xia Qi could exit the forest, he heard the unmistakable sound of arrows being loosed nearby, instinctively drawing his gaze. Rustle! A stunning young woman clad in exquisite leather armor burst forth from the underbrush, fortuitously landing right where Xia Qi stood. Help! Her eyes brightened as she exerted all her strength to run towards him, stumbling and nearly collapsing before him. Young man, there are bad people. We must hurry to the city gates. The flustered girl gasped for breath, clearly in a disheveled state. Who is pursuing you? Xia Qi inquired calmly, already forming a hypothesis. A B-grade professional team. Please, no questions now, we don't have time. The girl furrowed her brow, having initially thought she had encountered a savior, only to realize Xia Qi appeared to be a novice, devoid of a professional badge, prompting her to urge him to flee to avoid being caught up in the chaos. They were not far from the city gates. Once inside, they would be safe. In the midst of their brief exchange, the underbrush rustled again, signaling the arrival of their pursuers. Xia Qi's gaze sharpened as he focused on the figures emerging from the foliage. Unsurprisingly, it was the archer and the mage from a few minutes prior. This time, they were not alone. A towering, muscular man wielding a massive axe accompanied them, resembling a warrior. This is it. We can't escape now. The girl despaired, regretting not having continued her flight earlier, as she might have reached the city gates. Had she known, she wouldn't have split from her team. Being directionally challenged, she had wandered the wilderness all day, only to return to her starting point and be targeted by the professional team. You go ahead, I'll buy you some time. Resolute. She gritted her teeth and urged Xia Qi to flee, believing that as a level 30 professional, she could still delay them. Xia Qi, being merely an awakened one without any professional standing, would likely be eliminated at first glance. She couldn't bring herself to sacrifice such a young and handsome lad. No, we may not make it out. Xia Qi remained composed, observing the slowly encroaching trio without an ounce of panic. Indeed, you won't be getting away. The muscular warrior grinned, as the three of them closed in on Xia Qi and the girl. We meet again, boy, the mage sneered, his grip tightening around his staff. His gaze icy. I previously spared your life, but I see now that you and this woman are companions. It is fitting that you both remain behind, to keep each other company in the afterlife. The archer chimed in with a laugh. Captain, this lad is an elemental awakener. Let us take care of him first, and then we'll deal with the woman. Previously hesitant to engage Xia Qi, their captain's presence had emboldened them. Rest assured, they won't escape, the captain proclaimed, wielding his massive axe, effectively blocking any chance for Xia Qi and the girl to retreat. You are an elemental awakener? The girl gazed at the striking Xia Qi in surprise, sensing a flicker of hope. Xia Qi nodded, albeit with a caveat, but I am out of energy. What? The girl paused, realizing she still had energy to spare. Here, take this. My talent allows me to conjure energy water. Drink it quickly. As a cup of energy water was thrust into Xia Qi's hands, his eyes brightened noticeably. By mere chance, he had encountered someone possessing the very talent he desperately needed. Chapter 22, The Despairing Team, Annihilation. Copy, B-grade talent. I possess a cup of energy water. As he drank the energy water, Xia Qi activated his talent, directly replicating the girl's ability. Feeling the energy within him gradually replenishing, Xia Qi was astonished to discover that his energy had restored by more than half. Observing Xia Qi recovering his energy, the captain spoke in a low voice. You handle that woman. I will take care of this lad, to prevent any unforeseen complications. The captain intended to strike immediately. Simultaneously, the supportive girl drew a dagger and charged at the mage and archer, opting for proactive engagement rather than passive waiting. Although she was a support character, her level of 30 allowed her to overpower the mage and archer in stats. Fireball. The staff erupted with brilliance as a fist-sized fireball hurtled toward the supportive girl. Despite being a basic spell, under the enhancement of a professional, the damage was considerable. The girl dared not take the hit head-on. She deftly evaded using her agility, aiming her dagger directly at the mage's heart. The mage reacted swiftly, conjuring a shield to deflect the critical strike. The two exchanged blows, while the archer readied his bow in conjunction with the mage, resulting in a tense stalemate. Don't just stand there, be cautious of yourself. I've never killed an elemental talent user. The muscular warrior charged forward, his robust arms swinging the axe with a sense of impending doom. Whirlwind axe. The massive axe was hurled, spinning like a tornado as it raced towards Xia Qi. Faced with this ferocious onslaught, Xia Qi remained unfazed, utilizing a teleportation skill to vanish from his position, reappearing several meters away. Is that a skill? The anticipated strike fell short, leaving the burly captain momentarily stunned. Could there truly be a skill that allows one to vanish instantaneously only to reappear at a distance? Before he could ponder further, a searing energy crackled through the air, and a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the captain with ferocity. Boom. At the moment of impact, the violent elemental force rendered him devoid of sensation, only to be swiftly followed by an excruciating pain radiating from his body, causing his heart to nearly falter. How is this possible? The captain convulsed, his legs giving way, and he found himself kneeling on the ground, overwhelmed by pain and numbness, as the specter of death loomed ominously. His physical constitution was commendable. He had managed to withstand my attack. Xia Qi mused, somewhat astonished, realizing that without any protection, the captain had only sustained minor injuries from his lightning strike. Clearly, he had surpassed level 20. Otherwise, He would not have endured such a blow. Damn. The spinning axe returned to the captain's grip as he struggled to rise once more, his body emanating a faint crimson glow. Berserk. This was a talent he was compelled to activate. In this state, his physical capabilities would be significantly amplified, enhancing his resilience and diminishing his pain perception. Yet, the side effects were considerable. Each use of this ability would leave him weakened for an entire day. He would only resort to it in dire straits, and evidently, this was a moment of desperation. Boy, your time is up. With his eyes aglow like embers, the captain gasped for breath, wielding the heavy axe with ease as he charged towards Xia Qi. Swiftly, Xia Qi narrowed his eyes, surprised by the captain's sudden burst of speed. Indeed, those who had awakened after reaching level 20 were formidable. However, it was unfortunate that he had chosen the wrong opponent. The call of thunder surged, enveloping Xia Qi in flickering arcs of lightning. In terms of speed, Xia Qi held the advantage. The captain, transformed into a hulking beast with his mighty axe, could easily tear apart Xia Qi's slight form upon contact. Yet, Xia Qi was quicker, evading the captain's charge with a deft movement. In the next heartbeat, lightning struck again, fast, precise, and merciless. The captain was unable to evade it. With a resounding crash, the captain staggered, halting his advance. His gaze, now blood-red, fixed on Xia Qi, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Wow. Almost immediately, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Though the pain was no longer overwhelming, the force of the lightning had inflicted substantial damage to his internal organs. This scene left the mage and archer, who were engaged in battle with the support girl, utterly stunned. What a joke. Their captain, a level 22 warrior, had been so thoroughly defeated by a newcomer without even a profession. I will kill you. The captain launched another ferocious assault. But the only response was a relentless barrage of lightning. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts. Within mere moments, 4 strikes rained down with unerring accuracy upon the captain. The lightning ravaged his body, the overwhelming force repeatedly forcing him to a standstill. By the time the 7th bolt struck, the captain trembled, filled with bitterness and regret. Before collapsing to the ground, his eyes dulled lifeless. The entire battle transpired in less than 10 seconds. The 2 witnesses, having witnessed their captain's demise, were paralyzed with fear. Captain, the captain is dead? Run, we must flee. The mage's face turned ashen, and without a second thought, he sprinted into the thicket, abandoning his skirmish with the support girl. The archer, realizing the gravity of the situation, attempted to escape, but a bolt of lightning struck him down. The immense pain and tearing sensation rendered him weak, and he fell to his knees, unable to react. Escape? It was impossible. Block that mage. Xia Qi commanded the support girl. He could not allow any member of the squad to survive. Having initiated the slaughter, he intended to see it through swiftly. The support girl shook off her shock and resolutely pursued. Xia Qi approached the archer, who was coughing blood and lacked the strength to rise, shaking his head in disappointment. This power was vastly inferior to that of the previous captain. Spare me. The archer managed to utter a phrase, struggling for breath as hallucinations began to cloud his vision. Alas, his response was met with a bolt of destruction-laden thunder. Had he known, why had he acted as he did? Xia Qi replied coolly. If one dared to kill and plunder, they must also be prepared for death. With lightning flashing, Xia Qi sprinted towards the fleeing mage. In less than 2 seconds, he caught up with the pair. Boom. A thunderous bolt descended. Even the fleeing mage could not evade its wrath, as it struck him with brutal force. A shield materialized, and the mage attempted to withstand the onslaught of lightning. Yet in the next instant, the shield crumbled like parchment, and the lightning penetrated effortlessly, crashing down upon him. Following swiftly, a second bolt followed. There was no opportunity for mercy. The entire trio lay slain. Chapter 23. A Bounty of Riches, Beginner Skill Book. You are incredibly powerful? The support girl still struggled to comprehend the whirlwind of events. The entire skirmish had transpired in mere seconds, no more than 20, and 3 lives had been extinguished. Xia Qi nodded, moving to collect the scattered equipment from the fallen bodies. Acquired bronze staff, intelligence 20, spell power increased by 5, level restriction 20. Acquired bronze bow. Agility 20, archery power increased by 5, level restriction 20. Acquired bronze battle axe, strength 20, melee power increased by 5, level restriction 20. All 3 items were of bronze quality, emitting a faint azure glow, the most rudimentary of equipment. These must be the spoils from a level 20 dungeon, rest assured. They are all yours. The support girl said innocently, following closely behind Xia Qi. Xia Qi nodded. While these items appeared ordinary, they were at least equipment for professionals and should fetch a fair price. Without hesitation, he stowed the 3 pieces into his storage space, ready to search the bodies. Upon the death of an awakener, certain items would drop from their storage. Xia Qi rummaged through the remains, discovering primarily materials, such as level 15 wolf pelts and level 18 beast bones. Though the quantities were scant, it was better than nothing. Collecting everything, he thought. Even the smallest of mosquitoes are meat. After securing the weapons and materials, he found one special item on the burly captain. Beginner Warrior Skill Book. Description: can learn beginner warrior skills upon identification. To his surprise, a skill book had emerged. Though unidentifiable, it held considerable value, worth 90,000. Xia Qi hesitated, holding the skill book. If it were purely based on talent, this warrior skill book would be nearly useless to him. However, he could replicate warrior talents. So this skill book might indeed prove beneficial. The combat prowess of the elementary skill books is rather ordinary. I believe it is unnecessary for you to keep them. Selling them would suffice. The supportive girl quickly discerned Xia Qi's hesitation and assisted him in analyzing the situation. Indeed, an elementary skill book may not even suit me. Hence keeping it serves no purpose. Xia Qi nodded. The supportive girl's experience in the wild far surpassed his own, and sometimes one must heed advice. Let us depart. After gathering his belongings, Xia Qi turned and proceeded towards the city gates. The night had deepened considerably, and he was uncertain whether the commotion they had caused might attract the attention of other professionals. Lingering was unwarranted. The girl pondered for a moment and decided to accompany Xia Qi as they left. The distance to the city gates was merely a kilometer, and it would take only a few minutes to walk there. Why were they pursuing you? Xia Qi inquired as they walked. Homicide and treasure theft were not uncommon in the wilderness. What a pity. Had you not killed them so swiftly, allowing them to surrender their valuables first, your gains would surely have exceeded this meager amount, the girl patiently explained, recounting her own encounters with such incidents over the years in the wild. However, with the captain's protection, ordinary professional teams generally refrained from attacking them. Ah, I see. After hearing her words, he realized he had indeed acted a tad too hastily. After all, the items dropped upon killing were random and did not guarantee the most valuable loot. Threatening first, then executing, would maximize the benefits. It is unfortunate. Had I not lost my way, this team would not have targeted me. I must blame Su Yuansheng. He infuriates me. I've never encountered such a loathsome employer. Once the girl opened up, she began to share her experiences throughout the journey. In summary, it was encapsulated in a single word: arduous. It was overwhelmingly challenging. You mentioned Su Yuansheng. Are you the one assisting him in leveling up? Upon hearing Su Yuansheng's name, Xia Qi could not help but chuckle, marveling at how intricately fate wove their paths together. Indeed, let me tell you, the captain was furious. He delivered punches that were utterly satisfying. The girl recounted the events of the previous night to Xia Qi. Observing her animated expressions and gestures as she vividly described the scene, Xia Qi smiled knowingly. Su Yuansheng's obnoxious nature made him deserving of such treatment. From her, he also learned that Su Yuansheng had only just reached level 5 the previous night, while he himself was nearing level 11. The gap between them was insurmountable for Su Yuansheng today. However, since you are classmates with Su Yuansheng and an elemental awakener, effortlessly capable of slaying B-grade professional teams over level 20, your talent level must be quite remarkable, no? You could use the insight skill to assess. If it were a stranger, utilizing insight would undoubtedly provoke hostility, so the girl naturally refrained from using it on Xia Qi. Now that they had grown more familiar, and with Xia Qi's consent, she employed the insight skill on him. So your name is Xia Qi, level 10, with S-grade talent. No wonder you are so formidable. At the same moment, Xia Qi cast insight on her, only for it to fail the next second due to the vast difference in their levels, yielding no information. Oh, I forgot. Your level is considerably lower than mine, so I cannot see it. My name is Su Qingqing, level 30, B-grade talent, and I am 21 years old, she said somewhat bashfully. Awakening at 18 and achieving level 30 in 3 years is commendable for someone with B-grade talent. Yet, before Xia Qi, she felt somewhat self-conscious. He possessed S-grade talent, placing him in an entirely different league, destined for achievements far beyond her own. Then I shall refer to you as Sister Qingqing. Talent levels do not necessarily dictate one's worth. At the very least, I find your abilities quite practical, and you shall undoubtedly fare well in the future. Sensing Su Qingqing's disappointment and insecurity, Xia Qi felt at a loss for words and could only offer simple consolation. Such words may have sounded like mere platitudes to an adult, yet for Su Qingqing, it was Xia Qi's acknowledgement of her capabilities. I know I am exceptional. I cannot concede defeat. I must strive harder. Su Qingqing rallied herself, and then astonishingly said, let us exchange contact information, should you ever find yourself in need of energy. Come to me. I may not have much, but I have plenty of water. What? Xia Qi was taken aback, staring incredulously at Su Qingqing, his face inexplicably flushing. We have only just met. Isn't that a bit too forward? Realizing the implications of her words, Su Qingqing quickly waved her hands in explanation. No. I mean I have a lot of water, not that my water has energy. Her face flushed crimson, and her tongue stumbled as she inadvertently dug herself into a deeper hole. I understand. Rest assured, I will contact you if I am in need. Xia Qi turned away, stepping into the protective barrier. During their conversation, they had already approached the city gates. Chapter 24. I can't show my face anymore. Xia Qi's words caused Su Qingqing's face to turn as red as a monkey's rear end. If possible, she would have liked to find a crack in the ground to hide in. I truly cannot face anyone now. Xia Qi remained composed, allowing Su Qingqing a moment to gather herself. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Su Qingqing bit her lip, stealing a furtive glance at Xia Qi, resembling a slighted maiden. If the Su family in Jiang City discovers I have returned, they will surely not let me off easily. Once I contact the captain, I will take my leave. Understood. Travel safely. Once they entered the city, Xia Qi waved farewell to Su Qingqing, then made his way to the black market. Despite it being the dead of night, the black market remained open 24 hours. Upon re-entering the underground black market, Xia Qi observed that there were even more people present at night. The entire hall was bustling with dozens of individuals surrounding the counters, either trading goods or accepting tasks. There were several such trading counters, but Xia Qi was not in a rush. He sought out the same counter as during the day and patiently queued. In the meantime, he sent his level information to Su Yuanqing and their teacher. He had now reached level 10. According to their wager, if Su Yuanqing lagged behind, he would owe 10 million. After a long day of battling, Su Yuanqing, who had barely managed to reach level 8 with the help of another professional team, was seething with rage upon receiving Xia Qi's message. Damn it, this guy has reached level 10, and that A-grade team is utterly useless. Observing a new team tirelessly slaying monsters not far away, he realized that he had spent 5 million to hire this A-grade professional team for leveling up. He had hoped to overtake Xia Qi, but never anticipated that his leveling speed would be so rapid, leaving him with no opportunity whatsoever. This won't do. When I return tonight, I must have my family find a way to elevate my talent to S-grade. The chasm of talent left Su Yuanqing seething with envy. If he were also S-grade, he would surely match Xia Qi's prowess. As long as he was willing to spend money on precious resources, upgrading his talent was not impossible. However, the upgraded talent would still fall short compared to an awakened talent, only capable of harnessing half its potential, thereby labeled as a pseudo-talent. Nevertheless, Su Yuanqing did not care. A pseudo S-grade was still considered S-grade talent. Butler transferred 10 million to him, gritting his teeth, faced with the undeniable truth. Su Yuanqing had no choice but to accept the loss and instructed the butler to transfer the money to Xia Qi. Otherwise, denying his defeat would bring shame to the Su family. Hee, Xia Qi, do not revel in your triumph too soon. Wait until the mock examination in a week's time, and observe how I shall deal with you. Su Yuanqing revealed a wicked smile, for he was determined not to relinquish Yin Qingyue so easily. A few minutes later, while waiting in the black market hall, Xia Qi received a notification of a transfer. 10 million had been automatically deposited into his personal account. Well, at least he didn't default on his payment. This 10 million was quite effortlessly obtained, had he been grinding monsters and gathering materials himself. It would likely have taken him 10 days to a fortnight to amass such an amount. With 14,950,000, combined with the materials and weapons in his storage, he had enough to procure 4 talent potions. The remaining funds would suffice for tomorrow's vocational guild job change and skill acquisition. Before long, the individuals in front of him had completed their transactions. Xia Qi adjusted his mask, ensuring there were no discernible flaws, and approached. Hey, little brother, you've changed quite a bit in just one day? If it weren't for the mask, I might not have recognized you, Lena said, her ample bosom pressed against the counter, revealing a deep cleavage. You've changed as well. Xia Qi jested. Who have you been learning from? You're still quite young. Lena tossed her golden waves, casting a flirtatious glance at Xia Qi. As an experienced woman, she found it amusing that she could not even handle a rookie's playful banter. Enough of the chit-chat, please help me tally these materials and ascertain their worth. With that, Xia Qi dumped all his gains from the day onto the counter, a cacophony of clattering materials. Lena stepped back, her bosom surging, creating a ripple effect. So much, she exclaimed, donning gloves to begin her inspection. Flame grass, ice grass, very good, all of high quality. Gray wolf pelts, beast bones, aren't these from monsters above level 15? Did you actually slay these? She gasped. Whoa, don't spill everything. Let us move to a private room and handle this more gently. Seeing Xia Qi continue to pour out more and more materials, nearly filling the trading table, Lena quickly halted him and led him to a designated trading room. Pointing to a transaction table measuring 5 meters in length, Lena said, you can place everything here, and I'll count them one by one. Xia Qi nodded and once again dumped all the materials he had just collected. After a full minute of pouring, he finally stopped. The 5-meter table was now completely filled. Gazing at the hundreds of materials and items before her, Lena widened her eyes and asked in disbelief, did you really gather all this during the day? Why else would I have it? Xia Qi replied, how many trants did you slay? Lena immediately recognized that the vast majority of the materials were dropped by the trants from the twisted jungle, and to her astonishment, there were 8 trant seeds among them. If I didn't know your talent, I would suspect you had a luck-based ability. Although Lena was aware that Xia Qi possessed elemental talent, she did not consider it further, unaware that he indeed had a stroke of luck. After tallying the trant materials, the remaining items were contributions from a B-class adventurer team. While the quantity was modest, only a few dozen, the monsters were of considerable level and thus retained value. Do you plan to sell these 3 bronze weapons and the skill books? Lena did not inquire about the origins of these items, though she had already deduced that Xia Qi had likely wiped out a level 20 adventurer team. However, Due to protocol, such matters could not be openly discussed. Sell them all. Give me your estimate, Xia Qi replied calmly. Lena was astute enough to know what questions to ask and which to avoid. Before long, she meticulously checked all the items and recorded their prices and quantities. Once she confirmed everything was in order, she retrieved her calculator to tally the accounts. As she listened to the mechanical voice relaying numbers, Xia Qi's smile broadened. When Lena calculated the final sum for the Trant materials, she pressed the equals key, and the total was revealed. You can see for yourself, Lena inhaled deeply, pushing the calculation result towards Xia Qi. In total, it amounted to 180,734 yuan. Upon seeing this figure, Xia Qi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that these materials would fetch such a high price. How is this possible? Why is it so valuable? Xia Qi asked out of curiosity. The materials he had collected should have been worth around 1 million. The rest were from the adventurer team. The 8 Trant seeds alone are worth 800,000. The elemental herbs total 10,000, and the Trant materials come to 120,000. That totals 1,200,000. Lena detailed as she pointed to the pile of materials. Xia Qi nodded, the prices aligning closely with his own calculations. Now, the 3 bronze weapons are 50,000 each, totaling 150,000, and the skill books are valued at 90,000, making it 240,000 in total. Exactly, that is just over 200,000. Up to this point, the estimates were almost identical to Xia Qi's expectations. Indeed, the truly valuable item lies here. Lena, wearing gloves, delicately extracted a dark object resembling a branch the thickness of a baby's arm, approximately 1 foot long. A branch? Xia Qi inquired. No, this is a whip. He was momentarily speechless. The Manticore King's whip is rarely seen in the wild. You've stumbled upon quite a treasure. This alone is worth 600,000. The Manticore King was a level 20 monster and exceedingly rare. Among low-tier materials, the Manticore whip was considered a highly prized item, with its price consistently high. What purpose does it serve? Xia Qi asked, puzzled. A material priced at 600,000 surely had some special utility. Lena cast a knowing glance at Xia Qi, confirming his serious demeanor before she reluctantly explained, it's a whip. What else could it be used for? It's primarily for enhancing virility. Is that so? Xia Qi replied incredulously. Just that? Indeed, just that. Carefully placing the whip into her storage space, Lena waved her hand and stored the remaining materials. If you consume this before heading to the island, I guarantee you want to leave for 3 days and 3 nights. With a toss of her golden locks, she showcased her voluptuous figure, leaving Xia Qi feeling a bit parched. All right, I admit my ignorance. Xia Qi conceded, intending to invite Lena for a deeper discussion about material pricing at a later time. Please give me a refresher course when I call for it. Upon hearing this, Lena understood immediately, merely rolling her eyes at him without pursuing the topic further. Next, Lena procured an application form, inscribing the purchase prices for the materials before handing it to Xia Qi. If there are no issues, I'll sign it. None at all, Xia Qi confirmed. Nodding after verifying the amounts were correct, Lena promptly signed her elegant name and transferred the payment through her phone. With 187,000 in hand, combined with the 14,950,000 he already had, Xia Qi now possessed a grand total of 17,872,000. His confidence surged instantly. With the transaction completed, Lena had no intention of lingering. Just as she was about to exit the room, Xia Qi stopped her. Little brother, what do you want? Xia Qi propped one hand against the door, effectively blocking Lena's exit, his gaze unabashedly absorbing the exquisite view before him. With a playful smile, he remarked, have you forgotten something? Forgotten something? I don't think so, Lena replied, their proximity causing her thoughts to spiral into disarray upon catching a whiff of Xia Qi's unique masculine scent. Could it be that the earlier whip had awakened his primal instincts? The more she pondered, the more flustered she became, beads of sweat forming on her brow. While she relished flirtation, she was decidedly inexperienced in this realm. There are others outside. We can't do this here. Though the transaction room was secluded, it was adjacent to the trading hall, and any commotion would undoubtedly be overheard. What are you thinking? I merely meant that the transaction isn't complete yet. Where are the talent potions? He flicked her forehead playfully, causing her mind to buzz. Damn it. After all that, you're only asking about this? You should have said so earlier. I'll go get them now, just wait here. Lena's frustration boiled over, her body trembling with indignation as she flung the door open and stormed out. Xia Qi watched her retreating figure, a hint of bewilderment crossing his face. Had he truly said something amiss? The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Minutes later, Lena returned, a box in hand. They settled onto the sofa as she unveiled the contents. For gleaming talent potions, identical to the ones Wang Chuanyuan had gifted her, confirming their authenticity. For 100,000 each. Buying 4 amounts to 1,600,000, Lena said, casting him an irritated glance, still miffed about earlier events. Very well, no problem. Xia Qi felt no trepidation regarding the authenticity of the goods. A black market that had stood for centuries was unlikely to deceive him. Just as he was about to pay, Lena stopped him. You only need to pay 1,400,000. As I negotiated a discount for you due to your S-level talent. Such a stroke of good fortune? Xia Qi was momentarily tempted. 200,000 was no trifling sum. However, he pondered why the black market would seek to curry favor with him. Was it truly his talent they coveted? This seemingly advantageous transaction could indeed entangle him in a web of obligation. If he were merely an S-level talent, a small debt might be inconsequential. Yet for Xia Qi, S-level talent was merely the beginning. Future favors would surely eclipse 200,000 in value. I must decline. Let us transact at the standard price. After careful consideration, he shook his head, insisting on the full amount. Lena bit her lip, her gaze flickering as she weighed her thoughts. Ultimately, she acquiesced, and they proceeded with the transaction according to normal procedure. Once the deal was concluded, Xia Qi embraced the box and departed, confident that he wouldn't need to return soon. If necessary, he could simply summon Lena to his location. As he walked away, Lena let out a silent sigh, pondering whether to commend his shrewdness or to deem him a fool. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man in a black suit entered the room. "Miss, the master requests your presence." Lena waved him off impatiently. "I understand. I'll be there shortly. Can't you see I'm busy?" "Yes, miss," the man replied, bowing respectfully as he exited. On the surface, Lena appeared to be a mere clerk at the transaction counter, but in truth, she was the second in command of the black market in Jiangxing. Had Xia Qi known her true identity, he would comprehend how such a lowly counter attendant could access resources akin to that of Lolly Island. Chapter 26, Talent Upgrade. Secondary Amplification. Returning home under the cloak of night, Xia Qi confirmed that no signs of intrusion lingered before shutting his bedroom door and producing the talent potions. Ding. Awakening value 1. Ding. Awakening value 1. Ding. Awakening value 1. As the system notifications chimed, he watched as the progress bar on his panel surged upward with each potion consumed. Finally, his talent had leveled up. Name, Xia Qi Talent. Innate Dual Pupils LV2, 0500, Left Eye Replication. You can replicate any talent up to S level, with replication level increasing alongside talent level. Right Eye Amplification. You can amplify any talent up to S level, limited to 2 amplifications per day. Indeed, the natural awakening of his innate dual pupils had significantly enhanced his capabilities. Now, Xia Qi could directly replicate S-level talents and amplify twice within a single day. Regrettably, he had already utilized 1 amplification today, leaving only 1 opportunity. Which talent should he amplify? In preparation for today's outdoor dungeon, he had already amplified his blink talent to S-level after midnight the previous day. Now, before midnight, he had 1 last amplification available. He decided to amplify good fortune. Having tasted its sweetness, Xia Qi recognized that while good fortune lacked combat prowess, it possessed unparalleled utility for his financial endeavors. Without it, he would not have amassed such a wealth of materials in the twisted jungle. Though the materials currently seemed of little value, that was merely due to their low level. As he reached level 20, the worth of these materials would inevitably rise, leading to greater profits. Therefore, early investment promised early returns. Amplifying the B-level talent Good Fortune yielded the A-level talent Little Luck. Talent, Little Luck, copied amplification, quality, a level, effect. You are favored by the goddess of fortune, granting you luck beyond the ordinary. The description of the talent's effect stood out, particularly the phrase beyond the ordinary. At B level, it merely offered a slight probability of enhanced luck, but upon reaching A level, his luck had transcended the mundane. The precise effects would reveal themselves in tomorrow's dungeon. Satisfied with his amplified talent, Xia Qi eagerly anticipated the drop rates after the dungeon run. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 10:15. In just over an hour, he could amplify again. In addition to the elevation of his talent level, Xia Qi's physique had also undergone notable changes. Profession, None. Level 10, 7,500. Strength 100. Agility 100. Intelligence 200. Constitution 100. Equipment None. Talent Innate Dual Pupils LV2, S-level Thunder Mastery, S-level Teleportation. Observing his attribute panel, he sensed a distinct change in his attributes. The elemental energy within him was now more vibrant than ever, with his energy levels having doubled. If he were to unleash his Thunder Fury now, its power would likely be amplified significantly. The elevation of his innate dual pupils had directly doubled his intelligence attribute. Intelligence not only increased his total elemental energy, but also enhanced damage for elemental spells. With 200 points of intelligence, even typical A-level talent holders at level 20 would struggle to reach such heights. Analyzing his current attributes, Xia Qi surmised he could rival S-level talent professionals at level 20. It is noteworthy that he has only reached level 10, yet possesses the capability to engage in battles beyond his current rank, rendering him virtually invincible among his peers. For the next hour or so, Xia Qi took out his phone and engaged in a conversation with Sister Shui Duo. Through their exchange, he learned that Su Qingqing had successfully contacted her team leader and had departed Jiang City overnight, following the altercation with Su Yuanqing last night. Although he sustained no serious injuries, the Su family's reputation was severely compromised. Consequently, they exerted pressure on the professional association to ensure the assailant was apprehended. The professional association found themselves in a predicament, While they could disregard the Su family's standing, they had no desire to incite their ire in Jiang City. Thus, the B-rank team to which Su Qingqing belonged was promptly placed on a wanted list for a period of 30 days. Should Su Qingqing and her companions be captured during this time frame, they would be handed over to the Su family. Conversely, if they evaded capture, the matter would be brushed aside. Regrettably, with Su Qingqing forced to hide for a month, coincidentally, this period would coincide with the college entrance examinations, leaving little opportunity for Xia Qi to enjoy her company. Contemplating this, Xia Qi could only respond with a message urging her to stay safe, suggesting they meet again when circumstances permitted. Su Qingqing replied with a blushing emoji, indicating her willingness to secretly send him some energy drinks if needed. After some reflection, Xia Qi ultimately declined. The energy produced by the professional association was significant, and if Su Qingqing were to be caught while sending items, the consequences would be dire. As their pleasant conversation drew to a close, Xia Qi, unaware of the passing time, glanced at his phone and was startled to find it was already midnight. He swiftly ended the chat and opened his talent panel. Now, which talent should he augment? Currently, he possessed 11 talents, 2 S rank, 6 A rank, and 3 B rank. Disregarding the less frequently utilized talents, such as A rank, mechanical modification, B rank, weaken, and B rank, windblade, the remaining 9 talents were all exceptionally useful. The S rank talent, instantaneous movement, could be eliminated, as it was originally intended for self-preservation and no longer required immediate enhancement. The A rank talent, sword heart clarity, although impressive, was also postponed due to his lack of swordsmanship skills. The talent he employed most frequently remained lightning manipulation, known for its high damage and swift execution, with few creatures in the early stages capable of withstanding its might. After all, it belonged to the esteemed elemental category, possessing virtually no significant weaknesses. He made the decision to augment the S-rank talent, lightning manipulation. With a thought, Xia Qi resolved to apply his augmentation opportunity to the S-rank talent and eagerly anticipated the extent of its enhancement. Upon augmenting lightning manipulation, a notification chimed. S-rank, lightning manipulation, copy augmentation. Quality, S-rank, 110. Effect, you can manipulate lightning. The thunder of the 10 directions shall heed your command. Upon viewing the talent panel, Xia Qi experienced a moment of clarity. It turned out that augmentation had not failed. Rather, it required a progress bar. For talents below S rank, each augmentation could elevate them by 1 level. However, once a talent reached S rank, each augmentation would contribute to a progress increment. This was akin to utilizing a talent potion, necessitating a certain quantity to facilitate further advancement. Transitioning from S rank to SS rank would require 10 augmentations. While 10 might not seem excessive, it nonetheless demanded a considerable amount of time, indicating that he needed to strategize the usage of his augmentations. After analyzing the augmentation mechanism, Xia Qi resolved to delay upgrading his S-rank talents and instead focus on augmenting his lower-rank talents first. With 2 augmentation opportunities available per day, over the course of a month, he would accumulate 60 opportunities. Theoretically, if he managed his augmentations judiciously, by the time the college entrance examinations arrived in a month, he could potentially possess at least 5 SS-rank talents. Furthermore, within that month, it was conceivable that he could elevate the level of his innate dual pupils, thereby increasing his augmentation opportunities. Thus, possessing 6 or even 7 SS-rank talents was not out of reach. However, he was still in need of funds, as his resources were woefully insufficient. Gazing at the daunting figure of 500 points required for upgrading his innate dual pupils, he realized he would need to purchase 50 talent potions to elevate them to level 3. At 4 million per potion, that totaled 200 million. With this in mind, Xia Qi decisively allocated his final augmentation of the day to the talent, Little Luck. Upon augmenting the A-rank talent, Little Luck, he acquired the S-rank talent, Luck. Talent, Luck, copy augmentation. Quality, S-rank. Effect, you are favored by the goddess of fortune, and good luck shall follow you. Good fortune indeed, I appreciate that. Unsurprisingly, the augmented, Little Luck, transformed into S-rank, now manifesting as a continuous stream of good fortune, far surpassing ordinary luck in its efficacy. Anticipating tomorrow with optimism, Xia Qi felt satisfied and drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, as the sun's rays filtered through, Xia Qi awoke early. Today was not only about delving into dungeons and slaying monsters, he had another significant task, to undergo a job change at the professional association. After a brief tidying up and a hearty breakfast, Xia Qi eagerly boarded a bus heading to the professional association. The professional association, located in the heart of Jiang City, was not far from his school. After approximately a 20-minute journey, he alighted and was greeted by the sight of a towering modern edifice, standing 50 stories tall. Exceeding 130 meters, it was the tallest structure in Jiang City. Upon entering the lobby, he was welcomed by a pleasant young lady at the entrance. Sir, are you here for a job change? Indeed, I am here for a job change. Please proceed to the 3rd floor. Very well. With the warm reception, Xia Qi was escorted by the welcoming hostess to the elevator, which ascended to the 3rd floor. Upon arrival, he discovered that aside from the staff, he was the sole individual in the job change hall. It was the second day following the awakening day, and most students had only just reached level 5, making it improbable for anyone else to be present for a job change at this time. Typically, the peak period for job changes occurred about a week to 10 days later when students from various high schools would have generally reached level 10, resulting in a bustling atmosphere. How does one undergo a job change? Upon entering the job change hall, Xia Qi encountered a dozen elegantly attired young ladies at the reception desks. Hearing the news of a job change early in the morning, all eyes turned towards Xia Qi. This handsome young man is here for a job change? A mature and composed lady quickly approached him, instantly transforming the once quiet hall into a lively scene. Wow, he is so handsome. Fool, all you care about is looks. Can't you see this young man is already at level 10? At this time, achieving level 10 signifies a remarkable talent. Ladies, don't compete with me. I just broke up last week and could certainly use some comfort. Begone. Have you even taken a moment to reflect upon your own appearance? For that young man to have any interest in you, if he were wise, he would seek a new path with me, and I would certainly guide him to a private chamber for a more profound exchange. The young lady scoffed, already drifting into daydreams before the arrival of the guests. Listening to the multitude of women in the job transfer hall, speaking in earnest tones laced with all manner of cunning remarks, even the reborn Xia Qi felt a flush of embarrassment creep upon his cheeks. Had he stumbled into a den of wolves? The piercing gazes of these women seemed as if they were intent on devouring him whole. Silence. Enough with the ruckus. The imposing lady attending Xia Qi's needs spoke with a chilling authority, instantly silencing the room. I apologize for the commotion. I'm the manager of this hall, Chen Tiantian. Just call me Sister Tiantian. All right, Sister Tiantian. Xia Qi accepted the business card, observing the robust figure that strained against her tailored suit. Realizing that her name was indeed fitting, with hands poised, Chen Tiantian strutted forward, introducing the various job transfer counters. Her demeanor radiating an air of superiority as she surveyed the room. Compared to me, you are all but novices. As the saying goes, a higher authority crushes the lesser. Under Chen Tiantian's formidable presence, any dissent from the other women was stifled. The primary professions include warriors, mages, assassins, archers, priests, and hunters. Guided by the manager, Xia Qi navigated through the various transfer counters, absorbing a wealth of information. After reaching level 10, one may select a profession. Although these are merely entry-level roles with limited enhancements, they are certainly preferable to having none at all. Once a profession is acquired, awakeners can learn corresponding skills, which enhance their combat abilities, thus better equipping them to confront the monsters lurking in the wilderness. So, young man, which profession do you intend to pursue? Chen Tiantian explained with great expertise, prompting Xia Qi to ponder deeply. Sister Tiantian, which profession do you oversee? As for me, I am responsible for the healer profession, specifically the priest role. What say you, young man? Have you considered it? Healers are indispensable in the wild. Chen Tiantian swayed her ample bosom, her voice dripping with allure. Dazzled by the display, Xia Qi waved his hands dismissively. I prefer a combat profession, never mind. What use is a healer with significant healing power if they ultimately depend on a team to level up? Although support roles possess combat skills, Xia Qi was not inclined to pursue them. 1. He could replicate talents to compensate. 2. There was little need for team cooperation. After a moment's reflection, under the expectant gazes of the numerous women, Xia Qi reached his decision. He strode confidently towards the sole woman whose demeanor was composed and somewhat frosty. Excuse me. Please assist me in transferring to a mage. Chapter 28. Career Choice, Perfect Resonance. Possessing the noble elemental talent, Thunder Mastery, Xia Qi felt no need to choose a melee profession. Hacking at monsters seemed far too laborious. It would be far more advantageous to select the ranged profession of mage, effortlessly vanquishing foes with but a thought. Are you certain you wish to choose the mage profession? The woman selected from among the myriad of professions inquired with a hint of surprise. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Xia Qi replied, puzzled by her astonished expression. The mage is a perfectly legitimate profession, is it not? Young man, you see, aside from elemental awakeners, most individuals do not opt for the mage profession. Under the guidance of the mage transfer officer, Xia Qi finally grasped the reasoning behind her surprise. Elemental awakeners are inherently rare in this world, thus those who transition to mage roles are naturally fewer than those who choose other paths. Typically, even among elemental awakeners, not all would opt for the mage profession. While a mage could amplify certain elemental powers, many prioritize survival and practicality over raw power. For instance, robust warriors or knights, or agile assassins and hunters, are often more appealing. Ultimately, one must survive to have a future. Professions with greater survivability are favored over the fragile and slow-moving mage. This alone would not dissuade the majority. The most crucial factor is that mages are notoriously expensive. Many devastating spells are classified as advanced skills, while beginner skills lack potency, making the cost of learning formidable. Mage skill books of the same level are often twice as expensive as those of other professions, and that is just for skills. For mages to engage in high-intensity combat, energy management is paramount. Aside from the rare restorative talents, most awakeners face the dilemma of hunting for half an hour and spending the entire morning recuperating. Healing items are similarly pricey, rendering the mage profession virtually a burden for those with low talent and no connections. Of course, mages are not without their champions. For instance, Yunqing Yue's father is a renowned archmage in Jiangqing. Yet, such individuals are exceedingly rare. The talent and financial demands are immensely high. It is no wonder that during Xia Qi's dungeon exploration yesterday, with the exception of a rogue team with one mage, he scarcely encountered anyone of that profession. Perhaps you should reconsider. The mage transfer officer, hoping for Xia Qi to choose the mage path, nonetheless expressed her concerns regarding financial prospects. I've made my decision. I shall select the mage. Xia Qi indeed lacked funds, but he was unconcerned about energy supply. With the B-grade talent, I have a cup of energy water, replicated from the water sister. He had no need to spend on restorative items. As for learning skills, Xia Qi was not overly worried. With luck on his side, he might even grasp skills intuitively, combining luck with rapid learning. The potential energy unleashed by these two talents was beyond Xia Qi's imagination. Thus, he was resolute. He must choose the mage profession. How magnificent it would be. Very well. Follow me. The transfer officer, delighted by his decision, led Xia Qi to a quiet chamber, furnished only with simple decor and a towering crystal orb. I've noticed that you seem to enjoy leading people to secluded rooms, Xia Qi jested as he followed the transfer officer, his thoughts drifting to the enchanting Lena from the black market. Although the former lacked Lena's beauty, her figure was quite admirable. This is to ensure tranquility, rest assured. The soundproofing is excellent, the mage transfer officer replied, her cheeks flushed. While unexpected occurrences during the transfer process were rare, they were not unheard of, making a perfectly quiet environment essential. Then let us proceed. What must I do? Do I need to remove my clothing? Xia Qi inquired playfully, preparing to shed his shirt while seated on the nearby sofa. And no, there's no need. Simply place your hand upon the crystal orb, and I will handle the rest. Very well then. Realizing this was indeed a serious matter, Xia Qi suppressed his playful demeanor and placed his palm upon the shimmering orb. After reciting an obscure incantation, the crystal began to emanate a dazzling light. Now, close your eyes and feel the power of the elements. The voice of the transfer officer echoed in Xia Qi's ears. If one were not an elemental awakened, they would need to sense the elemental power and wait for it to enter their body, completing the job transition. However, Xia Qi was an exception. With a mere thought, the breath of thunder naturally began to circulate within him, and the elemental energy within his body began to gather rhythmically in the palm of his hand, resonating with the elemental energy within the crystal ball. Boom. The sound of thunder erupted from nowhere, startling the transfer officer standing nearby. Ah, is this elemental resonance? The so-called elemental resonance refers to the harmonious convergence of the elemental power within the awakened and the elemental force within the crystal ball, producing a resonance. Following this resonance, elemental reactions would manifest in the surroundings, indicating that the awakened was exceptionally suited for the mage profession. Let me see how high the resonance level is. Retrieving a detector from the storage room, this device could gauge the data of the elemental resonance. 95%. Good heavens, and it's still rising. Through the detector, the transfer officer could instantly perceive the intensity of the resonance. The data displayed on the detector left the officer utterly dumbfounded. In the air, the ferocious thunder elements surged wildly. Through the crystal ball, countless tendrils of black mist rolled and churned, with lightning darting amidst the dark fog, producing crackling sounds. 98, 99, 100. A perfect match. The transfer officer gazed at Xia Qi with eyes akin to those one would reserve for a monster. At this moment, Xia Qi was enveloped in arcs of lightning, as if, in the next instant, an endless torrent of thunder would descend upon the world. Shield. The transfer officer, disregarding her astonishment, hastily cast a spell, conjuring a transparent protective barrier that enveloped both Xia Qi and the crystal ball. Boom. Another tremendous clap of thunder echoed. Within the small transfer room, countless bolts of lightning began to leap, their blinding brilliance illuminating the entire space. Crack. A sharp explosion resonated as a wisp of smoke emerged from the detector in the transfer officer's hand, its internal components utterly destroyed by the omnipresent lightning elements. In contrast, Xia Qi had already levitated into the air. Dozens of bolts of lightning shot forth from his orifices, shattering the protective barrier set by the transfer officer in an instant. In that moment, Xia Qi resembled a deity of thunder descended upon the mortal realm. Chapter 29. Comprehending Skills, Nightmare Dungeon. You have comprehended the sword technique, Thunder Flash. You have comprehended the passive skill, Energy Reduction. You have comprehended the skill, Attachment. As the lightning dissipated and the room returned to normal, Xia Qi was greeted by a series of notifications. This is the power of luck. He rejoiced internally, not expecting that such a simple job transition would propel him into an enigmatic state of enlightenment. Sword Technique, Thunder Flash. Effect. Instantly condenses the power of thunder throughout the body, swiftly advancing to slay enemies, attaching thunder damage, with a charge time of 10 seconds. Skill, Energy Reduction. Effect. Your usage of all spell-type skills reduces energy consumption by 10%. Skill, attachment. Effect, you can attach elements to weapons and items. 3 skills, each possessing its unique merits, are indeed rare treasures. Yet, Xia Qi was somewhat surprised. He had originally wished to quietly pursue the path of a mage, only to unexpectedly comprehend a sword technique. The power of sword techniques needs no elaboration, especially since Xia Qi possessed the talent of sword heart clarity, which would amplify any sword technique's damage. It seems I need to acquire some weapons. Returning to the present, Xia Qi glanced at the transfer officer, whose previously indifferent expression was now filled with shock and a hint of fear. What on earth just happened? It was like an explosion, she exclaimed, her hair resembling a hedgehog in a rather comical manner. Xia Qi, bewildered, inquired, "Please, don't come near. There's electricity." Seeing Xia Qi approach, the transfer officer hurriedly pressed herself against the wall, trembling. Had her level not been sufficiently high, she would have likely been electrocuted by now. "Can I leave now?" he asked. "The door is over there. You can go by yourself." "All right." With the transfer complete, Xia Qi had no intention of lingering and promptly exited the transfer hall. As for the mage transfer officer, he felt sorry for her, yet there was nothing more he could do to console her, trusting she would manage on her own. Once Xia Qi departed, the transfer officer regained her composure. Gazing at the devastated transfer room, she felt like weeping. Had it not been for the guild's construction being relatively secure, it might have been utterly destroyed by now. That man was terrifying. A 100% elemental resonance rate would undoubtedly lead to peak achievements in the mage profession in the future, navigating the familiar path to the eastern outskirts. Xia Qi hummed a cheerful tune, his spirits high. Perhaps a dual focus on swordsmanship would not be out of the question. Even among melee professions, swordsmen are top tier, their power exceedingly formidable, rivaling that of the noble mages. Furthermore, melee professions have their advantages. Low energy consumption, capable of both offense and defense. Even if their energy is depleted, they can continue leveling as long as their stamina suffices, posing no fear of being unable to defeat monsters. It seems this has already set my future direction. Is a hexagonal warrior what that means? Xia Qi finally realized that his innate dual pupils might not be a mere talent, but rather a golden finger from his transmigration. No wonder every time he leveled up, it was a cumulative enhancement of all attributes. It matters not. The future remains uncertain. For now, I shall focus on the present and see how today unfolds. There is no need for overthinking. Xia Qi only needs to level up quickly and solidify his foundation. As he distanced himself from the city gates, the nearby wild monsters gradually increased in level. Level 12 firebirds, level 13 five-step snakes. Along the way, several adventurer parties were engaged in battling monsters to level up. But Xia Qi paid them no mind, heading straight for his target today, the zombie mine. The level 14 dungeon, the zombie mine, was densely populated with monsters, offering richer experience points. Compared to wild monsters, clearing dungeons was far more cost-effective. As he approached the zombie mine, he noticed a growing number of adventurers. On the road to the dungeon, most wild monsters had been cleared. Soon, Xia Qi arrived near the dungeon entrance. It resembled the twisted jungle, albeit with a different hue. Normal difficulty. Looking for a powerful warrior, the team must include a healer. Normal difficulty. Open to newcomers, no profession restrictions, but resource allocation is at the captain's discretion. Level 20 adventurers leading the way for elite difficulty. Private messaging for entry requirements. All members with A-grade talents, leading a team for hard difficulty. The elite gather. Come join us. Dungeon difficulties are categorized into 4 levels: normal, elite, hard, and nightmare. As he neared the dungeon entrance, hundreds of adventurers were recruiting teammates. Yesterday, Xia Qi tackled the twisted jungle at normal difficulty. Today, that level no longer sufficed for him. Similar to last time, many teams extended invitations to Xia Qi, but upon noticing he bore the mage badge, they instantly lost interest. Having no intention of teaming up, Xia Qi felt quite at ease. It appeared that the mage profession was not particularly favored. This suited him perfectly, as it spared him from unwanted interruptions. Arriving at the dungeon entrance, he checked the dungeon information. The level 14 zombie mine was ideal for leveling between level 15 and level 20 adventurers. The ordinary difficulty presented here is significantly more formidable than the monsters found in the wild, offering a wealth of experience that can be accrued repeatedly. Within the cavern, numerous ores await discovery. Should fortune smile upon one, rare minerals can fetch tens of thousands per pound, making it an exceedingly profitable endeavor. This is why many practitioners, even those who have reached their 20s and levels, choose to linger in this instance. In comparison to battling high-level monsters at that stage, the financial rewards are meager, rendering this location far superior. This explains why a multitude of awakeners, after 2 or 3 years, remain steadfastly in their 20s, with the maximum being 30. Awakeners not only seek to level up, but also require substantial wealth as capital. Otherwise, they risk their lives against increasingly powerful foes, unable to safeguard their very existence. Of course, this concern arises after reaching level 20. Prior to that, all are collectively regarded as novices. During this novice phase, leveling remains paramount. Little brother, I see no team is willing to take you in. Would you care to join us? 100,000 will get you through, and you need do nothing. As Xia Qi stood solitary at the entrance of the instance, someone approached him discreetly. If you find 100,000 too steep, 80,000 will suffice. You appear to be a newcomer, so how about 50,000 for a single run? This is already the lowest price. You won't find such a deal elsewhere. Numerous similar coaching teams abound here, yet Xia Qi paid them no heed. After reviewing the instance information, he resolutely selected the nightmare difficulty. Please confirm whether you wish to select nightmare difficulty. Confirm. Xia Qi was teleported into the instance. What the hell? He entered the instance alone. One man exclaimed incredulously. Isn't it a bit pretentious for a novice mage to attempt a solo run? Let me check what difficulty he just chose. Ordinary difficulty might have offered some chance. What did he select? Impressive, he chose nightmare difficulty. Chapter 30. An efficient leveling pace. Outside the instance, the man who had been soliciting stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Upon hearing this, everyone else expressed mocking amusement. Truly reckless. A frail mage dares to take on the nightmare difficulty alone. Each year, countless overconfident individuals perish in instances due to their arrogance. Newcomers like Xia Qi, oblivious to their own limitations, are highly likely to meet their demise within. The zombie mine, as its name suggests, features a vast cavernous structure teeming with grotesque zombies. Upon entering the instance, a circular light emanates beneath one's feet. Stepping beyond this circle signifies the official commencement of the instance. A mere meter away, a tattered zombie creature was roaring, having spotted Xia Qi within the circle. It awaited his departure from the light to rend everything before it with its sharp claws. Unperturbed, Xia Qi cast a spell of insight. Copper-skinned zombie, elite level. Level, 14. Strength, 150. Vitality, 150. Agility, 150. Intelligence, 20. Skill bite. Indeed, this nightmare-level instance boasted attributes far surpassing those of ordinary monsters. Strength, vitality, and agility reached an impressive 150 points. For a 14-level A-grade talent, only one attribute might match the zombie, while the others would pale in comparison. It is no wonder that practitioners outside often band together, lingering here even at level 20 and above. Nevertheless, Xia Qi remained unperturbed. Possessing 3 S-grade talents alongside numerous powerful skills and abilities, victory was all but assured. As he activated the breath of thunder, a plume of white vapor escaped his lips, and he stepped forth from the light, officially embarking on his journey through the instance. The copper-skinned zombie's eyes glowed red upon detecting its prey. It surged forward with eagerness. Its speed was formidable, yet Xia Qi's thunder was swifter. Boom! A resounding explosion ensued, causing the copper-skinned zombie to stagger momentarily. Caught in a brief state of paralysis, with its meager intelligence of merely 20, it could not comprehend the source of the terrifying thunder summoned by its adversary. With the mage profession acquired, the might of the thunder surged by 10%, instantly inflicting a gaping wound upon the zombie's frame. While the copper-skinned zombie was indeed formidable, its vitality was still only 150 points, slightly inferior to the 180 points of the Treant King. Faced with the terrifying power of thunder, as long as Xia Qi avoided the zombie's grasp, its demise was but a matter of time. With a furious roar, the copper-skinned zombie swiped its claws in a renewed assault, intent on viciously tearing apart the foe before it. Yet, before it could act, another bolt of thunder struck. 1, 2, 3. Xia Qi stood his ground. Each time the copper-skinned zombie attempted to advance, a bolt of thunder would intercept it. This resulted in the distance between them. Initially less than 2 meters, remaining unbridged, the zombie ultimately succumbing in a fit of fury and despair. Defeated a level 14 copper-skinned zombie. Experience gained 4,000. Upon receiving the notification, Xia Qi displayed an expression of exhilaration. Nightmare difficulty indeed lived up to its name. The experience points gained were tenfold compared to ordinary monsters of the same level. Slaying a single copper-skinned zombie equated to vanquishing 10 ordinary level 14 monsters. The entire process of extermination took merely 5 to 6 seconds, showcasing remarkable efficiency. When calculated thus, the leveling speed appeared even swifter. The cavern floor was quite expansive, and the battle between Xia Qi and the copper-skinned zombies naturally attracted the attention of other creatures, prompting the emergence of new copper-skinned zombies. Excellent. Today not a single monster here shall escape. With that declaration, Xia Qi charged forth like a tiger descending from the mountains, engaging in a frenzied slaughter. Defeated a level 14 copper-skinned zombie. Experience 4,000. Obtained Copper Claws X5. Defeated a level 14 copper-skinned zombie. Experience 4,000. Obtained Ordinary or X7. A flurry of notifications appeared. With the S-grade talent of luck, Xia Qi discovered that not only was the drop rate significantly heightened, but the quantity of drop materials had also increased. All of this equated to wealth. Witnessing this, Xia Qi intensified his efforts in slaying monsters, maximizing the conservation of energy within himself while unleashing a continuous stream of thunder. After advancing 100 meters and vanquishing nearly 100 copper-skinned zombies, a flash of brilliance enveloped Xia Qi, heralding his well-deserved level up. He was now level 11. With only 25% of progress remaining, Xia Qi had filled his experience bar in a mere 10 minutes. Name, Xia Qi. Profession, Mage. Level, 11,0001. Strength, 120. Agility, 120. Vitality, 120. Intelligence, 240. Equipment, none. Talents, Natural Dual Eyes, LV2 Unique, S-Grade Thunder Control, S-Grade Teleportation, S-Grade Luck, A-Grade Rapid Learning, A-Grade Bullet Speed, A-Grade Sword Clarity, A-Grade Magical Bone Method, A-Grade Mechanical Modification, B-Grade Wind Blade, B-Grade Weakening, B-Grade Energy Water. Active Skills, Thunderstorm, Level 3, Thunder Roar, Level 3, Lightning Flash, Attachment. Passive Skills, Energy Reduction. After reviewing his attribute panel, Xia Qi nodded in satisfaction. Level 10 marked a watershed moment. After this point, his foundational attributes would experience further growth. The attributes of strength, physique, and agility used to increase by 10 points each time. Now, they have escalated to 20 points. Intelligence, which was previously at 20 points, has now doubled to 40 points. As my level ascends, the disparity between my attributes and those of other gifted individuals will only widen. Such is the nature of the world. The strong become stronger, and the chasm between the weak and the powerful only grows. It is imperative to amass wealth swiftly. To elevate my talent to SS, or even SSS grade. With a resolute aim, Xia Qi's hunger for riches intensified. What he has glimpsed thus far is merely the tip of the iceberg in this world. To truly ascend to its zenith, his current prowess is decidedly insufficient. In a matter of days, he shall discover the true strength of an SS grade talent. As for the legendary SSS grade talent, perhaps answers await at Shengjing University. However, pondering this is futile. The path to wealth and leveling up is the true way forward. Due to limitations in knowledge, Xia Qi is currently unable to acquire further information. All must await the passage of 20 days. Suppressing his inner curiosity, he delves deeper into the mine. The mine is not a singular path, but comprises multiple branching routes. All interconnected. With the breath of thunder and bullet speed, Xia Qi will not overlook any path, even if it requires running a bit further. He is determined to vanquish all monsters. As experience points accumulate rapidly, the energy within Xia Qi is being consumed at a swift pace. His energy reserves, replenished from leveling up, are dwindling quickly. Nevertheless, he remains unperturbed. In his storage space, over 20 cups of energy water had been prepared in advance for the unceasing battle against monsters. By the time Xia Qi has eradicated all the creatures from the various passages, his experience level has reached 1/3. Level 11,3303. A mere 40 minutes have passed. An astonishing efficiency. Chapter 31. The boss emerges, seizing the initiative. Advancing 800 meters, the fork in the road has converged into a singular, complete passage. Gazing ahead, the tunnel remains unfathomably deep. A chilling wind sweeps through, accompanied by various terrifying roars that reach Xia Qi's ears. Approximately 5 meters ahead of him, a burly zombie blocks the center of the tunnel. Compared to other zombies, this one towers over 2 meters, its robust frame resembling that of a hulking giant. Casting an insight spell reveals the creature's details. Ironhide Zombie, Boss. Level, 15. Strength, 200. Agility, 150. Physique, 250. Intelligence, 80. This is Xia Qi's first encounter with a boss monster, and it possesses 2 skills. Its attributes significantly surpass those of the Copperhide Zombie. Boasting a strength of 200 and a physique of 250, truly formidable. This is indeed a boss monster. The nightmare level dungeon possesses its merits, and should he face the later boss, its attributes will likely be even more potent. It is probable that only a team of A-grade talents at level 25 or so could contend with it. In a nightmare level dungeon, it is entirely reasonable for monsters of this caliber to exist. Generally, B-grade professionals, even at levels exceeding the dungeon's zombie level by 5, can only tackle normal levels. Engaging in elite levels poses a lethal threat. As for nightmare levels, an A-grade talent team must have their levels exceed the dungeon level by 10 to mitigate danger. Otherwise, the risks remain considerable. Furthermore, equipment and skills must be adequately matched. Otherwise, carelessly entering a dungeon could lead to demise. Xia Qi, at merely level 10, daring to solo a nightmare level dungeon, is a rare breed. Akin to a reckless fool destined for death. Sensing the ripple of the insight spell, the previously still Ironhide Zombie awakens. It slowly turns, its massive form stomping down, causing the entire mine to tremble slightly. You shall die? With great effort, those 2 words emerge, and a furious aura rushes towards Xia Qi. Long fangs glint ominously, a sense of pressure enveloping him entirely. Thunderstrike. With a chilling gaze, Xia Qi decisively launches his attack. He understands the principle of seizing the initiative, and thus, he strikes first. Roar. The power of thunder, swift as lightning, collides with the Ironhide Zombie. The creature merely shudders before charging forward, as if unfazed. Iron Mountain Charge. Like a heavy truck, the Ironhide zombie withstands the thunderous force with its robust physique, hurtling towards Xia Qi with relentless ferocity. This is bad. With a slight shift of his gaze, Xia Qi instinctively activates the breath of thunder and bullet speed to evade the impending attack. Crash. The Ironhide zombie crashes into the mine wall, the violent impact causing the cavern to tremble, debris cascading down. Even standing several meters away, Xia Qi feels the force of the aftershock, a grave expression crossing his face. The power of Iron Mountain Charge is formidable, should he be struck. He senses that even if he were to survive, he would certainly suffer grievous injuries. The Ironhide zombie shakes its head. Though it possesses some intelligence, it is evidently limited. Confused as to why its enemy, once right before it, has suddenly appeared several meters away, it remains dazed. Seizing the opportunity while the Ironhide zombie is momentarily stunned, Xia Qi unleashes a barrage of thunderbolts without hesitation. The Ironhide zombie's defenses are evidently robust, yet regrettably, a significant portion of its body is composed of iron. The thunders might rampages within, and while it may appear unscathed externally, it has sustained internal injuries. Boom. Another thunderbolt descends. The Ironhide zombie's proud armor is violently breached. Flesh and blood erupting in a chaotic display. You shall die. The Ironhide zombie, now somewhat slowed, launches another attack, though this time its power is noticeably diminished. Xia Qi deftly evades, simultaneously gathering more thunder energy to continue his assault. As emotionless bolts of lightning rain down upon the Ironhide zombie, it feels as though it is being savagely gnawed by countless ants, an unbearable sensation. The lightning not only possesses immense power, but also a paralyzing effect. It can withstand 1 or 2 strikes, but as the numbers increase, the thunder elements wreak havoc within its body. Its movements begin to slow. Roar. A colossal roar erupts. But this time, the Ironhide zombie's target is not Xia Qi, it is the depths of the mine. In this confined cavern, sound travels unidirectionally. Soon, numerous smaller roars follow suit, escalating in intensity until they draw near. This is bad. It is calling for reinforcements. Xia Qi furrows his brow. He hadn't anticipated that the Ironhide zombie would summon allies. Unable to contend alone, it resorts to calling for backup. Indeed, within less than a second, Xia Qi spots a Copperhide zombie hastening toward him. Behind the Copperhide zombie, even more zombies appear, rushing in their direction. A swift resolution is essential. Lingering in battle is unwise. Faced with the unscrupulous boss monster, the Ironhide zombie, Xia Qi resolves to strike decisively, maximizing the breath of thunder. He unleashes a relentless onslaught of thunderbolts upon the Ironhide zombie. Run. Sensing the threat to its life, the Ironhide zombie charges headlong into the throng of zombies, heedless of its own safety. Witnessing this, Xia Qi is determined not to let the tiger return to the mountain. You flee, I pursue. You sprout wings, yet cannot escape. The formidable Summer Qi, expending every ounce of energy in a relentless assault, proved to be an adversary that the iron-skinned zombie could scarcely withstand. After a series of thunderous strikes, the iron-skinned zombie collapsed, mere meters away from its companions. Yet, it would not live to see them arrive, for it had already taken its leave. Defeated level 15 iron-skinned zombie, experience points 15,000. Acquired iron, or X11. Acquired basic energy essence, X3. Acquired iron corpse fangs, X5. A mere 15,000 experience points? How disheartening. Summer Qi, having expended considerable effort to vanquish the iron-skinned zombie, felt somewhat dissatisfied. This paltry reward equated to the experience of 4 copper-skinned zombies, yet the time invested was tenfold. It took nearly a minute to dispatch this iron-skinned foe, and the energy expenditure was no small matter. Fortunately, boss monsters, aside from experience, yield a plethora of additional materials of considerable value. Energy essences are highly sought after, needed by nearly all secondary profession practitioners, and the market is perpetually in demand. The fangs can be fashioned into weapons, fetching a respectable price. With monetary incentives at play, Summer Qi was unconcerned about the energy expenditure. Although the iron-skinned zombie was dealt with, the encroachment of hundreds of copper-skinned zombies loomed ahead. Gazing upon the grotesque visages of the zombies, all clamoring for vengeance for their fallen leader, Summer Qi could not suppress a smile. Come forth, today. None of you shall escape. With a surge of thunderous energy enveloping him, Summer Qi launched his assault. Chapter 32, The Grand Fireworks Gala. The cavernous passage measured little over 3 meters in width. Hundreds of copper-skinned zombies, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, surged forward with an intimidating presence. Were it any other practitioner facing such an onslaught, sheer panic would ensue. Yet Summer Qi remained unperturbed. Though numerous, the copper-skinned zombies lacked formidable attributes, having dispatched many already. He knew how to counter them, bolstered by the breath of thunder and the velocity of his projectiles, as long as he did not fall into their encirclement. The copper-skinned zombies posed no threat. Even if ensnared, he possessed the gift of teleportation. Not a hair would be touched. One could only wonder how these copper-skinned zombies could contend with Summer Qi. Debilitate. Thunderous fury. With a mere thought, Summer Qi unleashed several talents, while thunderous fury began to gather power. After all, Such a substantial gathering of zombies was not to be missed. He initiated a grand offensive. In an instant, a tempest of raging thunder surged around him, arcs of electricity crackling and coalescing into a tempestuous domain of thunder. Under the onslaught of this chaotic energy, the advance of the hundreds of copper-skinned zombies faltered. They sensed a terrifying energy coalescing. Once unleashed, their copper exteriors would likely not withstand it. Their intellect may be limited, but they were not devoid of awareness. The looming sense of crisis was palpable. In that brief moment of hesitation, Xia Qi noted that at least 30 zombies were outside the range of Thunderous Fury's assault. That simply would not do. All must remain together. Unleashing his teleportation ability, Xia Qi swiftly positioned himself amidst the copper-skinned zombies, ensuring they were all encompassed by the attack's range. Several zombies, caught off guard, reacted too late to strike back. As Thunderous Fury was already in motion, countless bolts of lightning cascaded down like rain, engulfing all in their path with brilliant blue-white radiance. Boom, boom. The thunder roared like firecrackers, a cacophony of sound echoing throughout the cavern. The thunder fell like rain, erupting in a dazzling display of light. The thunderous symphony played a melodious tune, reminiscent of a grand fireworks celebration, as hundreds of copper-skinned zombies were consumed, their cries mingling in the air. Once Thunderous Fury was unleashed, the outcome was inevitable. This time, Xia Qi summoned nearly a third of his internal energy, augmented by a 10% increase in power from his mage class, resulting in a qualitative enhancement of Thunderous Fury's might. When the storm of lightning subsided, the iron-skinned zombies lay vanquished, their flesh rent asunder, revealing the chilling whiteness of broken bones. Thus, every last one of the copper-skinned zombies fell, transforming into experience points for Xia Qi. Instant annihilation. Without a doubt, it was a kill. Defeated level 14 copper-skinned zombie. Experience points 3,000. Acquired copper-skin X3. Defeated level 14 copper-skinned zombie. Experience points 3,000. Acquired common or X5. Defeated level 14 copper-skinned zombie. Experience points 3,000. Acquired zombie claws X4. In an instant, notifications cascaded like a flood. Experience points soared visibly. In the blink of an eye, Xia Qi's experience surged from 33 to 53. Such rapid advancement in leveling was astonishing. Thunderous Fury was truly formidable. Reflecting back, the initial comprehension of Thunderous Fury might have been a stroke of fortune. This divine skill, while not on par with the high-level mage's forbidden spells, was invincible at this stage of his journey. Departing this corridor, he pressed deeper into the mine. Following the recent slaughter of a cohort of copper-skinned zombies, the number of monsters encountered diminished significantly. Nevertheless, Xia Qi would not overlook a single creature. He explored every shadowy nook and cranny. Swiftly traversing the path, he eradicated every copper-skinned zombie in his wake. By now, he had advanced 3,000 meters. Nearing the mine's terminus, at the end, a downward pit appeared before him, a winding staircase spiraling into the depths. Upon the stairs, Xia Qi glimpsed numerous zombie silhouettes. Unlike any he had encountered previously, these zombies bore equipment. Copperbone Guardian, Enhanced Elite. Level, 15. Strength, 180. Agility, 180. Intelligence, 100. Constitution, 180. Their attributes slightly weaker than the boss Ironbone zombie, yet their armaments made Xia Qi wary. Debilitate. Thunderous Fury. Though the debilitation talent was only rated B, Xia Qi had discovered its efficacy in previous encounters. Monsters, aside from their 4 primary attributes being diminished, appeared to suffer a reduction in resistance as well. Otherwise, Thunderous Fury would not have been able to annihilate all the copper-skinned zombies in one fell swoop. The debilitation effect had a range. As long as the monsters remained within it, they would be weakened. An enemy debilitation equated to an augmentation for Xia Qi. Though it consumed energy, the cost-to-benefit ratio was highly favorable. A bolt of thunder descended, and under the effects of debilitation, the Copperbone Guardians were vanquished before they could close the distance to Xia Qi. Defeated level 15 Copperbone Guardian. Experience points 5,000. Acquired Guardian Longsword X1. A notification appeared, and Xia Qi paused momentarily. An equipment drop. He swiftly picked up the bronze longsword for inspection. Guardian Longsword, Strength 15, Swordsmanship Power increased by 3, no level restrictions. This equipment suited Xia Qi perfectly and bore no level limitations. Xia Qi, without a moment's hesitation, equipped himself and pressed on. The longsword was cloaked in a dark sheen, bearing signs of rust and numerous nicks along its edge, yet it remained fully functional. At the very least, it was a weapon that could fetch several thousand coins if sold. The drop rate of monsters was notoriously dismal, especially for equipment that could enhance combat prowess, making its scarcity painfully evident. Within the ranks of the Adventurers Guild, such an item could command a price between 70 to 80,000 coins, as it bore no level restrictions, allowing even novices to wield it. For those embarking on their journey of exploration and leveling up, the substantial boost in combat capability justified its higher price. A buyback price of around 80% meant that selling it for 50 to 60,000 would pose no issue. This scenario underscored the significance of luck, as a single monster had bestowed upon Xia Qi a weapon, as he gazed down the seemingly endless staircase. Although he could not ascertain the exact number of monsters lurking below, surely there were hundreds? If fortune smiled upon him today, it could be a windfall. At that moment, the formidable experience monsters, which others found particularly challenging, transformed in Xia Qi's eyes into not only a source of considerable experience points, but also a substantial fortune. Upon grasping the longsword, Xia Qi, endowed with the innate talent of sword heart clarity, felt as though he had trained for decades as a master swordsman. This was the perfect opportunity to test the might of his thunderbolt strike. With the power of thunder coursing through the blade, he exhaled deeply, and in an instant, his figure vanished. Chapter 33, 1/to kill. Breath of Thunder. Thunderbolt Strike. Enveloped in a cocoon of lightning, Xia Qi's speed was astonishing, and within a single breath, he had already descended several steps. At the base of the staircase stood two copperbone guardian corpses, caught completely off guard as Xia Qi zipped past one, positioning himself behind it. In that fleeting moment, the once weighty longsword felt as light as a feather, the thunderous energy enhancing its blade into a pale blue edge. With a delicate sweep, a barely perceptible crack appeared on the copperbone guardian's neck. The next instant, the head severed cleanly from the body, as if the so-called copperbones were as fragile as tofu. Defeated 15-level copperbone guardian, experience 5,000. Obtained copperbone X5. As the notification chimed in, Xia Qi felt his breath grow heavier. One sword, one kill. The power of the thunderbolt strike was truly terrifying. Was this the essence of swordsmanship? The manifestation of sword heart clarity? While he was momentarily stunned, Xia Qi reflected on that decisive strike. In that instant, as he transformed into a flash of lightning, his mind was a blank slate. His eyes, sharp as needles, zeroed in on the neck of the copperbone guardian. Sword heart clarity allowed him to wield the sword with effortless grace. In the blink of an eye, the copperbone guardian lay dead. What a formidable A-grade talent, rivaling the might of an S-grade ability. Xia Qi, who had previously hesitated between dual swordsmanship, now resolved to embrace the art of the sword wholeheartedly. At that moment, another copperbone guardian had regained its senses, brandishing a cleaver and lunging fiercely at Xia Qi. With a mere sidestep, he effortlessly parried the brutal assault with his longsword. Impressive. Without a second thought, Xia Qi thrust the sword upward in a swift motion, severing the copperbone guardian's head from its body, leaving its blood-red eyes wide with disbelief. How could this individual's sword be so swift and so keen? With its limited intellect, it would surely struggle to comprehend. Defeated 15-level copperbone guardian, experience 5,000. Obtained captain's blade X1, leather armor X1. Excellent. Satisfied, Xia Qi stowed the equipment into his inventory. Under the influence of sword heart clarity, he had developed an affinity for defeating foes with sword techniques. He downed a bottle of energy water, replenishing his energy completely, and turned his gaze toward the copperbone guardians a few steps below, transforming once more into a flash of lightning, vanishing from sight. The time for slaughter had commenced. There were no grandiose sword maneuvers, nor the notion of blades piercing flesh. One strike. Every visible monster fell to a single blow. The combination of breath of thunder, thunderbolt strike, and sword heart clarity elevated Xia Qi's swordsmanship to an extraordinary level. He discerned weaknesses and dispatched enemies with fluid precision. Every action unfolded within the span of a breath. As the saying goes, kill a man every 10 steps, leave no trace 1,000 miles away. In the depths of the seemingly endless winding staircase, had there been onlookers, their astonishment would have been boundless. Amidst the dim light, streaks of lightning flashed by, followed by the sound of heads striking the ground. Observing the scene, it resembled a lightning bolt racing through darkness. 10 minutes later, Xia Qi reached the ground level. As he descended, every monster along the way had been dispatched with a single strike. When he finally steadied his breath upon reaching the ground, his experience points had climbed to a staggering 99, just a step away from leveling up again. At that moment, the entire zombie mine was eerily silent, devoid of any monster's roar. All had perished, leaving behind bones that contributed to Xia Qi's experience and materials. It appeared he had reached the end. From the moment he entered the dungeon until now, barely 2 hours had elapsed, and he had advanced over a level. This pace was astonishing. If he could maintain such efficiency in tackling nightmare difficulty dungeons multiple times, reaching level 15 would be trivial, and even levels 18 or 20 would pose no challenge. As long as he could sustain his level advantage, the upcoming college entrance examination in just over 20 days would surely lead him to Shengjing University. At that time, he hoped to uncover clues about his missing parents within its halls. With thoughts of his vanished parents, Xia Qi's resolve grew ever firmer. The environment suddenly fell silent, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy. Yet, fortunately, the final boss lay just ahead, not far away. Silver Skin Corpse King Boss. Level 16. Strength 300. Agility 150. Intelligence 150. Constitution 300. Skills Poisonous Claw Sweep. Such elevated attributes were nothing short of exaggerated. With strength and constitution both at 300 and intelligence at 150, it was evident that this Corpse King possessed a considerable intellect. The insight skill piqued the Corpse King's attention, prompting it to slowly open its gaping maw. A pungent stench wafting towards Xia Qi from a distance. Had it feasted on corpses? How repugnant. Xia Qi wrinkled his brow, the overwhelming odor causing him discomfort. Windblade. A gust of wind materialized, dispersing the foul scent, allowing Xia Qi to breathe easier. This series of actions naturally incited the wrath of the Corpse King. Killing my minions is one thing, but insulting zombies is crossing the line. With a thunderous roar, the silver-skinned Corpse King leaped high. Its claws poised to strike Xia Qi directly. The claw, imbued with a terrifying pressure, descended upon him, yet Xia Qi remained steadfast, unflinching, gripping his longsword. His gaze was as calm as a still lake. During its leap, the Corpse King would surely reveal an opening, and having activated Sword Heart Clarity, Xia Qi became acutely aware of the enemy's vulnerabilities. Now was the moment. As the dreadful claws approached within mere centimeters, Xia Qi horizontally positioned his sword, effectively blocking the Corpse King's attack. Simultaneously, he bent backward, following the trajectory of the silver-skinned Corpse King's assault, and with a swift twist, he aimed the sword at the creature's abdomen. Thunderbolt strike. In the blink of an eye, the breath of thunder surged, and the thunderbolt strike was unleashed once more. Xia Qi had already arrived behind the silver-skinned Corpse King. With a roar, the silver-skinned Corpse King turned around after landing, revealing a faint sword mark across its abdomen. Xia Qi noticed this scene and furrowed his brow in sudden concern. Despite delivering a full-force strike, he was astonished to find that he had only inflicted such a negligible wound on the silver-skinned Corpse King. The slight, pale scar evidently hadn't even penetrated the creature's defenses. How could this be? Xia Qi immediately teleported to create distance, wary of a potential ambush. On the other hand, he was perplexed. His strikes had been one-hit kills against the copper-boned Corpse Guardians, yet against the Corpse King, it felt as futile as a mere tickle. Was it possible that the power of swordsmanship was significantly weaker than that of spells? As this thought crossed his mind, Xia Qi focused his intent, and a bolt of thunder descended from the heavens, striking the Corpse King upon its head. The Corpse King, unprepared, was caught off guard by the lightning. Boom. After the thunderous flash, the Corpse King's chest bore a gaping wound the size of a bowl. Xia Qi realized the truth. The reason his previous strike had failed to deal substantial damage was not due to the weakness of his swordsmanship, but rather the inadequacy of his strength attribute. With merely 120 points of strength, and a total of 135 when accounting for his equipment, what right did he have to wound the Corpse King? Chapter 34. Attribute Weakness. Exceptional gains. It seemed that to master both swordsmanship and magic, his strength attribute could not be too low. He would need to find ways to enhance his strength attribute in the future. The greater his strength, the more formidable his sword techniques would become. At this moment, Xia Qi fully understood the crux of the issue. The disparity in attributes was so vast that his sword techniques could not even breach the defenses of the silver-skinned Corpse King. In contrast, the thunderbolts were different. With an intelligence of 240 points, coupled with the damage amplification from the lightning attribute, the magic profession made it easy to bypass defenses. Now that he recognized his shortcomings, Xia Qi was determined to find ways to compensate for them in the future. After all, he truly relished the exhilarating sensation of a swift kill with his sword. He sheathed his sword into his storage space and shifted his method of attack. Against different foes, one ought to employ different tactics. There was no longer a need to foolishly wield his sword. He could simply obliterate his opponent with thunderbolts. As the bolts of lightning rained down, the silver-skinned Corpse King's body was soon riddled with wounds, dark green blood cascading down like raindrops. Towering at 3 meters, the Corpse King was now covered in numerous injuries. Yet its formidable constitution of 300 points was not to be underestimated. Although it appeared battered, these were merely superficial wounds. With another leap, the Corpse King sprang 10 meters into the air, reappearing directly above Xia Qi. With a swipe of its claws, Xia Qi felt the wind from the strike even from a meter away. Teleport. Acting on instinct, he teleported away, and the next moment, deep gouges appeared in the ground where he had just stood. This was the Corpse King's skill, a sweeping attack. It could also attack from a distance. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp. Indeed, one must never let their guard down in the presence of any creature. The silver-skinned Corpse King had been standing passively, allowing Xia Qi to attack, all to lull him into a false sense of security, making him believe the Corpse King had no other means of offense. In reality, the Corpse King was merely waiting for the opportune moment to unleash its deadly strike. Such cunning. Even in its undead state, it resorted to ambush tactics. If Xia Qi had not reacted swiftly, he would have suffered severe injuries from the Corpse King's skill. Thus, Xia Qi resolved to hold nothing back. Weaken. Bonebind. His innate ability, bone magic, not only allowed him to conjure defensive armor, but also to morph into any shape for offensive maneuvers. Just moments ago, he devised a plan to first weaken the Corpse King, then restrain its movements, conjuring 2 bony arms to grasp the Corpse King's legs. He named this technique bone bind. Almost immediately, the weakened corpse king found itself ensnared. Seizing the opportunity, bolts of thunder rained down in a frenzy. Crackling flashes of light illuminated the scene. Throughout this onslaught, the corpse king struggled violently, attempting to evade the relentless thunder strikes. However, Xia Qi denied it any chance. The moment it broke free from the bone bind, he would immediately cast another weakening spell, followed by more bindings, and then unleash further thunderous assault. This cycle continued, preventing the corpse king from gathering strength to counter Xia Qi. Roar. Regardless of how the silver-skinned corpse king roared in fury, Xia Qi offered it no respite, launching magical attacks from several meters away, determined to keep it immobilized. A minute later, the silver-skinned corpse king, filled with resentment, collapsed to the ground. Defeated the silver-skinned corpse king. Experience points 40,000. Acquired pure silver staff. Acquired mithril robe. Acquired essence of the corpse king X2. Acquired rare silver or X15. As the rich rewards were announced, a radiant glow enveloped Xia Qi. At last, he had reached level 12. Remarkably, it had only been an hour and a half since he entered the dungeon. An hour and a half to single-handedly conquer the nightmare-level zombie mind. Such astonishing leveling efficiency would surely astonish those outside. Checking the attributes of his new gear. Pure silver staff. Bronze level, intelligence 15, constitution 5. Increases mage skills power by 3, no level restrictions. Mithril robe. Bronze armor, constitution 10, intelligence 10, reduces mage skills cooldown by 5, no level restrictions. Both pieces of equipment were ideally suited to Xia Qi's current needs. Fortune indeed favored him, as it seemed to know exactly what he desired. Once again, he marveled at the power of his S-rank luck, feeling satisfied as he donned the new gear. With a significant upgrade, Xia Qi now exuded an air of sage-like wisdom. Thus, he need no longer fear being mistaken for a novice. After a moment of vanity, Xia Qi now presented himself in a manner that was decidedly less novice-like. If he were to visit the black market again, wearing a mask, Lena might not even recognize him. This damned aura of nobility. Beyond the equipment, the bounty from this dungeon run was indeed substantial. Over 1,000 pounds of ordinary or dozens of pounds of rare ore, and various materials from monsters. Additionally, the essence dropped by the Corpse King was even more valuable than basic energy essences. Energy essences could be utilized across various secondary professions, serving a multitude of purposes. Meanwhile, the essence from a boss-level creature not only could be refined into energy essences, but also used to forge high-quality equipment. Xia Qi would need to consult Lena regarding this matter, as she was the expert and could offer better advice. After leveling up, Xia Qi, invigorated, continued to scour the mine. Confirming that no monsters had escaped his grasp, he exited the dungeon in good spirits. Less than 2 hours later, when Xia Qi reappeared at the dungeon entrance, he immediately attracted considerable attention. The reason for this scrutiny was evident. Xia Qi had entered in casual attire but emerged adorned with multiple pieces of new equipment. As fellow adventurers, they could clearly see that these were brand new items. This person seems familiar. Wait, I sent Tihi the mage who entered the dungeon alone 2 hours ago. 2 hours. Surely you jest. How could a mere mage possibly complete a nightmare dungeon in such a short span? It is far more likely that he encountered a few fearsome creatures and fled in terror from the entrance. But wait. Observe his equipment. Does that not resemble the pure silver staff dropped by the Lich King? Unbelievable, yet it indeed appears so. The reappearance of Xia Qi must have left those who knew him utterly astounded. Who would have imagined that a mage could single-handedly conquer a nightmare dungeon? As he caught the envious and incredulous gazes of onlookers, Xia Qi chose to disregard them entirely. It was evident that he and these individuals were destined to remain strangers, rendering any interaction unnecessary. However, Xia Qi's indifference did not quell the curiosity of others. There was always someone willing to tempt fate, and one bold soul attempted to cast an insight spell upon him. The spell faltered. Alas, the target possessed a shielding insignia. Fool! Did I not advise against casting such an insight spell? Can you not discern that he is a formidable figure? In the midst of their conversation, Xia Qi had already turned his gaze toward the individual, and with no forewarning, a bolt of lightning manifested before him. Chapter 35. I challenge you to a duel of 50. Let us test your might. Great one, spare me. I was mistaken. The one who had cast the insight spell was a youth in his 20s, who narrowly evaded a thunderous explosion that left a vast crater at his feet. After dodging, he promptly knelt before Xia Qi. In the wilderness, casting insight upon another typically serves two purposes, either to commit murder and plunder, or to contemplate the same. Thus, Xia Qi showed no mercy, unleashing a bolt of lightning to serve as a warning. Though the young man had evaded the strike, his courage was thoroughly shattered, and the other adventurers present felt no sympathy. They believed he deserved his fate. What a fool! To think that someone capable of soloing a nightmare dungeon could be scrutinized by a mere novice like you. The young man recognized his egregious error and hastily knelt before Xia Qi, offering 50,000 coins for his life. After all, the youth had initiated the confrontation, and should Xia Qi choose to slay him publicly, None would dare object. Is your life worth merely 50,000? Xia Qi glanced sidelong at the young man, refraining from accepting the coins. The scene caused the youth to nearly soil himself in fear, terrified that Xia Qi would act against him in the next heartbeat. Desperately, he produced a password-free bank card. Great one, I beg for mercy. This contains 200,000. It is all I possess. Having said this, he continued to kneel, bowing his head repeatedly. If Xia Qi were to demand more, he would be left with no recourse but to await his demise. Discreetly accepting the bank card into his storage space, Xia Qi surveyed the gathering crowd of adventurers. I trust there shall not be a next time. For even gold cannot purchase a second chance at life. His words were directed at the youth, yet his gaze swept across all present. Upon hearing this, the other adventurers involuntarily shivered, retreating several paces to maintain a respectful distance from Xia Qi. Anyone who remained oblivious to the danger that Xia Qi presented would surely be a fool. The young man, having preserved his life, fled the scene as if released from a great burden, and he would likely refrain from venturing into the zombie mine for the next few days. With no interruptions, Xia Qi relished the tranquility. At the Adventurers Guild, he purchased nothing save for a shielding insignia. As long as his opponents were no more than 15 levels above his own, the insight spell would be ineffective in discerning his information. Valued at 500,000 coins, it was an essential tool for survival in the wilderness. Most capable adventurers would procure one to prevent unwarranted scrutiny, as the unpredictable nature of the wild could lead to any number of unforeseen circumstances. Standing at the entrance to the dungeon, Xia Qi had intended to enter once more, only to discover that the dungeon was on cooldown, requiring 10 hours before he could re-enter. This meant he could only access the dungeon twice within a 12-hour period, a fact that explained why numerous adventurer teams lingered nearby, awaiting the cooldown to expire. However, individuals like Xia Qi, who could complete the dungeon in 2 hours, were exceedingly rare. The majority took between 8 to 10 hours to finish, and a minimum of 4 in a party was required. Seeing that entry was not possible, Xia Qi departed from the zombie mine and swiftly made his way to the previously conquered, twisted jungle dungeon. As expected, the cooldown was the same. This posed a slight dilemma, as it meant Xia Qi could only hunt wild monsters. Considering he was still energized and the hour was early, he decided to forego the dungeon and attempt to slay some wilderness creatures. 6 hours later, upon returning to the entrance of the zombie mine dungeon, he let out a bitter laugh and found a spot to rest. After a grueling 6 hours, his experience had increased a mere 2%. Indeed, a pitiful 2%. The experience gained from wild monsters was significantly inferior to that of dungeons, and the lower-level creatures offered him no benefits whatsoever. Moreover, he was not the only one seeking to battle monsters of a similar level. Many adventurers were in the same boat, all searching for wild foes. Thus, after 6 hours, the rewards were dismally low. Unless Xia Qi was willing to delve into the territory of high-level monsters, where the minimum level was 30, he would likely encounter even greater threats. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Qi temporarily abandoned the idea of hunting wild creatures and resolved to patiently await the dungeon cooldown. While sipping on an energy drink and consuming some rations to restore his strength and vitality, he sent several messages to Lena, sharing all the equipment materials he had acquired from today's dungeon run for her appraisal. He sought to ascertain just how much wealth his S-class lucky talent could potentially bestow upon him. A few minutes later, Lena replied with astonishment. Did you rob an adventurer team? Well, sort of. How much did it amount to? Xia Qi inquired in response. Challenge me to 50, and I'll tell you. Then come to my place tonight. I'll personally transfer it to you, and it would provide you the opportunity to witness my prowess. A total of 650,000, not including the lich essence. 650,000. Xia Qi was momentarily taken aback by the figure. The earnings from this half-day had evidently surpassed his expectations. Is the power of S-class luck truly this formidable? Excitement bubbled within him. Yesterday's total from the Twisted Jungle dungeon barely exceeded 100,000. Today, the zombie mine had yielded a staggering 6-fold increase. 2 dungeon runs a day could translate to over 1 million. This fortune surpassed mere luck. It was downright extraordinary. Who would have thought that a level 14 dungeon could yield materials and equipment worth millions in a single day? At this rate, he could earn enough for 3 talent potions in a single day, and within 20 days, he would gather enough for 50 bottles of talent potions. Xia Qi mused to himself, considering that he could potentially reach the level required for his innate dual pupils before the upcoming examination. With this thought in mind, the previously tedious wait transformed into an eager anticipation. After all, each dungeon run could yield millions in income. Who could remain unexcited? Thus, as time trickled by and night fell, with the dungeon cooldown resetting once more, Xia Qi entered without hesitation. This time, being familiar with the monsters of the zombie mine, he engaged in combat using his sword techniques all the way to the boss encounter. In the early stages, the monsters possessed relatively weak attributes. A strength of 135 points could be perfectly harnessed to unleash its full potential. Thus, employing sword techniques for slaying monsters proved to be more efficient. With a sweeping advance, experience points soared rapidly. Within merely an hour, Xia Qi had reached the conclusion of the dungeon. After consuming a bottle of energy water to slightly adjust his condition, he switched to his staff and unleashed a relentless barrage upon the silver-skinned corpse king. Drawing from prior experience, Xia Qi faced the silver-skinned zombie with newfound composure. Employing a dual strategy of weakening and bone entanglement, he unleashed a tempest of thunder, leaving no opportunity for a counterattack for the silver-skinned corpse king. In a mere 30 seconds, the formidable boss of the nightmare-level dungeon succumbed to Xia Qi's thunderous might. Defeated silver-skinned corpse king. Experience points 40,000. Acquired rare silver, or X10. Acquired weapon, Corpse King's Venomous Claw. Acquired basic energy essence, X5. Regrettably, this time there was no drop of the Corpse King essence, which transformed directly into basic energy essence. The Corpse King essence, a rare material, typically does not emerge even once in a month or two, rendering it exceedingly precious. Regarding its material value, Lina had priced it at 500,000 for each unit, and Xia Qi had no intention of selling it. He contemplated that once he had some spare funds, he would seek out a high-level blacksmith to see if he could forge a piece of jewelry with commendable attributes. Such boss-level accessories remain exceptionally useful even after reaching level 30. Upon examining the attributes of the Corpse King's Venomous Claw, he noted, Corpse King's Venomous Claw, bronze-level weapon, agility 15, strength 10, martial arts skill power 3, no level restriction. This type of Venomous Claw gauntlet could only be used by martial artists, and even if Xia Qi were to don it, it would offer no additional skills or talents. Hence, it would be more advantageous for him to sell it. Having vanquished the silver-skinned Corpse King, the glow of leveling up emerged. Coupled with the 2% experience from farming wild monsters, Xia Qi reached level 13 just in time. The experience required for leveling up had begun to escalate significantly. Thus, it seemed that he could at most reach level 14 by the end of the following day. To attain level 15, he would need to clear the dungeon at least 3 more times, which would take a minimum of 2 days. In total, it would take 5 days to reach level 15, a pace akin to that of a celestial being. Only SS-level talents could match this speed. Even those with S-level talents would find it arduous to keep up with Xia Qi. Xia Qi was geared towards solo play, fully absorbing experience points, while other awakened individuals of similar levels could not possibly solo the zombie mine. Only those with talents surpassing Xia Qi's could hope to replicate his leveling progress. Nevertheless, Xia Qi was unconcerned. He merely needed to wait a few days to amplify his SS-level talent, at which point, possessing multiple talents would further enhance his leveling efficiency. After inspecting the equipment and materials, Xia Qi exited the dungeon. Outside, many professionals had set up tents, earning money in the zombie mine year after year. This was the survival strategy for most ordinary awakened individuals. Xia Qi sighed, reflecting that these people bore striking resemblance to those who tirelessly competed in the workforce of his past life. Fortunately, in this life, there were those who aided him in defying fate. Otherwise, he too would be just another face in the crowd. Upon leaving the dungeon, Xia Qi returned home directly. That evening, he called for a home service. Firstly, to keep his wealth discreet, he needed to guard against others from the black market. Secondly, he had many questions that required Lina's guidance. After all, the long night stretched ahead. With 11 hours remaining until the dungeon reset, time must be utilized wisely. Thus, upon arriving home and ensuring his safety, Xia Qi promptly drew the curtains. With over 10 million in materials, he couldn't afford to let a passerby catch a glimpse. The adage holds true. It's not the thief that one fears, but the thief's desire. Xia Qi understood this principle well. Being cautious was always prudent. However, sensing a chill in the air, he decided to turn on the heating of the air conditioner, considering it was a woman who would be visiting, more sensitive to cold. Such thoughtfulness made Xia Qi feel like a remarkably kind client. After approximately 10 minutes, Lina confirmed the address and knocked on Xia Qi's door. When the door opened, Xia Qi, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and wearing a mask, appeared before Lina, a warm gust of air greeting her. Hey, are you working out at home? Quite a sweat. Lina jested, to which Xia Qi earnestly replied, You're quite right. I was just practicing my swordplay. Please come in. As he invited Lina inside, she thought to herself, Trust you? Practicing swordplay at home dressed in short sleeves and a mask? This sword must be quite different. Upon entering, she immediately felt the high temperature and considered shedding her outerwear. Clearly, something was amiss. Yet, adhering to the principle of customer service, Lina refrained from pointing it out. Hanging her coat on a rack, her graceful silhouette captured attention. Notably, her long, slender legs accentuated her figure even further. Hey, before we start, could you remove your mask? Lina casually inquired, crossing her legs as she sat on the couch, curiosity evident in her tone. Having known Xia Qi for several days, she was still unaware of his true appearance, as he always wore a mask, and her curiosity was piqued. After contemplating, Xia Qi decided to oblige. Acknowledging that Lina had assisted him significantly, he removed the mask, revealing his handsome visage. Wow, you're quite handsome, Lina exclaimed, genuinely astonished despite her extensive experience with people. Not at all. I'm far from being a grandpa, Xia Qi replied. Your grandpa? Ahem, let us change the subject. Indeed, Xia Qi's looks were striking. Aside from the girls at his school who often inquired about him, students from other schools occasionally visited just for a glimpse of him. Xia Qi had grown immune to such attention. After exchanging pleasantries, Xia Qi laid out all the materials he had gathered that day onto a cleared space. Observing the continuous drops, a small mountain began to form, reaching a height comparable to himself. Lena gasped, covering her red lips in shock. Are you certain you Haven T robbed a team of professionals? That's a secret I cannot divulge. Xia Qi neither confirmed nor denied, as it would be challenging to explain the source of so many materials. All right then, let me tally these up. Lena nodded in understanding, not probing further as she crouched down before the mound, beginning to count the materials. As she crouched, Xia Qi felt the air conditioning was set too high, so he quickly adjusted the temperature down a few degrees, feeling slightly more comfortable. After a quiet wait of about 10 minutes, Lena completed categorizing and counting all the materials and equipment, then began typing on her phone to finalize the figures. 13,500,000. Are you sure you don't want to sell the Corpse King essence? I could offer an additional 200,000. I'm keeping it. It will be useful. Xia Qi shook his head in refusal. Given Lena's eagerness for the Corpse King essence, it was evidently rare, and thus he was even less inclined to sell it. Smart move, Lena acknowledged. Lena, with an air of captivating charm, bit her lip and cast a sidelong glance at Xia Qi before rising to stretch her limbs. After squatting on the ground for an extended period, her legs began to ache. Moreover, the indoor temperature was not particularly low, after all her exertions. She felt slightly sticky and had broken a fair amount of sweat. Observing her condition, Xia Qi gestured towards the nearby restroom, suggesting, why not freshen up? I still have numerous inquiries to make. After a moment's hesitation, Lena bit her lip, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, and nodded in agreement. With that, she stepped into the restroom. Chapter 37, New Ideas and Practices. Beneath the warm sun, which scattered its light across the land, Xia Qi awoke the following day to find it was already 10 in the morning. Eager for knowledge, he felt a pressing need to comprehend various professional matters that eluded him. Hence, he had engaged in an in-depth conversation with Lena the previous night, which extended late into the hours. Lena, too, had left feeling utterly exhausted, as staying up late can be quite taxing for a woman. Thus, she had walked away with a somewhat unsteady gait. After tidying up the room, Xia Qi felt invigorated. Today promised to be filled with hope. He had initially believed that Lena possessed a wealth of knowledge, only to discover that she was rather uninformed, merely putting on a facade. Shaking his head, he concluded that certain professional issues would require discussion with Sister Shui duo. At the entrance of the dungeon, Yun Xingyue had also arrived at the zombie mine today. Having leveled up to 10 through the family dungeon, she chose the zombie mine as her new place for advancement. She was acutely aware that Xia Qi's level had likely far surpassed hers, and as a fellow S-rank talent, she was determined not to fall behind. After transitioning to a mage, she had made her way directly here. Oh my, what a beautiful girl. Should we invite her to join our team? Are you out of your mind? Look closely at the robe she wears. It's a specially crafted robe from the Yun family. I see. It's the young lady of the Yun family, Yun Xingyue. I can't believe she is here at the zombie mine. Let us not provoke her. We don't need to bring trouble to our party. Her father is an 80-level archmage who could annihilate our entire clan. Many teams had initially considered recruiting Yun Xingyue, but upon noticing the emblem of the Yun family, all had promptly retreated. With such a prestigious background, she had no need to team up with mere adventurers like them. Indeed, Yun Xingyue had no intention of joining forces with these individuals. In her quest to catch up to Xia Qi's level, soloing would undoubtedly yield the highest rewards. With her S-rank talent, she opted to enter at normal difficulty, her small fists clenched in anticipation. Xia Qi, wait for me. I will surely catch up to you and invite you to team up. Not long after Yun Xingyue entered the dungeon, Xia Qi arrived at the entrance, humming a cheerful tune. Upon catching sight of Xia Qi's appearance, many adventurers instinctively kept their distance. After all, this was a person capable of soloing nightmare-level dungeons. Who could withstand his unpredictable temperament? Choosing the nightmare level, Xia Qi vanished into the dungeon entrance. Following his level up the previous day, his strength attribute had reached 155 points, making his sword techniques even more formidable against the zombies within the dungeon. He swept through the area with remarkable efficiency, leaving no trace of life in his wake. Having already traversed the dungeon twice yesterday, he was intimately familiar with its layout, allowing him to progress at an even swifter pace. This time, he encountered the silver-skinned zombie king in just 40 minutes. Old Inbi, drop some good loot for me. After exchanging pleasantries, Xia Qi seamlessly transitioned to his entanglement technique. No matter how the silver-skinned zombie king roared and struggled, it could not escape Xia Qi's grip. In a mere 30 seconds, the silver-skinned zombie king succumbed once more. Defeated silver-skinned zombie king. Experience points 40,000. Acquired zombie king longsword. Acquired beginner energy essence x3. Zombie king longsword. Bronze level weapon. Strength 15. Constitution 10. Blade skill power increased by 3. No level restriction. The loot remained consistent, and Xia Qi merely glanced at the attributes before storing it away. With his sword techniques, he had no intention of considering blade techniques. Even if he were to pursue a close combat mage path, he understood the wisdom in specializing in one weapon type rather than spreading himself too thin. Observing his experience points, he noted he was currently at level 500. He needed just 35 more experience points to level up, and one more encounter would suffice. After exiting the dungeon, Xia Qi was unwilling to waste time. His stamina and energy were still quite abundant, so he ventured into the level 20 monster zone to grind for several hours. Compared to the level 10 monsters he had faced yesterday, the number of level 20 monsters was slightly greater. Every little experience counts, after all. With this mindset, Xia Qi ground for 6 hours until nightfall, increasing his experience points by 10%. Deciding against further grinding, he returned to the dungeon entrance to rest and recover his energy. After the cooldown period of the dungeon elapsed, Xia Qi entered for the 4th time. This time, he was intimately familiar with the dungeon. However, a new idea sparked in his mind. If successful, it would greatly facilitate his future endeavors in other dungeons. With this thought in mind, he unleashed the breath of thunder, moving like a specter as he darted through the mine. The multitude of zombies within the mine were drawn to him, yet he refrained from attacking, instead leading them deeper into the mine. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded within the dungeon. Xia Qi sprinted ahead, trailed by thousands of zombies. Leading this horde, he charged towards the lair of the iron-skinned zombie. His arrival left the towering behemoth momentarily stunned. After a mighty roar, the iron-skinned zombie charged at Xia Qi. However, Xia Qi deftly sidestepped, patiently awaiting the arrival of the zombie horde. Through his various evasive maneuvers, he successfully gathered a vast number of monsters into the deepest tunnel of the mine, creating a sea of zombies as far as the eye could see. Excellent. This monster-gathering tactic took no more than 5 minutes. Thunder rumbles in the skies. Boom. In an instant, the heavens erupted with flashes of lightning and thunder, the cataclysmic forces of nature unleashed as Xia Qi teleported directly into the midst of the zombie horde. Amidst the cacophony of roars and howls, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, reigning supreme. Boom. The entire mine trembled under the force of the tremendous explosion. Countless fragments of rock raining down from the walls. Under the furious power of the thunder, the level 14 copper-skin zombies were utterly incapable of withstanding the overwhelming might. Collapsing in droves. Standing amidst the horde, Xia Qi was bombarded with a flurry of notifications. Overwhelmed, he scarcely had time to take it all in. After the cleansing wave of thunder rumbles in the skies, only a handful of zombies remained standing. The iron-skinned zombie, although still upright, bore deep, grievous wounds. Blue flames licking at its body. Drawing his longsword, Xia Qi exhaled a plume of vapor, unleashing a flash of lightning as his sword became a streak of lightning weaving through the remaining zombies. With each severed head that tumbled to the ground, a radiant glow enveloped Xia Qi, heralding his level up. This series of monster gathering and slaying maneuvers had propelled him to level 14. The speed of his advancement was astonishing, nearly beyond belief. If it were another team of adventurers attempting to clear the dungeon, they would certainly prefer the monsters to be as dispersed as possible, rather than gathering them together as Xia Qi did. To amass over 1,000 zombies in one fell swoop is undoubtedly a reckless endeavor, akin to courting death. Chapter 38. Teacher Lena's First Lesson. Deep within the caverns, the previously slumbering zombie king abruptly opened its eyes. The tremendous commotion above was impossible to ignore. The anguished wails echoed ominously, filling the zombie king with confusion, bewilderment, and a hint of trepidation. Up quite early, are we? Moments later, upon Xia Qi's appearance before the zombie king, it erupted in fury, brandishing its claws to rend its adversary to shreds. I must say, despite our familiarity, you remain rather irrational. With the application of Weaken and Bonebind, Xia Qi's control time had extended following his level up, leaving the zombie king utterly unable to escape. A flash of thunder. In quick succession, a series of thunderous booms reverberated through the cavern. Under the relentless barrage of lightning, the zombie king fared even worse, rendered immobile and collapsing to the ground with a resounding crash. Observing the begrudging expression on the silver-skinned zombie king, Xia Qi sighed. I do not wish for this either. I assure you, I shall only return to clear this dungeon 3 more times. Regardless, if I do not slay you, there will surely be other adventurers eager to do so, wouldn't you agree? Killed silver-skinned zombie king. Experience points 40,000. Acquired zombie king axe. Acquired junior energy essence x3. Zombie king axe. Bronze grade. Strength 15. Constitution 10. Axe skill power increased by 3. No level restriction. The drop rate remained consistently stable. After securing the items, Xia Qi glanced at his level. He was now at level 14, and with one more run of the nightmare difficulty, he should reach level 15. Once he attained level 15, the experience required for further advancement would increase yet again. Based on the standard increase at level 10, it would likely rise by 2 to 3 times. It appeared he would not be staying in the zombie mine for much longer. Xia Qi felt a tinge of regret. He had initially hoped to reach level 20 within the zombie mine, but that seemed increasingly improbable. Upon returning outside the dungeon, Xia Qi sought a vacant area. Contemplating which talent to enhance today. Enhance S-grade talent Thunder Control. Acquired S-grade talent Thunder Control. Enhance B-grade talent Weaken. Acquired A-grade talent Debilitate. For the first enhancement opportunity, he chose to continue bolstering the Thunder Control talent, as it was currently his primary means of defeating monsters. Thus, its enhancement progress must not falter. As for the second enhancement opportunity, after much deliberation, Xia Qi resolved to apply it to Weaken. The effects of Weaken were self-evident. It played a crucial role each time he faced the Silver-Skinned Zombie King. A B-grade talent could weaken the Silver-Skinned Zombie King by 10% across all attributes, while an A-grade talent would enhance this to 20%. Weakening the enemy effectively translates to strengthening oneself, making this enhancement particularly significant at present. After completing both talent enhancements, Xia Qi was about to rise and depart when a figure approached him. Xia Qi, what level are you at now? The familiar voice and visage were unmistakable. When he looked up, he found Yun Xingyue, her face flushed with shyness. What brings you here? I came to level up, not expecting to find you here as well. Ah, I see. I'm currently at level 14. Xia Qi nodded, realizing that Yun Xingyue, like him, possessed an S-grade talent, making her presence in the zombie mine entirely reasonable. What? You're level 14. Yun Xingyue gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. She had just reached level 11 after solo clearing the normal difficulty of the zombie mine. After 2 consecutive dungeons, she was utterly exhausted and reluctant to continue. Despite Xia Qi surpassing her by 2 levels on the first day, the growing demand for experience should have minimized their disparity. Why is it that she remains at level 11 while Xia Qi has ascended to level 14, with their gap widening? No, I must work harder. Yun Xingyue clenched her fists, determined to catch up with Xia Qi so she could join him in a party and no longer be a burden. Xia Qi, you rest first. I must strive to improve. With that, she turned and re-entered the dungeon. How peculiar. Didn't she just exit the dungeon? How is she able to re-enter so swiftly? Does she not require a cooldown period to clear the dungeon? Xia Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. He had tested this himself. Whether in the Twisted Thicket or the zombie mine, or even when changing difficulties, a cooldown was necessary before re-entering. With this in mind, Xia Qi sent a message to Lina. Is there an item that allows one to bypass the dungeon cooldown, enabling multiple entries? Shortly afterward, Lina replied. Of course there is. Xia Qi, you must not be aware yet. Following the events of the previous night, their relationship had taken on an unusual dynamic, prompting Lina to change her mode of address. Xia Qi chuckled, not overly concerned with the nomenclature, and continued to inquire. What is it? Please show me. Here, take a look at this. In their conversation, Lina sent a photo revealing a round stone inscribed with runes, glowing faintly with a lavender hue, resting upon her slender leg. Just as Xia Qi was about to inquire further about the stone, Lina preemptively provided the details. Junior Rune Reset Stone. Usage count 1010. Purpose. Can negate dungeon cooldown. Only effective for dungeons below level 20. Ah, I see. Xia Qi understood at last. Such a thing truly existed. No wonder Yun Xingyue had been able to re-enter the dungeon so soon after exiting. It was indeed the effect of the Rune Reset Stone. How much does this stone cost? Is it expensive? Now that he was aware of such a remarkable item, Xia Qi felt a surge of desire. It wouldn't be accurate to say it's expensive. Rather, it is exceedingly costly. This item is not a drop from monsters, but crafted by rune masters above level 60. The crafting process is intricate, and the materials required are exceptionally rare, rendering it a valuable yet scarce item. Only 3 exist in the entire Jiang City, 2 in the black market and 1 held by the Yun family. Upon receiving Lina's message, Xia Qi understood. This item could not simply be evaluated by its monetary worth. Rarity commanded value, and the black market had never sold one, making it impossible to determine a price. This presents quite a dilemma. He had initially entertained the notion of acquiring a Rune Reset Stone, but that aspiration had quickly dissipated. Oh dear, seeing you silent, are you interested? If you desire it, just speak up. Desire what? Xia Qi asked, his expression one of confusion. All you need to do is come here now, allow me to be your teacher, and repeat that lesson on Master Hua, and I shall gift you one. Lina, inexperienced yet enthusiastic, actively invited Xia Qi to join her for a lesson. After pondering for a moment, Xia Qi could find no reason to decline such an enticing offer. Attending a class to obtain a Rune Reset Stone was indeed a rare opportunity. Teacher Lina, student Xia Qi has arrived to report. Chapter 39, Duplication. S-grade Heart of Blazing Fire. 2 hours later, having departed from Lina's residence, Xia Qi toyed with the smooth Rune Reset Stone in his hand. He could perceive a profoundly mysterious aura emanating from it, the intricate patterns formed by the runes encapsulating the power of rules. It is no wonder that it requires a rune master of level 60 or above to forge such an item. However, even among the rune masters, there is a reluctance to craft the Rune Reset Stones, as they are only applicable in dungeons of level 20 or below, rendering them somewhat superfluous. Only the offspring of prominent figures might find them useful in the early stages, hence their scarcity in the market. A single Rune Reset Stone, in terms of cost, is approximately 30 million. It allows for 10 dungeon runs in total, which would certainly incur losses for anyone else. Yet in Xia Qi's hands, he could still profit from it. Stowing the rune reset stone into his storage space, Xia Qi decided to wait near the entrance of the dungeon. An hour later, as 3 hours had elapsed since Yuanqingyue entered the dungeon, she reappeared at the entrance. Compared to her previous state, she was now covered in dust, her face weary and panting heavily. Even if she could run through the dungeon 10 times in a single day, her stamina could not keep up, and her energy was depleted. Re-entering the dungeon would be tantamount to courting death. Heavens, how is Xia Qi leveling up so rapidly? I'm nearly exhausted myself. After several consecutive hours and 3 runs through the ordinary level zombie mine, although her level had risen to 12, she was utterly fatigued. Time for a drink and a brief rest. Xia Qi quietly approached, handing Yuanqingyue a cup of energy water. Meanwhile, his left eye subtly shifted, activating the copying ability upon her. Copying S-level talent. Heart of Blazing Fire. Heart of Blazing Fire. Copy. Quality S-level. Effect. Incinerate the 8 desolates. You shall be the sovereign of flames. Upon seeing the attributes of the Heart of Blazing Fire, Xia Qi felt a surge of joy. He could finally directly replicate an S-level talent. Similar to Thunder Control, the S-level talent Heart of Blazing Fire belonged to the prestigious series of elemental talents focused on fire. Additionally, Heart of Blazing Fire granted Xia Qi a new active skill. Sea of Fire. Annihilate heaven and earth, incinerate all. The Sea of Fire covers a radius of 100 meters. If he was not mistaken, the power of the Sea of Fire should be comparable to the thunderstorm of 9 heavens. Directly replicating this S-level talent saved him considerable trouble. Wow, this drink actually restores energy. I feel much less fatigued. Yuanqingyue's eyes brightened. After just a sip, her spirit revived significantly, prompting her to guzzle down nearly half the cup. Here, the remainder is yours. I apologize, it was simply too delicious to resist. Noticing Xia Qi's intense gaze upon her, Yuanqingyue shyly returned the cup, now marked with her lipstick. Huh, I've already drunk from it. It's all yours. Distracted by the talent interface, Xia Qi waved his hands dismissively. Xia Qi, you are too kind to me. I've consumed it all. Go ahead and drink, he urged. Yuanqingyue treated the remaining energy water as a treasure, downing it in one go. Such restorative beverages were rare, and while the Yun family possessed them, this one was gifted by Xia Qi, making it all the more special. Carefully stowing away the emptied cup, Yuanqingyue motivated herself, thinking, I still have 8 more dungeon resets available. Xia Qi, just you wait, I will surely catch up to you. With that, she prepared to re-enter the dungeon. But Xia Qi interjected, I believe I can help you clear the dungeon. I guarantee you'll reach level 15 without having to lift a finger. Really? Yuanqingyue stood frozen in disbelief at Xia Qi's invitation. Could it be that he truly wished to team up with her? Oh my. This must be what they call a world for two. Lost in her thoughts of a blissful duo, Yuanqingyue nearly envisioned names for their future children. Hey, can you say something? Seeing her blushing and dazed, Xia Qi presumed his invitation had been too abrupt. After all, Yuanqingyue had no need to team up with him. The wealth and resources of the Yun family were ample enough for her to tackle dungeons alone. Reset stones were indeed precious items. Not wanting to share them with others was a normal sentiment. While it would be a reasonable assumption for an ordinary person, Xia Qi misjudged Yuanqingyue. She was anything but ordinary. I agree. You can take me along to clear the dungeon. I'm thrilled just to be with you. Coming back to her senses, Yuanqingyue nodded vigorously, fearful that Xia Qi might change his mind and abandon their sweet partnership. I'll take the lead while you assist. It's settled then. As for the materials in the dungeon, Xia Qi pondered, possessing the luck of fortune. He felt that a 50-50 split might be a bit unfair, considering the potential for hefty rewards. I don't want any of that. You're the one helping me level up. I only want the experience. Without a second thought, Yuanqingyue dismissed the idea of splitting, as she had never been concerned about money, having grown up without much concept of it. Furthermore, after 2 runs through the ordinary level dungeons today, the materials collected would amount to only about 400,000 to 500,000, splitting that would leave a mere 20,000 for each. Thus, for someone like Xia Qi, who was financially constrained, it would be far more beneficial for him to keep that sum. The S-level talent was merely the beginning. To grow stronger continuously, one must invest considerable amounts of money in addition to leveling up. Yuanqingyue willingly relinquished everything to Xia Qi, content simply to team up with him. All right then. It's settled. Just don't regret it. Rest assured, I will not have any regrets. Yuanqingyue nodded, silently following beside Xia Qi. The pair arrived at the dungeon entrance. And as the team leader, Xia Qi selected the difficulty level, while Yuanqingyue stretched her body nearby. After a day of battles, her energy had been somewhat restored. Yet her stamina still lagged. A good stretch would ease her discomfort. Yuanqingyue, tall and elegant, proudly showcased her splendid figure before Xia Qi, standing at 1.70 meters. Clad in a white robe and silk stockings, her curves were striking, making her appear only slightly shorter than Xia Qi, who was 1.80 meters. Assessing her stature, Xia Qi murmured to himself, though she may not be as voluptuous as Lena, she is certainly not lacking. What did you say? Yuanqingyue turned her head in inquiry. Nothing. Let us enter the dungeon, Xia Qi replied, before selecting the nightmarish difficulty level. A pair of luminous glows swirled around them. The rune reset stone in Yun Qingyue's possession radiating an enigmatic light, nullifying the cooldown of the dungeon. At that moment, Yun Qingyue instinctively glanced at the dungeon's difficulty, her face paling. Xia Qi, did you select the wrong level? Before she could finish her sentence, they vanished from the entrance of the dungeon. Chapter 40. So this is what clearing a dungeon feels like. Dark, obscure, oppressive. The moment they entered the nightmarish level zombie mine, Yun Qingyue was overwhelmed by the immense aura, finding it hard to breathe. Compared to the ordinary level dungeons, the nightmarish level dungeon was evidently far more formidable. Gazing at the zombies ahead, exuding a terrifying presence, her legs felt weak. Had she been in peak condition, perhaps she could have held her ground. But with her energy nearly depleted and the oppressive environment weighing down on her, she would have turned back immediately had Xia Qi not been by her side. Do not fear, just stay behind me. Noticing Yun Qingyue's poor condition, Xia Qi did not mock her, but instead offered gentle reassurance. It was precisely because of Xia Qi that Yun Qingyue's somewhat pale complexion returned to its normal hue. She cast a detection spell, and, upon seeing the attributes, she finally comprehended that the nightmare-level monsters and the ordinary ones were worlds apart. Xia Qi, did you perhaps make the wrong choice? This is a nightmare-level foe. Yun Qingyue clutched her chest, the overwhelming pressure causing her to struggle for breath. I did not make a mistake. I have always engaged with nightmare-level monsters. Xia Qi replied succinctly, stepping boldly into the circle of light. Wait, Xia Qi, you will die? Let us exit and re-enter. Please don't act impulsively. Yun Qingyue doubted Xia Qi's ability to solo a nightmare-level challenge, thinking that men often boasted in front of women for the sake of pride. After all, she too possessed an S-level talent and could clearly sense that a nightmare-level instance was beyond her current capabilities. Although Xia Qi's lightning abilities were formidable at the outset, they could hardly surpass her by a significant margin. Two S-level talents would struggle to conquer a nightmare-level dungeon, let alone in her current state. However, Xia Qi disregarded Yun Qingyue's concerns and paid no heed to her feelings at that moment. With a deep breath, he unleashed the breath of thunder, a torrent of white energy erupting forth from his mouth, as his staff radiated a brilliant light. Raising his hand, a bolt of thunder descended from the heavens, crashing with tremendous force upon the copper-skinned zombie. In an instant, the copper-skinned zombie fell lifeless to the ground. What? Yun Qingyue leaned against the wall, momentarily stunned. Xia Qi's actions had been so swift that she hardly registered the sequence of events. All she heard was a thunderclap as the terrifying copper-skinned zombie was obliterated. With only one zombie at the entrance of the circle, after Xia Qi dispatched the creature, Yun Qingyue remained frozen, unsure of what to say. Let us go, follow me. Oh, right away. With the threat of death lifted, Yun Qingyue finally regained her composure, gingerly pushing herself off the wall to exit the circle of light. Xia Qi, how did you do that just now? She asked, taking deep breaths as confusion clouded her mind. It was simply done as it should be. Xia Qi replied with a hint of exasperation. What does simply done mean? Yun Qingyue was even more baffled, even if Xia Qi's level was a few tiers above hers. The disparity in skill power couldn't possibly be so vast. As fellow S-level talents, such a gap should not exist. Yun Qingyue even began to wonder if her own S-level talent was a mere facade. Can we still run? Should be fine. That's good, then keep up with me. With that, Xia Qi took off running, leaving Yun Qingyue momentarily astonished by his actions. What was he doing? However, recalling how he had effortlessly dispatched the monster, she hesitated for a moment before promptly following in his wake. Stay close, don't fall too far behind. It was crucial to maintain distance while attracting the monsters. If Yun Qingyue lagged behind, she could easily find herself surrounded. The rescue would be troublesome if that happened. I'll definitely keep up with you. It was undeniable that fire elements were not as swift as thunder elements. Nevertheless, Yun Qingyue possessed ample resources, courtesy of her family. A whirlwind erupted from beneath her feet, drastically increasing her speed, allowing her to trail Xia Qi at a comfortable 2-meter distance. Good job, Xia Qi praised, noting that this would not hinder their monster-clearing efficiency. Thus, the scene unfolded, a man and a woman racing forward, pursued by a massive throng of zombies through the mine. Xia Qi, what are you planning? Isn't this risky? Yun Qingyue closely followed Xia Qi, her eyes fixed on the ever-growing horde of undead behind them, feeling an undeniable surge of fear. Xia Qi focused intently on the distance between them and the monsters, too preoccupied to answer Yun Qingyue's inquiries. Oftentimes, repeated questions only led to further confusion. Rather than providing extensive explanations, it was more effective to demonstrate the answers through action. Thus, he ignored her, occasionally reminding her to maintain her distance and stay with the group. After approximately 10 minutes of navigating the labyrinthine tunnels, Xia Qi finally succeeded in leading all the monsters to the location of the iron-skinned zombie. The nightmare-level iron-skinned zombie appeared far more formidable than its ordinary counterpart. Just a glimpse of its form through Xia Qi's figure sent a wave of dread coursing through Yun Qingyue's heart. There was no need for a detection spell to know that this iron-skinned zombie was exceptionally terrifying. As if sensing their presence, the iron-skinned zombie charged with a ferocious determination upon seeing Xia Qi. Suddenly, the mind trembled, reverberating with the sound of its mighty roar. Heavens, if it collides with me, I would be reduced to mere fragments. Yun Qingyue's gaze was filled with horror. The impact was akin to a heavy truck crashing, and even a glancing blow would likely result in broken bones. Avoid it and don't lose focus, Xia Qi warned sternly, knowing that at this critical juncture, he could not afford to have Yun Qingyue disrupt his strategy. Fortunately, he successfully gathered all the monsters towards the upper level of the mine, finally halting near the staircase entrance. Without waiting for Yun Qingyue to speak, he turned back and plunged into the massive horde of undead. In the next moment, he unleashed the full force of Thunder's wrath. Boom! In Yun Qingyue's terrified gaze, countless bolts of lightning encircled the area, ensnaring every creature within its grasp. Experience points surged rapidly, and various notifications echoed in her ears. In just a few breaths, during which she could barely catch her breath, Yun Qingyue witnessed her experience increase by 30%. Yun Qingyue was left utterly speechless, never having imagined that one could clear a dungeon in such a manner. Boom, boom. A cacophony of continuous explosions and thunderous roars erupted from the mass of zombies. One by one, they fell, howling in agony. Even the formidable iron-skinned zombie, which had instilled such fear in Yun Qingyue, could not withstand the onslaught, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. They're all dead. In an instant, Yun Qingyue stood petrified, unable to comprehend the scene before her. Chapter 41. A Duo's Journey, an Onslaught of Slaughter. She had not forgotten the harrowing battle against the iron-skinned zombie in the ordinary level dungeon. Countless fire spells had been cast, accompanied by speed-enhancing items to evade the zombie's attacks. It had taken a full 10 minutes to finally vanquish that formidable boss monster. In stark contrast, Xia Qi had spent only 10 minutes running, and the entire process of annihilation took less than half a minute. It was a complete slaughter. Yun Qingyue felt utterly drained, devoid of any strength. She was acutely aware that this was not an ordinary level challenge, but a nightmare level instance. Monsters of the same level possessed attributes at least double, if not more. Yet, witnessing Xia Qi's effortless mastery, clearing the entire field with a single skill, left her completely exhausted, her body feeling weak and limp. As fellow S-level talent awakeners, why was there such a vast difference? She could not fathom it, nor could she understand how Xia Qi had achieved such prowess. This was not merely a dungeon run. It was a comparison of ease that far surpassed any previous experience. Subconsciously murmuring to herself, Yun Qingyue suddenly realized that Xia Qi's willingness to invite her to tackle the dungeon together was not due to her exceptional prowess. Rather, it was because she possessed the rune reset stone, which could assist Xia Qi in running the dungeon multiple times. This was not the sweet duo experience she had yearned for. No, she could not allow herself to be seen as a mere burden, struggling to accept the reality. She found herself craving Xia Qi's praise, yet in truth, she had contributed nothing. She merely trailed behind him throughout their endeavor. As Xia Qi emerged from the throng of monsters, brushing off the dust from his attire, he departed without a glance at Yun Qingyue's peculiar demeanor. He merely lamented that had he been able to use teleportation, he could have avoided the hassle of charging into the monster horde to unleash his ultimate ability. While there were gaps between the creatures, the need for precise dodging was a true test of skill. Had it not been for his improved mastery of the Breath of Thunder following his level up, he might have found himself besieged by zombies. However, considering the importance of concealing his numerous talents, Xia Qi could only resort to this rudimentary method. With an impressive stamina of 150 points, sustaining minor injuries was hardly a concern. As he began to descend the stairs into the pit, Yun Qingyue snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up with him. Xia Qi, you were telling the truth. You truly soloed the nightmare-level dungeon. What else could it be? Were you expecting otherwise? Xia Qi retorted, leaving Yun Qingyue momentarily speechless. The words struck her heart like a dagger. Even witnessing it firsthand, she found it utterly incredulous. This was a nightmare-level dungeon, after all. Why did it sound so mundane when he spoke of it? Even a normal-level dungeon could not be handled so effortlessly, could it? Her pride wounded, Yun Qingyue felt a silent anguish within her, unsure whether to affirm or deny his claim. She could only suppress her feelings of inadequacy and nod in agreement. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not allow Xia Qi to perceive her as a liability. Noting her reaction, Xia Qi said nothing further and continued forward, systematically eliminating the monsters in the stairwell. Compared to the tunnel in the mine, the monsters in the stairwell were more dispersed and difficult to group together. Thus, Xia Qi had to deal with them one by one. His strategy was straightforward: unleash a bolt of thunder, and if that was insufficient, follow up with another. Accompanied by the booming sounds of thunder, their journey lasted less than 10 minutes before they arrived at the territory of the silver-skinned corpse king. Yun Qingyue recognized this as the final boss of the dungeon. Defeating it would signify the completion of their quest. Ordinary dungeons did not feature this encounter. But she had done her homework prior to arriving and knew that the silver-skinned corpse king awaited in difficulties above the normal level. Originally, she had intended to level up to around level 15, tackle a difficult dungeon solo to experience the challenge of a boss, and then depart. She had not anticipated encountering it here, under the nightmare difficulty. She had heard whispers that even teams of A-grade talent players at level 25 needed to tread carefully to clear nightmare-level dungeons. Yet, glancing at Xia Qi, it was evident he regarded the corpse king with utter indifference. Wake up, it's time to engage. Summoning the silver-skinned corpse king, Xia Qi signaled for Yun Qingyue to maintain a distance of 50 meters. Faced with the overwhelming sense of pressure, Yun Qingyue instinctively retreated. Though she wished to avoid being a liability, her body was honest enough to recognize that she was ill-equipped to confront such a formidable boss. Just be careful, she called out from a safe distance, her concern palpable. Xia Qi responded with an okay gesture, activating the breath of thunder and plunging into battle. The ensuing conflict need not be elaborated upon extensively. Within a minute, the corpse king lay charred and lifeless, crashing to the ground and marking the conclusion of their dungeon expedition. Due to the restriction on utilizing other talents, Xia Qi could only evade while attacking, employing the thunderous strikes to whittle down the corpse king's health. Ultimately, Yun Qingyue observed her experience points. Having just leveled up to 12, she now stood at 70. Just 30 points shy of another level up. Xia Qi's experience had similarly risen to 14, now at 80, needing only 20 more points to reach level 15. As they were a duo, experience was divided evenly. Otherwise, Xia Qi would have easily leveled up to 15 in this instance. Defeated the silver-skinned corpse king. Experience points 20,000. Acquired pure silver staff. Acquired basic energy essence X3. Xia Qi glanced at the notification. Before forming a party, he had set the leader privileges, allowing him to allocate all dropped items. Thus, Yun Qingyue only received the experience notification, while all the materials remained in his possession. After some contemplation, he decided to gift the pure silver staff to Yun Qingyue, considering she had generously allowed him to use the precious rune reset stone, which had enabled him to replicate an S-grade talent, and a mere bronze weapon was hardly a burden. This is for you. Wow, a pure silver staff. This is the best staff available before level 20. Yun Qingyue exclaimed, her surprise evident. Though the staff might be worth only a few tens of thousands, the fact that it was a gift from Xia Qi imbued it with a significance that transcended its monetary value. Thank you, Xia Qi. Receiving the staff, she felt a wave of emotion, realizing that this was the first gift Xia Qi had ever given her throughout their 3 years of high school together. She vowed to cherish it. What else there to thank? It's just a staff. If a robe drops later, I'll get you one of those too. Really? You're so kind, Xia Qi. Hearing his promise, Yun Qingyue's eyes misted over. Indeed, Xia Qi held a place for her in his heart, right? I absolutely cannot be a burden to him. I must strive to keep pace with him. Clenching her small fist, her resolve grew stronger. Chapter 42. The Joy of Freebies. Xia Qi was oblivious to Yun Qingyue's thoughts, but he found it somewhat astonishing to see her nearly in tears over a staff. She was a wealthy heiress, one of the most prominent in Jiangxing. Was it really so moving to her for a bronze-level staff? Let us go? Shaking his head, Xia Qi stepped into the portal, emerging directly at the dungeon's entrance. After teaming up, their experience points had been halved, and it was indeed a pity not to reach level 15. However, they had not missed out on any materials or equipment, all of which were safely stored in his inventory. After a brief calculation, he estimated that the value of this batch of materials remained stable at around 6 million. This marked his third dungeon run of the day, meaning he had made a tidy profit of 18 million in just one day. A few days prior, during his wager with Su Yuanqing, this would have been an astronomical sum. After all, he had only earned a little over 1 million in a day back then, and it would have taken at least half a month to accumulate such wealth. Looking at the natural cool-down time of the dungeon, he noted that there were still 9 hours until the next refresh. At their earlier pace, they could clear the dungeon in 25 minutes. And with Yun Qingyue's rune reset stone, they had 8 opportunities for resets left. 4 hours would be more than sufficient to conclude their battles. Just then, Yun Qingyue, now wielding the pure silver staff, exited the dungeon. The staff emitted a faint white glow, harmonizing with her attire today and lending her a rather enchanting, youthful appearance. If she styled her hair in twin ponytails, she would undoubtedly garner a high level of attention. How does it look? Is it beautiful? With her staff delicately in hand, Yun Qingyue twirled before Xia Qi, her face flushed with shyness as she inquired, "Is there a hint of that flavor?" Xia Qi, thoughtfully stroking his chin, offered a candid assessment. Yun Qingyue possessed an exquisite natural beauty, akin to a pristine lotus, even without makeup. It was no wonder that she was affectionately dubbed the campus belle by the many students of number 1 high school. Sometimes, I truly struggle to comprehend the meaning behind your words, but I can only surmise that you are complimenting me, she remarked. The contemporary slang that Xia Qi employed often eluded her grasp, yet she could discern the underlying sentiment. You certainly are a clever little thing, she replied. Thank you for the praise. My parents have always said I am quite bright, she added, proudly lifting her fair chin. Xia Qi did not respond. as he was captivated by the undulating waves beneath her flowing robe. Suddenly, he felt he had misjudged her. The loose-fitting robe characteristic of the Yun family concealed her figure to some extent, but a recent movement had granted Xia Qi a clearer view. That size is surely not inferior to that of teacher Lena. He mused. What are you thinking about? Yun Qingyue, accustomed to Xia Qi's occasional bouts of daydreaming, asked curiously. I was pondering whether your stamina could endure, especially since we need to complete our dungeon runs tonight, Xia Qi replied, seamlessly picking up the thread of conversation. Rest assured, I am not as fragile as you might imagine, Yun Qingyue declared, her upbringing having instilled in her a strong-willed nature, one that never yielded. Moreover, after leveling up, my stamina will be fully restored, it will be fine. Indeed, then let us proceed, Xia Qi said with a smile. All right, I shall heed your guidance. The phrase sounded rather like that of a dutiful wife. Yet Xia Qi paid it no mind as he once again joined Yun Qingyue in utilizing a rune reset stone to reset their dungeon progress. A mere minute later, the duo re-entered the nightmarish zombie mine dungeon. My apologies, dear king of corpses. It seems we shall have to slay you 8 more times tonight. Xia Qi thought to himself, feeling slightly remorseful, as he had initially intended to only run it 3 more times. However, the rune reset stone had altered those plans. Upon their second entry, Yun Qingyue's demeanor had noticeably shifted. Her capacity to absorb the situation had strengthened, rendering the monsters less terrifying than before. Without needing a prompt from Xia Qi, she sprang into action, emulating his earlier tactics to lure the monsters. She adapted swiftly, and Xia Qi chuckled in admiration as he hurried to assist in drawing the enemies. This monster luring technique was not particularly complex. It merely required awareness of the spacing between monsters and maintaining speed, something anyone could accomplish. Yet, few would dare to undertake such a strategy, as each descent into the dungeon placed awakeners on the precipice of life and death, where a single misstep could prove fatal. Additionally, in team runs, such tactics could hinder the group's efforts and endanger allies. Thus, only those of higher levels could afford to exploit this method in lower-level dungeons. It was simply not feasible for equally leveled parties. Xia Qi alone possessed the audacity to confront thousands of monsters of the same tier single-handedly. This time, thanks to Yun Qingyue's exceptional cooperation, they gathered the monsters even more swiftly. They cleared the upper level of the mine in just 8 minutes, and the lower level along with the boss took a mere 12 minutes. In total, they concluded the battle in exactly 20 minutes. After finishing this wave of dungeons, both of them leveled up. Yun Qingyue reached level 13, while Xia Qi advanced to level 15. Following the defeat of the Silver-Skinned Corpse King, Xia Qi did not rush to exit the dungeon. Instead, he opened his attribute panel to examine the changes following his recent level up. Name, Xia Qi. Class, Mage. Level, 15, 5. Strength, 320. Agility, 160. Intelligence, 320. Vitality, 160. Equipment, Silver Staff, Mithril Robe, Corpse Guardian Longsword. Talents, Innate Dual Eyes, LV2. S-Rank Thunder Control, S-Rank Teleportation, S-Rank Luck, S-Rank Heart of Flame. Active Skills, Frenzied Thunder, LV4. Thunderstorm, LV4. Lightning Flash, Attachment. Sea of Fire, LV4. Passive Skills, Energy Reduction, Thunderstorm. Thunder falls from all directions, annihilating all within a 100-meter radius. Sea of Fire, incinerating heaven and earth, engulfing everything within a 100-meter area. Having finally reached level 15, it was now a certainty that admission to a prestigious academy lay within his grasp. Furthermore, he was not far from meeting the entrance requirements for Shengjing University. With just 24 days remaining until the college entrance examination, he had ample time to further enhance his abilities. However, as anticipated, the rate of experience gain had slowed once more upon reaching level 15. He had initially hoped to gain at least 10% from this run, yet only 5% was accrued instead. With 6 dungeon runs remaining, he mused. Perhaps he could reach level 16? With that thought in mind, Xia Qi and Yun Qingyue re-entered the dungeon, continuing to replicate their previous strategy. Having leveled up, both were fully restored in stamina and energy, thus they were unconcerned about fatigue. They merely needed to grind. With their enhanced levels, Xia Qi's thunderous might surged further. The speed of their runs increased, and as Yun Qingyue's level rose, her confidence blossomed, assisting Xia Qi in clearing out stray monsters. This cycle continued, and after an hour and a half, the rune reset stone's charges were entirely depleted. They had finally completed 6 runs. Chapter 43. Su Yuanqing's Ambition. The rune reset stone dulled, resembling an ordinary rock. I'm afraid I can no longer team up with you for now, Xia Qi. Yun Qingyue lamented as she tucked the reset stone away. While the rune reset stone could be recycled, it required finding a rune master to infuse it with power again. The infusion process was intricate and demanded a considerable amount of precious materials and high-grade energy essence, the cost of which was nearly equivalent to crafting a new rune reset stone. Given the Yun family's financial means, they could manage it, but it was deemed unnecessary. After 6 consecutive runs, Yun Qingyue was now tantalizingly close to level 15, currently at level 14 with 85 experience points. Xia Qi, too, had regretfully stalled at 15 with 95 experience points. One more run would elevate him to level 16. Indeed, each of the 6 dungeon runs had only granted a mere 15 experience points, underscoring the difficulty of advancement beyond level 15. Without the rune reset stone, under normal dungeon cooldown rates, Xia Qi would require 4 days to progress from level 15 to 16. Of course, this was based on the experience ratio for duo teams, which was notably less efficient than solo runs. After such intense combat, Xia Qi had yet to level up, and his stamina and energy had reached their limits. He decided to find a place to rest while awaiting the natural cooldown of the dungeon, planning to grind out another run before moving on to other dungeon areas post-level 16. With a beaming expression, Yun Qingwei joined him, saying, "Xia Qi, I'm almost at level 15. I'm definitely heading to a prestigious academy. Are you nearing level 16? Xia Qi sipped an energy drink and nibbled on some bread, replying, "Not quite yet. By the way, I haven't asked you, which university are you aiming for? There are many prominent institutions, like Sulan Academy, Chang'an Academy, and nearby Jiangcheng has Ningzhou University. Which university do you plan to attend?" Yun Qingyue inquired, resting her chin on her hand, her curiosity palpable. "If all goes as expected, I will be sitting for the entrance exam at Shengjing University." Upon hearing Xia Qi's response, Yun Qingyue fell silent. Shengjing University is the nation's premier institution, yet it is also the most challenging to gain admission to. For other prestigious universities, possessing a level of 15 and a B-grade talent is generally sufficient for acceptance. However, Shengjing University is renowned as the gathering place for the extraordinary. Those who gain entry are invariably the elite from across the country. A minimum level of 18 is merely the threshold to sit for the exam and to truly secure a place at Shengjing. One must rank among the top 500 of countless candidates. This 500 represents the very best in the nation. The reason for such stringent admission is that the remaining slots are monopolized by affluent families from major cities. Thus, only these 500 spots remain for students from less privileged backgrounds. Consequently, even possessing an S-grade talent does not guarantee success in the entrance exam for Shengjing University. The Yun family is already a top-tier family in Jiangcheng, but they are insignificant in the broader context of Xizang province, let alone on a national scale. Hence, Yun Qingyue had never intended to apply to Shengjing University, as her chances of acceptance were uncertain. "I have made up my mind. I will take the entrance exam for Shengjing University alongside you," Yun Qingyue declared, taking a deep breath and clenching her small fists with determination. Xia Qi glanced at her, thinking, let her take the exam if she wishes. What does it mean to say alongside me? In truth, she need not concern herself. My reasons for attending Shengjing are personal. Xia Qi was not motivated by the pursuit of fame, but rather by the desire to uncover the secrets surrounding his parents' disappearance, necessitating his acceptance into Shengjing University. Yet, this revelation left Yun Qingyue in silence. She believed her intentions were clear, yet it was evident that Xia Qi remained oblivious to her thoughts. "You truly are a simpleton," Yun Qingyue murmured softly, her gaze lowered, her mood dampened. "What did you say?" Xia Qi looked up at her, having seemingly caught a fragment of her words. "It's nothing. Thank you so much for teaming up with me today. I had a wonderful time. I shall take my leave now." With that, Yun Qingyue puffed up her cheeks and departed the instance without a backward glance. Xia Qi had intended to say more, but swallowed his words. After all, if Yun Qingyue wished to take the entrance exam for Shengjing, then let her. What was the purpose of his comments? As night enveloped the world like ink, the stars twinkled faintly in the sky. After Yun Qingyue's departure, the glow of the campfire illuminated Xia Qi's cold visage as he slowly closed his eyes to recuperate, awaiting the cool-down period for the instance to pass. The other adventurers around him were engaged in similar pursuits, doing their utmost to rest in the profound silence of the night, preparing for the morrow. The following morning, as the first rays of dawn dispersed the chilling mist and darkness, Xia Qi awoke from his meditative state and rose to stretch his body. The experience of spending his first night outdoors was still quite uncomfortable. He ought to procure a military tent. However, finding peace to sleep in the wilderness was a challenge. The deeper the night, the more vigilant one must be, for anything could occur in the wild. At 6 o'clock, the instance reset, and Xia Qi entered once more, concluding his final journey through the zombie mine. After 10 minutes, he emerged, finally reaching level 16 with 5 experience points. "First, I will head to the black market to sell my materials, then inquire where I can grind next." With a thought, Xia Qi departed from the zombie mine that had accompanied him for the past 3 or 4 days, surmising that the silver-skinned zombie king would be pleased, as he would no longer encounter Xia Qi. In Jiangcheng, at the Su residence. "Father, is it truly feasible? How many days have passed? And why has my talent not yet ascended to S-grade?" Su Yuancheng languished in a wooden tub filled with precious herbs. "Do not fret, my son. I have specially hired a master alchemist from Xizang province at great expense to ensure success," replied Su Yuancheng's father, a corpulent middle-aged man named Su Dahai. Though his own talent was lacking, rated only B-grade, his acumen in business was extraordinary, amassing considerable wealth over decades of hard work. In Jiangcheng, he was regarded as affluent. However, due Due to limitations in talent and age, he could only aspire to B grade for the rest of his life. Fortunately, he had married a wife with A grade talent, and their son, Su Yuanqing, successfully awakened to A grade talent, a boon indeed. A few days prior, Su Yuanqing had earnestly requested his father to assist in enhancing his talent, a request that Su Dahai, embodying paternal love, consented to. Thus, for the past few days, Su Yuanqing had refrained from leveling up, believing that with 21 days until the college entrance examination, once his talent improved, leveling would follow suit. While the father and son conversed, a master alchemist clad in a gray robe arrived. Drink this. It is a talent awakening potion I have perfected over a decade, and I guarantee it will succeed. The alchemist's esteemed reputation instilled unwavering confidence in both father and son, prompting Su Yuanqing to seize the emerald vial and consume its contents without hesitation. Almost immediately, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his veins, a tremendous force gathering within. Wow, the master truly is remarkable. I feel invigorated, exclaimed Su Yuanqing, marveling at how a mere vial of potion could yield effects surpassing that of a multitude of rare herbs. The tumultuous energy emanated from him, unleashing arcs of crimson lightning that enveloped the entire Su family hall. Quick, fetch the testing crystal. Upon witnessing his son's transformation, Su Dahai, in a frenzy of excitement, called for servants to assess Su Yuanqing's talent level. The alchemist, meanwhile, wore a knowing smile. This talent awakening potion had crafted more than one S-grade talent, albeit with the caveat that those who achieved such heights through this means often faced brief lifespans. Some perished within a year, while others lasted 3 to 5 years, all succumbing to bloodshed and sudden demise. Yet, those were concerns for a later time. What did it matter to him? Minutes later, amidst a flurry of chaotic testing, the crystal shimmered with brilliant light. Awakened S-grade talent. Explosive arc. Excellent, excellent, my son, we have succeeded. The A-grade talent high voltage arc had successfully ascended to S-grade explosive arc with the alchemist's assistance. The surging voltage and resulting phenomena flushed Su Dahai's face with a radiant glow. What a stroke of fortune for our family. At last, the Su family has produced an S-grade talent. I can finally stand proudly before my ancestors. What a thrill, this is truly exhilarating. With the help of servants, Su Yuanqing donned his clothing, and upon his talent's elevation to S-grade, he comprehended the vast chasm separating A-grade from S-grade. Xia Qi, I too now possess S-grade talent. Let us see how you dare to compete with me for Yun Qinghua. His arrogance had transformed drastically. As an S-grade talent, he was wealthy beyond measure. While Xia Qi was merely a pauper, how could he possibly contend with him for a woman? Ahem, Su boss, I have fulfilled my promise. Here is your payment. The alchemist interjected, eager to remind them of the substantial side effects of the talent awakening potion. He wished only to collect his payment and depart. Jiangqing. Master, I apologize for my inadequate hospitality. Someone, transfer 100 million to the master. Su Dahai snapped back to reality, immediately instructing his butler to arrange the payment. The visage of the aged alchemist was marred by a myriad of wrinkles, his countenance reflecting the fortune he had amassed, an extraordinary profit of 100 million from a mere several hundred thousand in costs for the concoction of potions. Such lucrative gains were indeed rare. However, finding a gullible patron like the Su family was no simple task. Previously, he had charged others tens of millions. But this was the first instance he had been so forthright as to claim 1 billion. Contemplating this, the alchemist was eager to vacate the scene of potential trouble. In a matter of days, when Su Yuanqing experienced the side effects, the Su family would undoubtedly seek him out for answers. Ah, master, do not depart just yet. I have arranged for a breakfast feast and some morning tea. You may leave afterward, Su Dahai insisted, his enthusiasm palpable as he clutched the alchemist's arm, refusing to let him escape. Soon after, a dozen exquisitely attired, alluring maidens entered, bearing an array of sumptuous delicacies. Is all this for me? The alchemist, having traversed the martial world for many years, was momentarily awestruck by the sight of such beauty and opulence. Indeed, indeed, this breakfast and tea are all for you. Su Dahai gestured towards the platters and the lovely maidens. Ah, this morning tea piques my interest. I find myself rather parched. Might I indulge before I take my leave? Indulge, and then depart. Indulge, and then depart, Su Dahai said with a glint in his eye, leading Su Yuanqing and the butler away to allow the alchemist to dine in peace. As the father and son walked through the lavish hall, Su Yuanqing's gaze wandered, intrigued by the extravagant surroundings. Father, there is another matter I require your assistance with. Speak freely, my son. Whatever you wish, if it lies within my power, I shall see it done, Su Dahai replied nonchalantly, for the Su family possessed ample wealth. Then I shall be candid. I wish for your help in proposing to the Yun family. A wicked smile crept across Su Yuanqing's face as he envisioned Yun Qinghua, his anticipation mounting. The Yun family, you mean Yun Qinghua? Su Dahai mused, feeling a stir of interest. Though wealthy, he lamented his own lack of talent. However, his son was another matter entirely, blessed with an S-grade aptitude, coupled with the Su family's fortune, should he succeed in marrying the daughter of Yun Yanghai. Su Dahai's reputation would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. Indeed, You have come of age. It is indeed time to consider your matrimonial prospects. I shall acquiesce to this request. Await my news. After a moment's contemplation, Su Dahai consented to the arrangement. Make haste to level up in the wild. I have organized a new A-grade team to accompany you on your dungeon excursions. Your level must not lag behind, as the college entrance examinations are fast approaching. Very well. I shall take my leave. I now possess an S-grade aptitude. Such trivial matters are insignificant. I will visit the school first, and then resume my training. Su Yuanqing declared confidently, striding out of the Su household. Today marked the day of a minor examination at school, and should Xia Qi dare to show up, he would ensure that Xia Qi would rue the day. Alas, upon arriving at school, despite putting on an act for several hours in front of his peers, Xia Qi did not appear. It seems he lacks the courage to come. All the better. Once I am wed to Yun Qinghua, I shall send him an invitation and relish in his reaction. Su Yuanqing triumphantly exited the school, inadvertently coughing. A trivial matter, he thought. After soaking in medicinal baths for several days, catching a slight chill was hardly surprising. Little did he know, a transformation was quietly taking place within him. An unfamiliar energy lay dormant, biding its time. In the Eastern District, within the black market, Lena was conspicuously absent from the counter that day. Perhaps she was too fatigued from her classes the previous evening and had opted for a day of rest. Finding another trader at the counter, upon seeing Xia Qi's information, their enthusiasm surged. This was a client whom the young lady had repeatedly emphasized as significant. Sir, are you here to sell materials? Indeed. Xia Qi nodded, somewhat surprised at the trader's uncharacteristic eagerness. Please, follow me. The trader led Xia Qi to the materials trading room, a place he had frequented several times before. Could we perhaps have a larger room? My items may not fit, he inquired. A larger room? The trader blinked in confusion. Did 10 square meters not suffice for a mere material transaction? However, considering the lady's instructions, the trader escorted Xia Qi to the largest trading room, spanning 100 square meters, typically reserved for dealings with trade caravans. Will this suffice? Xia Qi gestured towards the ample space. Please, make yourself at home, the trader replied, a forced smile on their face, internally questioning whether such a vast area could accommodate the materials Xia Qi had. Yet, within minutes, their jaw dropped in astonishment. Such a quantity, Xia Qi exclaimed, and after a brief interval, the space was filled with towering piles of materials, ores, equipment, monster parts, and an abundance of energy essence. The trader's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, utterly stunned by the mountain of items before them. Please hold on. I shall summon some colleagues to assist with the categorization. The sheer volume is overwhelming, the trader stated, realizing that they alone could not inventory such a vast collection. Xia Qi reclined on a nearby sofa, casually nodding in response. Shortly, the trader returned with 4 colleagues, and upon witnessing the mountain of materials, they collectively inhaled sharply. In years of service, it was exceedingly rare for an individual to bring such a substantial haul for trade. With additional hands on deck, the time required for inventory would be significantly reduced. After merely 10 minutes of scrolling through his phone, the trader approached Xia Qi with a valuation report. Sir, we have completed the inventory. I shall now present the total value. Proceed. I am all ears. Ordinary ores, 3 tons, rare ores, 500 pounds, various bronze-grade equipment, 315 pieces, monster materials, 5051 pieces, and primary energy essence, 20 units. The total comes to 74.5 million. Sir, do you wish to proceed with the sale? The black market trader had offered a very reasonable price, even slightly higher than usual. After a moment's consideration, Xia Qi agreed to the sale. Before long, nearly 75 million had been transferred to his account. Coupled with the previous sale to Lena for 13 million, Xia Qi now possessed a staggering 88 million. Having completed 3 runs, along with Yun Qinghua's 9 reset stones, he had achieved a total of 12 runs yielding 75 million, an astonishing average of over 6 million per run. A truly remarkable feat in just 3 days. He was nearing the halfway mark of his 200 million target. Additionally, he had one more opportunity for a dungeon run today, along with 10 reset chances, totaling 11 opportunities. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he anticipated reaching his goal of 200 million within the week. Upon receiving his funds, Xia Qi promptly purchased a batch of talent potions, expending 80 million, and reserved 30 more bottles of talent potions with an 8 million deposit. Stepping out of the black market, Xia Qi retrieved his phone, intending to check the details of level 15 and 20 dungeons. Suddenly, a message chimed in the student group chat. Everyone, I have ascended to S-grade aptitude today. From now on, should any issues arise, just inform Su Ge. We are all classmates, and I shall protect you all. Furthermore, I wish to announce that I, Su Yuanqing, have proposed to Yun Qinghua. Should this engagement come to fruition, I hope everyone will join us in celebrating the wedding feast. The news of Su Yuanqing's announcement sent ripples through the group chat. Wow, Su Xiao is indeed remarkable. He has elevated his A-level talent to S-level. How enviable. I shall certainly attend the wedding banquet. With an S-level talent and the financial backing of the Su family, it is certain that Su Ge will gain admission to a prestigious institution, perhaps even Xinjing. How splendid it is to possess wealth. Su Xiao, do take me along. Yin Xingwei and Su Yuancheng are indeed a match made in heaven. I noticed this long ago. Brother Yuancheng, I too aspire to enhance my talent level. Might we engage in a profound exchange? A female classmate chimed in, even sharing a selfie from a hotel, which elicited disdain from the group, truly lacking in decorum. Xia Qi cast a glance and furrowed his brow. While upgrading talent is understandable, the notion of talent advancement is somewhat perplexing. Ideally, talent potions are meant solely for talent upgrades. How did Su Yuanqing manage to ascend from A level to S level? Could it be that this world harbors abilities that amplify talent? That seems improbable. He recalled that the dual eye ability is unique. As he pondered, Yin Qingwei sent a message. Did you see the news in the group? Please do not misunderstand. My father would never agree to this marriage. Oh, I am not misunderstanding. Xia Qi felt little impact and replied directly. I apologize for today. Let us team up again for a dungeon run another day. What do you think? It depends on the circumstances. Xia Qi did not reject Yin Qingyue's invitation. After all, she had helped him earn millions. Running a few dungeons with her could be seen as repaying a favor. Upon concluding their conversation, he searched for some information. Ultimately, Xia Qi decided to head directly to the level 18 dungeon, Cave of Puppets. Compared to the zombie mine, the level and intensity of the Cave of Puppets are significantly heightened, yet the value of the materials remains comparable. This disparity is precisely why most professional teams prefer to remain in the zombie mine for farming, as the returns are similar while the difficulty is exponentially greater. However, Xia Qi still needed to continue leveling up. Now at level 16, farming in the level 14 zombie mine had diminished experience gains to an unworthy extent. Silently traversing, he utilized the breath of thunder to reach the entrance of the Cave of Puppets, where he found fewer than 20 individuals scattered about. There were no teams or leaders. The majority present were there primarily to level up, and teams had typically been formed in advance. Noticing the absence of interruptions, Xia Qi felt at ease and proceeded to the dungeon entrance, selecting the nightmare difficulty. A haunting blue light enveloped him as he was drawn into the dungeon. Inside, the cavern was spacious, illuminated by torches and candelabras affixed to the walls, providing a clear line of sight. In contrast to the dimness and obscurity of the zombie mine, everything here appeared tranquil and even safe. Yet, Xia Qi did not share this sentiment. Places that seem secure often conceal various dangers. Moreover, given the dungeon's high level, those capable of entering are seasoned veterans. Stepping beyond the protective aura, Xia Qi exhaled a breath of white mist and cautiously advanced. Suddenly, he sensed something. Something is lurking. In an instant, the breath of thunder was activated, and Xia Qi moved forward with utmost caution. As he approached a shadowy area, a flash of blade light surged toward him, aimed directly at his head. Chapter 46, Breath of Fire, Flame Dance. What the hell? He immediately unleashed his teleportation just as the blade was a mere centimeter from his neck, narrowly evading it. Emerging from the shadows was a figure clad in armor, wielding a longsword and casting a chilling gaze upon Xia Qi. Interesting, it appears capable of ambush. Xia Qi scrutinized the armored entity, which donned bronze armor that seemed hollow within. However, the eye sockets glowed with a predatory red light, resembling an ancient vengeful spirit. Perhaps it should not be called an armored figure, given its emptiness. Let us refer to it as the armored creature. With a cold glare, Xia Qi drew his longsword, channeling surging thunderous energy into the blade. In a flash, he vanished, unleashing a strike. Boom! The sound of thunder resonated as he swung his sword, transforming into a dazzling white line that pierced through the armored creature's body. Crack! Instantly, Xia Qi reappeared behind the creature, and in one swift motion, it was cleaved in two at the neck, the heavy bronze head tumbling to the ground, leaving a headless suit of armor. Is it dead? Xia Qi stared incredulously at the armored creature. The power of the thunderous strike had surely been formidable. Yet, the kill notification did not sound, indicating something was amiss. As expected, the headless armored creature did not collapse. Instead, it continued to swing its longsword at Xia Qi. Boom! A bolt of furious lightning struck down. The unleashed thunderous energy crashed against the heavy armor, igniting a flurry of sparks and electricity. Were a human within the armor, they would undoubtedly be dead. The lightning would have penetrated the armor and impacted the body. Unlike now, where a chunk of armor shattered, the creature remained standing. Who wrote this strategy guide? Failing to clarify the weaknesses, Xia Qi deftly sidestepped the armored creature's sword attack. Evidently, the thunderous assault had little effect, as the creature's magic resistance was absurdly high. However, the nightmare difficulty of an 18-level dungeon naturally posed challenges, and an imprecise guide was to be expected. While lost in thought, the armored creature continued to swing its longsword, the sound of slicing air resonating in Xia Qi's ears. Since lightning magic proved ineffective, let us test the power of flames. His azure pupils transformed into a fiery crimson hue, enveloping him in a layer of scarlet flames. Affixing, the immense fire elemental energy replaced the lightning energy, and the long sword in his hand shifted from azure to crimson. However, once transformed into the heart of flames, the thunder flash could no longer be utilized. Xia Qi's gaze sharpened as he teleported to the armored creature's front, delivering a fierce strike to its chest. Whoosh! Flames surged forth as the longsword penetrated the armored creature's chest with effortless grace, executing a simple horizontal slash that cleaved it in two once more. Simultaneously, the fire energy coalesced within the armored creature, and sensing impending danger, Xia Qi leaped back. An explosive roar erupted, obliterating the armored creature into fragments. Defeated the level 18 bronze puppet. Experience 6,000. Obtained bronze longsword. Obtained bronze gauntlets. As the explosion subsided, the notification chime followed suit. Xia Qi's expression brightened considerably. The power of the fire elemental talent was indeed formidable, evidently surpassing that of the lightning element. Expelling a breath of pent-up frustration, Xia Qi began to experiment with manipulating the fire energy in a manner akin to the breath of thunder. In an instant, the red glow surrounding him retracted, beginning to circulate rhythmically within his body. Upon completing a full cycle, the gas expelled was not pure white, but a vibrant crimson firelight. Perfectly. Let it be called the breath of fire. Xia Qi felt the surging, tumultuous energy within him, channeling the fiery essence into his legs, enabling a rapid surge in speed. Naturally, when compared to the lightning element, his velocity was somewhat diminished. However, the overall impact was not significantly detrimental. You have comprehended the sword technique, Flame Dance. Effect: conjures the power of flames to execute a horizontal strike against foes, simultaneously inflicting explosive secondary damage. Flame Dance, a name that resonates with me. Xia Qi was taken aback, astonished that a mere casual strike had led to the understanding of a sword technique. His current A-level, Sword Heart Clarity, had been augmented through usage to S-level, Sword Intent Flourishing, greatly enhancing the damage output of his sword techniques. With a sword technique at his disposal, it might surpass that of merely unleashing his innate skills. Regrettably, the execution of sword techniques demanded a considerable quality of the sword. Fortunately, he had prepared several weapons. Following the recent battle, the longsword he initially wielded had become quite battered. As a bronze-tier weapon, it was inherently a novice's tool. Suffering greater wear with the usage of higher damage sword techniques, he decided to make do with it until it broke. After all, monster slaying primarily relied on elemental energy, and as long as the sword remained intact, he could continue to wield it. Adhering to the principle of frugality, Xia Qi resolved not to replace the weapon until it was utterly unusable. After all, a bronze longsword was still worth 50,000. Whoosh! The sound of arrows slicing through the air interrupted Xia Qi's reverie. Even before he sought out monsters, a bronze creature approached him uninvited. A bronze monster armed with a bow lurked in the shadows, launching a sneak attack. Flame Dance. Xia Qi revealed a cruel smile. Channeling the breath of fire as he sprinted forth, flames trailing beneath his feet towards the armored beast. Closing the distance, he lowered his stance and executed a horizontal slash. A fierce eruption of flames radiated brilliant crimson light, cleaving the bronze armor of the creature as if it were mere paper, severing it in two, which then exploded into fragments. Exhilarating. The sensation of that strike, the method of elimination, was utterly delightful. The flames reflected on Xia Qi's face, lending him a ruddy glow, and the thrill of combat surged within him. The innate ability of the Heart of Blaze was not only immensely powerful, but the skill animations were also remarkably flashy. Had there been any witnesses, they would undoubtedly have been agape, for this was a nightmare-level dungeon's armored creature, so effortlessly dispatched by Xia Qi. Indeed, the might of the Heart of Blaze was formidable, yet the energy expenditure was equally severe. After slaying merely 2 armored beasts, Xia Qi sensed that a fifth of his energy had already been depleted, implying that he could only vanquish a maximum of 40 monsters before his energy was exhausted. Nevertheless, Xia Qi remained unperturbed. His energy water reserves were ample, and if necessary, he could amplify his energy water talent once more. A B-level energy water could already restore nearly a third of his energy, while an A-level should ideally replenish half. Thus, Xia Qi transformed into fire, intent on incinerating the world. Within the puppeteer's cave, a crimson figure wielding a blazing sword charged into a throng of fearsome puppeteer monsters. Chapter 47. Unwelcome Visitors. As time flies from dawn to dusk, 7 days passed in an instant. At the entrance of the puppeteer's cave dungeon, when Xia Qi reappeared, his appearance had drastically changed. The robe and staff had vanished, replaced by a more cost-effective light armor set. However, it had lost its luster, becoming tattered and worn. Stubble adorned his face, his hair was disheveled, and bloodshot veins marred his eyes. Over these 7 days, he had ventured nowhere, spending the entirety of his time grinding through dungeons and hunting wild monsters, resting outdoors between runs, and returning to the dungeons. Thus, after an extended period of relentless combat, his appearance had undoubtedly suffered, leaving him no time for grooming. Nonetheless, the rewards were undeniably significant. Having exhausted his supply of rune reset stones, he found a secluded spot to sit down and assess the fruits of his labor over the past week. First and foremost, he had leveled up. Within these 7 days, he had completed a total of 13 natural dungeon runs and 10 rune reset stone usages, thus participating in 23 nightmare-level runs of the Puppeteer's Cave. His level had risen from 16.5 a week ago to 18.3 now. Indeed, after an entire week of grinding through 23 dungeon runs, he had barely attained level 18, reaching the threshold for the entrance examination at Shungjing University. This was without accounting for the time spent hunting wild monsters. Overall, the leveling process had proven to be rather time-consuming. Secondly, there was the matter of finances. After 23 dungeon runs, Xia Qi estimated the total value of the materials gathered to be no less than 120 million. In summary, he had finally accrued enough funds for the talent potions. With 15 days elapsed since the awakening day and precisely 15 days remaining until the college entrance examination, he had managed to elevate his level to 18 and generate 200 million in funds within half a month. As a newcomer, this was undeniably an unprecedented achievement. Dragging his weary body, he sold off all unnecessary materials and equipment, ultimately receiving a transfer of 130 million. After settling the outstanding balance for the talent potions, he was left with 18 million, with no stock remaining and needing to return in 3 days to collect them. Contemplating this, he felt no trepidation regarding potential defaults from the black market. Thus, Xia Qi decided to return home for a brief visit. Having been away for a week, dust had accumulated in his home. Ignoring this, he directly entered his bedroom, confirming the absence of any traces before finally succumbing to fatigue and collapsing onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. The consecutive week of poor food and sleep had rendered him incapable of resisting the urge to sleep upon returning home. When he awoke once more, the sun had set, casting a blood-red hue across the sky as darkness encroached. He picked up his phone to find 99 unread messages. Aside from the class group, there were messages from Yun Xingyue, Lina, and Su Qingqing. Lina, I haven't had time for classes lately. I went to the provincial city, and I'm uncertain when I'll be back. I'll notify you about the class schedule once I can. Noticing the timestamp of the message, Xia Qi realized it had been sent 7 days prior. He promptly explained his recent dungeon activities. It wasn't that he didn't wish to attend classes, but rather that he had been utterly preoccupied. However, after sending the message, Lina did not respond immediately, indicating that she was likely busy. Xia Qi mused that the provincial city also had a black market. He recalled Lina mentioning that the Jiangxing black market was merely a branch, with the real operations spread across the nation. It seemed he would have to wait for Professor Lina to finish her affairs before classes could resume. Su Qingqing, hi. Xia Qi, I've met up with the captain and the others. We're safe now. We'll be heading to the wilds to grind dungeons for money. In half a month, when the Adventurers Guild rescinds the bounty, we might have the chance to meet again. By the way, you have your college entrance exam coming up. Hunting monsters in the wild will surely require a lot of energy. I've saved some energy water for you and sent it to Jiangcheng, but I didn't know your address, so I had it sent to the school. Don't forget to pick it up. Reading Su Qingqing's message, Xia Qi felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Although they had only met once, her occasional concern for him was heartwarming. It was quite pleasant to experience such an older sisterly affection. He replied with gratitude, hoping that they might meet again someday. The final message was from Yun Xingyue, also dated a week prior. Yun Xingyue, Xia Qi, I've turned down the proposal from the Su family. So you needn't worry. My parents listened to me, so Su Yuancheng can forget about it. After yesterday, I reflected and realized that I genuinely wish to attend Shungjing University, and it's not solely because of you, so please don't misunderstand. Indeed, I have already asked my father to consult the rune master for the rune reset stone. I believe it will be ready in a few days. We can venture into the dungeon together then. What do you think? Up to this point, Yun Xingyue had not sent any further messages. Xia Qi wore a somewhat peculiar expression, as it seemed that Yun Xingyue's words were an attempt to explain something to him, despite their merely being classmates, rendering such explanations unnecessary. Could it be that this girl harbors feelings for him? Although her affections were not overtly apparent, Xia Qi sensed an unusual warmth in her demeanor towards him. Alas, she is indeed beautiful, but she does not align with my preferences. Xia Qi did not harbor any dislike for Yun Xingyue, yet he could not claim to have any affection for her either. After some contemplation, Xia Qi decided to respond. There is no misunderstanding on my part. However, I prefer to tackle the dungeon alone for greater efficiency. Such a statement might come across as rather blunt. Yet Xia Qi could not conjure a more eloquent expression. So be it, why overthink it? Rising to tidy himself up, he finally returned to his previous, dapper appearance. Just as he prepared to whip up a simple dinner, a knock resounded from the door. Who could it be? Who visits at this hour? Xia Qi gazed in astonishment towards the entrance, initially suspecting it to be Lina, only to recall that she was not in Jiangxing. Aside from her, it was unlikely anyone would come seeking him. Approaching the door, Xia Qi opened it with an impassive expression, only to be met by a man in his 40s clad in a suit. You are? You must be Mr. Xia Qi. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the butler of the Yun family. You may call me Old Mo. Before Xia Qi could finish his sentence, Old Mo had already commenced his introduction. Neither overly humble nor arrogant, leaving his intentions ambiguous. The Yun family. Instinctively, Xia Qi thought of Yun Xingyue. What business could her family have summoning him at such a late hour? Noticing Xia Qi's perplexed expression, Old Mo removed his hat, revealing a smile. It is an invitation from the head of the Yun family, Mr. Xia Qi. I kindly ask you to accompany me. What could Yun Qingyue's father possibly want with me? Xia Qi furrowed his brow, suspecting that this late-night invitation to the Yun family could not bode well. I am merely a servant. I am not privy to the specifics. But I implore you, Mr. Xia Qi, to accompany me. Old Mo reiterated the request to follow him, his demeanor now devoid of its previous cordiality. And if I refuse? Xia Qi shot a cold glare at Old Mo, his thunder breathing already activated. Chapter 48. The old fox reveals its tail. Bang. With a swift motion, Xia Qi slammed the door shut and activated his sprint mode in front of Old Mo. With the speed advantage of his lightning attribute, he dashed away, greatly increasing his pace. Currently, he could not afford to confront the Yun family, but escaping was still an option. However, before he could revel in his fleeting triumph, a powerful hand clamped onto his shoulder, abruptly halting his escape. Xia Qi turned in shock, realizing he was barely 2 meters from his doorstep. And his pursuer had reacted instantaneously. Old Mo grinned at Xia Qi, his face creased with satisfaction. Mr. Xia Qi, engaging in a skirmish in the city will attract the city guard. Let us proceed amicably, shall we? If I say no, will you comply? Xia Qi shrugged helplessly, prompting Old Mo to release his grip. This old man relied solely on his attribute suppression. He clearly wielded no innate powers, yet his level must be at least 50. During their journey, Xia Qi mentally analyzed their earlier encounter, deducing that Old Mo was no ordinary butler, likely possessing considerable talent. Although the Yun family was not the largest in Jiangcheng, they were undeniably the most powerful. Thus, after assessing the situation, Xia Qi chose not to resist. Curious to discover what schemes lay ahead, silence enveloped them as Old Mo guided Xia Qi through the labyrinthine corridors of the Yun residence. Avoiding Yun Qingyue until they finally arrived at a secluded chamber where Xia Qi encountered her father, Yun Yanhai, dressed in a flowing white robe and appearing slender. Despite nearing 50, Yun Yanhai bore no signs of aging, resembling a youthful man. It was either a result of remarkable skincare or formidable power. Xia Qi inclined towards the latter. An 80th level mage was a realm Xia Qi could hardly fathom. Please, have a seat. Under Old Mo's guidance, Xia Qi settled directly opposite Yun Yanhai, who presented him with a freshly brewed cup of tea before the butler exited the room. Do not feel constrained. You are Qingyue's classmate, Xia Qi, correct? Consider this your home. There is no need for formality. Yun Yanhai exhaled softly, savoring the tea. As their eyes met, Xia Qi could not decipher the depths of Yun Yanhai's intentions and thus chose to refrain from being overly cautious, mimicking his host's actions with the teacup. If he truly intended harm, he would not have invited him for tea. After taking a sip, the delicate aroma enveloped his palate, prompting Xia Qi's eyes to widen in delight. What exquisite tea. You have quite the taste. A glimmer of appreciation crossed Yun Yanhai's features, easing the atmosphere between them. Uncle Yun, you didn't summon me here at this late hour merely for tea, did you? I prefer straightforwardness. Please, if there is something to discuss, let us address it directly. After finishing his tea, Xia Qi set down the empty cup, his gaze fixed intently on Yun Yanhai. You are aware of the recent proposal from the Su family regarding my daughter, Yun Qingyue, correct? The suitor is Su Yuancheng, who is also in your class. What are your thoughts on him? I am not well acquainted with him, but I believe Su Yuancheng is unworthy of Yun Qingyue. Xia Qi accepted the teacup, continuing the conversation as if they were old friends. Indeed, the Su family was beneath them, so even without Yun Qingyue's input, Xia Qi had intended to decline any proposal. An S-level talent, promoted postnatally, certainly did not meet the standards of the Yun family. As he spoke, Yun Yanhai's previously gentle demeanor shifted dramatically, an overwhelming pressure flooding the room. Xia Qi remained unfazed, finishing his tea and pouring himself another cup, shaking his head. No, what I meant was not talent, but rather character. Character? Yun Yanhai was momentarily taken aback by Xia Qi's boldness. In a world that revered strength, discussing character was indeed intriguing. Pray tell, what about Su Yuancheng's character leads you to believe he is unworthy of my daughter? Immature. Immature? Indeed, Su Yuancheng is overly immature. However, it is typical for someone born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Xia Qi's words left Yun Yanhai momentarily stunned, but he quickly realized that his daughter, Yun Qingyue, was not dissimilar. People inevitably mature, do they not? I fail to see this as an issue. No, the cost of maturity for such individuals is far too great. One fears they may not survive in this world for long. Xia Qi's remarks were extreme, yet grounded in reality, swaying Yun Yanhai's perspective. Indeed, while those with great talent were plentiful, few truly reached the pinnacle of success. Character was undeniably crucial. Conversing with you feels akin to speaking with someone of my own age. You must be 18, yet your maturity is commendable. This marked Yun Yanhai's second commendation of Xia Qi. However, he swiftly pivoted. You are indeed exceptional, but the disparity between you and Qingyue remains substantial. S-level is not her starting point, nor is the Su family. You underestimate the Yun family. Therefore, your invitation tonight was to distance me from Yun Qingyue? Xia Qi revealed a faint smile. The old fox had finally shown his true colors. Yin Yanghai set down his teacup and joined in the laughter, saying, "No, I am merely informing you that you do not belong to the same world." Ha ha. Xia Qi chuckled heartily, unabashedly displaying his amusement. Is it truly laughable? Yin Yanghai's demeanor shifted, the pressure of an 8th-tier archmage suddenly coalescing, bearing down on Xia Qi. Xia Qi swayed slightly, but showed no change in expression. He propped himself up on the table, his eyes transforming into a crimson and eerie hue. Indeed, it is laughable. Your daughter is not to my taste, and we are unequivocally from different worlds. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. I need to prepare for the college entrance examination. With that, Xia Qi staggered toward the door like a man recovering from a hangover, leaving his back to his counterpart. Observing this, Yin Yanghai released the pressure, his gaze falling into contemplation as he watched Xia Qi's retreating figure. Sir, should we? After Xia Qi departed, old Mo approached with an unkind glint in his eyes, making a gesture across his throat. Yin Yanghai, with a placid expression, waved his hand dismissively. No need. I have misjudged the situation. I do not harbor any feelings for Qinghua. If he does not favor the young lady, could it be that her affections are unrequited? Old Mo was momentarily dumbfounded, struggling to believe that there existed a man who could resist the allure of Yun Qinghua's beauty, even disregarding her looks. Her background alone would attract suitors lining up from the streets to the city gates. Ignoring old Mo's musings, Yin Yanghai continued to reflect on his conversation with Xia Qi. The words exchanged were evidently beyond the capacity of someone of that age to articulate. Moreover, those crimson eyes, he felt an uncanny familiarity. Xia Qi Xia. It suddenly dawned on Yin Yanghai, his expression shifting dramatically. Could he be the son of Xia Yuan? Chapter 49, Talent Advancement, Divine Thunder. Xia Yuan, the sole SSS-level talent awakener in Jiang City over the past centuries. An SSS-level talent is a rarity, the pinnacle of abilities in this world. However, Xia Yuan possessed another significant identity. He was the former president of Shengjing University. With such a status, coupled with his astounding talent, Xia Yuan once wielded greater influence in Xizang province than even the provincial governor. Governors change every few years. Yet there have only been 10 presidents of Shengjing University since the advent of the Awakening era. Xia Yuan was the 9th president, his status and position beyond compare. By the way, have you investigated Xia Qi's background? Who are his parents? I have looked into it. His father is named Xia Donglu, and his mother is Sun Yan. They went missing 3 years ago. Both are of ordinary status, possessing only A-level talent, with nothing particularly remarkable. Old Mo's conclusion brought Yin Yanghai a sense of calm. Indeed, how could Xia Qi possibly be Xia Yuan's son? An SSS-level talent could not produce offspring with merely A-level talent. At most, a downgrade of 1 tier would be expected. Typically, offspring inherit their parents' genes and abilities. And even if not superior, they should not fall significantly short. Well, although Xia Yuan is from Jiang City, he has been missing for 18 years. So he should be unrelated to Xia Qi. Thus, Yin Yanghai dismissed further speculation, considering Xia Qi merely a precocious high school student with some talent, somewhat unconventional at best. Meanwhile, Xia Qi returned home an hour later. The lengthy duration was not due to distance, but a trip to the supermarket to procure ample supplies. Storing his parents' photograph in his spatial pocket, he glanced at the empty house, silently closing the door behind him without a backward glance. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he likely would not return. After sensing Yin Yanghai's strength, Xia Qi realized that should Yin Yanghai wish to harm him, he would possess no means of resistance. This was merely the intensity of an S-level talent at level 80. As for the terror of an SS level, Xia Qi could scarcely fathom it. Strength, true strength, is the foundation of survival. The might of talent is merely the foundation of a house, yet many dilapidated structures exist. Xia Qi understood that he possessed little capital. Whether this house could be built successfully depended solely on his diligence. In the ensuing fortnight, leading up to the college entrance examination, Xia Qi resolved to remain in the wilderness. The early stages were critical for laying the groundwork, and he could not afford to relax for even a moment. Arriving at the southern city gate by bus, he beheld the towering walls illuminated by moonlight, momentarily perceiving the city within as a prison, while the outside world seemed the place he was destined to inhabit. Presenting his pass, the captain of the information team remarked, "Ah, it's you again. I remember you just returned today. Why venture out to the wilderness again?" The captain held a vivid impression of Xia Qi, an S-level talent whose numbers were few this year, making it a point to keep an eye on the students entering and exiting the wilderness. "You haven't even graduated yet, have you? If I had your drive back then, I'd probably be a general by now," the city guard captain mused, returning Xia Qi's identification card and patting him on the shoulder. "Stay safe. Life comes first. Life comes first." Xia Qi nodded. It was precisely because life was paramount that he felt compelled to venture into the wilderness. Otherwise, one would be akin to a caged bird, fed daily yet forever unaware of when the butcher's knife might sever their throat, turning them into a dish on the table. Upon exiting the city, although surrounded by peril, Xia Qi felt a weight lift from his heart. Amplifying S-level talent Thunder Control. Acquired S-level talent Thunder Control, 910. Amplifying S-level talent Thunder Control. Acquired SS-level talent Divine Thunder, 0100. Divine Thunder, Replication. Quality, SS level. Effect. You can manipulate Divine Thunder, and the 10 directions of thunder shall heed your command. Once he distanced himself from the city gates, Xia Qi utilized both of today's amplifications on Thunder Control. As expected, after 10 amplifications, the S-level talent advanced to SS level. The original ability to manipulate thunder had now transformed into the power to command Divine Thunder. At this juncture, countless errant elemental particles began to surge into Xia Qi's body, initiating a transformation of the thunder elemental energy within him. This metamorphosis occurred subtly and continuously, unaffected by Xia Qi's movements. Through the thunder breathing method, Xia Qi sensed the turmoil of the thunder elemental energy within him. Countless thunder elemental energies devoured one another. Merging in the process, the azure-hued thunder elements gradually shifted in color, beginning to radiate a hint of purple. Boom. With a low rumble, it felt as if boundless power erupted within Xia Qi. Countless blue-purple arcs of lightning began to burst forth from his body, leaping and flickering around him. Should anyone have been present to witness, they would have seen Xia Qi enveloped in a sphere of blue-purple electricity. Crackling sounds resonated through the tranquil night. The piercing shrieks of electric arcs echoing endlessly, radiating outward from Xia Qi's core. Fortunately, the dense forest where Xia Qi stood was devoid of any practitioners passing through. Otherwise, the rampant energy would surely have harmed innocent bystanders. Rumble. Trees, shattered stones, the ground. Everything touched by the thunder was instantly obliterated. The lightning, infused with flames, surged forth, transforming the area within several meters of Xia Qi into scorched earth. A mere wisp of leaked energy unleashed a formidable power. Alas, the energy nearly spiraled out of control. Xia Qi suddenly became aware of his surroundings, where flames soared high and thunder rumbled ominously. He hastily activated the breath of thunder, mastering the energy within him. In an instant, he teleported to a secluded location, thus avoiding detection by others. After half an hour of energy manipulation, Xia Qi finally felt at ease. He had gained complete control over the SS-grade talent, Divine Thunder. At this moment, he felt a warm surge within, his entire being brimming with vitality. The blue-purple lightning swirling around him receded like the tide, converging into his body. Fortunately, this was in the wilderness. Had it been within the city guards would have likely arrived post-haste. This is the advantage of the wild. Vast terrain and sparse human presence make certain anomalies less likely to be detected. Feeling the purplish essence of Divine Thunder, Xia Qi instinctively raised his right hand. With a mere flick of his will, countless arcs of purple lightning enveloped him. Unlike the previous azure lightning, this purple lightning harbored an ancient and formidable energy that sent a shiver down one's spine. This was the SS-grade talent, Divine Thunder. Xia Qi's eyes gleamed. He could foresee that if this bolt struck a person, it would not merely inflict a wound, but obliterate them entirely. Chapter 50. 50% chance of catching a blade with bare hands? Through his perception, Xia Qi discerned the name of the thunder he currently commanded, Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Rooted in myth, it is one of the 10 primordial thunders of antiquity, possessing the might to annihilate deities. Though he, as an awakened individual, could not manifest the full power of the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, he reckoned that if he unleashed its strength, it could obliterate an entire building. Indeed, this was the capability of an SS-grade talent. No wonder the disparity between talents was so vast. Only by experiencing the formidable nature of an SS-grade talent could Xia Qi profoundly understand the chasm that lay between S and SS grades. It was akin to the distinction between a toy gun and a real firearm. The former merely sprays water, while the latter can cause bloodshed. It is no surprise that a 10-fold amplification is required to ascend to SS grade. Such a difference arises from a qualitative transformation. Xia Qi was thoroughly satisfied. The stronger the talent, the more advantageous it would be for his future endeavors. He opened his attribute panel to examine the changes in his talents. Name, Xia Qi. Occupation, Mage. Level, 18-3. Strength, 380. Agility, 190. Intelligence, 380. Constitution, 190. Equipment, Pure Silver Staff, Mithril Robe, Corpse Guardian Longsword. Talent, Innate Dual Eyes, LV2. SS-grade Divine Thunder, S-grade Teleportation, S-grade Luck, S-grade Heart of Blaze, S-grade Sword Intent. Active skills, Purple Extreme Thunder, Level 4. Thunder moves the 9 heavens, Level 4. Lightning Flash. Attachment, Sea of Fire, Level 4. Passive skills, Energy Reduction. Thunder moves the 9 heavens. Thunder descends from all directions, obliterating all within a radius of 100 meters. Sea of Fire. Incinerating heaven and earth, burning all things. The Sea of Fire covers a radius of 100 meters. The original Thunder had transformed into Purple Extreme Thunder, with other changes being minimal. Specifics would only be revealed through dungeon trials. As the breath of thunder quietly operated, Xia Qi's gaze sharpened, morphing into a blur of light as he vanished from his location. At the entrance of the level 20 dungeon, blazing fire porcupine. Xia Qi paused nearby and glanced at the time. It had barely been 5 minutes. His speed had more than doubled compared to before, and his energy consumption was less than 1/5 of the original. This wasn't even at full sprint, should Xia Qi choose to. He could further elevate his speed by another factor of 2. Undoubtedly, the SS grade talent proved exceedingly beneficial. Hey, young brother, would you like to team up? I assure you, even though I'm alone, I'm quite formidable. Just as Xia Qi intended to proceed to the entrance, a stout man with an unkempt beard approached him. He appeared to be in his early 20s, but his disheveled appearance and lack of decent equipment were off-putting. Such solo players were not commonly seen at dungeon entrances. However, Xia Qi chose to ignore him and aimed to enter the dungeon directly. Hey, wait, don't judge me by my looks. I'm genuinely strong. Look at you. So frail, stick with me, and I'll protect you. The stout man, seeing Xia Qi's indifference, quickly blocked the dungeon entrance, unwilling to let him leave. Xia Qi frowned, about to express his annoyance, when someone else interjected. Hey, you fat fool, still trying to swindle people here? With your worthless talent. You think you can team up with anyone? Dream on. A young archer approached, seemingly familiar with the disheveled man. Li Ming, stop slandering me. I am strong, you know. The stout man's face shifted between shades of blue and red, frustrated by Li Ming's taunts, but unable to retort. Are you slandering me, you fat fool? Let everyone judge for themselves. Why don't you reveal your worthless talent to this young brother? Let us see if he wants to team up with you. Li Ming's face bore a smug expression as he pressed the stout man, eager to see him humiliated. Upon hearing this, many who knew the stout man joined in the condemnation. You're a scammer. Last time we teamed up, you got me killed. You call yourself a warrior, but you can't even withstand a minor monster. Yeah, this guy has no skills, but loves to act tough. Thank goodness I didn't fall for it. Teaming up with him would surely spell disaster. Brother, don't believe a word this fat fool says. Many of us have been duped by him. He is nothing but a complete waste. Listening to the myriad accusations and insults hurled at the disheveled man, Xia Qi, who initially intended to ignore the situation, found himself intrigued. What sort of talent warranted such scorn? Why you, all the stout man, already lacking eloquence, found himself speechless amidst the barrage of criticism. He could only cast a resentful glance at his former classmate, Li Ming. His already challenging path to leveling up now seemed even more hopeless due to Li Ming's interference. What is the matter? Why are you afraid to tell this young brother your talent? Li Ming pressed, determined to see the stout man falter. Why should I be afraid? Just say it. The stout man, now enraged, leaned closer to Xia Qi and quietly revealed his talent. My talent is rather unique. It's called 50% chance of catching a blade with bare hands. 50% chance of catching a blade with bare hands. Upon hearing the name, Xia Qi instinctively echoed it, as if grasping its essence. Indeed, it means what you think it does. In actual combat, I have a 50% chance of forcing my enemies to catch my weapon attacks. The stout man's explanation illuminated Xia Qi's understanding. So, this talent was indeed literal, compelling adversaries to catch the blade. How fascinating. A smile crept across Xia Qi's face. This peculiar talent was unlike any he had ever encountered. 50%? That lad probably doesn't even have a 10% chance. And apart from allowing the enemy to attack, he is utterly useless. Li Ming spat on the ground, his disdain palpable. What gives you the right to say that? I possess an A-grade talent. An A-grade talent? It's likely inferior even to the weakest E-grade talent. Don't embarrass yourself here. After being subjected to Li Ming's relentless mockery, the rotund fellow could no longer contain himself. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront his adversary. However, Xia Qi intervened, extending a hand to halt him. Copy A-grade talent, 50% chance of barehandedly receiving a blade. The ability to replicate talents came with a singular limitation. One must be aware of the opponent's talent. Thus, aside from the energy water from Sister Shui Duo, this was only the second time he had replicated someone else's ability. I agree to team up with you. Let's join forces, Xia Qi said to the rotund fellow, recognizing that this peculiar talent might possess unique advantages. Really? You genuinely wish to team up with me? The rotund fellow was taken aback and profoundly moved. Xia Qi was the first to be willing to join forces with him despite knowing the flaws in his talent. Hey, kid, you seem to have just reached level 20. Don't come to regret this. Seeing Xia Qi invite the rotund fellow to join him, Li Ming was dumbfounded. How could someone knowingly leap into a pitfall? I'm willing, Xia Qi replied, dismissing any further discourse with Li Ming. He led the rotund fellow into the dungeon amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Nightmare level, blazing fire porcupine. Upon entering, the rotund fellow finally grasped the gravity of the situation. His lips turned pale, and he began to tremble. Nightmare level. It's over, it's truly over. Little brother. Let us get out of here quickly. Losing one dungeon attempt isn't a big deal, but life only comes once. Leaving now is not shameful. He clutched Xia Qi's arm, eager to flee, but alas, he was not the captain and lacked the authority to depart. Xia Qi calmly shrugged off the rotund fellow's grasp and stepped out of the luminous circle. What are you doing outside? If you leave now, you won't be able to exit within 5 minutes. It's over, it's over. I'm not trying to lead you to your doom. You are the one seeking death. As Xia Qi boldly stepped beyond the safety zone, the rotund fellow pressed himself against the wall, quaking in fear. Such an obvious act of self-destruction. Only a fool would follow suit. Come out. Didn't you just say you would protect me? Xia Qi beckoned to the rotund fellow, urging him to join him. Protecting you doesn't mean you can choose the nightmare difficulty. The rotund fellow was paralyzed with fear, his legs and arms feeling like jelly, his voice barely a whisper. So you truly are a burden. It seems what they said about you was correct. Xia Qi sighed regretfully, his eyes fixed on the rotund fellow, conveying a sense of betrayal. The rotund fellow felt a wave of guilt wash over him, his scalp prickling under Xia Qi's gaze. Oh, don't look at me like that. Come on, I'm not a burden. It's just a nightmare level. Let us go. With renewed courage, the rotund fellow stepped out of the safety zone, trembling as he approached Xia Qi, thumping his chest and asserting, "See, I'm not a burden. Well then, you lead the way." Upon hearing that he was to lead, the rotund fellow's legs went weak again, and he hesitated to move. Xia Qi, not one to waste time, delivered a swift kick to the rotund fellow's backside, propelling him forward. The force was considerable, sending the rotund fellow stumbling several meters into the attack range of a blazing fire porcupine. Roar! The blazing fire porcupine, known for its irritable temperament, immediately shrieked and launched itself at the rotund fellow. Oh no! 50% chance of barehandedly receiving a blade. In a panic, the rotund fellow drew his weathered bronze longsword, activating his talent to face the enemy. The blazing fire porcupine, initially fixated on the rotund fellow's chest, suddenly turned its gaze toward the long sword in his hand, as if affected by an unexplainable force. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed as the rotund fellow's frantic swing was unexpectedly caught between the porcupine's hooves. The two maintained an absurd standoff, locking eyes with one another. Interesting. Xia Qi's eyes sparkled, realizing that luck had significantly enhanced the 50% probability. I did it. The rotund fellow could scarcely believe his eyes as he faced the equally astonished, blazing fire porcupine. Logically, the success rate of activating the talent in a state of panic should have been lower, yet it had succeeded on the first attempt. Did you see that? I told you I would protect you. Gasping for breath, the rotund fellow laughed, summoning all his strength to strike the porcupine's head with his longsword. However, he had underestimated the power of the nightmare-level blazing fire porcupine. Its hooves clamped down tightly, rendering the sword immobile. Moreover, sustaining his talent was rapidly depleting his energy. Not good. Little brother, attack quickly, or I won't be able to hold on much longer. Before the rotund fellow could finish his sentence, a massive bolt of purple lightning struck down. Boom. With a deafening roar, the blazing fire porcupine was obliterated, leaving only its charred hooves still gripping the rotund fellow's sword. Defeated a level 20 blazing fire porcupine. Experience 7,000. Acquired blazing fire longsword. Acquired blazing fire pigskin X2. Quite fortunate, a silver weapon drop. Xia Qi's eyes glinted as he swiftly replaced his bronze longsword with the blazing fire longsword, instantly elevating his prestige. Good heavens! The rotund fellow collapsed to the ground, staring at the remnants of the blazing fire porcupine, which had been reduced to mere ashes, his mind utterly blank. What level are you exactly? Level 18. Xia Qi rolled his eyes, giving the rotund fellow a kick before continuing deeper into the dungeon in search of monsters. At level 18, you're so formidable. You must possess an S-grade talent. Turns out you were the real powerhouse. The rotund fellow hurriedly trailed behind Xia Qi, finally realizing that Xia Qi's choice of the nightmare level was not a mistake, but rather a testament to his true strength. Brother, rest assured. I will definitely protect you from the front. Who is your brother? I'm only 18. I know you're level 18. I meant you're 18 years old. An 18-year-old with level 18 and an S-grade talent. The rotund fellow's worldview shattered once more. He never anticipated that a casual encounter would lead him to a prodigy. Oh, how the tides have changed. I, too, was a figure of renown in my school. But now, the younger generation surpasses the older. As they cooperated to slay monsters, the rotund fellow mused. After Xia Qi unleashed his divine lightning to defeat another porcupine, he cast a glance at the rotund fellow. Unbeknownst to him, this rotund fellow was also an alumnus. However, Xia Qi clearly had no intention of forming a bond. His motivation for teaming up was solely based on having replicated the rotund fellow's talent. Moreover, he was keen to observe the rotund fellow's performance within the dungeon. The 50% chance of barehandedly receiving a blade, while not an elemental talent, might prove to be far superior in certain aspects. In Xia Qi's understanding, this talent could be classified as a causal talent, once evolved into a state of being able to catch blades with bare hands at a 100% success rate. How terrifying would such a talent be? The mere thought sent chills down Xia Qi's spine. The depths of this world were far greater than he had ever imagined. Chapter 52. The third young master of the Chung family. A 50% chance of catching blades with bare hands. How peculiar. Why was the success rate for catching blades so high today? Had Lady Luck graced them with her presence? The portly fellow, positioned ahead, was showcasing his innate abilities, with Xia Qi trailing closely behind. After battling a few monsters together, they had begun to exhibit the semblance of a well-coordinated team. However, as they progressed, the portly man grew increasingly astonished. A 50% success rate for such a talent was hardly this high in ordinary circumstances. Under the influences of the user's condition, ability, stamina, and other factors, achieving even a quarter of that success rate would be nothing short of miraculous. Yet, thus far, they had encountered dozens of monsters, and the portly fellow had consistently succeeded in his endeavors. This was truly alarming. With such exceptional control over his talent, coupled with Xia Qi's exaggerated and forceful output, the duo swept through their adversaries effortlessly, dispatching foes with little to no resistance. Was this truly the nightmare level? It seemed not as daunting as the legend suggested. The portly man casually swung his long sword at the sky, and a blazing fire porcupine, heedless of danger, intercepted the blade, only to be struck down by Xia Qi's divine lightning. This entire sequence felt far simpler than vanquishing a novice monster of the same level. This instilled a burgeoning confidence in the portly man. Perhaps the nightmare level was not as formidable as it had been made out to be, even feeling less challenging than the ordinary level. In reality, however, all the damage was dealt by Xia Qi. The portly man's only role was to stand at the front, control the situation, or absorb the hits. This was not due to the simplicity of the nightmare level, but rather because of Xia Qi's overwhelming strength. Silence enveloped them as they continued on. For the first time in his life, the portly man experienced the sheer ease of slaying monsters, becoming utterly engrossed in the experience. Meanwhile, Xia Qi observed the portly man's talent while they fought. From what he could ascertain, the activation rate of this talent, under the influence of luck, had escalated to 70%. This conclusion stemmed from Xia Qi's analysis after they had slain over 100 monsters, with a margin of error not exceeding 1%. As an S-grade passive talent, luck lacked any combat skills, yet its auxiliary capabilities were undeniably potent. Not only could it influence item drop rates, but it could also enhance the success rates of probability-based talents. This was a realization Xia Qi had not anticipated. It seemed that luck was indeed quite remarkable, warranting a higher ranking than other A-grade talents, just behind the Heart of Fire and the Flourishing Sword Intent. Xia Qi's thoughts raced, with limited augmentation opportunities. He had to prioritize important talents, striving to attain the pinnacle of combat prowess before the upcoming examination. Although the awakening potion would arrive in 2 days, allowing for another enhancement of his dual pupils, it would not alter his current strategy. As for the 50% success rate of catching blades with bare hands, it appeared to be performing admirably and could be considered for higher priority. An hour later, the Fireboar King ultimately succumbed to their cooperation, marking the completion of the nightmare level dungeon. Fire Porcupine successfully defeated the level 20 Fireboar King. Experience gained 60,000. Acquired Fire Armor. Obtained Boar King's Fangs X2. Acquired Beast King's Core X1. As Xia Qi and the portly man exited the dungeon, the latter remained entranced by the euphoric experience of leveling up until they reached the familiar entrance. Goodness, that Fireboar King hardly put up a fight. We breezed through it like slicing through vegetables, the portly man exclaimed, gesticulating with excitement. Only those who had truly teamed up with Xia Qi could comprehend how effortless and enjoyable dungeon runs could be. Unlike before, where every encounter was fraught with caution and life or death struggles to level up, today's experience with Xia Qi felt like accomplishing several days' worth of progress in just one run. This was the thrill of being guided by a master. It was utterly exhilarating. Brother, what would you like to eat? I've got plenty, the portly man exclaimed, pulling out several boxes of expensive food from his storage space and eagerly offering them to Xia Qi. Understanding that he couldn't simply sponge off others, the portly man recognized that even without his help, Xia Qi could have completed the nightmare level solo. Anything will do. In truth, Xia Qi had prepared a considerable amount of food himself, but the portly man's enthusiasm was hard to dismiss. Other adventurers, particularly the portly man's high school classmate, Li Ming, were astonished to learn that Xia Qi had actually led the portly man through the nightmare level. How could this be possible? The portly man was so fortunate to encounter such a formidable ally. It was well known that even A-grade teams composed of level 30 adventurers faced significant risks entering a nightmare level dungeon. Observing the relaxed demeanor of the portly man and Xia Qi made it clear they had navigated the challenges effortlessly. What astonishing luck! Li Ming, standing at a distance, gnawed on his rations, begrudgingly watching the jubilant portly man. This time, he dared not approach to mock them. Xia Qi's strength seemed formidable enough to warrant respect, making it unwise to provoke such a powerhouse. Other adventurers shared similar sentiments. Having spent considerable time in dungeons, they kept their distance from the taciturn master, preferring to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thus, Xia Qi and the portly man enjoyed a peaceful 3-day streak of grinding the nightmare level, Fire Porcupine. By the third night, it was time for Xia Qi to part ways with the portly man. The debt of copying talents had been repaid, and news from the black market indicated that the talent potions had arrived. Brother Xia Qi, I truly will miss you. The portly man did not merely wish to continue reaping benefits, He had genuinely developed a fondness for Xia Qi as a friend. Cheng Xiao, you can manage without me. Your talent is genuinely remarkable. Xia Qi understood that the portly man had no ill intentions, but he could not continue to carry him through levels. Really? Do you believe I can? The portly man, Cheng Xiao, assumed Xia Qi was trying to comfort him, unaware that Xia Qi spoke the truth. Cheng Xiao's combat abilities were not lacking. He was tough and resilient. With a little investment in combat skills and a talent like catching blades with bare hands, he could easily tackle ordinary levels solo. Before departing, Xia Qi shared these insights with Cheng Xiao and left him a complete set of level 20 bronze gear. After all, Cheng Xiao had put in considerable effort over the past few days, and providing him with equipment was a small price to pay. Brother Xia Qi, if my other talent had not been wasted, I could have leveled you up. Gazing at Xia Qi's departing figure, Cheng Xiao sighed, his expression complex. These past few months in Jiang City had been fraught with challenges, and it was only in Xia Qi's company that he had felt warmth. He took out his phone and dialed a number in Shengjing. Tell them I'm returning to Shengjing tomorrow. Understood, third young master. Chapter 53. Have you misunderstood? In the black market, the masked Xia Qi was escorted by a lady in black silk to the VIP lounge. This was a lavish room, spanning 50 square meters. Adorned with opulence, the furniture was luxurious, and an array of snacks and delicacies was readily available. Additionally, there was a bathroom, a lavatory, and a 2.5-meter waterbed. In this sanctuary, one may conduct business or seek solace, undisturbed by any external interruptions. The entire residence is constructed with premium soundproof materials, ensuring that even if a celebration were to unfold within, no sound would escape to the outside world. When Xia Qi first entered this opulent and extravagant chamber, he was momentarily taken aback. Having spent over 2 billion in cash on the black market, this lavish room was generously bestowed upon him for his repose. Mr. Xia, please keep your VIP card safe. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. The attendant, adorned in black silk, said respectfully, bending slightly as she presented a small golden card with both hands. As Xia Qi accepted the VIP card, he gazed at the tumultuous waves outside, instinctively inquiring, "Is there anything I can ask for?" "Indeed, anything you desire," the attendant replied, biting her crimson lip with a hint of shyness. It was evident that her thoughts quickly drifted in a particular direction, as she was no stranger to such encounters. Previously, she had hosted numerous trading parties, all under her care. Among the entire black market in Jiang City, aside from Lina, she was the most stunning. On the surface, she was a trader. In reality, she served as a companion for the esteemed guests. To put it plainly, she was engaged in this line of work. "Very well, please close the door," Xia Qi commanded. "Certainly, Mr. Xia." The saccharine tone of her voice sent shivers down the spine as she discreetly closed the door, dimming the lights to a subdued hue, revealing her fair skin. "Why are you undressing? Is it too warm?" Xia Qi, unaware that his casual remark had led the attendant to misconstrue his intentions, continued, "Ah? Do you prefer I remain clothed? That is acceptable." She tidied her attire and then tore a small opening in her stockings, proceeding to approach the waterbed, preparing herself. Such situations were not uncommon. One could only say that each wealthy individual's taste varied. She had once encountered a peculiar guest who requested to be bound in ropes and mimic a dog. In any case, there was a wide array of individuals. Xia Qi furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. "What is wrong with this woman? You've taken my bed. Where am I supposed to sleep? You must have misunderstood. I merely need you to arrange these potions." As he spoke, Xia Qi handed her 2 boxes filled with awakening potions, gesturing towards the coffee table beside the sofa for her to unpack and organize them. "Ah, you didn't mean for me to." The attendant's face flushed as she buried it in the covers, having thought that Xia Qi's request to close the door was for a different purpose. Otherwise, what did you think? And why dim the light so much? Brighten it up. Xia Qi plopped down onto the sofa, pouring himself a cup of tea while quietly observing the attendant at work. "Steady your hands. This vial is worth 4 million. Should you drop it, you won't be able to afford the damages. Once you've arranged everything, tidy the bed, and then you may leave." 2 minutes later, the attendant exited the VIP lounge with a look of discontent. Upon her departure, many of the other attendants were astonished. "No way, did this guest leave so soon? I envy you. You always host the guests, and this one must be quite handsome, right? Just a few minutes in there. Did you not mention the complimentary offerings?" The previous guest had clearly been youthful and exuberant. Such excitement was understandable. You could have at least offered a fruit platter. It would have been delightful for the ladies. They continued to chatter among themselves about the swift departure, while the attendant felt too embarrassed to explain her situation, merely nodding in silence. Each time they served a guest, they earned a handsome commission. Unfortunately, this time, she had encountered the rather unromantic Xia Qi. Unbeknownst to him, the high-grade soundproofing kept him oblivious to the murmurs outside. Had he known that within just a few minutes, he had earned the moniker of Quick Draw among the other attendants, his composure would have surely shattered. "Quick Draw? Please." I remained steadfast. Lina, too, had her experiences. Returning to the matter at hand, Xia Qi surveyed the coffee table laden with 50 vials of talent potions. Setting down his teacup, he rubbed his palms together, excitement coursing through him. 50 vials had cost him 2 billion. They must yield extraordinary results. With that thought, he lifted a vial and consumed it in one gulp, having nearly vomited from anticipation while waiting for this day. Ding. Awakening value 1. Ding. Awakening value 1. Ding. Awakening value 1. As the notification chimes echoed, the level of his innate dual pupils gradually ascended. Consuming 50 vials of talent potions was no leisurely endeavor. Xia Qi downed each vial, finishing them all in under a minute. Afterward, a profound sense of fullness settled in. It seemed he could forego dinner. However, his awakening value had yet to reach its peak, and digestion would require time. Thus, Xia Qi crossed his legs and focused his mind on the talent panel, patiently awaiting progress. Increment by increment, his awakening value climbed. Finally, his talent leveled up. Name, Xia Qi. Talent, innate dual pupils LV3, 10,000. Left pupil copy. You can replicate any talent of SS rank, with the replication level increasing as your talent level rises. Right pupil amplification. You can amplify any talent of SS rank, up to 4 times a day. Gazing at his successfully upgraded talent, Xia Qi felt a surge of exhilaration. Incredible. As his talent level reached LV3, it was no surprise that the abilities of both his left and right pupils were further enhanced. Now, the left pupil could directly replicate any SS rank talent, bringing him exceedingly close to the pinnacle of talents within this world. The amplification capability was equally impressive, allowing him to amplify SS rank talents, with an increased number of amplifications. This meant that, should Xia Qi so desire, in just 25 days, he could elevate the already formidable SS rank talent of Divine Thunder to SSS rank. Having witnessed the sheer power of SS rank, Xia Qi found it hard to fathom the magnitude of energy an SSS rank talent would wield. In summary, if he could navigate this period with caution and endure until a month had passed, he could be counted among the elite few in this world. Xia Qi's eyes sparkled with determination. At last, he possessed the means to secure his place in this realm. Chapter 54, Talent Enhancement, The Examination Approaches. While the elevation of his talent level brought him joy, Xia Qi's exhilaration soon waned as he glanced at the awakening value required for his innate dual pupils. 10,000 points of awakening value. Was this truly not a jest? To ascend from level 1 to 2 required merely 100 points of awakening value, equivalent to 10 talent potions. From level 2 to 3 demanded 500 points, or 50 potions. Yet, to progress from level 3 to 4, the system audaciously informed Xia Qi he would need a staggering 10,000 points of awakening value, equating to 1,000 talent potions. Setting aside the question of whether such a quantity of talent potions even existed within the black market, even if they did, at 4 million per potion, 1,000 would amount to a mind-boggling 40 billion. 40 billion. Such a number was astronomical. How many professionals will earn a mere 400 million throughout their lifetime? Let alone 40 billion? Given the current pace of income generation, Xia Qi calculates that at a rate of 10 million per endeavor, he would need to earn 20 million each day. To amass 40 billion, he would require 200 days without sustenance. In reality, this time frame would be extended, as it is impossible for a person to abstain from food and drink indefinitely. Additionally, the strain of continuous dungeon raids imposes a significant mental burden, necessitating periods of rest. Even disregarding these factors, accumulating 40 billion is no simple feat, as there are numerous expenditures to consider, such as equipment crafting, skill acquisition, and class transitions. Furthermore, after reaching level 20, access to dungeons is no longer complimentary. Many require an entry fee, and some even demand special tickets for admission. These costs accumulate and can be quite substantial. Thus, after much contemplation, Xia Qi found himself at a loss for more lucrative methods of earning money and decided to take things one step at a time. If this world were a parallel universe, he could resort to stock trading or lotteries for a windfall. However, this is a world of universal awakening, and urban strategies are ineffective here. Xia Qi could not fathom such distant matters and chose to set them aside for the time being. After his talent level increased, he found that today he could enhance his abilities twice more due to the raised cap. Without a moment's hesitation, he applied both enhancements to his long-neglected luck attribute. The enhancement yielded an S-level talent in luck, now rated S-level luck, 510. The second enhancement resulted in S-level luck, 610. The significance of luck speaks for itself. With an SS-level Divine Thunder talent already acquired, his combat prowess is sufficiently stable. The passive effects of luck have thus become paramount. Earning money is one aspect, but some precious materials also require luck to be obtained. These materials can be crafted into rare equipment or items, effectively enhancing combat capabilities. Therefore, prioritizing the enhancement of luck to SS level is undoubtedly a prudent choice. After the enhancements, he opened his attributes panel. Name, Xia Qi. Profession, Mage. Level, 1840. Strength, 320. Agility, 160. Intelligence, 320. Vitality, 160. Equipment, Flame Sword, Flame Armor, Flame Helmet, Flame Gauntlets, Flame Boots. Talents, Innate Dual Pupils, LV3, SS Level Divine Thunder, S-level luck, 610. S-level heart of flame, 210. S-level teleportation, S-level sword intent, S-level bone magic, S-level time jump, S-level rapid learning, S-level storm, S-level high energy recovery, S-level weaken, 210. S-level mechanical heart, A-level 50% unarmed blade reception. Active skills, frenzied thunder, LV4, thunder movement, LV4, lightning flash, attachment, sea of fire, LV4, flame dance. Passive skills, energy reduction. Thunder movement, thunderbolts descend from all directions, annihilating everything within a 10-meter radius. Sea of fire, consuming all, covering an area of 100 meters. Gazing at his nearly all S-level talents, Xia Qi wore a satisfied expression. He currently possessed a total of 13 talents, though only 5 or 6 were commonly utilized. The others were rarely, if ever, employed. For instance, the B-level wind blade enhancement resulting in storm, also an elemental type, has seen virtually no use due to the absence of weak monsters. Similarly, the A-level talent mechanical transformation that became mechanical heart has not been utilized even once. Although talents like blade reception and time jump have seen little application, there are no rules dictating that talents must be actively used. Merely possessing them is a boon. Furthermore, there exists a category of talents that function passively, SS-level luck and S-level rapid learning. Both are quite advantageous, while the merits of luck are self-evident. Rapid learning has subtly influenced Xia Qi. The 2 breathing techniques he mastered, along with previously acquired skills, are inextricably linked to rapid learning. Consequently, the enhancement ranking of rapid learning should be elevated. The S-level bone magic, derived from the magic bone technique, serves both offensive and defensive purposes, though Xia Qi primarily employs it for defense. As for teleportation and time jump, one manipulates space while the other manipulates time. In the later stages, both will undoubtedly prove formidable, but due to his current lack of combat power, their enhancement rankings are less urgent. For now, S-level talents are sufficiently powerful. After assessing his talents, Xia Qi calculated that only 12 days remained until the pivotal examination, allowing for 48 more enhancements, ample opportunity to elevate 5 talents to SS level. As for SSS level, given that the enhancement progress bar is capped at 100, he would postpone that consideration until after the examination. Once all matters were organized, Xia Qi reclined on his QQ inflatable waterbed, the comfortable warmth and soothing sensation lulling him into slumber. In the subsequent 12 days, Xia Qi opted to remain in a level 20 dungeon, alternating between clearing dungeons and hunting wild monsters while allowing for adequate rest. Thus, time swiftly passed. The morning sun rose, and the evening sun dipped below the horizon, casting elongated shadows across the landscape. On the high walls of the East District of Jiangcheng, the principals of various schools convened, their gazes fixed upon the wilderness. Tomorrow marks the day of the examination. The students are expected to return. It is rumored that there are 2 S-level talent awakeners at the first high school. One wonders how this year's examination results will unfold. Likely as it always has, with distinctions merely reflecting the quality of the institutions. Old Wang, your 2 S-level prodigies from the first high school are said to be aiming for Shengjing Academy. Wang Changyuan's attention shifted from the distance back to the present. Indeed, Xia Qi and Yun Xingwei have both registered for Shengjing Academy. The Yun family likely has hope. But Xia Qi, hailing from humble beginnings, faces significant challenges. To qualify for the examination, one must be at least level 18. And having an S-level talent does not guarantee admission. Not necessarily, unless what? Unless he can reach level 20. Chapter 55. Is it truly possible for someone to achieve this? Level 20. Wang Changyuan sighed. Unless he frequently tackled nightmare-level dungeons. Achieving level 20 with an S-level talent is improbable. Under the limited dungeon attempts, one must fully exert themselves and hunt wild monsters to have a chance of reaching level 18, the threshold for entering Shengjing University. Not to mention level 20 and SS level talent may still be attainable, but an S-level talent is absolutely implausible. Old Wang, do not lose heart. At least you have 2 S-level talents at your school. We have none among our many schools. The idea of Shengjing University feels like a distant dream. At the very least, you still have hope. We can only hope our students can gain admission to a few key institutions. Wang Changyuan nodded, affirming, yes. Let us believe in their potential. Yun Xingwei and Xia Qi, one is the daughter of Yun Yanghai, and the other has shattered records in the novice dungeon. Wang Changyuan felt that perhaps these 2 could indeed create miracles. Finally, the students began to return from the wilderness, entering the view of the gathered crowd. Here comes our top student from 4th High, with an A-level talent. There is no doubt about his prospects. One of the principals exclaimed with excitement. With the use of the detection technique, the levels of the newcomers became crystal clear. Qinyang, level 15, marksman. Upon reviewing the information, the principal was quite pleased. Securing admission to a prestigious university was already assured for a level 15. After all, he was a top student from the 4th high school, and attaining level 15 in just a month was not overly challenging for such a prodigy. Our Zhang Dong from the 2nd high school has also returned. Zhang Dong, level 16, archer. Excellent. Indeed, Reaching level 16 surpasses the 4th high school slightly. As more students gradually returned, the principals simultaneously employed the detection technique atop the city walls. This time of year has become a pre-exam competition among the principals of various schools, a contest of prestige, if you will. After all, which principal wouldn't wish for their institution to produce an extraordinary genius? Such an accomplishment would provide ample fodder for boasting for an entire year. Students returned one by one from outside the city, and the outcomes among the principals varied. So far, no one held a definitive advantage. Most A-grade talent awakeners hovered around levels 12 to 15, with only one from the 3rd high school reaching level 16. A-grade talent is indeed mainstream. Yet disparities in combat capabilities remain. It's a pity that if our school had an S-grade talent, we could actually compete with the 1st high school this year. The A-grade talent competition is evenly matched. However, when it comes to S-grade, only the 1st high school has one. Comparisons are futile. Yet, none of the 2 S-grade talents from the 1st high school have shown themselves thus far. Indeed, where are Xia Qi and Yun Xinghua? As darkness enveloped the sky, Wang Changyuan felt a tinge of anxiety, and his expression grew more solemn. Logically, they should have returned by now. Hopefully, nothing untoward has transpired. Amidst Wang Changyuan's anxious wait, at last, just before nightfall cloaked the wilderness, Yun Xinghua's figure emerged. She appeared somewhat weary, yet her spirit remained relatively intact. After parting ways with Xia Qi, she had immersed herself in the wild for a full fortnight in an attempt to catch up to him. Hopefully, this time, she could match his pace. The Yun family's Yun Xinghua had finally made her appearance. A smile broke across Wang Changyuan's face. He was genuinely pleased to see the school's top student return safely. The detection technique swiftly followed. At the level of the principals, their detection techniques would go unnoticed by these lower-level students. Yun Xinghua, level 18 mage. The moment the information materialized, all the principals present were moved. Someone truly reached level 18. It seems Yun Xinghua has a chance at gaining admission to Shengjing University this time. No, given the Yun family's strength. As long as her performance in the upcoming examination is satisfactory, she should have a significant opportunity. Shortly after Yun Xinghua entered the city, Xia Qi finally appeared outside the walls. Let us see what is going on. Wang Changyuan immediately cast the detection technique. Having invested over 10 million into this S-grade talent awakener from humble beginnings. A month has passed. What level has he attained now? Xia Qi, level 20 mage. Gasp. As Xia Qi's foundational information appeared before them, all the principals present collectively inhaled sharply. It's astonishing that someone could reach level 20 in just 1 month. Such a rapid advancement is nothing short of monstrous. How on earth did Xia Qi achieve this? Let me calculate. If he dived into dungeons daily and relentlessly hunted monsters in the wild, theoretically, it is possible, yet this is the first time I've witnessed it in reality. But it's improbable, unless he has been continually engaging in nightmare-level dungeons. I've heard that this young man possesses lightning talent. Has the lightning element truly become this formidable? It's plausible, considering the lightning talent hasn't manifested in decades. As Xia Qi entered the city walls, the principals also made their way down to the ground. Students, arrange yourselves in your respective lines. Once everyone is gathered, we shall return to school together. Understood. The students responded with enthusiasm, beginning to gather towards their respective schools. Wang Changyuan, brimming with confidence, approached Xia Qi and patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. Your progress has truly astonished me. I hope you achieve great results tomorrow. Wang Changyuan felt quite pleased. In this contest of prestige, he had triumphed overwhelmingly. He had proven to all the principals that the 1st high school is the strongest, enhancing his own reputation. Xia Qi nodded and boarded the school bus with the other students. Brother Xia Qi, you must be incredibly strong now, but I won't fall behind. I will definitely gain admission to Shengjing University and prove my capabilities. In the crowd, Yun Xinghua spotted Xia Qi but hesitated to approach him. Instead, she silently encouraged herself, determined to make him see her in a new light. Once all the students boarded the bus, Wang Changyuan followed suit. Dear students, you have all worked hard this past month. I am immensely relieved to see you all return safely. Please rest well tonight, tomorrow morning. Those participating in the martial arts examination will be escorted to the examination site by the school. The college entrance examination comprises both a written and a martial arts component. The written exam, as the name suggests, tests cultural knowledge and is primarily attended by students with lower talent levels or no combat talent. The examination site is located at the school. Conversely, the martial arts examination is the choice of about 90 of the students. It is situated in Yuzhong City, the capital of Xizang Province. Students must first gather at the school before being collectively transported to the examination site. The assembly time is set for 8 o'clock the following morning. Thus, on the following day, after utilizing all his enhancement opportunities, Xia Qi rose and concluded his meditation. Shengjing University, here I come. With a focused gaze, Xia Qi strode out of his room with assured steps. Chapter 56. This is the college entrance examination. Whether due to inherent talent or the experience gained amidst the trials of the past month, Xia Qi's demeanor radiated calm confidence. Arriving at the school playground, Those participating in the martial arts examination had already gathered. Wow, it's been a while, Xia Qi. You've become even more handsome. Xia Qi, I've missed you so much. You must have suffered this past month. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I prepared some food for you. What is so great about your pathetic breakfast? Xia Qi, try the dumplings I made with my own hands. You all need to step aside. Xia Qi, I have something to tell you. After today's exam, we might not meet again for a while. Meet me at the Grove at 8 tonight. Forget that bus. Xia Qi, don't listen to her. I'm Xian, and this is my first time. I'm willing to bear your children when you return from university. Just as Xia Qi arrived at the playground, he found himself surrounded by numerous girls. Compared to a month ago, he had grown considerably taller, now standing at nearly 1.8 meters. His once aloof demeanor had transformed into a warm and charming presence. The formerly cold and handsome boy had morphed into a radiant young prince, capturing the hearts of many girls, perhaps realizing that today was their final chance. Several girls who had secretly harbored feelings for Xia Qi seized the moment to confess their affections. Faced with the fervent declarations of numerous admirers, Xia Qi could only politely decline, seeking refuge amidst the boys. Sometimes being too handsome can be a burden. Amidst the envious gazes of numerous boys, Xia Qi blended into the crowd, finally managing to escape the throngs of girls. After a brief moment, Yin Qinghua arrived. Her popularity far surpassed that of Xia Qi, with male classmates' eyes gleaming as they flocked around her, showering her with warm greetings. Qinghua, for the past 3 years, I have cherished feelings for you. Today, I have mustered the courage to confess my love. Here is a bronze necklace I purchased for over 100,000. I hope you will like it. Qinghua, do you remember how I have always helped you with your duties? It's been 3 years, and today is my last chance. I merely wish for you to know my feelings. That is all I ask. Scram, you sycophants. How dare you call her by name? Qinghua, I brought some energy supplements that my father specially procured for you. I am certain you will find them useful, so please accept them. Qinghua, I have loved you for 3 years. I desire nothing but to add you as a friend. Even if you go to university, I will find a way to stay connected with you, even if it means being your backup, or rather, your jack. Just like the girls. The boys seized their final opportunities, hoping for success against all odds. However, Yin Qinghua paid no heed to these suitors, her gaze searching until it landed on Xia Qi, upon which she blossomed into a sweet smile. Shyly approaching Xia Qi, she asked, Xia Qi go, do you have confidence? He nodded in affirmation. With a radiant smile, she declared, then it settled. We shall meet at Shengjing University. With a simple response, Xia Qi cast his gaze into the distance, observing Yin Qinghua. It seemed she remained unaware that her father, Yin Yanhai, had discreetly approached him. The boys who had humbly confessed their feelings before Yin Qinghua seethed with jealousy as they witnessed their goddess smiling like a flower at Xia Qi, who remained indifferent. They were filled with resentment. What is it? Simply because Xia Qi is handsome? Qinghua, you have truly misjudged. I am the warm-hearted man who loves you. Regrettably, they lacked even the qualification to be a jack. As time passed, the assembly time drew near. Once all the students had gathered, Wang Changyuan approached and announced, Dear students, this is the teleportation stone for the exam site. Each of you will receive one. It contains the details of the university you have applied to. Upon shattering the stone, it will transport you to the examination hall. As the principal, I would like to remind you all that regardless of the final exam results, your safety is paramount. Remember, life is singular. Do not take unnecessary risks. With that, Wang Changyuan concluded, you may commence the teleportation. As his words echoed, the students exchanged solemn glances before shattering their stones and beginning the teleportation. With beams of light, each student vanished one by one. Once all students had been transported, Wang Changyuan activated his teleportation stone and proceeded to the examination site in Yuzhong City. The college entrance examination is a grand event in the Dragon Kingdom. To ensure that students can take their exams safely and fairly, the Yuzhong City examination site had been meticulously arranged a month in advance. The examination venue was vast, akin to a colossal stadium, as candidates from several prefecture-level cities in Xizang province began to arrive one after another. Just from Jiangxing No. 1 High School, there were 700 or 800 participants, and Jiangcheng had 5 such schools. In total, the number of examinees from a single city reached 4,000 to 5,000. With dozens of cities participating, the total number of candidates amounted to a staggering 50,000 to 60,000. In light of such a massive assembly of students, ample preparations had been made for the examination venue. The space was sufficiently large, and the supervising teachers were numerous. Furthermore, Yuzhong City had specifically deployed 3,000 city guards around the examination hall as a precaution. It could be confidently stated that the examination site gathered the elite forces of the entire Xizang province, ensuring absolute safety. Thousands of examinees from Jiangcheng were transported to the same area for ease of management and information recording. After half an hour of teleportation, the luminous light faded, marking the arrival of nearly all 56,000 candidates. As the time approached, those who had not arrived were barred from entry, thus forfeiting their eligibility for the examination. Under the watchful gaze of thousands of eyes, a towering, dark vortex materialized from thin air. The trial instance has commenced. The authoritative voice resonated throughout the examination site, rendering all candidates solemn. Now, I shall announce the examination rules. During this announcement, silence is required. No questions may be asked, and violations will result in disqualification. As the words fell, a palpable silence enveloped the venue. Everyone held their breath, ears perked to absorb the examination guidelines. Yet, exceptions lingered. A few students dared to speak. What if we don't hear the rules clearly? Indeed, these demands are rather stringent. My hearing is not the best. A few candidates murmured in a certain city area. At that moment, beams of light descended from above the stadium, precisely targeting these individuals, causing them to vanish instantaneously. The authoritative voice declared, violation of rules. Disqualification from the examination. A collective gasp echoed through the examination site, as students' faces paled and instinctively covered their mouths. This is the college entrance examination. It is indeed as ruthless as this. Chapter 57. The first challenge, instant kill. Xia Qi glanced at Wang Changyuan in the distance. The night before, Wang Changyuan had specifically instructed everyone on the school bus. During the college entrance examination, adherence to the rules was crucial. This was the provincial capital, where regulations were strictly enforced and must not be violated. Wang Changyuan was indeed a responsible principal, and Xia Qi silently praised him for ensuring that the students of Jiangxing No. 1 High School would not commit such a fundamental error. The authoritative voice resounded once more. Next, I will inform you of the examination rules. The examination site is the trial instance before you. Like outdoor instances, the trial instances are categorized by difficulty, and different difficulties will yield varying points. These points will constitute your examination scores, determining the universities you can ultimately enter. Candidates are advised to carefully consider the difficulty level of the examination. Lastly, a supplementary note on other rules. This examination permits the use of personal equipment. However, aside from that, no other items may be utilized. Any breach will be treated as cheating, resulting in disqualification. After repeating the rules clearly and thoroughly 3 times, the authoritative voice dissipated. As long as one did not possess hearing impairments or cognitive deficits, the examination rules were comprehensible. Once all information had been absorbed, the students remained standing in unison, not daring to utter a single sound. After all, no one wished to endanger their future like those few foolish individuals who had spoken earlier. Thus, in the midst of this profound silence, time quietly progressed to 9 o'clock. Now, all candidates, line up to enter the instance. As the words rang out, everyone obediently formed a queue to enter the trial instance. The order was impeccable, and no one dared to cut in line. Regardless of whether one was a wealthy heir or a privileged daughter, every examinee was expected to follow the rules quietly. At this moment, social status seemed to have become irrelevant, placing everyone on the same starting line to face the competition. Su Yuanqing naturally found himself amidst the crowd. He stifled the instinctive urge to cough, his gaze dark and brooding as it fell upon Xia Qi. Though he had managed to endure the failure of his proposal to the Yun family, he could no longer tolerate the increasingly peculiar demeanor of Yun Qingyue towards that young man. Damn it! How could a penniless wretch like him have access to a woman I cannot possess? The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. If mere glances could kill, Xia Qi would have been slain by Su Yuanqing 1,000 times over. However, this was the examination venue, and even as the young master of the Su family from Jiangxing, he dared not act recklessly. All he could do was glare at Xia Qi in frustration. As the procession moved steadily forward, Xia Qi soon entered the vortex. The shielding badge proved ineffective here, having been stored away in his spatial inventory long before. Upon entering the vortex, a beam of light descended, transporting him to an isolated chamber. Inside, a proctor shrouded in dark mist awaited him. Xia Qi, Jiangxing No. 1 High School, Class 4, Level 20 Mage. As his identity information was revealed, the proctor gazed at Xia Qi with a hint of astonishment. A Level 20 examinee. Such a conventional test surely wouldn't suffice. Please hold on a moment. The proctor promptly reported the information. In a distant space within the depths of the trial instance, several middle-aged individuals, exuding an air of authority, were intently observing the examination proceedings. They were the chief examiners responsible for the college entrance examination in Xizang province, each possessing a level no less than 70. 16151 space examination point application for connection. Approved. Soon, Xia Qi's information screen was transmitted. A level 20 mage, and there is actually a candidate who can reach this level in just 1 month. Is there a mistake? He isn't a repeater, is he? No, this is indeed the data from Jiangxing No. 1 High School. This candidate undoubtedly awakened this year. That's quite impressive. He awakened with an S-class lightning affinity, something we haven't seen in many years. In that case, let us assess his strength properly. Let us hope he doesn't disappoint us. Process according to the high difficulty mage trial, and ensure proper information recording. After a brief discussion, they determined the level of Xia Qi's examination. Before long, the proctor in the room received the information and vanished, replaced by a fearsome beast. Examination task. Eliminate the ferocious beast ice bird. With the task prompt, the monster's visage was fully revealed. It was a flying beast, 2 meters in length, adorned with crystalline ice wings. Its strength, however, remained uncertain. The detection spell was obstructed by a transparent barrier, rendering any information about the creature inaccessible. At that moment, a countdown appeared on the walls of the chamber. Xia Qi's gaze turned icy, as the power of thunder coursed through his body. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, the transparent barrier dissipated, and the ice bird emitted a piercing shriek, flapping its wings to charge at Xia Qi. Yet, Xia Qi had long since gathered his energy. The instant the barrier vanished, a bolt of purple lightning descended upon the ice bird's head. Boom! The ice bird was struck by the ferocious purple lightning, its crystalline feathers scattering in all directions as it let out a cry and plummeted to the ground. Is it dead? Xia Qi exhaled, somewhat perplexed. He hadn't even exerted himself, yet the creature had perished. Meanwhile, the chief examiners observing Xia Qi's chamber were left utterly dumbfounded. Did I see that correctly? It was a one-hit kill? Is the lightning affinity truly that terrifying? This difficulty must have been underestimated. Is there an error in the data? I feel like the ice bird shouldn't have been this weak. The data is accurate. It's set according to the examinee's level and affinity. The ice bird's level is 5 levels higher than the examinee's. Different levels and professions face different monsters. For a candidate like Xia Qi, with an S-class affinity and at level 20, he faces creatures 5 levels above his own. Candidates with A-class affinities confront monsters 1 or 2 levels higher, while those with below A-class affinities face creatures of equivalent level. Additionally, the nature of the profession affects the monsters faced. For instance, warriors deal with melee creatures, while mages contend with ranged ones. Monsters like the ice bird, capable of elemental ranged attacks, are considered quite formidable among those at level 25. A typical individual might manage to win against such a foe, but only through considerable effort. It is unfathomable that someone like Xia Qi could eliminate it so effortlessly. What they could not fathom was that although Xia Qi's awakening information indicated an S-class affinity, he now possessed multiple SS-class affinities. Chapter 58, The Bewildered Proctor. The primary objective of this initial testing round was to assess the candidate's combat skills. Although the levels would be higher than the monsters typically encountered, this posed no problem for a seasoned professional. This testing method had been in use for many years, with battles lasting anywhere from mere seconds to a minute. The proctor could evaluate the candidate's combat capabilities and assign scores accordingly. However, this approach proved ineffective in Xia Qi's case. He had annihilated the monster in an instant, scarcely moving a muscle. How could a score be assigned? With no knowledge of his upper limits, how could they determine an appropriate score? This left the proctor utterly flummoxed. How should I calculate this score? Ultimately, they could only award him full marks. After some deliberation, the chief examiners confirmed Xia Qi's score, a perfect 100. Thus, Xia Qi waited in the chamber for a brief moment before a notification appeared, indicating the conclusion of the first round of examinations. When all candidates had completed the initial phase, a commanding voice resonated in everyone's ears. The first round of the martial arts examination has concluded. A total of 56. 112 participants, with 807 passing. We will now announce the results. Immediately, a luminous screen appeared before each individual, displaying their scores and rankings. Xia Qi, Jiangqing No. 1 High School, completion time, 1 second, score, 100. Yu Qiu, Tongqing No. 1 High School, completion time, 35 seconds, score, 90. Yin Qingwei, Jiangqing No. 1 High School, completion time, 48 seconds, score, 85. Xia Qi undoubtedly claimed the top spot, with a time of merely 1 second, compared to the second place at 35 seconds. His superiority was glaringly apparent. Xia Qi was somewhat surprised to find that among so many examinees, Yun Qingwei had secured third place, indicating she had indeed been diligently preparing during this time. Su Yuancheng, meanwhile, was searching for his own ranking, only to find it after a considerable effort. Su Yuancheng, Jiangqing No. 1 High School, completion time, 85 seconds, score, 50. His rank was well beyond the top 50. Upon seeing his score and ranking, Su Yuancheng was nearly apoplectic. I faced an A-class difficulty with an S-class affinity, and I didn't even make it into the top 10. Damn it, I should have been first. What right does Xia Qi have to claim that title? 1 second? How could such a formidable beast be defeated in a mere second? There must be some mistake. A normal person wouldn't even have begun to fight in 1 second, yet he finished it. This is preposterous. It wasn't solely Su Yuancheng who harbored such thoughts. Many others, upon witnessing Xia Qi's results, felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. As fellow candidates, one might wonder why Xia Qi stands out so remarkably. Yun Qingwei gazed at the rankings, her elegant countenance revealing a tenacious spirit. Brother Xia Qi is truly impressive, but I shall not concede defeat. The first round of examinations serves merely as an appetizer among the over 50,000 candidates across the province. Only a little over 1,000 failed to vanquish their respective monsters, ultimately being eliminated with a score of 0. thus missing the opportunity to partake in subsequent assessments. Such are the rules. After a month of rigorous training, if one cannot independently slay a monster of equal level during the college entrance examination, it is not the fault of others. The second round of the martial arts examination is about to commence, allowing candidates to select their own difficulty level. It is crucial to note that the second round may pose life-threatening risks, necessitating that all candidates make their choices with utmost caution. Should they encounter danger, they may declare their intention to forfeit. Their examination will then be terminated, with scores recorded at the moment of withdrawal. Upon the announcement of the second round's rules, many candidates could not help but feel a wave of tension wash over them. The true examination has now officially begun. Similar to grinding dungeons in the wild, the second round features 4 distinct difficulty levels: normal, elite, hard, and nightmare. Each difficulty level yields different points for vanquished monsters. Killing a monster at normal difficulty awards 1 point, while elite grants 2 points, hard confers 3 points, and nightmare bestows 5 points. All candidates will face monsters of level 15. Thus, candidates with higher levels will possess a distinct advantage in this round. The examination duration is uniformly set at 60 minutes, with a singular objective: to determine who can slay the most. Su Yuanqing chuckled, for today was the day he awaited since ascending to S-grade talent. He decisively chose nightmare difficulty. In his view, with an S-grade talent, nightmare difficulty would pose no challenge. Moreover, a single monster at nightmare difficulty yields 5 points, whereas normal difficulty necessitates the defeat of 5 monsters. Given the constraints of time, stronger monsters naturally provide higher rewards. I shall show Qingyue who the true powerhouse is. Gripping a spear, his chosen profession's weapon, Su Yuanqing noted that some candidates opted for hell difficulty. Su Yuanqing, Jiangxing No. 1 High School, level 16, Gun Warrior. Once again, Jiangxing No. 1 High School has produced several outstanding students this year, one observer remarked. Indeed, look at Xia Qi and Yin Qingyue. Both hail from Jiangxing No. 1 High School. The information on Su Yuanqing revealed only an A-grade talent, yet he dared to select nightmare difficulty. His courage is commendable. Wait. Observe the energy emanating from his spear. It seems to exceed A-grade, another pointed out. Instances of concealing one's true potential have occurred in previous examinations. Students from affluent backgrounds often seek means to enhance their combat prowess before the entrance exams, elevating their talent levels through items such as talent potions, which can bring their abilities perilously close to a higher talent level. While some manage to upgrade their talents, this method typically carries severe side effects, akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Regrettably, each individual's choices differ. Forcibly enhancing one's talent depletes bodily potential, leading to limited achievements in the future. The chief examiners, seasoned and knowledgeable, quickly discerned the crimson energy swirling around Su Yuanqing, indicative of a forcibly upgraded talent. There is little to admire here, even if his results are commendable. They are merely momentary. The chief examiners soon lost interest and shifted their focus to other top candidates. After careful deliberation, Yin Qingyue opted for elite difficulty. As a mage, she was ill-equipped for close combat and lacked the capability to confront high-intensity monsters without a warrior in the front line. Although the monsters were merely level 15, those at hard difficulty and above possessed strength comparable to ordinary monsters at level 20. Thus, she chose elite difficulty, intending to secure victory through sheer numbers. The examiners noted her choice with approval. Indeed, the daughter of the Yun family from Jiangsheng displays great wisdom. While mages possess high damage output, their frail bodies render them vulnerable against formidable foes. This examination method is evidently most suitable for her. She may yet have a chance to claim first place. However, one must not forget the candidate capable of instant kills. Upon this remark, several chief examiners immediately redirected their attention to Xia Qi's room, curious to see what difficulty the top scorer from the first round would select. Chapter 59, Instant Kill, or perhaps an instant kill. After listening to the examination rules, Xia Qi did not hastily choose a difficulty level, but instead analyzed what this examination primarily intended to assess. This round seems designed to evaluate each candidate's sustained combat ability. Sustaining high-intensity combat for an hour imposes considerable pressure on any candidate. Moreover, teamwork is prohibited. Candidates must fight alone, making the choice of dungeon even more critical. As Xia Qi articulated these insights, the chief examiners were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Xia Qi's analysis was entirely accurate. The second round aims to test individual sustained combat capability. This child is exceptional. The first round failed to unveil his true strength, but this round should reveal it. One examiner noted, according to the database, he possesses S-grade talent in lightning manipulation. Surely he will not be hiding his strength. That is difficult to ascertain. SS-grade talents are exceedingly rare, and the difficulty of postnatal upgrades is extraordinarily high, rendering success nearly impossible. Another chimed in. I recall there exists a type of individual who can successfully upgrade their talents without any side effects. You are not referring to natural awakeners, are you? Precisely, natural awakeners. That is merely a legend. Even among 100 million individuals, one might not find a single natural awakener. Let us refrain from speculation. With that, the chief examiners refocused their attention on Xia Qi. A smile graced Xia Qi's lips as he selected nightmare difficulty. At that moment, outside the examination hall, principals from various high schools across Xizjiang province gathered in unison. Jiangcheng had gained prominence this time, with 2 students from Jiangqing, one high school ranking in the top 10 of the first round, first and third, no less. Wang Changyuan, you have struck it rich this time, among dozens of schools. Jiangqing No. 1 high school stands unparalleled, basking in glory. That Xia Qi achieved a perfect score in the first round. In all my years of observing entrance exams, this is the first time I have encountered a perfect score. If he can return as the provincial champion, Old Wang will surely ascend to great heights. Amid the flattery from fellow principals, Wang Changyuan's face flushed, and he felt somewhat lightheaded. He had not anticipated that Xia Qi would achieve such outstanding results. After all, this was the top score among all candidates in Xizjiang province, an achievement of extraordinary value. My investment in Xia Qi was indeed wise, even before entering university. The influence is already manifesting. Wang Changyuan felt a surge of excitement as he secretly reveled in his foresight. Trial Dungeon. As all candidates finalized their difficulty selections, the second round of examinations officially commenced with a brief countdown. Each candidate's room manifested a portal, the source of the monster's emergence. Almost immediately, a creature, as large as a small car, adorned with razor-sharp horns, appeared before them. Massive and ferocious, it was the level 15 monster, the Ironclad Rhino. Ironclad Rhino Elite. Level 15. Strength 200. Agility 180. Intelligence 150. Constitution 200. This attribute is rather feeble. This creature is merely slightly stronger than the copper-skinned zombies encountered by Xia Qi in the zombie mine dungeon a fortnight ago. At that time, Xia Qi had already mastered the ability to solo the nightmare-level zombie mine at his leisure. However, he immediately realized that what he deemed a weak monster might not be perceived as such by other candidates. This is the college entrance examination, and it must cater to the majority of candidates' capabilities. Generally speaking, a month has elapsed. Even those with B-level talent should be capable of battling 15-level ordinary monsters solo by now. Should the monsters be excessively powerful, the vast majority of candidates would face elimination, rendering the examination meaningless. Once he grasped this, Xia Qi summoned a bolt of lightning that struck the armored rhinoceros. Boom! The tempestuous lightning, imbued with a violet hue, disregarded the rhinoceros's robust hide, penetrating its body and resulting in an explosion. In the blink of an eye, the creature was left mangled and lifeless. Xia Qi calculated that it took merely 0.3 seconds for the armored rhinoceros to perish. However, after its demise, the portal did not immediately refresh the monsters. It took several seconds before a new one appeared. Boom! Without raising his gaze, Xia Qi summoned another bolt of fury, dispatching the monster in an instant. This was astonishingly effortless. After a few rounds, Xia Qi comprehended that a new monster would materialize every 6 seconds, with a maximum of 10 appearing in a minute. This level of difficulty was suitable for the vast majority of candidates. Yet for someone of Xia Qi's high caliber, it was somewhat tedious, leaving him to bide his time in silence. Meanwhile, the chief examiners, who were closely observing the top candidates, were left dumbfounded. Xia Qi's prowess was remarkable. He could annihilate a 15-level elite monster with ease, while the advantage of his level was one factor. After all, he was the sole 20-level candidate. The might of his lightning talent exceeded their expectations, as some elemental talents are powerful early on but may wane in the latter stages. Nevertheless, it was clear that this round of examination posed no challenge for Xia Qi, and it was likely he would emerge with a high score. However, some candidates possess immense explosive power, yet their energy consumption is substantial. This round tests endurance, lasting a full hour. Thus, they would have to wait and see. The scene shifted to Yun Qingyue's chamber. Grasping her staff, she unleashed fireballs the size of soccer balls that whistled through the air. She had opted for elite difficulty, which in reality was still on the lower end. As she continued her onslaught, she realized that 2 fireballs sufficed to vanquish a single monster, taking less than 3 seconds. However, she had to wait an additional 3 seconds for the next monster to spawn, leading to a brief window of inactivity. Yet Yun Qingyue was astute. Aware that this round tested endurance, she meticulously controlled her internal energy, striving to eliminate monsters with minimal expenditure. Such finesse and strategy earned her the respect of the chief examiners. A candidate with such meticulous thought processes is indeed exceptional. Then there was Yu Qiu from Tongqing, one high school, whose profession was that of an assassin, also boasting an S-level talent, and she had chosen the difficulty of hard mode. Compared to Yun Qingyue, her movements were agile and ghostly, as she elegantly wielded 2 daggers with a grace that was visually captivating. Even at the hard level, her actions flowed seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous motions, perfectly utilizing her stamina and energy. Observing Yu Qiu dance among the monsters, the chief examiners acknowledged her exceptional skill as the second best candidate. True mastery could be discerned from the very first round of examinations. In contrast, Su Yuancheng was the first to choose the nightmare-level difficulty. Yet his condition was far from optimal. Coughing, he expelled a stream of black blood. His face pale as he gazed at the increasing number of armored rhinoceroses in his chamber. Initially, he managed to slay a few, but as time wore on, he felt increasingly weak and congested with every surge of energy he summoned. Within less than 3 minutes of the second round, 10 armored rhinoceroses had already appeared in his room. Chapter 60, Exemplary Models and Cautionary Tales. An arc of electricity erupted. Beads of sweat dotted Su Yuancheng's forehead. Not from heat, but from sheer terror. 10 armored rhinoceroses, their eyes ablaze, panted heavily. A single charge would surely leave his frail frame a bloody mess. A crimson energy coalesced into a ball of electricity, hurtling towards the rhinoceroses, resulting in a violent explosion and a shower of flesh. 3 or 4 armored rhinoceroses were obliterated. Their remains scattered. Such power could indeed be deemed S-level talent. Compared to the previously demonstrated A-level talent, the intensity of the electric arc had markedly increased. Yet the reality was that as Su Yuancheng executed this attack, the pain coursed through him, causing his body to convulse and his features to contort, even blood seeping from his skin's surface. What use is such an S-level talent? The severe side effects left Su Yuancheng's mind clouded, the world around him fading to black as he felt dizzy. The remaining 6 armored rhinoceroses were undeterred by his violent assault. Instead, they grew enraged, their fallen companions igniting their instincts, and they charged at Su Yuancheng like mad beasts. A flash of white light heralded the arrival of new armored rhinoceroses through the portal, plunging the situation into deeper chaos. As for Su Yuancheng, having overexerted himself, the agonizing pain rendered him unconscious. In the darkness, he finally grasped the truth. The potion master was a fraud. This talent was utterly worthless. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and through the haze, he glimpsed the monsters charging toward him. I give up. In the face of an unavoidable life-or-death crisis, Su Yuancheng summoned all his strength to declare his abandonment. Just as 6 or 7 armored rhinoceroses were about to collide with him, a flash of white light appeared. Candidate Su Yuancheng, Jiangxing No. 1 High School, Level 16, Gunner, has declared abandonment. Second round examination failed. College entrance examination concluded. The authoritative voice resonated. And while Su Yuancheng felt a sense of relief, he was also overwhelmed by frustration. He was utterly disqualified from university. Failing the second round meant that merely gaining admission to a vocational college would be a considerable achievement. With such a dismal performance, how could he hope to impress Yun Qingyue or flaunt himself before Xia Qi, the impoverished underdog? He possessed S-level talent. How could it conclude so anticlimactically in such a pivotal examination? His heart bled with despair. He dreaded returning home to face his father, Su Dahai. It was all that potion master's fault, a fraud. I will make him pay, and Xia Qi, just wait. This matter is far from over. Su Yuancheng was teleported out of the examination room, and simultaneously, the record for the fastest abandonment in the second round was updated. Jiangxing No. 1 High School, Su Yuancheng. Abandoned after 3 minutes and 10 seconds. While the candidates within the examination room remained oblivious to this achievement, those outside who followed the entrance examination heard the news. Thus, Su Yuancheng became the subject of ridicule in Jiangxing. Infamous for being the candidate with S-level talent who abandoned the college entrance examination the fastest among all major high schools in Jiangxing. Of course, that was a tale for another time. The scene shifted back to Xia Qi. The chief examiners, after surveying the top candidates once more, returned their focus to him, only to find themselves at a loss for words. What could one even say about this young man? Alas, what a sight this is. Could we not adopt a more serious demeanor? After all, this is the college entrance examination. To think he has stashed bread in his pocket. What was he contemplating? Is bread truly so delectable? Watching him savor it so delightfully makes me feel a twinge of hunger myself. In the midst of the examiners, Xia Qi sits cross-legged on the ground, leisurely extracting a piece of bread from his pocket and enjoying it with gusto. It is hardly his fault. In this round of testing, the use of storage spaces is prohibited, with the second round being so tedious. Having a couple of pieces of bread tucked away is quite fortuitous. After all, with nothing else to occupy his time, what else could he do but indulge in a snack? I find myself both amused and exasperated by him. Clearly, the exam's difficulty has been diminished. Let us immortalize this scene for future broadcasts. Arrogance, sheer arrogance. While he may not have violated any rules, it is infuriating to witness. The examiners are nearly gnashing their teeth in frustration, even if Xia Qi possesses remarkable abilities and finds the exam easy. A modicum of respect for the examination setting would not go amiss. Yet, eating is not against the rules. For consuming a piece of bread does not enhance one's combat prowess, leaving them speechless. It simply lacks decorum, giving the impression that he does not take the college entrance examination seriously. Nonetheless, if he is not breaking any rules, there is little we can say. One of the chief examiners, however, holds a certain admiration for Xia Qi. He believes that it is only natural for geniuses to exhibit eccentricities, and one cannot generalize their behavior. Thus, the tale of the second round of the college entrance examination, where Xia Qi, in a fit of ennui, resorted to munching on bread, became a topic of great fascination among the residents of Jiangxing. Just how effortless must this exam have seemed? Is the college entrance examination truly that arduous? This stands in stark contrast to the situation of Su Yuanqing, which would later be referenced as a cautionary tale by various universities. One ought not to emulate Su Yuanqing excessively. There are times when perseverance is crucial. Similarly, one should not be overly like Xia Qi. A touch of consideration for the examiners would be prudent. As time passed, an hour finally elapsed, and all the monsters vanished in unison. It was over at last. How exhausting. This was far more strenuous than completing a dungeon. Who could argue otherwise? Thankfully, I opted for the standard difficulty. Otherwise, I might not have endured that hour. Weary and famished, I felt utterly drained, my arms barely able to lift. The majority of candidates collapsed onto the ground as soon as the exam concluded, gasping for breath, utterly spent. Though it was merely an hour, their stamina and energy were nearly depleted. Monsters appearing every 6 seconds seemed simple enough, yet the tasks at hand were far from trivial. One must slay the monsters while managing stamina and energy, all while avoiding injury. Every action must be executed within those fleeting 6 seconds, maintaining a state of readiness for the next foe. For many candidates lacking in innate talent, this proved to be a formidable test of skill and endurance. Even the most competent candidates must select a difficulty level that aligns with their abilities. Otherwise, should they choose a higher difficulty, they might find themselves unable to persist and would have to concede. Conversely, opting for a lower difficulty would result in a loss of scoring advantage. Thus, the second round of testing was indeed quite challenging. Even Yun Xingyue emerged with a pallid complexion upon her exit. For the entirety of that hour, she exerted herself to manage her energy, resolving battles with minimal expenditure. Even so, in the absence of a storage space, she felt somewhat enervated, her chest rising and falling rapidly as her shirt clung to her with perspiration. If she found herself in such a state, one could only imagine the plight of the other candidates. Yet, there are always exceptions. Xia Qi appeared as if untouched by the ordeal, even letting out a satisfied belch, epitomizing the image of one who dined well. With the conclusion of this round, 807 candidates had participated. Among them, 258 were disqualified due to injuries or voluntary withdrawal. The remaining candidates qualified for the next round, albeit they could also choose to forfeit, as the forthcoming examination promised to be even more arduous. Chapter 61. The college entrance examination includes a psychological test. All candidates heard the authoritative voice announcing the next round's increased difficulty. Upon hearing this, many candidates began to wail in despair. No break. How can we possibly face the next round in this state? Hey, are you seriously suggesting I withdraw? I might actually do it. This is it. I've heard this round is more intense and perilous. Should I really consider giving up? I cannot yield. I am unwilling to abandon my efforts after reaching this point. I must experience the third round. Candidates, while in their respective chambers, were not violating any rules by conversing. However, the number of candidates capable of advancing to the next round was indeed quite limited. Yet, the thought of forfeiting left many feeling discontented. Suddenly, numerous individuals found themselves in a state of indecision. The examiners wore mischievous smiles, anticipating a significant number of withdrawals. Historically, 1/3 or even half might choose to bow out. Those who managed to pass the second round could still enter ordinary universities, but forfeiting at this juncture would prove rather regrettable. The martial examination, of course, does not solely assess combat prowess. This psychological test is, in fact, part of the examination content. To become a formidable individual in the future, possessing a strong mental fortitude is essential. Retreating in the face of difficulty is not disgraceful, but courageously advancing is truly commendable. Observing their expressions of uncertainty, it seems only fitting to assist them in making a decision. As one of the chief examiners concluded his statement, the authoritative voice resonated once more. Those wishing to withdraw from the examination may do so now. Based on the scores from the first 2 rounds, those still eligible may enter ordinary universities. You have 30 seconds to consider your options. Failure to make a choice will be deemed as consent to continue. The gravity of this proclamation felt akin to the tolling of a death knell, overwhelming many candidates' psychological defenses. Numerous candidates, having chosen an appropriate difficulty and dispatched a considerable number of monsters, could indeed gain admission to universities. Even if it were merely an ordinary university, it surpassed the prospects of a vocational college in this world. I forfeit. I can't continue. It's a death wish to proceed further. And if I don't call for a withdrawal in time, I could lose my life. I choose to withdraw. I'm exhausted. I'm done. I have enough points. I am my family's sole son. I cannot go on. In mere moments, over 10,000 candidates opted to withdraw. Conversely, an even greater number chose to persist. It is a martial examination, after all. If one cannot swim against the current, they will surely be lost among the masses. Thus, many candidates were reluctant to concede. As the 30 seconds elapsed, the third round of the examination did not commence immediately. The authoritative voice rang out once more. Congratulations to those who have chosen to continue the examination. You may take pride in your decision today. Currently, Out of 53, 549 candidates, 673 have withdrawn, leaving 876 candidates to proceed. Those who remain, regardless of their innate talent, will receive a slight advantage during university admissions. This psychological test has indeed revealed their inner resolve to pursue a stronger path. Universities will undoubtedly favor such students. Next, the rankings for the second round of examinations were announced. First place, Xia Qi, Jiangxing No. 1 High School, total score, 3,000. Second place, Yuqiu, Tongqing No. 1 High School, total score, 1720. Third place, Yinqinghue, Jiangxing No. 1 High School, total score, 1,200. Fourth place, Tang Yuan, Xiqing No. 4 High School, total score, 1080. Upon the announcement of this ranking, Su Yuansheng, waiting outside the examination hall, was left utterly stunned, his fury spilling over into a loud outburst. How could this be? On what grounds did Xia Qi manage to conquer the nightmare level? Both had chosen the nightmare level, both possessed S-class talent. Yet he had given up after 3 minutes and 10 seconds, while Xia Qi had amassed all possible points, setting aside the problematic side effects of his talent. The formidable strength of the level 15 elite iron-armored rhino was already exceedingly high. He sensed that even without the side effects of his talent, it would be impossible to vanquish all the monsters. At most, he could endure for a mere 10 minutes before succumbing, killing as he fled, striving to hold out just a little longer. And Xia Qi, he had astonishingly achieved the maximum score. Had he chosen the ordinary or elite levels, leveraging either his level advantage or talent, Su Yuansheng could have accepted it. But to choose the nightmare level, a difficulty he had experienced firsthand, was simply unfathomable. It was absolutely impossible to attain full marks so effortlessly. One must understand that this was in a context where storage space could not be utilized, where every drop of energy had to be meticulously rationed. How had Xia Qi accomplished this? Su Yuansheng was not alone in his incredulity. All those observing the examination from outside could not help but share the same thoughts: a monster, an aberration, and so forth. In the past decade, no student had been known to achieve full marks in the second round of examinations. In the principal's lounge, Wang Changyuan leaped from his seat upon seeing the score sheet. His heart raced with excitement, his hands trembling. Even the cup of water he held shook thrice. Jiangxing No. 1 High School had gained notoriety solely due to Xia Qi's presence. How could he not be exhilarated? A principal, well acquainted with Wang Changyuan, regarded him with envious admiration and remarked, "Old Wang, your ancestors must be smiling down. Such an extraordinary student has emerged from your school. What bliss it must be." Indeed, indeed. My ancestors are smiling, Wang Changyuan replied. By the time he comprehended the implication, he nearly splashed the hot tea in his hand onto the other's face, thinking, "You are the one whose ancestors must be smiling. Can it not be that I possess a discerning eye?" Nevertheless, it must be said that Wang Changyuan was indeed fortunate. Without the existence of such an extraordinary student as Xia Qi, Jiangxing No. 1 High School would hardly rank among the many prestigious institutions. It was no wonder that other principals eyed him with envy. The influence of a provincial champion could elevate a school's reputation for years, bringing with it almost immeasurable political and social benefits. Within the examination hall, as a radiant light enveloped each candidate, they were astonished to discover that all their stamina and abilities had been restored to their peak. It felt akin to leveling up. The earlier statements had merely served as a psychological test and did not truly hinder their performance in the forthcoming examination. The third round of testing commenced. Similarly divided into 4 levels of difficulty, the candidates would face a boss monster: 100 points for ordinary difficulty, 200 points for elite, 300 points for hard, and 500 points for nightmare. The rules were consistent with the previous round. A 1-minute time limit to defeat the boss would mark the completion of the test. While the last round had tested endurance, this round would assess explosiveness. Engaging the boss monster in a one-on-one battle, candidates had 1 minute to succeed. Failure would result in points calculated based on damage dealt. Such a challenge posed significant pressure on almost all candidates, except for Xia Qi, who felt none at all. I choose nightmare level. Chapter 62. Is he truly aiming for the national top score? This time, Xia Qi was the first to make his choice. The chief examiners, upon witnessing his decision, began to deliberate once more. It appeared that this young man had set his sights on the pinnacle of the college entrance examinations. Indeed, based on the intensity of his choice, barring unforeseen circumstances, the provincial top scorer is all but assured. Not necessarily. There are still 2 rounds of examinations ahead, particularly the final round. Having overseen the college entrance exams for over a decade, they had witnessed many instances of dramatic comebacks. While Xia Qi's performance thus far was indeed formidable, only the candidate who triumphed at the end would be the true victor. Yuqiu, a girl with twin ponytails, not only possessed high talent, but also boasted striking beauty. While many 18-year-olds might have an appealing figure, they often lacked harmony in their proportions. However, Yuqiu was entirely different. Born into a family of assassins with a lineage spanning over a dozen generations, she had trained rigorously from a young age, resulting in a supple physique, a slender waist, and perfect curves. Her alluring figure captivated the attention of countless admirers, both male and female. Her skin, fair and delicate, was hard to believe came from someone who had endured years of intense training. Clad in form-fitting jeans that accentuated her long, slender legs, she was simply mesmerizing. Despite her sultry appearance, her face radiated a pure and youthful charm. Frankly speaking, even if Yun Qinghua stood before Yu Qiu, she would seem somewhat lacking in comparison. With her almond-shaped eyes fixed on the leaderboard, Yu Qiu wore an expression of determination, unwilling to accept defeat. The gap between her and Xia Qi had grown to over 1,300 points. Originally, she had aspired to claim the title of provincial top scorer. Yet after 2 rounds of exams, she had consistently placed second, leaving her confidence shaken. First place is mine, Xia Qi, I will not concede. Furrowing her brow at the name of this unseen contender, she had already deemed him her rival. Thus, for this round, she chose the nightmare difficulty. For an assassin, explosive power was hardly an issue. Simultaneously, Yun Qinghua also opted for the nightmare level. To keep pace with Xia Qi and strive for Shengjing University, she needed to prove her own capabilities. As a mage, she lacked nothing in output, and facing the boss monster, she was no longer the girl who had once looked up to Xia Qi. Once all candidates had made their selections, the 3rd round of examinations officially commenced. Xia Qi awaited silently, as a colossal monster soon materialized within the room. It was a gigantic wolf, towering 2 meters and exceeding 4 meters in length. Its frost-white fur and sharp fangs exuded an elemental aura that could be felt from several meters away. Stormfrost Wolf, Boss, Level, 15, Strength, 250, Agility, 250, Intelligence, 100, Constitution, 180, Skills, Wind Howl, Swift Wolf Claw. Upon seeing the data, Xia Qi smirked slightly. He had anticipated a formidable foe, but this creature's attributes were barely superior to those of the iron-skinned zombie, Boss. It was evident that even at the nightmare difficulty, the monster's strength had been significantly diminished. With a keen eye, he recognized the wolf's weakness at its waist, a common vulnerability among wolves. Without so much as shifting his stance, he raised his hand and summoned a bolt of lightning. Faced with such disdainful scrutiny, the Stormfrost Wolf interpreted it as an affront. After all, it considered itself the king of this level in terms of speed. Yet before the king could even move, the crackling purple lightning had already descended. A howl echoed through the chamber as the wolf, having evaded the strike to its waist, yet failing to avoid the rest, collapsed to the ground, convulsing and foaming at the mouth before succumbing. It was defeated in an instant. Another instant defeat. The chief examiners could no longer bear to watch. Come on, don't end it without any excitement. Alas, that rascal Xia Qi hasn't even shifted in his seat. It's utterly outrageous. I now harbor grave doubts regarding the fairness of the college entrance examination's difficulty. Otherwise, how could such occurrences transpire? His nonchalant approach renders the other candidates appear rather dull. After all, this is a level 15 boss monster, effortlessly dispatched by Xia Qi with a mere flick of his wrist. To the esteemed examiners, it seems akin to facing an ordinary adversary. However, one must concede that Xia Qi's prowess is indeed formidable, so dazzling, it borders on the tedious. The examiners have already come to a profound acknowledgement of Xia Qi's capabilities. Do not be deceived by the apparent weakness of the Frostwolf boss he vanquished in an instant. They are well aware that this creature is far from feeble. It is merely that Xia Qi is exceptionally gifted. On the other hand, Yun Qinghua finds herself grappling with a formidable challenge. In terms of speed, her fire affinity does not hold an advantage, especially against the swift Frostwolf. She must employ skill and positioning, evading while unleashing counterattacks. Such a struggle is to be expected when confronting a boss monster. After all, even an S-level talent does not guarantee an overwhelming edge. In contrast, Yu Qiu's situation is considerably more favorable. Having mastered various assassination techniques and evasive maneuvers from a young age, she deftly avoids being led by the nose by the monster. Instead, she takes the initiative. Weaving around the frost wolf, her exquisite daggers dancing like flowers in bloom, while the beast can scarcely land a blow upon her. It can only watch helplessly as it bleeds profusely, weakened and wounded. Nevertheless, no other candidate can rival Xia Qi's performance. With a mere motion, he conjures a bolt of lightning, and with a resounding crack, the creature is obliterated. Throughout the ordeal, Xia Qi has not so much as shifted in his seat, an intimidating prospect indeed. I surmise that the examination has failed to adequately test his capabilities. Indeed, his prowess should enable him to solo a level 20 nightmare dungeon. I suspect that, at his current level, he might even conquer a level 25 dungeon. One must wonder, could he emerge as the top candidate in the national examination, perhaps? The true outcome, however, remains to be seen in the final round. A few examiners engage in private conversation. The examination content is standardized nationwide. They are merely responsible for proctoring and possess no authority to alter the examination material. However, given Xia Qi's current strength, if he were to secure full marks in each round, it appears likely that a national top scorer may indeed emerge from Xizjiang province. Of course, The final results will only be confirmed at the conclusion of the examination. As time progresses, the third round concludes swiftly. With only a minute to spare, there is little time for idle chatter. Like the previous rounds, some candidates succeeded while others faltered. Individuals such as Yun Qinghua, Yu Qiu, and Xia Qi have triumphed, each securing 500 points. However, numerous candidates have failed, losing their opportunity to advance to the next round. Ultimately, only half of the candidates succeeded in the third round, leaving 500 out of 876 candidates eligible to continue. Chapter 63. The difficulty reaches new heights. Xia Qi takes action. Congratulations to the students who remain in the arena. Reaching this stage signifies your qualification for entry into higher institutions of learning. However, do not rejoice too soon, for there are disparities among these institutions. The distinction lies between the prestigious Shengjing University and the lesser regional Qi universities, dependent upon your forthcoming choices. Now, let us reveal the rankings of the third round examination. First place, Xia Qi, Jiangxing No. 1 High School, total points, 3,600. Second place, Yu Qiu, Tongqing No. 1 High School, total points, 2,310. Third place, Yun Qinghua, Jiangxing No. 1 High School, total points, 1,785. Fourth place, Tang Yuan, Xiqing No. 4 High School, total points, 1,460. Regrettably, the gap created in the second round is too vast, even with full marks in the third round. It would be impossible to surpass Xia Qi. At this moment, Yu Qiu feels a pang of regret, lamenting her choice to play it safe with a challenging difficulty in the second round rather than opting for the nightmare level. Had she done so, the contest for first place could have been uncertain. Now that she has lost the initial advantage, even securing high scores in the subsequent rounds may not suffice to eclipse Xia Qi's total points. This is the harsh reality of the entrance examination. Every decision bears significant consequences for one's future. She secretly hopes for Xia Qi to falter or encounter a misstep. Although such thoughts lack the grace of a true competitor, Yu Qiu finds herself unable to care at this moment. She yearns to claim the title of the top candidate in the province, eager to prove herself before her family. For this day, she has dedicated 15 years of relentless training, having begun honing her assassination skills at the tender age of 3. The hardships endured along the way are known only to her. 15 years of sharpening a blade, all for the opportunity to shine on the day of the examination. Yet, Xia Qi's presence looms like an insurmountable wall, gradually shattering her dream of claiming first place. The fourth round of examinations is about to commence. A commanding voice interrupts the remaining candidates' thoughts, bringing them back to attention. The difficulty of the fourth round will escalate further, with heightened levels of danger. Prepare yourselves mentally. At this juncture, you may choose to continue or withdraw. Given your current standings, the vast majority of candidates have already crossed the threshold into higher education, rendering it unnecessary to push yourselves further. The stirring voice resonates once more, yet those who have reached the fourth round possess a resilience that is difficult to shake. This time, not a single candidate opts to withdraw. Consequently, the authoritative voice ceases its encouragement, showering the participants with a radiant energy that replenishes their state. Before continuing with the announcement, the rules for the fourth round of examination are as follows. All candidates will face a minor beast tide. The total time limit is 10 minutes, and this tide comprises 1,000 monsters. Surviving within this time frame will count as passing. Each monster defeated will yield 5 points. Should all be vanquished, the final score will double, totaling a remarkable 10,000 points. Upon hearing the rules, all candidates except Xia Qi gasped collectively. No one had anticipated such a drastic increase in difficulty compared to the previous 3 rounds. 10 minutes, 1,000 monsters. Not only must they consider survival, but also points. And the prospect of passing seems bleak. This is a guaranteed path to elimination. Simultaneously, the terrain within each candidate's chamber shifts, transforming into a vibrant green meadow. Barely 100 meters away, a horde of green-skinned monsters gazes hungrily at all candidates. These are the notoriously troublesome goblins of level 15. According to their formation, each group consists of 10 creatures, comprising 6 goblin warriors and 4 goblin mages, a formidable combination of melee and ranged attacks. Given such an arrangement, the majority of candidates would find it nearly impossible to withstand even 100, let alone 1,000. At last, Xia Qi gathers his focus. Although these monsters are mere ordinary foes, their sheer numbers have reached a critical mass that transforms the challenge into something intriguing. Finally rising from his seated position, he realizes that employing thunderous strikes to obliterate them one by one will be somewhat cumbersome this round. Unlike the previous 3 rounds, the fourth round tests the candidate's survival skills. To confront the many with the few, one must assess the situation carefully. In the face of the beast tide, the foremost consideration remains survival. After all, only by enduring can one seize the opportunity to retaliate. Of course, for candidates brimming with confidence in their abilities, a direct confrontation could be a choice. This round presents a chance to overturn the rankings. For the prodigious students, the opportunity for a comeback may lie within this very trial. Deep within the trial dungeon, The chief examiners wore smiles of anticipation, each one fixating on Xia Qi. Little did they expect that this year, the content of the fourth round had been altered. Now, it was time to see how he would respond. I truly doubt that you can vanquish this tide of 1,000 beasts. Nonetheless, it should be no challenge for Xia Qi to pass. His strength remains formidable. Who knows, perhaps after this round, a dark horse candidate will rise to prominence. Amidst the sinister discussions of the chief examiners, the fourth round of testing commenced. Buzz. At the very moment the examination began, goblin warriors atop the hill sounded their horns, their crimson eyes gleaming with malice as they turned their cruel gazes upon the candidates. On the verdant plains, the green-skinned goblins seemed to meld seamlessly with their surroundings, brandishing their weapons and charging forth with a ferocity that belied their diminutive stature. Cackle. Humans, perish. Bloodthirsty and ruthless, these creatures harbored an inexplicable, deep-seated hatred for humanity. Oh, I give up. Faced with such a multitude of savage monsters, many candidates, overwhelmed by the suffocating pressure, chose to abandon the examination from the very start. Despite their short stature, the goblins were swift and possessed a degree of intelligence, understanding the value of teamwork. It was evident to any discerning eye that survival amidst such a beast tide was nearly impossible. Consequently, as the examination commenced, half of the candidates succumbed to the pressure and chose to forfeit. The remaining top candidates were not faring any better. With her eyes shimmering with determination, Yu Qiu, an assassin by profession, found herself at a disadvantage against such a horde. Yet, the thought that this could be her opportunity for a comeback steeled her resolve. No matter what, she was determined to slay as many monsters as possible. Finally, the gaze of several chief examiners turned to Xia Qi's screen, all intent on witnessing how he would confront the fourth round of the examination after leading in the previous 3 rounds. In the footage, Xia Qi finally sprang into action. Breath of thunder. His eyes shone with a kaleidoscope of colors, and as he exhaled a plume of white mist, his figure transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning. To the astonished gazes of the chief examiners, he plunged headlong into the so-called beast tide. Chapter 64. Thunder, descend upon me. In an instant, boundless arcs of lightning surged around Xia Qi. On that expansive plain beneath the clear sky, he was enveloped in blue-violet lightning, accelerating with fervor, dashing and racing forward. The fierce sunlight could not overshadow the brilliance of the thunder. Xia Qi's silhouette resembled a razor-sharp blade under the scorching sun, appearing from a distance as a flickering beam of light, leaping through the air with astonishing agility. Charge! Push into the very center. Xia Qi grinned, a tempest of battle fervor igniting within him, his eyes gleaming with prismatic light, aiming directly at the mass of goblins. Only the most formidable thunder could shatter the heaviest darkness. In the blink of an eye, Xia Qi found himself at the heart of the monsters, and a delightfully over-the-top declaration echoed in his mind. Ha! It's broad daylight. Let us call it smashing the day with thunder. Humans, you shall perish. Countless goblin warriors were incensed, their hearts feeling insulted by Xia Qi's unabashed laughter. Blades flashed, spells crackled, and in an instant, every goblin turned to assault this arrogant intruder. Come, gather around, and let me show you what despair truly means. As Xia Qi's words fell, the surging power of thunder around him reached its zenith. Boom! A tremendous roar of thunder erupted from within Xia Qi, the sound reverberating across the entire hillside. Boom! Another blast resounded, as endless lightning seemed to awaken, glaring down upon the lowly green-skinned creatures. Boom! With the third clap of thunder, the battlefield echoed with the furious roar of the storm. Thunder shakes the heavens. Descend upon me. As the gentle breeze rustled Xia Qi's garments, the moment his words concluded, every goblin was immobilized, their hearts swelling with terror. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and their fearful eyes stared at the invader, as though anticipating an impending calamity. With a rustling sound, at the moment the accumulated energy reached its peak and erupted, a storm of descending raindrops enveloped a 100-meter radius around Xia Qi. Following this, brilliant bolts of lightning roared down, targeting all goblins within that range. Instant annihilation. A vast expanse of goblins was obliterated in mere moments. They had no means of resistance, perishing at a mere touch. Not enough, still not enough. Xia Qi slowly floated into the air, the raging thunder still seeking an outlet. 100 meters was far too confined to contain his current battle spirit. Thus, before the astonished eyes of the chief examiners, the domain of lightning began to expand. 100 meters, 150 meters, 200 meters, until it enveloped all the goblin monsters. Countless screams echoed as the range of thunder expanded, with all 1,000 level 15 goblins meeting their doom. None spared. Dead. All dead. The chief examiners were left utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide as they stared at Xia Qi's screen, mouths agape in disbelief. Completion time, 15 seconds. Number of kills, 1,000. As one examiner unconsciously read the data aloud, boom. All the chief examiners watching Xia Qi's screen felt as if struck by lightning. What kind of monstrous prodigy is this? This was a tide of a full 1,000 monsters. and you managed to annihilate them all in just 15 seconds. Is this truly an examination? All the chief examiners simultaneously entertained such thoughts. Hiss, this kid has hidden his talents too deeply. Damn it. I've proctored the exam for over a decade and have never encountered such an abnormal candidate. Xia Qi, you are truly adept at concealing your strength. Just how powerful are you? This is undoubtedly not an S-grade talent. He possesses an SS-grade talent. Goodness, an SS-grade lightning talent. It appears that throughout the first 3 rounds, this lad never took things seriously. The impact on the chief examiners within such a short span was overwhelmingly intense, leaving their thoughts adrift as they gazed at the screen. How boring, truly boring. He has obliterated all in the 4th round. It's better to watch someone else. At that moment, one of the chief examiners snapped back to reality and hastily switched the screen to focus on other candidates. After all, he was already at level 70. Yet here he was, astonished by an 18-year-old student, utterly unsure where to place his old face. Right, no more watching. This kid is utterly uninteresting. Indeed. It's far more entertaining to observe others. The other chief examiners also regained their senses, agreeing that the frequent instant kills certainly lacked excitement. Watching others was indeed much more engaging. Certainly, only they themselves are aware of the profound shock they experienced during those fleeting 15 seconds. At this moment, Yun Qingwei radiated confidence. While the 4th round might pose considerable challenges for other candidates, for her, it was a remarkably effortless stage. Her S-rank fire affinity talent, the Heart of Blazing Fire, appeared to be tailor-made for this beast tide. The formidable fire spells, combined with her innate ability to conjure a sea of flames, rendered these level 15 goblin warriors nearly powerless. Area attacks are the forte of mages, and with her level reaching 18, she could eliminate monsters with a single spell, ensuring her seamless passage through the 4th round. In stark contrast, Yuchio found herself in a strenuous predicament. Although the assassin possessed explosive power and a wealth of combat techniques, her array of control skills proved inadequate against a tide of 1,000 beasts. Such advantages became liabilities when faced with overwhelming numbers. Lacking area attack skills, Yuchio could only dispatch foes one by one. Thus, her hopes of significantly boosting her score to reverse her ranking in this 4th round appeared to be dashed. Enough already, no need to look further. Once again, Xia Qi claimed 1st place. With an SS rank talent, it was certain he would secure the top spot in the provincial college entrance examination. And perhaps even the national title was not beyond reach. Let us not speak too soon. There's still the 5th round ahead. Do you think there aren't any prodigious candidates from other provinces? True, let us wait and see. As time gradually passed, more and more candidates were eliminated. This was hardly surprising, as the intensity of the 4th round far surpassed that of the previous 3. Faced with an ever-growing horde of monsters, many found it difficult even to evade their assaults, let alone slay them. Such terrifying numbers meant that only the elite could hope to survive. The eliminated candidates were teleported out of the examination hall, anxiously awaiting the conclusion of the test. For them, being eliminated in the 4th round was nothing to be ashamed of. Rather, it carried a sense of honor. Anyone who dared to face such a daunting examination and continued to challenge it had already surpassed many. Yet, they remained oblivious to the existence of a prodigy who had cleared the 4th round in a mere 15 seconds. Chapter 65. The Void. Shengjing University. Void Monster Research Laboratory. Professor Xia, are you there? A melodious female voice echoed at the laboratory door as a youthful and radiant girl hurriedly knocked. With a creak, the laboratory door slowly opened, revealing Professor Xia Donglu, who looked at his student with a puzzled expression. Luo Zixing, what is the matter? Is Teacher Su here? Something serious has happened. There has been a disturbance in the void. Luo Zixing exclaimed urgently, her gaze scanning the laboratory for Sun Yan, who was conspicuously absent. Sun Yan was the research supervisor on the void and the only person at Shengjing University capable of peering into it. A disturbance in the void? Are you serious? Xia Donglu's expression shifted to one of alarm. We need to find Teacher Su immediately. The oracle sent me to inform you. It cannot be mistaken. As Luo Zixing finished speaking, Xia Donglu pulled out his phone to call his wife, but it rang unanswered. This is bad. She must be on the rooftop. You stay here. I'll go find her. Realizing something, Xia Donglu's complexion paled as he left those words behind and hurried towards the tallest teaching building at Shengjing University. Soon, Xia Donglu arrived at the rooftop, and upon spotting his wife's familiar silhouette, his heart finally settled. Nian the oracle said there has been a disturbance in the void. Just as he spoke, Sun Yan turned around, and Xia Donglu felt as if struck by lightning. Nian he rushed towards Sun Yan, enveloping her in his embrace, tears flooding from his eyes. Sun Yan's face was ashen, her once bright left eye now streaming with blood. It's too late, Donglu, my left eye is already blind. What Xia Yuan foretold 18 years ago has come true. The void will invade again. As her words fell, it seemed the very earth trembled beneath them. Xia Donglu gazed in shock at the protective formation overhead, where a massive indentation appeared before his eyes. Those are the tendrils of the void. You cannot see them unless you possess naturally gifted eyes. Sun Yan leaned weakly against her husband, blood pouring from her eye sockets in a horrifying display. Don't speak. I'll take you to the infirmary. Leave the rest to me. I will not allow harm to befall the city that Brother Xia Yuan has protected. Wait here. I will get you there. No, don't worry about me. Hurry and stop it, or it will be too late. Meanwhile, all the senior leaders of Shengjing University, except for the president, had gathered on the rooftop. Xia Donglu, do not worry about Su Nian's safety. Come with us to thwart the void invasion. If we delay any longer, the entire nation will be at risk. All right, I will join you. Xia Donglu gently set his wife aside and gazed up at the continually collapsing protective shield, an incredible aura emanating as he and the others stepped into the void. This was no mere A-rank talent. The power displayed could only belong to one with an SS-rank talent. At the examination site, the 10-minute testing period concluded, and the announcement promptly followed. The fourth round of examinations has ended. A total of 17,000 candidates participated in this round, with only 169 ultimately passing. A gasp echoed throughout the venue as the authoritative voice resonated, reaching everyone both inside the instance and outside the examination hall. 17,000 participants, and only 169 remain. The pass rate is a mere 1%. This starkly illustrated the extreme difficulty of the fourth round. Despite such overwhelming odds, the fact that 169 candidates managed to pass attested to their prowess, qualifying them for the ranks of elite institutions. Calculating based on the proportions from over 40 high schools across several prefecture-level cities, these 169 individuals nearly represented the top 3 from each school. It was no wonder that it was said, only those who laugh last in the college entrance examination are the true winners. An examinee who had given up shortly after the fourth round began expressed envy. Isn't that the truth? If not for the top 3 from each school, I can scarcely imagine who could pass such a grueling test. Ah, what a pity. The number of monsters was overwhelming. I could only hold out for 5 minutes. But the points I earned should still allow me to get into a key university. 5 minutes is quite impressive, you know. I couldn't last even a minute. Outside the examination hall, tens of thousands of candidates engaged in fervent discussions. Many among them, despite their losses, felt a sense of pride, having at least attempted the challenge and witnessed the beast tide, thus gaining invaluable experience. Only Su Yuansheng glared fiercely at the rankings displayed. He was eager to know just how many points Xia Qi had earned this round. Surely, it couldn't be a perfect score, could it? Soon, the candidate scores and rankings were announced. The results of the fourth round were as follows. First place, Xia Qi, Jiangxing No. 1 High School, total points, 13,600. Second place, Yin Xinghua, Jiangxing No. 1 High School, total points, 5,785. Third place, Yuqiu, Tongqing No. 1 High School, total points, 4,810. Fourth place, Chenyi, Hanqing No. 1 High School, total points, 4,480. Fifth place, Zhangxiao, Yuzhong No. 1 High School, total points, 4,450. After this round of examinations, the leaderboard experienced significant upheaval. Ranked third, Yun Xinghua leaped to second place, while Yu Qiu fell to third, with a gap of approximately 1,000 points in their scores. The fourth and fifth places also experienced fluctuations, as several dark horse candidates, proficient in area attacks, surged ahead into the forefront. Ultimately, those who could pass the fourth round of examinations are all exceptionally talented individuals, making the ebb and flow of rankings entirely reasonable. The only anomaly is the first place, Xia Qi. As all eyes turned towards the leaderboard, a collective gasp resonated outside the examination hall. While scores in the thousands had been heard of, none had ever encountered someone amassing over 10,000 points in just the fourth round. Good heavens, what sorcery is this? 13,600 points. Can a mere mortal truly achieve such a score? Let alone 13,600 in all the past years of examinations. I have scarcely heard of any fourth round crossing 8,000 points. If memory serves me correctly, this score appears to be the maximum achievable thus far. The maximum? Goodness. Could it be that our Xinjiang province is about to produce a national top scorer? Indeed, it is quite possible. If this candidate named Xia Qi can pass the fifth round, the likelihood is tremendous. The fifth round? Let's reserve judgment on that for now. The onlookers outside the examination hall were engulfed in tumultuous waves of emotion. Wang Changyuan, upon seeing the scores displayed on the screen, spilled tea from his cup in shock. Xia Qi and Yun Xinghua, 2 students from Jiangxing No. 1 High School, have truly brought him pride by securing the top 2 spots in the examination. Especially Xia Qi. With such an exorbitant score, even if he were to withdraw from the examinations now, entering Shengjing University seems to pose no issue at all. How on earth did he achieve this? Or could it be that the gifted potion he received a month ago allowed him to transcend the impossible, elevating his talent level? That seems implausible. Chapter 66, Extreme Danger. Wang Changyuan was acutely aware that the gifted potion could only enhance the talent level, not elevate one's innate abilities. Yet, he remained perplexed as to how Xia Qi managed to attain such high scores. Unless there was an error during the awakening ritual, and what he awakened was not an S-level talent, but an SS-level talent. This possibility seems even more plausible. Upon returning, He must examine the awakening array. Perhaps a mistake truly occurred. Wang Changyuan gazed at Xia Qi's name, increasingly convinced that an error in the awakening ritual was indeed the case. Inside the examination hall, the radiance was restored to the remaining 169 candidates, their conditions revitalized. Yun Qingwei exhaled softly, relieved that being second place should secure her admission to Shengjing University. Yu Qiao, with a steely gaze, lamented that if she had been slightly quicker, she would not have been surpassed. In this fourth round, she had only gained 2,500 points, having defeated 500 monsters, about 1 per second, but still found herself overtaken. It could only be said that her lack of area attack capabilities had cost her dearly. Nevertheless, even so, her admission to Shengjing University remained a solid prospect. With 500 ordinary students admitted nationwide, achieving a top 10 finish in the provincial examination would almost guarantee her place. At that moment, the examiner's voice once again resounded, announcing the rules for the 5th round of examinations. This would be the final examination of the year, and whether one could reverse their ranking to gain entry into Shengjing University depended on each individual's fortune. In an instant, the remaining candidates perked up, attentively listening. The 5th round bore its own name, the Beastly Revelry. All candidates would be transported into a new space. Defeating the colossal beasts dancing within would count as passing the examination, with a kill awarding 10,000 points. Failure to defeat them would yield points based on the damage inflicted. The rules were straightforward, but in reality, the 5th round could be summarized in 4 words: extremely dangerous. Therefore, it would still be prudent for you to withdraw now. As the authoritative voice concluded, the remaining candidates felt a tightening in their hearts. The beasts deemed extremely dangerous by the examiner could indeed pose a significant threat. For a moment, some candidates genuinely hesitated. Having never faced such beasts, they had at least heard tales of the brutal 5th rounds from previous years. The critical point was that only the top students from various high schools made it to this round. No one wished to embarrass themselves in the final challenge, becoming mere background for others. To proceed or to retreat left them in a quandary. Xia Qi, feeling bored, stifled a yawn. Unlike the others, he simply wished to expedite the examination, so he could venture into the wild for a couple of instances. After all, this entire examination had felt devoid of challenge. Suddenly, Xia Qi sensed something amiss. His left eye grew sore and itchy. Rubbing it only intensified the itch. What was happening? It felt reminiscent of the first day of awakening. If he had a mirror before him, he would have seen that his left eye was bloodshot, the crimson pupil resembling something sinister. Thankfully, his right eye remained untroubled. He closed his eyes for a moment, and the abrupt sensation faded. A nagging feeling of impending misfortune crept into his heart. Before he could ponder further, the 5th round commenced, and everyone was transported into the beastly revelry space. Upon opening his eyes, Xia Qi beheld a colossal crab that blotted out the sun. Judging by a rough estimate, the creature stood at least 10 meters tall, its body of vibrant green, with enormous pincers that snapped with a clattering sound. To be blunt, anyone caught in the vice of those pincers would likely be bisected on the spot. Casting a detection spell, the creature's attributes appeared before him. Dance, giant crab, boss. Level, 20, strength, 500, agility, 400, intelligence, 300, vitality, 500, skills, disco dance, earthquake strike. Intriguingly, these attributes were rather monstrous. Temporarily setting aside his earlier concerns, Xia Qi immersed himself fully in the battle. The dance giant crab's attributes were undeniably formidable, and its sheer size and weight rendered it nearly unmanageable for the average candidate. With dual attributes of 500 and an agility of 400. This was no ordinary crab. At this moment, Xia Qi was filled with fighting spirit, undeterred by the massive beast before him. Rather, he felt invigorated to engage. The crab, for its part, gazed curiously at the diminutive figure before it, having never encountered a creature that showed no fear. Enough with the noise. With a gentle leap, buoyed by lightning energy, Xia Qi floated into the air, his eyes igniting with electric fervor. Purple extreme thunder. Boom. In a flash, the devastating thunder descended with astonishing speed. The immense energy was met by the crab's shell, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Such impressive magical resistance. Observing the shallow crater etched into the crab's back, Xia Qi's usually infallible lightning attacks had, for the first time, proven ineffective. Crab. The beleaguered dance crab finally reacted after enduring an assault. Its several meter-long tentacles trembled with fervor, and its emerald-like colossal eyes glinted with menace. With a swift motion, it wielded its massive pincers and lunged towards Xia Qi's body, moving with such velocity that it nearly left an afterimage. How swift! Xia Qi's gaze sharpened as he summoned the thunder within him, deftly sidestepping to evade the oncoming onslaught. Exhaling a breath of pent-up air, a rush of dopamine surged through him, allowing Xia Qi to relish the thrill of battle. This was a worthy adversary that demanded his utmost effort. Thunder arise. Amidst a cacophony of sound, excitement illuminated Xia Qi's visage as he pressed forward, retaliating with formidable resolve. The chief examiners were intently observing the candidates' displays. The difficulty of the 5th challenge could only be described as perverse. They held little hope for any candidate to emerge victorious this year, primarily assessing their overall prowess instead. In this round, the higher the damage inflicted upon the dance crab, the greater the score. The young girl from the Yun family exhibited considerable skill, yet it was unlikely she would endure for long. Indeed, there was also Yu Qiu, whose speed was impressive, but the damage inflicted by her dagger was limited, making her plight against such a colossal beast arduous. The situation for the other candidates appeared grim as well, with most likely to concede defeat in under a minute. Surviving even a minute against a level 20 boss on nightmare difficulty was commendable. Speaking of Xia Qi, how was he faring? Let us switch over and take a look. I almost forgot. He surely wouldn't gain any advantage this time. Let us see. The chief examiners chuckled as they shifted their focus to Xia Qi. In the next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the scene. Xia Qi appeared as if the god of thunder had descended, filling the room with a tempest of fury. The dance crab was engulfed. Chapter 67. When thunder transforms into a blade. One chief examiner was left speechless, gazing at the screen, unsure of what to say. Could it be that Xia Qi was truly matching the dance crab blow for blow? No. It was evident that Xia Qi was dominating the encounter, forcing the dance crab into a defensive position. How had this lad managed it? Was he endowed with SSS-level talent? This was the dance crab, an entity that had never been bested in years of examinations. Could he truly defeat it? However, wait. Observe. While Xia Qi's assault was formidable, the dance crab did not seem significantly injured. As the thunder gradually dissipated, the chief examiners gained clarity on the battlefield. The dance crab's body was marred with scorch marks from the lightning strikes, its grass-green exterior charred, yet its shell remained unbroken. So resilient? Xia Qi inhaled slowly, taking a moment to recuperate. In such a brief span, he had maximized the area of effect damage from his combined skill, purple extreme thunder and thunder movement, through the 9 heavens. Yet, he had not managed to topple the dance crab. Its shell remained intact. Wait, the damage wasn't absent, it had merely been dispersed. As he surveyed the dance crab's shell, now cracked in several places, realization dawned upon him. His attacks were too indiscriminate. The dance crab's body spanned 20 to 30 meters, while his summoned purple extreme thunder was merely a few centimeters in diameter. Even though thunder movement enveloped its entire form, the chaotic barrage of strikes was insufficient to breach the defenses of such a high-level boss. Diluting the damage across its vast frame, one must strike with precision to maximize impact. As Xia Qi articulated this notion, the observing chief examiners felt a shiver of apprehension. He had indeed pinpointed the crux of the matter. The dance crab appeared invincible, yet with concentrated damage, it could be vanquished. However, this was merely a theoretical assertion. To put it into practice required immense strength. Otherwise, like the other candidates, merely evading the dance crab's attacks would be a remarkable feat, let alone attempting a counterstrike. This lad, blessed with extraordinary talent, also possessed an uncanny battle instinct. I dare say he might very well seize the title of top scorer in the national examination. Silence, please. Focus. Victory is not yet assured. As Xia Qi prepared to put his thoughts to the test, one of the crab's pincers suddenly lunged towards his head. The assault was abrupt, lacking any forewarning. Utilizing the breath of thunder, he narrowly evaded the strike, aware that spectators were undoubtedly observing his examination. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to exert such effort. Fortunately, after enduring thunder movement, the dance crab was not entirely unscathed. The power of thunder not only bore destructive capacity, but also possessed a paralyzing effect. Given the dance crab's immense bulk, it was difficult for it to evade the numerous lightning strikes, which meant it was currently under the influence of paralysis. That last strike likely exhausted all its strength. Observing the dance crab remain motionless after its attack, Xia Qi concluded, as expected, the creature was indeed paralyzed. A prime opportunity. His eyes gleamed with determination as he refrained from summoning further thunder, instead drawing forth the flame longsword from his waist. His gaze fixed intently on the crab's antennae. A smile danced upon his lips. Now, it was time for you to make your move. Exhaling a breath of frosty air, the blade of the flame longsword radiated a bluish-purple glow. Breath of thunder. A flash of lightning. With a surge of energy coursing through him, Xia Qi transformed into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant. What was happening? Why was he suddenly wielding a sword? Wasn't he a mage? Wait. Could it be that he practiced both magic and swordsmanship? To the astonished gazes of the chief examiners, Xia Qi moved with the swiftness of lightning. His 1-meter sword morphing into a 3-meter thunderous blade as he charged towards the crab's antennae. Flash. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a fleeting flash of lightning. The dance crab's 2 antennae were severed in twain, cleaved cleanly in half. The dance crab, reeling from the impact, erupted into a frenzied dance, causing the ground to tremble violently. Those antennae were its sensory organs, severing them rendered its perception null. Yet Xia Qi's assault had not concluded. Encased in a cocoon of lightning, he landed atop the dance crab's head, again transforming into a streak of lightning that disappeared. Lightning flashed anew. The storm persisted. Faster. Xia Qi utilized the dance crab's body as his battleground, racing around its immense form with blinding speed. From a distance, he appeared as a blue-purple streak, darting around the colossal creature. With each leap, the dance crab grew increasingly agitated, the ground beneath it yielding to the force of its movements, creating vast craters. Yet, regardless of how frantically the dance crab twisted and turned, that streak of light remained steadfast, enveloping its form. Until at last, Xia Qi's silhouette emerged before the dance crab. His flame longsword now shattered. Casually discarding the hilt beside the crab's leg, Xia Qi didn't even bother to glance back, already knowing the outcome. Thank you. Thank you. The pupils of the dance crab began to dilate, and after it uttered its final words, countless sword marks suddenly appeared all over its body. Immediately, beams of blue-violet light emanated from these scars. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the 15-meter-tall, 2 to 3 dozen-meter-wide dance crab was shattered into countless fragments scattered across the sky. A rain of dark green blood followed suit. Xia Qi, exhausting his last ounce of energy, enveloped himself to prevent being tainted by the foul blood. My goodness. A senior examiner could no longer contain his astonishment, as the expression on his face was beyond mere words. A monster. Indeed, Jiangxing No. 1 High School has birthed a true monstrosity. Once the tumult settled, several senior examiners found themselves at a loss for words, staring blankly at the scene, only able to describe Xia Qi's performance as monstrous. At this moment, merely a minute had passed since the commencement of the 5th round of examinations. With overwhelming prowess, Xia Qi triumphed over the 5th challenge, notorious as the nightmare of the college entrance examination. After just a minute's pause, Xia Qi's score soared like a rocket to 23,600 points, symbolizing a perfect score in the examination. Such an achievement had not been seen in a decade, since an SSS-level talent accomplished it. Meanwhile, high above Kyoto City, the heavens suddenly changed color, and the temperature plummeted. In the void, a colossal whale, resembling a steel battleship, crashed violently against the city's protective shield. Crack! The sound akin to shattering glass echoed as the protective barrier above Kyoto City shattered. Chapter 68. Will the firmament ultimately fall? The protective shield is the lifeblood of the city. In this world teeming with monsters, ordinary people cannot survive in such a perilous environment without the mages maintaining the city's defenses. The instant the protective shield of Kyoto City fragmented, countless void monsters manifested, descending with ominous dark gleams, racing towards the city with astonishing speed. Flesh and blood, the very essence of humanity, are the natural delicacies of the void monsters. How audacious! A thunderous voice reverberated throughout Kyoto. A golden giant appeared in the sky, intending to thwart the invasion of the void monsters. This was a skill of Xia Donglu. While the senior leadership of Shengjing University also launched their offensive to prevent the void monsters from breaching the city. You cannot stop us, Shengjing. Atop the colossal void whale stood a repugnant creature exuding a bizarre aura, clad in a purple robe inscribed with runes. A multitude of void insects writhed excitedly at its feet. Donglu, be cautious, he is the void prophet. No worries, I can drive him away. Quickly notify the city guards and the mages to minimize civilian casualties. Rest assured, arrangements have long been made. In the midst of their conversation, the golden giant, transformed from Xia Donglu, swung a massive hand towards the void whale. The void whale, having just struck the protective shield, was caught off guard and was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wilderness. You underestimate me. I have a magical shield that renders me immune to all spells. And you underestimate me. My attacks are not solely magical. With a swift motion, the golden giant seized the void prophet's body. Countless void insects leapt onto the giant's hand, biting furiously. Yet, the golden giant remained unfazed, intensifying his grip, intent on crushing the void prophet. The void prophet erupted into maniacal laughter, declaring, "This is not my true form. You may kill me at will. But if you slay me, can you extinguish the countless void armies? Haha. The earth will eventually fade, the oceans will run dry, the firmament will ultimately fall, and we shall all come to pass." Bang! Xia Donglu could no longer tolerate the void prophet's prattling and crushed him outright. At this moment, other towering figures appeared in the skies over Kyoto City, leaders of the city guards, generals of the imperial guards, and the war god of the Dragon Kingdom. They loomed like guardian deities, protecting the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, Kyoto City. Never did I expect the void monsters to invade at this moment. These wretched beings, having fought for centuries without gain, what mischief do they intend to conjure now? Today is the college entrance examination. Do they seek death in this moment? One of the imposing figures surveyed the city's condition and, fortunately, found that the citizens of Kyoto were unaffected. Wait, the assault from the void monsters here is not so fierce. Could it be that other cities are also facing void invasions? News from the prophets of Shengjing University arrived, revealing that this time, Shengjing City was merely the weakest point of invasion. The examination sites in other provinces were the primary targets. What? Are they attempting to obliterate our talented youths? Dispatch reinforcements immediately. The various war gods have already headed to the provincial capitals, but they will require time. They should arrive in time. At that moment, at the examination site in Xizang province, the senior examiners preparing to announce the results of the 5th round received sudden news. An invasion from the void. Impossible. Damn it. There are tens of thousands of examinees here. Quickly notify the city guards. It's too late. We seem to be out of time. As they spoke, the earth suddenly trembled violently, the sensation originating from above rather than the ground. Triggered by the collision with the city's defenses. An invisible shockwave emanated from above the protective shield. Everyone in the vicinity of the examination site was jolted into confusion. What is happening? An earthquake? Why does it feel like the sky is roaring? My goodness, look. There's a massive hole in the protective shield above. How bizarre. There's clearly nothing up there. How could a large hole appear in the shield? I know. I heard that the void monsters remain invisible to the naked eye when they do not actively reveal themselves. Could it be a void invasion? What an international joke. It's been hundreds of years. Do you still think it's the early days of universal awakening with void invasions? The people outside the examination site were oblivious to the impending danger, while the senior examiners inside were already sweating profusely. At once, all examinees participating in the 5th challenge, regardless of whether they had completed the exam, were forcibly withdrawn, with scores calculated based on their points at the time of exit. Simultaneously, an authoritative voice began to spread throughout and beyond the examination site. Everyone present listened intently. Void monsters are about to invade, and we are now entering a state of emergency. All examinees, please proceed to the bomb shelter immediately. Reinforcements have already been dispatched and will arrive shortly. As the words fell, everyone present clearly heard the senior examiner's message. The 169 examinees who were forcibly teleported from the exam gathered at the entrance of the trial instance, spotting the bomb shelter not far from the giant playground. Without hesitation, they sprinted towards it. In such a critical moment, self-preservation was paramount. Xia Qi, hurry and go. In the crowd, Xia Qi stood dazed, gazing at the sky. Upon seeing this, Yun Qingyue hurriedly grasped his hand, intending to lead him to the bomb shelter. You go ahead, I'll be there shortly. Touched yet resolute, Xia Qi released Yun Qingyue's hand. But the senior examiner has declared it dangerous. We must quickly seek refuge in the bomb shelter. Yun Qingyue was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but despite her fervent pleas, Xia Qi remained rooted to the spot, unmoving. Take care of yourself first. I shall come to find you shortly. Be obedient. Xia Qi forced a faint smile and gently patted Yun Qingyue's head, expressing his gratitude. Very well, I shall take my leave now. You must hurry and follow me. Yun Qingyue's fair cheeks flushed, and she cast a glance back at Xia Qi before gritting her teeth and departing. At that moment, Xia Qi shifted his gaze skyward. He beheld the scene before him. A colossal whale, reminiscent of what he had witnessed in Jiang City, was relentlessly ramming its massive head against the protective barrier. Surrounding the whale, dozens of towering tentacles, each exceeding 100 meters in height, waved menacingly in an assault. Behind them, a swarm of purple insects radiated an exhilarating glow as they gnawed at the edges of the barrier. There were also those indescribably bizarre creatures, intently observing the denizens of the city. Chapter 69. Never venture outside the underground. Is this the void monster? Xia Qi's heart brimmed with shock. From the very first day of his transmigration, he had unknowingly encountered these monsters on the playground of Jiang City. Initially, he had thought these peculiar beings were some form of advanced technology, akin to futuristic spacecraft. Little did he know, they were nothing but void monsters, the sworn enemies of humanity. I recall that when I arrived earlier, the number of monsters in the sky was not nearly so vast. Xia Qi suddenly remembered having glanced at the sky while being transported to the examination venue. There had only been a few scattered void monsters, far from the overwhelming multitude that now stretched endlessly before him, instilling an involuntary sense of dread. At that moment, candidates outside the examination hall began to pour in. They remained blissfully unaware of the horrors above, maintaining a semblance of order. However, should they catch sight of the apocalyptic scene unfolding above, chaos would likely ensue. Xia Qi pondered how humanity had triumphed over such creatures centuries ago. Did the people of that time possess the same extraordinary sight as he, enabling them to see the void monsters? Xia Qi, why are you still here? Hurry into the air raid shelter. Wang Changyuan's voice rang in his ears, and Xia Qi was jolted back to reality, noticing that Wang Changyuan had rushed to his side. Principal, have you ever seen a void monster? Huh, no, I haven't. What nonsense are you spouting? Come with me. All right. Xia Qi nodded silently, casting one last glance at the protective barrier, which now bore a gaping tear. An uncountable number of void monsters began to surge into Yuzhong City, their flight paths not erratic but seemingly purposeful, as if in search of something. Then, a creature resembling a mantis spotted the examination venue, and in an instant, all the void beings turned their attention to the candidates on site. This is bad. Xia Qi's heart raced. Such a staggering multitude of void monsters was clearly beyond the capacity of these students to contend with. Remaining composed, he entered the air raid shelter alongside the other candidates. The next moment, a translucent protective barrier materialized above the examination venue, erected by several senior examiners to counter the unforeseen crisis, its strength comparable to that of the city's barrier. The sole distinction was that the city's barrier had been established by a formation master and was powered by energy stones, while the examination barrier had to rely on human effort to supply power and was a one-time use only. Yun Qingyue spotted Xia Qi amidst the crowd and finally felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, Xia Qi had not lingered outside, where danger could strike at any moment. With the principals of various schools present, the underground shelter was quite spacious, allowing over 50,000 candidates to gather according to their respective schools. Xia Qi, you are incredible. Before entering the examination hall, I saw that you scored full marks in the 5th round. You are now the top scholar of the National College entrance examination. Indeed, Xia Qi is the pride of Jiang City. If it weren't for this sudden void invasion, we would be celebrating his achievement right now. It has been years since we last heard of a void invasion. We are truly unfortunate to be hiding underground. Indeed, I actually want to see what the legendary void monsters look like. You're not alone. I'm curious too. The students from the same school animatedly discussed among themselves, while Xia Qi silently thought to himself that it was perhaps better they remained oblivious. This was no jest. When one realizes that the entire world is infested with such inexplicable creatures, instinctively, one prefers not to see them. The overwhelming sense of oppression and helplessness is something others cannot fathom. Children. Suddenly, the intercom in the underground space crackled to life. This is Hu Jun. The eyes of everyone in the air raid shelter widened in astonishment. The god of war from Shijiang, Hu Jun. My goodness. He is one of the 10 great war gods of the Dragon Kingdom. To think I am hearing the voice of the god of war from Shijiang. This is exhilarating. Hu Jun was the only god of war to emerge from Shijiang province in recent decades, and was also ranked 9th among the 10 great war gods of the Dragon Kingdom. In the hearts of the people of Shijiang province, Hu Jun held a status comparable to that of a grand elder in the capital. The moment his voice resonated, it ignited a fervent reaction among the crowd. These newly minted adults, the candidates, had all grown up listening to tales of Hu Jun. 99% of them had once looked up to him as a role model, striving towards their goals inspired by his example. In stark contrast, the principals of various schools wore solemn expressions. The fact that even Hu Jun had spoken indicated that this void invasion was not a trivial matter, but a grave crisis. An ominous premonition settled in the hearts of the principals. Hu Jun's voice rang out again. The monsters from the void world have invaded our reality. However, there is no need for alarm. I am currently repairing the void rift, which should take approximately half an hour. But during this time, I lack the excess power to protect you, for the target of the void monsters is the hope of our human race, namely, you. Therefore, in this half hour while I mend the rift, you must ensure your own safety. The city defense army will fight alongside you, and your principals will surely protect you. Above all, remember, do not venture outside the underground. The adults will handle the battle on the surface. If we lose the ground, and it comes to the final step, you must unite. As citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, we fear not battle, and we do not shy away from death. Hu Jun's words resonated powerfully. And under the influence of this idol, all candidates felt a surge of fighting spirit rise within them. We fear not battle, and we do not shy away from death. The candidates, all at the vibrant age of 18, were easily stirred by their emotions, fervently shouting slogans with great passion. Even the school beauty, Yin Qingyue, was swept up in the fervor, unable to resist joining in the chant. However, upon noticing Xia Qi's silence, she gradually fell quiet. Why does Xia Qi appear so pensive? This was the first time she had witnessed such a serious expression on his face. Xia Qi was not unwilling to join in the chant. Rather, he was weighed down by the gravity of the situation, still grappling with the events he had witnessed on the playground. He recalled the peculiar anomaly in his left eye prior to the 5th round of examinations, which he feared was connected to the void invasion. Moreover, he contemplated yet another matter. Never let anyone discover the secret concealed within your eyes. The blood-red characters on the ceiling of your home seem to have manifested solely to forewarn this moment. Chapter 70. Why are you everywhere? Students, heed the words of the West River War God. No one is permitted to leave the underground shelter at this time. The lowest rank of the void creatures exceeds level 50, far beyond what you can contend with. Henceforth, we shall ascend to the surface, class leaders. Ensure discipline is maintained and await the resolution of this crisis in silence. The principals from various secondary schools bore solemn expressions as they delivered their final instructions. As heads of their institutions, they bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding these yet-to-mature students. Xia Qi, do you think Principal Wang will be all right? Yun Qingyue inquired with a troubled countenance, her gaze fixed on Wang Chuanyuan as he prepared to head to the battlefield, anxiety creeping into her heart. Anyone capable of becoming a principal possesses formidable strength. We must have faith in him and trust the West River War God, Xia Qi replied quietly. Such a level of conflict was beyond the capacity of students like them to engage in. They could only rely on the might of the adults. As the capital city of Shijiang province, Yuzhong City originally boasted the strongest defense forces in the province. The city guard here comprised the elite among elites, complemented by the professional guilds and high-ranking adventurer teams ready to confront the crisis. If even these adults were unable to manage the situation, their intervention would be futile. akin to sending lambs to the slaughter against the most numerous and weakest of void creatures. Thus, they were left with no choice but to place their trust in those capable. Outside, several chief proctors were enduring immense hardship. How much longer must we endure? My energy is nearly depleted. I don't know. We are the strongest in the examination hall. If we falter, the students will be doomed. Quiet down. Conserve your strength to maintain the protective barrier. Mr. Hu Jun is already repairing the void rift, and reinforcements from other cities are en route. We must hold on for as long as we can. Indeed, the local city guards and proctors are engaged in combat with the void creatures outside the examination hall. We must steadfastly defend this place. It is an order. Then what are we waiting for? Bring out the precious supplementary potions. The void's power only grows stronger. Those who ascended to the position of chief proctor were no ordinary individuals. Many possessed combat prowess nearing that of a war god. Yet, against the overwhelming numbers of void creatures, even they could only endure and delay the inevitable. Bang, bang, bang. The void whale crashed violently against the protective barrier. Its massive head drenched in blood, yet its ferocity remained undiminished. Even when its head was struck, it relentlessly sought to breach the human defenses. Initially, due to its relatively smaller coverage, the strength of the examination hall's protective barrier was superior to that of the city's. However, under the relentless assaults from the void creatures, cracks began to appear in mere minutes. The ground of the examination hall trembled from the shockwaves of the impacts, echoing with a terrifying cacophony throughout the underground shelter. Xia Qi's expression grew increasingly grim. Although he could not see the situation outside, he sensed the energy of the protective barrier above them waning. This is bad. The chief proctors may not hold out much longer. I feel it too. The barrier's energy is diminishing, as if it is on the verge of breaking. Oh no, what if we can't hold out? Do not speak such ominous words. Have you forgotten what the West River War God said? There are adults outside dealing with this. It is not for us to worry. But I can't shake off this growing unease. It feels as though something is about to break through. The candidates present were all awakened, many of whom possessed significant talents, capable of sensing the shifts in energy within the air. In this moment of life and death, unease and panic began to spread. The earlier flames of determination were swiftly extinguished by fear, such as the instinct of humanity in the face of crisis. We cannot remain idle any longer. Xia Qi furrowed his brow, analyzing the current situation. At this rate, they would be fortunate to last even 5 minutes, let alone half an hour. If the underground shelter were compromised, a mere squad of void creatures could easily obliterate them. Even if they were not killed by the monsters, they would be buried beneath the earth. Xia Qi, do you have any ideas? Yun Qingwei approached him with a question. I have no particular plan, but I want to go up and take a look. Let me accompany you. No need. I can move faster alone and will return promptly. Xia Qi waved his hand, deeming it unnecessary for Yun Qingwei to join him in this risk. Their conversation caught the attention of several students nearby. Are you all foolish? The war god instructed us to stay underground, and you want to venture out? Are you seeking death? Exactly. Xia Qi, don't run off. Even though you are the top scorer, you cannot afford to be reckless. I believe Xia Qi senses an issue with the barrier and wants to check it out. It should be fine. What does that have to do with us? There are chief proctors, invigilators, and principals outside. If they cannot handle it, how can Xia Qi? That's not entirely fair. We know nothing while we remain here. Xia Qi checking the situation is beneficial. This is nonsense. There is no safety underground. What if Xia Qi goes out and attracts the void monsters? Are you prepared to take responsibility? The students' opinions were divided. Some supported Xia Qi's desire to investigate, while others opposed it, fearing it would expose their location. Both sides had valid points, leading to a fervent debate. Even if I don't go out, do you think the void creatures wouldn't find the underground shelter if the barrier breaks? Xia Qi said gravely, before making his way toward the entrance. Some agreed with his reasoning, while others remained unconvinced. Xia Qi, what are you pretending for? Do you think you're a savior? You are not allowed to go out. Do you hear me? I do not consent. Su Yuansheng stepped in front of Xia Qi, arms outstretched to block his path, with someone taking the lead. Many candidates gathered around, preventing Xia Qi from leaving. Why are you everywhere? Xia Qi was utterly speechless. Why was Su Yuansheng so persistently in his way? Just don't think you can act recklessly just because you topped the entrance exam. Stay here quietly. Su Yuansheng's childish demeanor only garnered more support from those around him. Seeing his supporters grow in number, Su Yuansheng's mind turned devious. Who told you, Xia Qi? To get so close to Yun Qingwei? He aimed to create chaos, seeking to embarrass Xia Qi. Xia Qi shot a cold glare at Su Yuansheng and the others, preparing to force his way through the crowd. Slap. A sudden sharp sound rang out. Without Xia Qi noticing, Yu Qiu had approached and delivered a stinging slap to Su Yuansheng's face. Chapter 71. The Tilted Scale. You. In an instant, Su Yuansheng was taken aback, the fiery pain scorching his face as he trembled with rage, pointing at Yu Qiu. What about me? I am Yu Qiu. What? Do you wish to challenge me? Yu Qiu emanated an overwhelmingly strong presence. Being the third highest scorer in the exam, Su Yuansheng knew he stood no chance and was left speechless. I must say, Your foolishness is evident. This is an incursion from the void. Are you truly oblivious to the energy of the protective shield? Have you all forgotten the final words of the god of war? Fear not battle, fear not death. Each of you shouts your slogans with such fervor, yet now, when Xia Qi merely wishes to assess the situation, why do you obstruct him? If monsters truly descend upon us, is it not battle we must face? Yuqiu, stand first to declare, fear not battle, fear not death. After defeating Su Yuanqing, Yuqiu pointedly rebuked those who stood in their way, causing them to lower their heads in shame. Unable to meet his gaze. Indeed, they were fervent when chanting slogans, but when confronted with the unknown terrors, their courage faltered. Yuqiu's chastisement awakened many, who now looked at Xia Qi with expressions of guilt. After all, Xia Qi dares to venture out alone to investigate. And what right do they have to criticize him from their underground refuge? Thank you. Xia Qi offered a faint smile to Yuqiu, pleasantly surprised that Yuqiu had stepped forward to resolve the predicament. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering glass echoed ominously, causing the faces of all the examinees underground to pale in unison. A few rushed to the stadium, and upon glancing up, they saw that the void insects had completely enveloped the protective shield. Originally, with dozens of principals contributing energy, the shield was once again perilously close to collapse. The principals gazed at the fissures in the sky, their expressions grim. They had not anticipated such a fierce invasion from the void creatures. It had exceeded their expectations. If even they could not withstand the onslaught, the examinees in the underground space would be in grave danger. Does anyone possess energy restoration items? Bring them forth. Do not hoard them. None remain. We've exhausted our resources. Who would keep so many supplies in their storage space? Among so many principals, is there not one with the talent for energy recovery? There are some among the examinees, but their levels are too low to be of any assistance to us. Calling for them now is futile. The chief examiner and the principals were growing increasingly anxious. The number of void creatures was certainly extraordinary, and the energy within them was depleting rapidly by the second. At this rate, the protective shield would shatter entirely within 2 minutes. I have energy restoration items. Xia Qi swiftly approached the principals, retrieving a bottle of energy water from his storage space and handing it to Wang Changyuan. Xia Qi, what are you doing here? It's dangerous. You must leave. Wang Changyuan urged urgently, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly under immense pressure. As the most outstanding examinee of this cohort, Xia Qi's demise here would be a significant loss for humanity. The chief examiners and other principals also urged him to depart, but Xia Qi remained steadfast, distributing bottles of energy water into their hands. Drink up, he said calmly. It's useless. Energy water of such low-level talent cannot replenish much energy. Wang Changyuan said with difficulty. In ordinary circumstances, the disparity in levels rendered low-grade supplies ineffective. As one's level rose, the total energy would undergo a substantial transformation. If the level and talent were too low, the recovery ratio would diminish dramatically, to the point of being negligible. Seeing the principals and chief examiners hesitating to drink, Xia Qi grew anxious and forcibly poured the energy water into Wang Changyuan's mouth. I've already told you. Gulp, gulp. Reluctantly swallowing the energy water, Wang Changyuan intended to persuade Xia Qi, only to find that the energy within him, once depleted, surged back to life, restoring 1/3 of his energy. Goodness, it works. What level of energy water is this? I recovered 1/3 of my energy. Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Are you joking? How could this possibly work for someone of our high level? Indeed, Wang, this is no time for jest. You aren't exaggerating simply because Xia Qi is your student, are you? Rather than questioning me, why not try it for yourselves and see? Wang Changyuan found himself unable to outtalk the multitude, instead grabbing another bottle of energy water and downing it in a few swallows. Surprisingly, it's quite pleasant. At this sight, others could no longer restrain themselves, eagerly seizing the energy water Xia Qi had provided. Upon drinking, every person present, including the chief examiners, experienced an immediate brightening of their eyes. Remarkably effective. The energy levels of the principals were restored by approximately 1/3, while the chief examiners regained about 1/10 of their energy. This was indeed a formidable recovery. It is worth noting that the chief examiners were all at least level 70 awakeners. There had been no reports of low-level produced energy water being effective for high-level individuals, unless the creator possessed a talent level of at least S rank. Is there more? I want more. It's absolutely delightful. Xia Qi, where did you obtain this miraculous energy water? Faced with the eager expressions of the principals, Xia Qi replied sheepishly, a friend of mine sent it to me. There are only 150 bottles in total. 150 bottles? That is ample. One chief examiner exclaimed excitedly. With only about 40 people present, each could receive more than 3 bottles. With this infusion of energy, they were confident they could sustain the protective shield for at least another 10 minutes. Soon, once everyone had replenished their energy, the protective shield, which seemed on the verge of shattering, regained its smooth, mirror-like surface. No matter how fiercely the void creature struck, it stood resolute as a fortress. The void commander, perched atop a giant whale and responsible for the assault, was momentarily taken aback. How could the human defenses, which appeared on the brink of failure, suddenly restore themselves? At that moment, 10 minutes had passed since the void invasion of Xinjiang province. Reinforcements from various cities had begun to arrive, joining the efforts to repair the rifts in the void and counterattack the invasion. The scales of victory had, unbeknownst to them, begun to tilt in favor of humanity. Chapter 72. The incident comes to a close. Results announced. ZZZ. On the head of the giant whale. The void commander flapped its insect wings anxiously, issuing commands to the army of void insects. At any cost, even if it meant death, they must breach the human protective shield. It bore the weight of the Queen's mission, should it fail to eliminate the young awakeners of humanity today. A fate worse than death awaited upon its return to the void. Following the command, the void insects battling the outer defenders abandoned their targets, recklessly charging towards the examination venue's protective shield. This, however, made it easier for the city guards and defenders to deal with the insects. Some entered the examination site to assist in sustaining the protective shield, while more rushed in to eliminate the repugnant creatures. They utilized special potions that allowed them to see the hidden forms of the void beings. Their desperation signifies a turning tide. Everyone, hold firm. War God Hu Jun will soon repair the spatial rifts, and then it will be our chance to capture them. A level 60 mage called out amidst the crowd. Everyone felt a surge of determination. The tide of battle had begun to shift. Simultaneously, the city's array masters promptly immersed themselves in their work, reciting the arcane inscriptions segment by segment. The once fragmented city shield, under the collective efforts of the array masters, began to slowly reconstruct a new barrier. In less than a minute, the city's protective dome rose once more, effectively separating the army of void creatures and severing their combat supply lines. The plan to trap the insects succeeded. Huh, you little pests, witness the might of your master. City guards, initiate the counterattack. Counterattack. Where's the guild team? Every squad that slays a void creature can exchange their kills for corresponding rewards at the guild. Universities from Yuanzhong have come to provide support. As seniors, it is our duty to protect the younger students who have yet to mature. In times of crisis, the strength that humanity can muster is truly formidable. Indeed, many independent practitioners, without any promise of compensation, voluntarily organize themselves into teams to join the fray, purchasing specialized potions out of their own pockets to see the insects clearly and bravely charging into battle. Additionally, non-combat support professionals, united in purpose, began to flood into the examination venue, providing energy supplies to ensure that the void creatures would not harm the examinees in the slightest. Such heart-stirring scenes were captured in their entirety by Xia Qi. Frankly, he felt a twinge of emotion. Xia Qi, return now. Thank you for your assistance. We shall handle the rest, Wang Changjiang said, his expression returning to normal, filled with relief. All right, Xia Qi nodded, feeling that he could be of no further help in this fight, and deciding not to be a hindrance to others. Upon returning underground, Yun Qinghua was the first to rush forward, asking anxiously, Brother Xia Qi, is everything all right outside? At that moment, she was still shaken, and only upon seeing Xia Qi did her racing heart finally settle. Xia Qi nodded reassuringly. It's fine. Things will be resolved shortly. His words brought her comfort. The other examinees also exhaled in relief. That's great. It seems like everything is okay. Xia Qi is incredible, daring to go out alone in such a dangerous situation. I truly admire him. Indeed, if it were me, I wouldn't have the courage to step forward. The multitude of examinees felt a sense of gratitude for having survived, relieved that the void invasion had been thwarted. Otherwise, they would have had no means to contend with it. After a few minutes, Hu Jun's voice rang out once more. Attention, examinees. The void rift has been repaired, and the void creatures have fled. You may now return to the surface. The final examination results will soon be announced. At the sound of the war goddess' voice, all the examinees brightened, hastening to the surface. The trial instance had closed, and several chief examiners appeared at the center of the examination arena. The martial arts examination for Xinjiang province has concluded. The examinees for the final round, please rest in place and await the final score evaluation. Other examinees may leave as they wish. The chief examiner's voice echoed throughout the venue. Despite this, no one chose to leave. Some were drawn by the excitement, while others felt safer remaining in the examination hall, having just survived a void invasion. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of examinees, the 169 candidates of the fifth round stood at the forefront, each with eager expressions as they awaited the final results. Although the fifth round had been abruptly interrupted, everyone was acutely aware that, even without this incident, the final scores would likely not be significantly high, primarily due to the overwhelming power of the dance of the crab. The martial examination results consisted of two components, scores and evaluations. Some of the top-ranking universities not only had requirements for candidates' levels, scores, and talents, but also for their evaluations. The higher the university's rank, the more stringent the requirements. This explains why Shengjing University, ranked first, is notoriously difficult to enter. The limited slots are one factor, and the various strict criteria are another. The most basic requirement for admission to Shengjing University's martial arts examination is a level of 18 and a score in the top 20 of the province, with evaluations needing to reach at least excellent. The remaining universities in the top 20 have relatively more lenient requirements regarding levels and scores, but evaluations must still be excellent. Therefore, evaluations play a crucial role in significantly enhancing admission chances during the final stage. Meanwhile, the scores of other examinees had already been released. But the rating for Xia Qi had sparked controversy among the chief examiners. Xia Qi is simply too exceptional. I'm at a loss for how to score him. Based on previous years, passing the psychological test and reaching the 5th stage should merit an excellent rating without question. That is obvious. But the key is that excellent seems too low, if not for Xia Qi's earlier bravery in bringing us energy water. The void creatures might have already begun slaughtering in the examination hall. This score absolutely warrants an increase. But that has nothing to do with the examination process. It doesn't align with the guidelines. Are you being stubborn? What is the purpose of scoring? What is wrong with deviating from the examination process? I believe this score is quite important and must be adjusted. Fine. Let us go with the majority's decision then. We'll vote. With exactly 5 chief examiners present, they decided to vote using their palms. Following a fair and democratic vote, the final results were finally announced. A massive screen flickered in the air. First place, Xia Qi, Jiangxing No. 1 High School, score, 23,600, evaluation, excellent. Upon the announcement of Xia Qi's score, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Many had already come to terms with the fact that he had secured first place. But the astonishingly high score took all the examinees by surprise. Wang Changyuan trembled with excitement. An excellent score. A national champion with an excellent evaluation. This is phenomenal. His face flushed with excitement, and he appeared almost delirious. The fact that one of his students had achieved national champion status along with the highest evaluation was unprecedented in the history of Jiangxing No. 1 High School. This was an immense honor. Old Wang, congratulations. Incredible. A national champion emerging from Old Wang's school. This is something to boast about until retirement. How enviable. If my school had produced such a student, I could eat vegetarian for a year. Get lost. You've already ballooned into a ball. What is wrong with eating a little vegetarian? Yin Qingyue genuinely felt joyful for Xia Qi. Xia Qi, congratulations on becoming the national champion. You're surely getting into Shengjing University. I know, but thank you. Xia Qi smiled faintly. For this day, he had endured a month of hardships in the wilderness. Countless hours spent grinding and delving into instances had imparted a profound understanding of the struggles he had faced. He initially thought he would only be the provincial champion. But unexpectedly, he had secured the national title. To be honest, when the results were announced, he felt a flutter of excitement in his heart. Shortly after, the score for second place was also revealed. Second place, Yin Qingyue, Jiangxing No. 1 High School, score, 7,785, evaluation, excellent. Yin Qingyue's strength was indeed commendable. But with Xia Qi's score overshadowing hers, her brilliance seemed greatly diminished. Nevertheless, an excellent evaluation remained exceedingly rare, after all. Only about a dozen examinees each year could achieve such a rating in the national examination. Such remarkable talents as Xia Qi are exceedingly rare, with years passing without a single equivalent. Following Yin Qingyue's impressive results, Wang Changyuan found himself once again showered with compliments from various principals. The top 2 positions were entirely claimed by Jiangxing No. 1 High School, prompting other institutions to feign indifference, a mere facade. In third place was Yu Qiu from Tongqing No. 1 High School, with a total score of 7,310, achieving an excellent rating. Fourth was Chunyi from Hanqing No. 1 High School, with a total score of 6,480, also rated excellent. Fifth was Zhang Chao from Yuzhong No. 1 High School, with a score of 6,450, rated as good. The rankings from 3rd to 5th showed little variation, as the 5th round of examinations had been relatively uniform for all candidates, with only minor discrepancies in scores. In truth, had it not been for the setbacks encountered in the 4th round, the second position would have rightfully belonged to Yu Qiu. She had amassed a significantly higher total score in the 5th round, nearly leveling her score with Yin Qingyue's. This indicates that Yu Qiu's explosive potential far exceeded that of Yin Qingyue. However, the college entrance examination considers comprehensive scores, leaving Yu Qiu to accept her standing with grace. Regardless, her admission to Shengjing University was assured, and she would have future opportunities to demonstrate her prowess. As the examination results were unveiled, Yu Qiu approached Xia Qi, extending her slender hand. Xia Qi, congratulations. Her voice was light and genuinely warm. Xia Qi held a favorable impression of Yu Qiu and reciprocated the gesture. Thank you as well for resolving my troubles. What is there to thank? I have little regard for those timid souls. It was merely a trifling effort, Yu Qiu replied. Her character contrasting sharply with her profession, displaying a refreshing candor rather than a demure demeanor. Even Yin Qingyue found it difficult to harbor feelings of anger or jealousy toward Yu Qiu, especially since Yu Qiu was undeniably more beautiful. Under normal circumstances, a woman of such beauty approaching Xia Qi would surely provoke envy in Yin Qingyue, yet she remained unperturbed. By the way, you both plan to attend Shengjing University, right? Before departing, Yu Qiu inquired. Both Xia Qi and Yun Qingyuan nodded in affirmation. Well then, let us consider ourselves acquaintances. Once we reach Shengjing, I shall treat you both to a meal. A gathering of fellow townsfolk. What do you say? Yun Qingyuan beamed sweetly. That sounds delightful. I have no objections. Agreed. It's settled then. Ultimately, the trio exchanged contact information for future correspondence, and Yu Qiu waved goodbye as she departed. The annual college entrance examination had finally concluded, and the candidates began their journeys back to their respective cities. Xia Qi chose to remain, as Wang Changyuan requested that he stay overnight in Yuzhong City. After contemplating that he had no pressing matters to return to, Xia Qi nodded in agreement. That evening, Xia Qi was seated in the hotel room arranged by Wang Changyuan when a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted not only by Wang Changyuan, but also by an unfamiliar middle-aged man of imposing stature. This man had thick eyebrows and deep-set eyes, exuding an aura of strength, while his penetrating gaze bore into Xia Qi. The moment their eyes met, Xia Qi felt a chill run down his spine, as a terrifying and oppressive presence rendered his breath shallow. Remarkable, young man, your reflexes are commendable. The stranger's visage was unfamiliar, yet upon hearing his voice, Xia Qi recognized him instantly. General Hu Jun. Surprised, Xia Qi's wariness began to dissipate, and he politely clasped his hands together. I am Xia Qi, a student. Honored to meet the war god of Shijiang. Indeed. Old Wang, your fortune is astonishing. You found a true gem, Hu Jun remarked heartily. Ah, General. You flatter me. Please, come in. Wang Changyuan chuckled as he ushered Hu Jun into the room and closed the door behind them. The three settled onto the sofa, and Xia Qi poured cups of water for his guests, maintaining a composed demeanor as he awaited their discourse. Calm, collected, and unassuming, within moments of their introduction, Hu Jun discerned several admirable qualities in Xia Qi. I've heard that during the Void incursion, you single-handedly delivered supplies to everyone. Your exceptional score is well-deserved, haha. Hu Jun laughed heartily, generously bestowing praise. Thank you for your kind words, General. May I inquire what brings you here? Xia Qi asked curiously. Despite being the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination, he found it peculiar that a revered general would seek him out. Noticing Xia Qi's inquiry, Hu Jun showed no signs of reluctance. I have two primary matters to discuss. First, the rewards for the top scorer in the college entrance examination, which were originally to be distributed by the Provincial Education Bureau to your school, but I took the liberty of bringing them directly to you. Second, I have a message from a friend at Shengjing University. What message? Xia Qi asked, intrigued. Qi, how have you been these past 3 years? Hu Jun's words rendered Xia Qi momentarily speechless. Shengjing University. Who else would address him as Qi but his estranged parents from 3 years ago? Primarily, the casualness of sending a message was rather irksome. How have you been these past 3 years? Even mean? For a normal person, would they even dare to utter the word well? Observing Xia Qi's silence, Hu Jun smiled knowingly. I suspect you have already discerned the identity of this old acquaintance. Did he say anything else? Xia Qi inquired. Nothing further. Do you wish to respond? No. Let us return to discussing the rewards for the top scorer. Haha. I admire your disposition. It differs from his, Wang Changyuan remarked, quietly sipping his water, as the topic clearly pertained to Xia Qi's family matters, leaving him without a place to interject. However, given Hu Jun's tone and demeanor, it became evident that there was someone in Xia Qi's life who was a close acquaintance of the war god, indicating that Xia Qi's background was indeed more complex than it appeared. I knew it. Xia Qi must have connections with the war god. His talent must exceed mere S rank, surely. There was an anomaly in the awakening ceremony, Wang Changyuan mused inwardly. Upon returning, the first order of business would be to report to the city that some of Jiangxing No. 1 High School's equipment required an upgrade. Now, enough of the small talk. Let me present your rewards. The rewards for the National College Entrance Examination top score are quite substantial. With a grand gesture, Hu Jun summoned several items onto the coffee table. Xia Qi's gaze sharpened. Rewards personally delivered by the war god surely held great value. First, this is your points card, containing 100,000 points. A points card? Xia Qi asked, puzzled. Indeed, the points can be utilized within the university to exchange for valuable resources. You will understand its specific applications once you enroll. Allow me to advise you. Points are significantly more valuable than cash. Do not be swayed into selling them for money, as these 100,000 points are not easily obtained. I understand. Xia Qi nodded gratefully. The second item was a coveted opportunity, a complimentary forging session at the Master Craftsman Pavilion. Hu Jun gestured towards a golden iron plate, and Xia Qi picked it up for inspection. The reverse side of the plate bore the emblem of the Master Craftsman Pavilion, depicting a colossal hammer engulfed in flames. This was indeed a valuable item that needed to be safeguarded, for it recognized the card, not the individual. Upon hearing this, Xia Qi promptly placed the iron plate into his storage space. He had heard of the prestigious Master Craftsman Pavilion, renowned as the premier gathering place for the finest blacksmiths in the Dragon Kingdom, ranging from apprentice craftsmen to elite masters, all recognized as the creme de la creme of the forging profession. Those capable of crafting equipment at the Master Craftsman Pavilion were lauded as masters in any other context. Their exceptional forging skills were celebrated nationwide. This precious opportunity, in terms of value alone, was likely worth millions. Moreover, it was often a challenge to secure such an opportunity, as the number of individuals seeking to have their gear forged at the pavilion was overwhelming. The third item was more straightforward, a scholarship of 50 million, issued by the Xinjiang province, with additional subsidies from the Jiangxing municipal government. 50 million? Xia Qi was somewhat astonished, knowing that top scorers in the college entrance examination were awarded substantial scholarships, but he had not anticipated such a figure. Even with his S-grade luck, he would need to expend considerable effort over 4 to 5 days of dungeon runs to amass that amount. This reward was indeed quite generous. However, he mused, 50 million was rather paltry. If he were in a position of authority within the education department, a national top scorer should merit at least 1 or 200 million. After all, this was an individual who had triumphed over millions of examinees, making 50 million seem rather meager. Hu Jun appeared to share a similar sentiment, expressing his discontent. His point carried weight. The more potential a candidate demonstrated, the more resources should be allocated to them. Ultimately, as one progresses, the financial demands only increase. Although 50 million seemed substantial, it might scarcely suffice for crafting a rare item. Of course, this perspective was from Hu Jun's vantage point. For Xia Qi, at his current level, it was temporarily adequate. The final item was a ticket to the Dragon Spirit Ruins. Concerning the specifics of the Dragon Spirit Ruins, he would naturally learn more upon his arrival at Shengjing University, so there was no need to elaborate further. However, I must emphasize one point. While the preceding items could be misplaced, this entry ticket must be kept secure, as its value is exceedingly rare. Hu Jun's words prompted Xia Qi to take this matter seriously. From his tone, it was clear that the worth of the ticket to the Dragon Spirit Ruins far surpassed the combined value of the previous items. Understood. After securing all the items, Xia Qi opened the door and escorted the principal and Hu Jun to the entrance. With a flash of light, the two utilized their teleportation devices to depart. Reflecting silently on Hu Jun's words, "Cheer, how have you been these past 3 years? You can send messages through others. Why not return and visit?" Xia Qi sighed quietly, closing the door and retrieving his phone as he sat down once more. Unlocking the screen, a striking notification of 99 unread messages caught his eye. Initially intending to check the dungeon information to complete his runs for the day, he reconsidered and opened the messages instead. As expected, the screen was filled with congratulatory messages from classmates, save for Su Yuanqing, with whom he had long since severed ties. The class group chat was abuzz with discussions centered around Xia Qi and Yunqing Yue's college entrance examination rankings. He simply replied with a brief note of gratitude to all. Xia Qi then opened a message from Yuqiu. "Hey, top scholar. I forgot to congratulate you earlier at the exam. Come visit Tongqing sometime. I promise to show you a grand time." Yuqiu's demeanor remained as generous and jovial as ever, making it hard to believe that such a beautiful girl could exude such a casual, friendly vibe. "Absolutely. I will definitely visit if the opportunity arises," he replied courteously. When he had the time, it would indeed be nice to explore. He had heard that the service industry in Tongqing was exceptionally developed, though he was unsure of its authenticity. Subsequently, Xia Qi chatted a bit more with Yunqing Yue, even if he were oblivious. He could now sense the affection she held for him. Such heartfelt concern was impossible to dismiss. However, while he felt touched, his heart remained steadfastly platonic towards Yunqing Yue for the time being. As he continued scrolling, his eyes narrowed when he noticed a message from teacher Lina. "Xia Qi, no? I should now call you top scholar. Where are you now? Have you returned to Jiangxing?" It had been many days since their last conversation. "Not yet. I'm still in Yuzhong City." Almost instantly, a reply came in. "Location. Hurry over. I need your help with something." Upon checking the location, it was the Haitian Shengyan Hotel. Xia Qi chuckled to himself. What a coincidence it was that Lina was staying at the same hotel. Chapter 75. Why aren't you following the script? Haitian Shengyan Room 808. Who is it? A mature, seductive voice floated from within the room, unmistakably Lina's. "Xia Qi, you're also staying here?" The moment she opened the door, Lina was taken aback. Not a minute had passed since she sent the message. And there he stood at her doorstep. "Aren't you going to invite me in for a drink?" "Forget just a drink. You can have as much as you like. Come in." Lina shot him a playful glance, quickly pulling him inside and shutting the door, wary of being seen by others. "What brings you here?" Xia Qi inquired, blowing on the warm water in his cup to soothe his throat. "What could it be? It's been ages since we last met. Is it too much to just say hello?" "All right. A man cannot refuse," Xia Qi chuckled, setting aside his cup to take a closer look at Lina. In the brief time since they last met, Lina had lost some weight, her delicate features now bearing a hint of weariness, suggesting that life had not been particularly kind to her lately. However, this slight weight loss accentuated her already curvaceous figure, rendering her silhouette even more striking and visually arresting. Oddly enough, today, Lina had eschewed her usual black stockings for a pair of white ones, adding to her delicate allure. "Nice legs." Xia Qi couldn't help but exclaim. "Lina, you're quite the observer of my gaze," she teased, her lips curling into a crescent smile as she settled onto the sofa, crossing her legs. Stop calling me little brother. You're not that much older than I am. If I don't call you that, others will wish to hear it. And I wouldn't care to oblige. Lena tossed her golden hair over her shoulder, shifting her legs as she continued to tease. What a mischievous little minx you are. Xia Qi averted his gaze as the atmosphere in the room shifted to something more charged. If the ethereal beings were imbued with a purple essence, then this room was undoubtedly filled with a pink aura. All right, enough of the banter. Let us get down to business. Noticing Xia Qi's sudden change in demeanor, Lena abandoned her playful attitude, her expression growing serious. What's the matter? Just speak. I need to finish my dungeon runs, Xia Qi replied, sitting up straight, all seriousness. Then I shall speak. Speak up. What matters are you unable to handle that require my assistance? Upon hearing Xia Qi's candidness, Lena revealed a sly smile, took a deep breath, and slowly continued. The last role-playing session was immensely enjoyable, and I would like to seek your guidance once more. Huh? Xia Qi, mid-sip of tea, abruptly spewed it out, taken aback by such a twist. He had encountered those eager to learn before, but never had he encountered someone so fervently seeking knowledge. This time, how about I play the role of the daughter? Wait, we mustn't discuss anything that could lead to censorship. Xia Qi cast a wary glance into the void and hastily covered Lena's mouth. What a blunder. Had I known Lena sought my tutelage, I should have claimed I was not in Yuzhong City. However, the atmosphere had already developed to this point, and Xia Qi found himself at a loss for a reason to refuse. After scanning the surroundings for safety, he silently nodded. He felt compelled to assist, for such was his benevolent nature. Several hours later, as the clock approached midnight, Xia Qi decisively ventured into the wilderness outside Yuzhong City, determined to clear today's dungeon quest before the hour struck 12. Before departing, he sold all the materials and equipment he had accrued over the 12 days leading up to the college entrance examination to Lena, averaging 15 million a day. He had amassed a total of 180 million, coupled with a 50 million reward for being the top scorer, yielding a grand total of 230 million in cash. He procured 50 bottles of talent potions with 200 million, though this sum was but a drop in the bucket, as he still fell short of the requirements for the next level of his dual-sight ability. Nonetheless, one must eat a meal one bite at a time. Patience is essential. Opening his attribute panel, Xia Qi aimed to complete his dungeon runs before midnight. He inspected his current status. Name, Xia Qi. Class, Mage. Level, 2035. Strength, 500. Agility, 500. Intelligence, 500. Constitution, 250. Equipment, Flame Sword, Flame Light Armor, Flame Helmet, Flame Gauntlets, Flame Boots. Talent, Innate Dual Sight, LV3. SS level talents, Divine Thunder, Divine Luck, Group Weakening, Divine Fire, Sword Breaking Mountains and Rivers, Divine Wind, S level talents, Instantaneous Movement, Bone Crushing Technique, Time Jump, Rapid Learning, 810, High Energy Recovery, Mechanical Heart, 100 Unarmed Parry, Disguise, Mind Shock, Mental Resistance, A level talents, Positioning, Detection Shielding, Earth Element, Water Element, Metal Element, Wood Element, Giant Strength Growth, Agile as the Wind, Enhanced Constitution, Wisdom Boost 15, B level talents, Energy Cap, Stamina Cap, Spatial Expansion 99, Active Skills, Raging Thunder, Level 5, Thunder Roar, Level 5, Storm Surge, Level 5, Lightning Dash, Attachment, Inferno, Level 5, Flame Dance, Illusory Sword, Level 5, Passive Skills, Energy Reduction, Thunder Roar, Thunder descends from all directions, obliterating everything within 100 meters. Inferno, burning the heavens and scorching the earth, covering a radius of 100 meters. Storm Surge, a tempest arises, ravaging the surroundings, enveloping an area of 100 meters. Illusory Sword, a sword that is not a sword, formed of condensed energy, enhanced by the sword-breaking effect, with an attack range of 100 meters. Looking at the overwhelming number of talents, too numerous to fit on a single screen, Xia Qi nodded in satisfaction. These were the spoils he had garnered during the supply run after the Void Invasion on the examination day. The left eye's replication ability had but one limitation. It required knowledge of the opponent's talents. However, during the Awakening Day for newcomers, Xia Qi had missed an opportunity to replicate a talent, leading him to seek further chances to acquire more talents in the future. As the city guards and professionals engaged in battle, he had quietly copied the abilities of those wielding their talents, thus somewhat compensating for his earlier regret. At present, the tally of his talents was as follows: 6 SS level talents, 9 S level talents, 25 A level talents, and 102 B level talents. Since duplicate talents could not be replicated, he held a total of 142 talents. Thus, even should many of these talents go unused, Xia Qi remained unconcerned. Replication required little time. Talents may be optional, but they are indispensable. This point held great significance. Chapter 76. Villains, do not expect to leave alone. In Kyoto City, Hu Jun and Xia Donglu met with each other in the faculty dormitory of Shongjing University. Nianjie, enough already. Why the need to prepare so many dishes? Xia Qi, and I would be satisfied with just a few bites. Just one more dish, it's almost ready, came Su Nian's voice from the kitchen, prompting Hu Jun and Xia Donglu to exchange a knowing glance, accompanied by a resigned smile. Before long, Su Nian emerged with the dishes. Come, come. These are all home-cooked meals. My hospitality is lacking. Hu Jun promptly rose to receive the platter. At that moment, the aura of a war god completely dissipated. Lacking hospitality? This is on par with a 5-star dining experience. Setting the platter down, he gazed at the array of delightful dishes, his appetite piqued. Blood explosion bear paw, fiery wind tail, and braised wind spirit fish were all among his favorites. Without hesitation, Hu Jun picked up his chopsticks, savoring the succulent flavors that lingered on his palate. Now that you've tasted my cooking, hurry and tell me how Qi is doing. Su Nian took a seat, her gaze fixed upon Hu Jun, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Hu Jun set down his chopsticks. I knew it. You prepared such delectable dishes merely to inquire about Xia Qi's well-being. Xia Donglu patted Hu Jun's shoulder. Old Hu. If you put it that way, it seems rather dull. Can the bond we share be measured by a meal? Quickly, tell us, has he replied to my message? Hu Jun shook his head. He hasn't responded. However, if I were in his shoes, with that question you posed, I wouldn't reply either. Is there something wrong with my inquiry? Xia Donglu interjected, eliciting laughter from Hu Jun. Truly, who would want a father like this? It's south enough to drive one mad. Su Nian playfully tapped Xia Donglu's head with a chestnut. I already told you to write him a letter, yet you, lazy bones, refuse to do so. Oh, my dear wife, I have been quite busy, Hu Jun mused silently, glancing away, pondering whether they were intentionally flaunting their affection before him. Since Qi has not replied, tell me how you felt upon seeing him. He must have struggled during these 3 years without us. Has he lost weight? Su Nian turned to him, her concern evident. This lad is quite handsome. I can assure you he must attract many young ladies. His temperament is commendable as well, calm, composed, and neither servile nor arrogant. I quite like him. Really? Qi is truly that exceptional? That is wonderful. As Hu Jun continued to praise Xia Qi, Su Nian felt genuine joy as a mother. Xia Donglu also wore a tender smile. I say, you too. It would be far simpler to visit your own child rather than have me act as a messenger. Hu Jun remarked, perplexed. Old Hu, you know that Shengjing requires our presence. Moreover, it seems we must depart shortly, leaving no time to visit him. Xia Donglu's gaze drifted towards the window, where an emptiness lay beyond, yet he remained lost in thought. Hu Jun followed Xia Donglu's line of sight, instinctively recalling something. His expression darkening. Surely, you are not heading to the void battlefield, are you? Xia Donglu and Su Nian silently nodded, confirming the grim truth. Upon witnessing this, Hu Jun could only exhale deeply. Is it not possible to wait for Xia Qi to see you? Is it not a joyous occasion for family reunion? Time is of the essence. We shall leave after this meal, Xia Donglu replied with a bittersweet tone. If circumstances permitted, he too would have liked to meet Xia Qi. But alas, the current void invasion was exceedingly unusual, and the higher-ups insisted they hasten to the void battlefield to uncover the truth. They were the optimal choice for this mission, being the couple from Shengjing University. 18 years ago, Xia Yuan ventured into the void battlefield, his fate unknown. Now, 18 years later, you too must embark. It is inevitable, as the Xia family bears a unique calling. Xia Donglu raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. His gaze filled with resignation. Perhaps, in our journey, we might even locate Xia Yuan. Mentioning Xia Yuan, the trio fell into a contemplative silence. That remarkable individual. Could he truly have perished in the void battlefield? Su Nian rose and retrieved a letter from the drawer, presenting it to Hu Jun. We are heading to the void battlefield this time, and we do not know when we shall return. When Xia Qi arrives, I hope you will deliver this letter to him. Nianjia, surely you jest. Have you already prepared your last words? Hu Jun stared wide-eyed as he accepted the envelope, cautiously tucking it into his bosom. Come now, how could you expect anything less than ivory from a dog's mouth? Are you not aware of our prowess? With an SSS-grade talent, how could we possibly meet an untimely end? Xia Donglu playfully nudged Hu Jun, who did not evade, well aware that this was all in jest. Hu Jun, Xia Donglu, and Xia Yuan had been inseparable friends since high school, their bond running deep. Very well then, the meal has been consumed, and the letter has been taken. I shan't linger any longer, for I have pressing matters to attend to. I sincerely hope you both uncover the cause of the void invasion swiftly, and that your family reunites soon. Hu Jun, being a straightforward man, could not articulate beautiful words, but he wished the couple well from the heart. After Hu Jun departed, Xia Donglu and Su Nian exchanged solemn glances, their expressions growing serious. Have you detailed everything in the letter? Yes. This time we are certain we shall not return. He ought to be informed of these matters. With one eye blinded. What business do you have following me into such peril? The void battlefield is no trivial matter, as one day of marriage equates to 100 days of affection. We shall face our fate together. Xia Donglu, moved, embraced Su Nian, and after the dormitory lights extinguished, the couple vanished from sight. The following day, the morning sun bathed the earth in golden light. Xia Qi emerged from room 808. While Lena remained in a deep slumber, he answered a phone call. Hello. Is this Xia Qi? Yes, it is. Greetings, this is the admissions office of Shengjing University. Congratulations on your acceptance. Please report by 10 a.m. today. Understood, Xia Qi replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he hung up the phone. In this world, there are no winter or summer breaks. Typically, after the college entrance examination concludes, one must promptly report to university. After pondering for a moment, he found little to pack. Gazing at Lena, sweetly lost in dreams, Xia Qi chose not to disturb her. After a night of restlessness, she deserved more repose. Not knowing when he would return, he gently kissed her forehead, closing the door behind him. Xia Qi intended to head directly to the teleportation array in Yuzhong City, from where he would be transported to Kyoto. Once Xia Qi had left, Lena, her long eyelashes fluttering, had already awakened. She retrieved her phone to call her father. Dad, transfer me to the black market in Kyoto. Let someone else manage Xizang province. Understood, my daughter, I will speak to them. With her father's loving voice fading from the line, Lena revealed a victorious smile. How dare he think of abandoning me? Not on my watch. Chapter 77, Arrival at Shengjing. Stepping into the teleportation array, Xia Qi felt as though he had been transported for an eternity. Unlike the brief seconds it took to move from Jiangxing to Yuzhong City, the Dragon Kingdom's territory is vast, one of the major powers among humanity. Shengjing University in Kyoto is several thousand kilometers away from Yuzhong City. Even with teleportation, it requires a moment. Fractured streams of light continuously whirled before his eyes. Within those shards, he glimpsed peculiar scenes. This sensation was remarkably strange. Though he perceived something, it felt as if he had seen nothing at all. Here, one experiences an absurd feeling, as if everything were a dream, an unreal spectacle. The array mages are indeed wondrous beings, Xia Qi mused inwardly. Alas, the talent he had replicated did not include that of an array mage. Otherwise, he would have loved to grasp the profound nature of array power. After what felt like a brief eternity, the sensation of solid ground beneath his feet returned. All peculiar feelings vanished in an instant. Xia Qi had traversed from the far-off Yuzhong City in Xizang province to Kyoto. Exiting the teleportation array, he inquired of the local attendant and then set off towards Shengjing University. Unlike Yuzhong City, Kyoto, as the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, was filled with towering buildings, bustling traffic, and throngs of people. In the warm morning sun, it appeared exceptionally vibrant. Shengjing University. After a half-hour of wandering, Xia Qi, munching on a handheld pancake bought along the way, finally located the nation's premier university. The entrance was imposing, soaring several meters high and spanning over 100 meters wide, adorned with intricately carved dragons and phoenixes, along with numerous enigmatic runes. This grand entrance was said to be a relic from an era long before the awakening of humanity, over 1,000 years ago. Just a glance at it filled Xia Qi with a sense of awe and historical gravity. Merely standing before this gate evoked a profound sense of insignificance amidst the passage of time. Xia Qi, the top scholar from Xizang province and a national champion, may proceed, the guard stated, his eyes wide with astonishment as he granted Xia Qi entry. The campus was alive with vitality in the early morning. As Xia Qi walked along the tree-lined path, he observed the university's students bustling about. He sensed a number of formidable presences among them. Indeed, there are experts beyond experts. The awakened individuals at Shengjing University are considerably stronger than those outside. Xia Qi reflected. His mere glance through the crowd drew considerable attention. These individuals possessed keen awareness. Hey, are you a new student? A melodious voice rang out as a vibrant young woman approached Xia Qi. He halted, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. This woman exuded a formidable aura. Indeed, you are a new student, haha. My name is Luo Zixing. There's no need to be afraid. Are you looking for the registration office? Luo Zixing smiled sweetly, her demeanor reminiscent of a caring older sister, instilling an involuntary sense of goodwill in Xia Qi. He nodded. He was indeed in search of the registration office. At this early hour of 8 o'clock, you have arrived rather prematurely. However, it is of no consequence. For I am well acquainted with this place, and shall guide you. Luo Zixing turned her head, her elegantly tied ponytail swaying gracefully. And Xia Qi sensed no malice emanating from her. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to accompany her, thus alleviating the burden of asking for directions. Over there lies the playground, and yonder is the training facility, while that building is the dining hall. I assure you, the dining hall at Shengjing University serves delectable fare that will leave you yearning for more. This area houses the faculty dormitories, and in the distance, those several buildings are the student accommodations. I did not expect you to attract such attention. Numerous girls are casting glances your way. Hey, why are you silent? Is this your first time in a foreign place, and it feels too unfamiliar? Throughout their journey, Luo Zixing enthusiastically provided Xia Qi with a continuous stream of information about Shengjing University. Xia Qi merely nodded, engaging in little conversation. It was not that he refrained from speaking, but rather that he found himself at a loss for words amidst Luo Zixing's incessant chatter. Here we are. This is the new student registration office. Shengjing University is absurdly vast. It took them nearly half an hour to arrive at the registration office alongside Luo Zixing. Quite a distance, Xia Qi remarked with a slight grin. Ah, so you can speak. I assumed you were the type who remained silent, Luo Zixing exclaimed. Her expression one of surprise, rendering Xia Qi somewhat bashful. Thank you, senior, he expressed his gratitude. No need for formality, go ahead, she replied. Very well then. After exchanging words of thanks, Xia Qi stepped into the registration office building under Luo Zixing's gaze. Oddly enough, he felt a sense of familiarity with this newcomer's appearance. Luo Zixing pondered as she watched Xia Qi's retreating figure, sensing a resemblance to someone she knew well. It suddenly struck her that Xia Qi bore a likeness to Xia Donglu. Oh no, I'm going to be late for my morning class. Glancing at the time, Luo Zixing gasped. In an instant, she felt a surge of energy within her, vanishing from her spot. A new student, indeed, arriving quite early. What is your name? Xia Qi. Xia Qi. Wait, I think I've heard that name before. I remember now, you are this year's National College Entrance Examination top scorer. Impressive. The guidance teacher at the registration office adjusted his glasses, astonishment evident in his tone. In the next moment, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost politeness. Xia Qi, please wait a moment while I register you. All done. You are now officially a member of Shengjing University. Xia Qi nodded calmly, thanking the teacher. What shall I do next? Next, we will arrange your accommodation. Do you know where the dormitory area is? Never mind. It's still early. I shall personally escort you. The guidance teacher led Xia Qi out of the registration office. By the way, where would you like to reside? We have numerous options available. Shengjing University is not only expansive, but the residential area is also quite extensive. While walking with Luo Zixing, Xia Qi had taken a careful look around. The dormitory area consisted of several multi-story villas, devoid of those towering communal dormitories. The accommodations are categorized into 3 types: 4-person, 2-person, and single rooms. Each dormitory is equipped with training rooms and entertainment areas, fulfilling nearly all your needs. The guidance teacher provided a thorough introduction, which left Xia Qi quite intrigued. However, there is one point to note. Our university's accommodation comes with fees. Is that acceptable for you? Certainly, Xia Qi affirmed without hesitation. The costs for these villas with training rooms vary significantly, depending on the type. In a 4-person dormitory, each person pays 50,000 per month. In a 2-person dormitory, it is 100,000 per month. As for a single room, it requires not only 200,000, but also 500 points each month to reside. Points serve as the universal currency within the university, holding far greater purchasing power than mere money. At Shengjing University, most transactions can be conducted using points, which are invariably the preferred medium. After the guidance teacher's explanation, Xia Qi grasped the significance of points. It was no wonder Hu Jun had explicitly warned him not to sell his points, as it would be an unwise decision. Xia, I know you are the top scorer, and you must possess a fair amount of points. Nevertheless, I must advise you to conserve your points, as they will be required in numerous situations later on, and you may find yourself lacking. Xia Qi appreciated the guidance teacher's good intentions, yet after some contemplation, he resolved not to share accommodations with others. I will choose a single room. The guidance teacher regarded Xia Qi. Are you certain? Xia Qi nodded affirmatively. The guidance teacher sighed. Well, I shan't say more. In a few days, when you realize how challenging it is to earn points, you may regret this decision. Such instances were not unfamiliar to the guidance teacher. Choosing not to elaborate further, he completed the registration and guided Xia Qi into the dormitory area. Here stands Villa 808, a rather auspicious number. What do you think? After walking a short distance, the guidance teacher pointed to a villa situated in the center of a row of small houses. Xia Qi inspected the surroundings and found them quite satisfactory. I'll take this one, thank you, teacher. Very well. Please place your finger on the magnetic card and apply your fingerprint. This card will serve as your dormitory key, so be sure not to misplace it. For obtaining a replacement can be quite troublesome. The guidance teacher held out a card and carefully recorded Xia Qi's fingerprint. Xia Qi then produced his points card in cash, promptly paying for the first month's rent. With 500 points and 200,000 successfully transferred, the guidance teacher refrained from further comments, aware that time was of the essence, and he needed to return to the registration office for more new students. After expressing his gratitude once more, Xia Qi stepped into his single room. Although termed a dormitory, it resembled a small villa, occupying approximately 200 square meters, adorned in a classical style, and boasting all necessary amenities. He explored the training room, entertainment room, and testing rooms, finding each feature to be quite impressive. Indeed, aside from the 500 points, the expenditure of 200,000 was well worth it. The various furnishings within the dormitory were inscribed with runes by array masters, and their value, if one were to design them independently, would easily exceed a fortune of 100 million. Thus, it became evident that the dormitory fees at Shengjing University were not only reasonable, but rather a remarkable bargain. Having familiarized himself with the dormitory, Xia Qi exited the area, only to find that midday had nearly arrived. At this hour, theoretically, the new student registration should have concluded. Upon checking his phone, He noticed messages from Yun Qingwei and Yu Qiu, both inviting him to join them for lunch. Regarding the matter of whom to dine with, Xia Qi had never felt inclined to deliberate. Instead, he promptly created a group chat for the three of them and sent a message suggesting they eat together. The two young women responded with facepalm emojis, surprised that they had both simultaneously invited Xia Qi to lunch. As the clock struck noon, the dining hall was bustling with students forming long queues. Here, over here, Xia Qi. Just as he approached the entrance of the dining hall, he heard a familiar voice. Yun Qingwei waved her hand, standing next to the coolly composed Yu Qiu. Yun Qingwei donned a pristine white dress today, her beauty already rivaling that of the campus flower. And her striking attire drew the attention of many. Wow, what an adorable girl. Is she a freshman this year? Her looks and figure evoke an instant feeling of infatuation. Did you see the girl beside her? Though she appears rather aloof, her grace and beauty are exceptional. I know those two girls you mentioned. They are the top goddesses among the new students this year. The appreciation for beauty is universal, and both Yun Qingwei and Yu Qiu stand out among their peers. Consequently, several boys were inclined to approach them. However, upon noticing Xia Qi walking alongside the two girls, many felt a pang of self-consciousness when comparing their looks. Goodness, that guy is extraordinarily handsome. His appearance and demeanor are comparable to that of a celebrity. No wonder he can dine with two beauties. Xia Qi, though not wishing to attract attention, felt compelled to remain agreeable due to Yun Qingwei's exuberance. Fortunately, there were no instances of senior students harboring ulterior motives or creating difficulties. The students admitted to Xinjiang University possessed commendable character and qualities, setting them apart. As the trio queued to enter the dining hall, they were astonished by the vast array of delectable dishes available. It is no wonder that it is said within Xinjiang University, while one may be unaware of various places. The dining hall is a must-remember. From homemade stir-fries to exotic beast delicacies, the options were plentiful. The distinction lay in the fact that dishes involving rare ingredients required points for payment, with cash not accepted. After surveying the offerings, Xia Qi opted for a basic exotic beast set meal for the three of them. Each set cost 5 points, and since he possessed the most points, he treated the two girls. After a sumptuous meal, the three found themselves pleasantly full. Both Yun Qingwei and Yu Qiu hailed from distinguished backgrounds and were thoroughly impressed by the dining hall's offerings. I am so full. This is even better than what my family's chef prepares, Yun Qingwei remarked. Her cheeks flushed as she realized she had cleared her entire plate, an unusual feat for a girl. Yu Qiu fared slightly better, as her active lifestyle allowed her to consume more than the average girl. During their walk after lunch, the trio exchanged gathered information. At Xinjiang University, there exists a trading post where the points earned from exams can be exchanged. Thus, it is imperative to utilize points wisely. Yu Qiu analyzed as they walked. The three shared a unanimous perspective on this matter. From the moment they entered the gates of Xinjiang University, the significance of points was unmistakable. Xia Qi, being the top student nationwide, was rewarded with the highest number of points, totaling 100,000. In contrast, Yun Qingwei and Yu Qiu, ranked second and third in their respective provinces, only received 2,000 to 3,000 points each. Chapter 79, Why don't you both move in with me? The trio wandered around, discovering that aside from the trading post, Xinjiang University also boasted numerous skill training facilities spread throughout the campus. Accessing these training grounds required points, so they merely familiarized themselves with the locations before leaving. Similarly, the university library, a veritable treasure trove, was situated amidst the main lecture halls, filled with extensive reference materials. While some books could be accessed for free, others demanded points for review. In summary, lacking points rendered one's experience at the university exceedingly challenging. Xia Qi had already gained some insight into various facilities through Luo Zixing's introduction, and after escorting the two girls around, they returned to the dormitory area. Wow, Xia Qi, you rented a single dormitory. I'm so envious. At the entrance of Dorm 808, Yun Qingwei's eyes sparkled with admiration. With only 2,000 points to her name and the necessity of points evident everywhere, she hesitated to spend them on a single dormitory. Presently, she resided in a standard 4-person dormitory with 3 other new girls. In truth, those with formidable abilities often prefer solitude rather than sharing accommodations. The same applied to Yu Qiu, who was accustomed to solitude since childhood and found it challenging to adjust to communal living in Xinjiang. May I take a look inside? Yu Qiu asked, an unusual request. Please do, Xia Qi replied with a faint smile, using his magnetic card to unlock the door and granting them free rein to explore. Yun Qingwei linked arms with Yu Qiu, and they made themselves at home in Xia Qi's dormitory. There's even an indoor swimming pool. My goodness. How delightful it would be to soak after completing a dungeon, Yu Qiu exclaimed. I really like this training room. While the outdoor facilities require points, here we can use it as we please for an entire month. Come on, let us check out the second floor. Just look at this balcony. It would be so pleasant to bask in the sun and sip coffee during leisure time. Wow, there's even a stargazing room on the 3rd floor. Xia Qi, it seems a waste for you to occupy this alone. Sitting in the living room on the 1st floor, Xia Qi listened to the excited chatter of the two girls. Feeling somewhat muted, But you are both from affluent families, and your backgrounds are among the finest in the region. Why act as if you've never encountered such luxury before? Ironically, Xia Qi's lineage was the most ordinary among them. He had survived high school on a meager 10,000 yuan living allowance. He couldn't fathom how he had managed those 3 years. Honestly, why don't you both move in with me? He casually suggested as the two girls descended the stairs. Seriously? Xia Qi, can I really move in? Yun Qingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly intrigued by the prospect. Compared to the 4-person dormitory, the single room offered far superior conditions. Plus, this small villa featured 4 rooms, which was clearly too much for Xia Qi to occupy alone. Yu Qiu also felt a twinge of temptation. Who wouldn't he prefer living in a spacious house over a cramped dormitory? However, considering their relationship with Xia Qi had yet to reach such familiarity, she kept her interest less overt than Yun Qingyue's. Wait, Qingyue, I was merely being polite. Do you understand the concept of courtesy? Xia Qi was taken aback by Yun Qingyue's response. It seemed she had genuinely considered moving in. If you can't stay, just say so. There's no need to be so upset. Yun Qingyue pouted, clearly miffed. She merely thought the single dormitory offered better amenities and hadn't overthought it. Yeah. Xia Qi is right. As girls, it wouldn't be convenient for us to live with him. At this moment, Yu Qiu spoke deftly. Though Xia Qi felt an odd sense of discomfort in her words, as if she were caught between 2 worlds. All right, if there's nothing else, we should part ways for now and gather again later. In truth, Xia Qi didn't mind living with beautiful companions. However, having grown accustomed to solitude, the prospect of sharing his space with 2 others felt daunting. The 2 girls exchanged glances, nodding in agreement to rise. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door of dorm 808. I'll go answer it. Yun Qingyue dashed to the door, only to find none other than the formidable warrior, Hu Jun, standing outside. Am I arriving at an inopportune moment? Hu Jun was taken aback. It was merely the first day of the new semester, and he wondered where Xia Qi had managed to find 2 such stunning young ladies. Was it a case of harboring beauties in a gilded chamber? And to have stumbled upon them himself? How awkward. Hu Jun feigned an intention to leave, but Xia Qi quickly grasped his arm. Hu Jun, the war god, don't go. Is there something you wish to discuss? Is it convenient? Absolutely, it is indeed convenient, he replied, yielding to her insistence and stepping into the living room to take a seat. I recall now, you 2 are the 2nd and 3rd place students from Xizang province, correct? The 2 young women stood and offered a respectful salute. We have met the war god. Good. Please, take a seat. It is fortuitous, for I have matters to discuss that you both should hear. As the war god of Xizang, Hu Jun naturally felt a certain affinity for the students hailing from his province. He recognized the considerable talents of Yun Qingyue and Yu Qiu, thus granting them his approval. You are now somewhat acquainted with the basic circumstances of Shengjing. However, I believe you still lack knowledge regarding the academy. As Hu Jun spoke, the 3 nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, they were still uncertain about the academy's intricacies. Shengjing hosted numerous institutions, each representing distinct factions. For instance, the renowned War God Academy, which only admitted those with the potential to become war gods. In addition, there were the Mage Academy, the Assassination Academy, and several others. There were a dozen such academies, and joining any one of them would greatly benefit their future development. Ah, I see. The realization dawned upon them after Hu Jun's explanation. No wonder there were areas within Shengjing University that were off limits. Those must be the academies he mentioned. I have come to bring Xia Qi to the War God Academy. But as for you 2, your current strength is still somewhat lacking. I shall take you there when the opportunity arises. Upon hearing this, the 2 young women understood it was time to take their leave. After exchanging polite farewells, they departed from dormitory 808. Once they were gone, Hu Jun turned to Xia Qi with a smile. You rascal, you certainly have good taste. Which of these 2 lovely ladies do you fancy? Can I say I'm not fond of either? Xia Qi responded. Ah, a classic case of wanting to have one's cake and eat it too. I can tell that both girls are exceptional, so you are indeed fortunate. He then produced a letter from his pocket and handed it to Xia Qi. By the way, this letter is from your parents. Have a look. Xia Qi gazed silently at the envelope. Mom and Dad. The primary reason he had applied to Shengjing University was indeed due to them. Chapter 80. Xia Qi, when you read this letter by the time you read this letter, your uncle Don Lu and I may not return. The first line he read caused Xia Qi's brow to furrow. The words I am about to convey may upend your understanding of your life thus far. I hope you are mentally prepared. We love you. Taking a deep breath, Xia Qi continued. In truth, we are not your biological parents. You read that correctly. Your uncle Don Lu and I are merely your uncle and aunt in name. Having taken you in on a rainy night 18 years ago when we were childless. Your biological father is named Xia Yuan. 18 years ago, he entrusted you to us and ventured alone to the void battlefield, never to return. We, too, must journey to the void battlefield, a perilous place where survival is uncertain. After much contemplation, I have decided to reveal the truth of your origins before we leave. I understand that your emotions must be complex. Your parents are not truly your parents, and your biological father has been missing for 18 years with no word of his fate. For this, I can only express my deepest apologies for not informing you sooner. However, Qi, for the past 18 years, we have regarded you as our own son. 3 years ago, we had to leave Jiang City for unavoidable reasons, yet not a day has passed without thoughts of you. At this point, the watermark on the letter was unmistakable. Xia Qi recognized it as tears shed by Sun Yan. Child, remember my words. Never venture into the void battlefield. Even the war god faces the risk of perishing there. Lastly, I must express my regret for not having met your girlfriend. It seems I may never see her in this lifetime. Yet, fret not. Given your looks, I'm certain a girl will surely take a liking to you. This is one concern I need not have. Finally, I hope for your happiness and joy. Love you. The letter was signed, Sun Yan, gently folding the letter. When Xia Qi lifted his gaze again, tears streamed down his face. This was a visceral response. Internally, Xia Qi had already come to terms with everything. His biological father was Xia Yuan, and Sun Yan and Xia Donglu had become his uncle and aunt. Well, what a melodramatic twist of fate had befallen him. The feeling was indescribable. Hu Jun quietly finished his cigarette and approached to pat Xia Qi on the shoulder. Be a man, look at you. What sort of appearance is this? He produced several tissues and handed them to Xia Qi. Wait, war god Hu Jun, did you read the letter? Xia Qi asked, wiping his tears and blinking red-eyed. Of course I did. What is the big deal? Hu Jun replied candidly. Xia Qi was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Your parents are not your parents, but your uncle and aunt, and your father is Xia Yuan. Isn't that the case? Don't worry. I have a good relationship with your father. In fact, I, Xia Donglu, and your biological father were inseparable in high school. Huh, enough with that look. If it comes to it, I can be your father. Hey, don't take advantage of me. Xia Qi firmly rejected, feeling that one father was already enough. Adding another would make him want to eliminate the one who controlled his fate. Hey, you brat. Who is taking advantage of whom? I am the war god. One of the 10 war gods of the Dragon Kingdom. Do you understand? Others would gladly be my son, and you think you can just brush me off? I'm not Lu Bu. Let us drop this topic, Xia Qi interjected, as Hu Jun's voice was loud enough that passing students might overhear. How would he navigate life at Shengjing University in the future? Who Lu Bu was, Hu Jun did not inquire further. Once Xia Qi had composed himself, Hu Jun led him directly to the War God Academy. They traversed the public area and entered the War God Academy, where many individuals were gathered, seemingly engaged in discussion. As Hu Jun and Xia Qi entered, the conversation ceased, and all present turned to pay their respects. Greetings, War God. Everyone bowed respectfully within the War God Academy. Hu Jun was akin to a deity. Xiao Qianqian, come here for a moment, Hu Jun called, nodding toward a tall and alluring young woman in the crowd. War God, how may I serve you? Xiao Qianqian approached promptly. This is Xia Qi. I entrust him to your care. Rest assured, War God, I will look after Xia Qi well. Very well, Hu Jun nodded, patting Xia Qi on the shoulder. I have matters to attend to, so you shall follow Xiao Qianqian and heed her instructions. Understood. Xia Qi replied, offering no objections. After Hu Jun departed, Xiao Qianqian approached with her enchanting eyes shimmering. Brother, are you this year's national champion? Yes, Senior Qianqian. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ah, such sweet words. Senior must have arranged everything for you quite clearly. Xiao Qianqian, with her naturally affable personality, had already embraced Xia Qi as one of her own without waiting for him to say much. The key was that Xia Qi had been personally brought in by the war god Hu Jun, so she certainly had to treat him with utmost importance. As she spoke, Xiao Qianqian led Xia Qi to the team. Let me introduce myself first. I am Xiao Qianqian, a level 28 knight and the captain here. Now you should greet everyone. Xia Qi cast a discreet glance at the impressive figures around him and modestly replied, I am Xia Qi, a level 20 mage. Xiao Qianqian's expression remained unchanged, but the others displayed surprise. A level 20 newcomer? Are you joking? No wonder the war god personally brought him here. His talent must be extraordinary. Being the national champion surely implies a certain level of strength, and level 20 is indeed impressive. Most members of the team exhibited a friendly demeanor towards Xia Qi. Yet exceptions existed. A man wielding a staff approached, his expression distinctly displeased. So what if he's level 20? Why all the fuss? I thought he was something special. But he still needs Xiao Qianqian to guide him. Before Xia Qi could respond, Xiao Qianqian's displeasure was evident. Li Pingfei, mind your words. Xia Qi is the national champion. Li Pingfei smirked mockingly. National champion? Huh, what does that mean compared to us? How many national champions have even made it into the War God Academy? Don't think being a national champion makes you anything special. Here, whether you're a dragon or a tiger, you must behave yourself. Li Pingfei's inherent arrogance made it clear he looked down on Xia Qi. Remarkably, many in the War God Academy echoed his sentiments. They were all prodigies, and their pride stemmed from their own capabilities. Li Pingfei, do you think staying silent would kill you? What? You don't regard my captain highly. Xiao Qianqian interjected, hands on her hips, embodying a fierce demeanor. Why are you defending this kid? Just because he was brought by the war god? Under Xiao Qianqian's pressure, Li Pingfei softened his tone. Fine, I'll give you face today. He then cast a scornful glare at Xia Qi, saying, I know you're a connection-based beneficiary. But don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have the war god backing you. In our War God Academy, it's about strength, not connections. For this trial, we can take you along, but please stick to the back of the line and don't drag the team down. Otherwise, Li Pingfei will be the first to show you no mercy. Xia Qi smiled, having said nothing throughout the exchange, yet Li Pingfei strutted around as if he were a big deal. He had encountered arrogant individuals before, like Su Yuanqing, but compared to Li Pingfei, Xia Qi found Su Yuanqing far more endearing. Fool. Xia Qi suddenly spoke. His voice not loud yet clear enough for everyone to hear. Li Pingfei's expression shifted instantly. What did you just say? In the next moment, a formidable energy surged from his staff, flames igniting as if he were about to unleash an attack. Xia Qi narrowed his right eye while his left began to flicker. Repeated elemental talent, unable to replicate. Although the replication failed, he discerned that this individual possessed fire elemental talent. It seemed to be of SS grade, as he currently could not replicate SSS grade talents. No wonder he was so arrogant. Xiao Qianqian swiftly stepped between the two, her expression darkening. Li Pingfei, do you want to be captain instead? You dare to bully someone in front of me, not respecting me as captain? Seeing Xiao Qianqian on the verge of fury, Li Pingfei resembled a chicken caught by the throat, his bravado evaporating. No, Senior Qianqian, I'll give you face. He shot a fierce glare at Xia Qi and moved aside, falling silent. Yet, it was evident to all that he remained unconvinced. If looks could kill, Xia Qi might have been slain countless times in his imagination. Turning back, Xiao Qianqian apologized. Brother, I'm sorry on behalf of the senior. Please don't stoop to Li Pingfei's level. Today, we are merely going through the motions. We will gather here tomorrow at 9 in the morning to discuss the specific details of the trial. Understood, Xia Qi nodded. All right, you should return and purchase some supplies. We shall meet tomorrow. Xiao Qianqian smiled and waved goodbye. Xia Qi cast a final glance at Li Pingfei before departing. Once Xia Qi was out of earshot, Xiao Qianqian turned back, her expression fluctuating as she scrutinized Li Pingfei. Noticing his indifference, she sighed in resignation. Pingfei, I understand your grievances. Your brother's spot was taken by Xia Qi, but personal grudges cannot compromise the team. Xia Qi was personally brought in by the war god. Do you comprehend the significance of that? When have you ever seen the war god personally escort someone? I hope you can consider the bigger picture and not let small matters lead to greater losses. Upon hearing this, Li Pingfei's expression soured. I indeed feel uncomfortable. My brother is so talented. Why should he be replaced by a newcomer? However, I know my limits, so you needn't worry. Xiao Qianqian nodded helplessly. I'll remind you for the last time. Don't stir up trouble. I beg you. Li Pingfei turned away, offering no reply to Xiao Qianqian's words. She watched his retreating figure, feeling inexplicably annoyed. She was well aware of Li Pingfei's temperament. Though he claimed to know his limits, he was, in truth, impulsive. Never mind, she thought. I'll just keep a close eye on Li Pingfei. Under my protection, Xia Qi should be safe. At the Shengjing trading post, Xia Qi wandered around, discovering nothing particularly suitable for trade. The most commonly used supplies by professionals included energy potions to replenish internal energy and life potions for healing injuries. Of course, many other types of supplies existed, such as wind speed potions to enhance speed, various elemental potions for weapon enchantment, and defensive potions to bolster magical and physical defenses. These potions held some value for Xia Qi, but their point cost was steep, and their efficacy was not overwhelmingly high. After deliberation, he decided against using his limited points for them. He could produce energy potions himself using his talent. Life potions were not significantly impactful. Given Xia Qi's current strength, even if he couldn't win a fight, he could still escape. Saving points might prove beneficial later. After browsing for about half an hour, Xia Qi's eyes lit up as he discovered talent potions available within the trading post. Talent potions were priced at 1,000 points each, while 1,000 points was indeed a steep price. With just under 100,000 points in hand, buying even 100 potions would be a stretch. However, this was the second place. Aside from the black market, where talent potions were traded, Xia Qi approached to inquire, is there a limit on the quantity of talent potions one can purchase? Responding was a senior female student wearing glasses. A student can purchase a maximum of 100 potions within a year. 100 potions, understood. Xia Qi nodded, understanding the constraints in place. With the multitude of students at Shengjing University and the indispensable nature of talent potions for enhancing innate abilities, it was reasonable to expect some limitations, even if there was stock available. However, the 100 vials he currently possessed were a far cry from his goal. To elevate his dual pupil from level 3 to level 4, he would require a staggering 1,000 vials of talent potions. This left him still in need of 900 vials, and it seemed he would have to inquire at the black market in Kyoto City. Ah, Junior. Are you here to make a purchase? A voice like silver bells chimed in Xia Qi's ear. He turned to find the speaker was the senior who had shown him around the campus the previous day. Senior Luo Zixing? Indeed, your memory serves you well. Luo Zixing approached with a beaming smile, glancing at the items displayed in the trading booth. So, you are looking to buy talent potions? No, I was merely inquiring. I might need to procure some supplies for tomorrow's trial. Tomorrow's trial? You wouldn't be referring to the trials at the War God Academy, would you? Luo Zixing looked at Xia Qi with surprise, not expecting that a mere freshman would be eligible to participate in the trials at such a prestigious institution. No wonder she had heard rumors of a newcomer at the War God Academy. It was indeed you. I am from the nearby Qianlong Academy. Should you need assistance in the future, feel free to reach out to me. By the way, would it be convenient for us to add each other as friends? You bear a striking resemblance to someone I know, which evokes a sense of familiarity. Xia Qi pondered for a moment before nodding, and the two exchanged friend requests. Who is this familiar person you mentioned? Teacher Xia Donglu, do you know him?